It was midnight. In the village at the foot of Luoying Mountain, people gathered around a burned-down mud and straw house, sighing and whispering among themselves. These two children are really unlucky. Indeed. Their father isn't here, and now their stepmother is gone. How will they live from now on? If we're talking about misfortune, I think the young lady of the Shui family suffered the most. She married Scholar Shui, but never had a child, and now she's died in this fire. Scholar Shui only remarried because he needed someone to care for his two children. He wasn't even home for the wedding. His younger brother, Wolyu, stood in for him. She was such a kind and gentle woman. If she hadn't carried the children out of the fire. By the way, Scholar Shui went to take the provincial exam 2 years ago and hasn't sent a single letter. No one knows if he passed or not. He probably didn't. If he had, he'd have come back in a grand procession by now. Not necessarily. Maybe he caught the eye of some official's daughter and became her husband. If he's still alive, that would be good. But I fear. Watch your words. Wolyu isn't home, and we're all neighbors. Instead of gossiping, let's help where we can. Madame Lin scolded them, then carried an old curtain to the burned house. She gently pulled at the two children, who were sitting motionless beside Jiang Yuning's body. They listened to the villagers' chatter, tears silently streaming down their faces. The dead can't come back, Madame Lin said softly. Come to my house, wash up, and then you can return to burn paper for your aunt. The funeral will have to wait until your second uncle returns. She shook out the curtain and laid it over Jiang Yuning's body. She treated you both well. Remember her on holidays, and that will be enough to honor her. Just as the curtain was about to cover Jiang Yuning's face, the two children suddenly cried out and threw themselves onto her, sobbing so hard that everyone watching felt their hearts ache. Auntie, wake up. I want Auntie. Auntie. Poor children, Madame Lin sighed, setting down the curtain. She shook her head and stopped trying to pull them away, turning instead to help the other villagers clean up the ruins. In the shadows nearby, two men dressed in black watched coldly. Only the two children are left alive. That's easy enough. I'll go report back, so the master can rest easy. You take care of the children. Jiangyu was irritated by the noisy crying around her. She frowned deeply, wanting to tell them to be quiet, but her throat hurt as if scraped by a knife, and she couldn't make a sound. She tried to open her eyes several times but couldn't. Her head was spinning and aching, and suddenly, many strange memories that didn't belong to her appeared in her mind. They belonged to a woman named Jiang Yuning, who had lived an ordinary life in ancient times. The pain in her head grew worse, but she had no strength at all, not even enough to groan. She could only endure the pain in silence. The flood of memories stopped abruptly at the image of a dark shadow. Then she suddenly realized, hadn't she died? She had been one of the country's top special forces soldiers, assigned to escort a national treasure, the Nine-Dragon Jade Pendant. It was said to have mysterious powers, and not only governments but also secret organizations wanted to claim it. The mission was of great importance, and 5 teams had been secretly deployed. Yet, they had still underestimated their enemies. The plane carrying her and the treasure was hijacked over the Pacific Ocean. She handed over a fake pendant, and the hijackers, thinking they had succeeded, threw her out of the plane from 10,000 meters high. But they never knew. The real pendant had been on her all along. Falling from such a height into the sea should have meant certain death. So how could she still be thinking now? As she wondered, Jiangyu suddenly felt a burning sensation in her chest, followed by a strong, steady heartbeat. It was as if her heart had stopped for a moment and then started working again, sending warmth through her body. She felt her fingers twitch slightly, and her throat didn't feel as tight anymore. Gathering her strength, she made a hoarse sound, water, water. At the same time, she opened her eyes and met 2 pairs of tearful eyes. All 3 froze for a moment, then the 2 children cried out in joy, "Auntie, you're finally awake. Auntie, you scared us so much." With one glance, Jiangyu recognized them as Jiang Yuning's 2 stepchildren, 7-year-old twins, the boy named Xueqingxi and the girl named Xueqingshi. Looking around at the flickering light of lanterns and torches, and smelling the faint scent of burnt grass and wood, she realized that the memories in her mind matched perfectly with what she saw. In that instant, she understood. She had traveled through time. After the Special Forces soldier Jiang Yu traveled through time, she became the stepmother Jiang Yuning. She quickly accepted this fact and decided that since she was here, she would live well as Jiang Yuning. Water, she said again. Auntie, wait a moment, I'll fetch some, said little Ci, wiping her dark, sooty face before getting up to find water. Little Sher blinked her big teary eyes and sniffled. Annie, they said you left us and wouldn't come back. The throat of this body was sore from smoke, and Jiang Yu could hardly speak a full sentence. At that moment, Madame Lin looked over in shock and cried out, "Oh my!" The Shui families. Yuning. Everyone turned to look, equally stunned. Is she back from the dead? Wasn't she burned? Is she a person or a ghost? Madame Lin, trembling but brave, walked closer. The lantern light shook in her hand, casting flickering shadows on Jiang Yuning's smoke-darkened face, making her look a bit frightening. Yuning? She bent down to check for breath. According to their belief, a spirit's breath would be cold, unlike a living person's. And Madame, Jiang Yuning managed to whisper, her warm breath brushing against Madame Lin's hand. Thank goodness! Madame Lin exclaimed in relief and turned to the others. She's alive. Come help me carry her to my house. Alive? The man in black was startled. How could she still be alive? Several villagers hurriedly carried Jiang Yuning to the west room of Madame Lin's house. Madame Lin lit an oil lamp and brought a basin of clean water. A few women helped wash the soot from Jiang Yuning's body. Little Ci handed her a bowl of water to drink. The cool water slid down her throat, soothing the dryness and easing her cough. After a fit of coughing, she felt much better. Thank you. Thank you all, she said gratefully, thinking that Jiang Yuning's voice actually sounded quite pleasant, better than her own. After surviving such a disaster, good fortune will surely follow. You three can rest here for now. We'll wait for Wulyu to return before making any decisions, Madame Lin said, leaving them some clean clothes before sending the villagers away. Jiang Yuning waved to the two children. Little Ci, little Sher, come here. When no one else was around, the two children stopped being shy. They stood on either side of Jiang Yuning, crying softly. Auntie, the house is gone. Auntie, where will we live now? Don't cry, Jiang Yuning said gently. If the house is gone, we can build another one. But the grown-ups said building a house costs a lot of money. We don't have any, said Xiaozi, the older brother, who was always more thoughtful than other children his age. Don't worry, Jiang Yuning whispered to them. I've saved a little from what your second uncle gave us each time. When it's light, I'll go get it. Really? We still have money? Xiaoshi asked in disbelief. Yes, I hid it well, Jiang Yuning said with a smile, rubbing the little girl's head. Maybe coming to this world wasn't such a bad thing after all. Jiang Yu had been an orphan since childhood. She was raised and trained by the state, gaining many skills, but she never knew family or love. Now, she had two smart and kind stepchildren, which made up for what she had missed in her past life. Although Jiang Yuning had been married before, she had never truly known love. She had always treated these two children as her own, and now Jiang Yu would do the same, taking care of them with all her heart. Take off your dirty clothes, and I'll help you wash up. Then get a good night's sleep. We have a lot to do tomorrow morning. Hearing her cheerful tone, Xiaozi felt something strange, but couldn't explain it. Shyly rubbing his hands, he said, Auntie, you can wash my sister first. I'll wait outside. Jiang Yuning smiled and tapped his forehead. You clever boy. Xiaozi felt even more puzzled. Annie had always been kind, but she used to look so unhappy. He couldn't remember ever seeing her smile before. Now their home had just burned down, yet she was smiling. Had Auntie lost her mind? Jiang Yuning helped Xiaoshi wash up first. The little girl was only 5 or 6, and at that age, she should have been round and healthy. But she was so thin that her ribs showed clearly, which made Jiang Yuning's heart ache. They had a younger uncle, Shui Wulyu, a hunter, who often went into the mountains. Each time he returned, he brought back meat for the family and sometimes even earned a bit of silver. But in this poor and backward time, the land was barren and food scarce. Being able to eat enough was already a blessing. When he was away for 10 days or half a month, the three of them had to live very carefully. The original woman didn't seem very willing to accept her brother-in-law's gifts. She quietly sold the game he gave her, saved the money, and the three of them lived a tight life. Jiang Yuning remembered everything the original woman had done, but she didn't know what she had been thinking at the time. For Jiang Yuning, this was actually a good thing. She could use that money to solve her immediate problems. From now on, she would have to take care of 2 children and learn how to earn money. After washing Xiaoshi, she didn't help Xiaozi, who cleaned herself in the dim light of an oil lamp. The three of them shared only one quilt. Xiaoshi slept in the middle, with Jiang Yuning and Xiaozi on either side. The 2 children fell asleep quickly, but they didn't sleep quietly. One kicked the quilt, the other pulled it away. Jiang Yuning simply let them have the whole quilt. Having just arrived in this new body, she felt weak but too excited to sleep. She went over the original woman's memories while imagining her future and thinking about her own past. After some thought, she realized farming wouldn't make money fast, and doing business required capital. The quickest way to earn money was hunting. Luoying Mountain was deep and wild, where bears and wild boars could be found. Those large animals needed several hunters to take down, but they sold for a good price. A single bear could feed a family like hers for a year. If only I had a gun, I could go hunting too, she thought. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she felt a sudden warmth in her chest, and a glowing screen appeared in the air before her. On the screen were images of different kinds of guns, from pistols and submachine guns to sniper rifles. "What is this?" she murmured. Before she could figure it out, she heard a faint creak from the window. The sound was soft, but in the quiet of dawn, it was unusually clear. She lifted her head slightly and saw a blurry shadow outside the window. The moment she moved, the glowing screen vanished. In the middle of the night, someone sneaking around like that could only mean trouble. Relying on her sharp instincts as a former Special Forces soldier, Jiang Yuning sensed danger. She quietly slid off the bed, moving carefully toward the window, her back pressed against the wall. Even those few movements made her heart race and her breathing unsteady. This body was far too weak. Holding her breath, Jiang Yuning stared at the window. She saw it slowly open a crack, the gap widening as cold wind rushed in. When the window was open halfway and propped up with a small stick, a dark figure slipped inside like a cat. The movement was so light that Jiang Yuning immediately realized the man was highly skilled. She watched him closely as he bent low and moved toward the bed. When he reached the bedside, he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. The blade flashed coldly in the air, about to strike down toward the bed. Sensing danger, Jiang Yuning quickly grabbed something nearby. It felt heavy, probably a clay pot, and threw it at the man's head. With a loud crash, the pot hit him and shattered on the floor. If she were still the trained soldier she once was, that blow would have knocked him out cold. But the man only staggered, then turned toward her. Spotting Jiang Yuning by the window, he reacted fast and lunged with his knife. Though her body was weak, Jiang Yuning was no ordinary woman. The combat skills she had learned since childhood were deeply ingrained in her. She dodged the strike nimbly, clenched her fist, and punched him cleanly in the eye. "Who are you?" she demanded. The man stumbled, rubbing his eye, and said darkly, "I'm the one sent to end you." Jiang Yuning kicked him hard and said, "I'm just a simple village woman. When did I ever offend you?" She had used all her strength, but the man didn't react as expected. She thought she heard him give a mocking laugh. What kind of training did this man have to be so unaffected? "Enough talk," he said coldly. "You both must die." Realizing she couldn't win by force, Jiang Yuning pretended to give in. "If we must die, at least tell me why. Let us know who's behind this, so we can rest in peace." The man sneered. "You got in someone's way. You were supposed to die in that fire, but you survived. Now I have to finish the job myself." "Who is it?" Jiang Yuning pressed. In this world of blades and daggers, she thought, if only she had a gun, even a small one, she could easily deal with him. As the thought crossed her mind, her chest grew warm, and suddenly the glowing screen appeared before her again, showing rows of handguns. She froze in surprise. In that brief moment of distraction, the man in black shouted, "Go to your doom." He raised his dagger again, the cold blade flashing as it aimed straight for her heart. At the critical moment, Jiang Yuning reached into the air, and a revolver suddenly appeared in her hand.
Bang!
A muffled shot rang out. The dagger fell to the ground, stopping just a centimeter from her chest. The man in black stood frozen, a small wound between his eyebrows, and blood slowly flowed out. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could say a word, he collapsed heavily to the floor. Warm drops of blood splashed onto Jiang Yuning's face. She still found the whole thing unbelievable. The weight of the revolver in her hand, its smooth surface, and the warm barrel all told her this was no illusion. At that crucial moment, she had truly pulled a gun out of thin air. Jiang Yuning couldn't understand how it happened, but she had no time to think. From outside came Aunt Lin's voice.
Yuning?
Are you awake? What happened?
Auntie, I'm awake.
Trained as a special forces soldier, she stayed calm and quick-thinking even in sudden danger. The gunshot must have startled Aunt Lin. If she came in and saw a dead man, she would be terrified, and Jiang Yuning would have a hard time explaining. She quickly steadied herself and said casually, "I got up in the dark and accidentally broke a jar. Are you all right?"
I'm fine, Auntie. Please go back to sleep.
Aunt Lin listened for a while at the door. Hearing no more noise, she went back to her room, still puzzled.
What was that loud sound just now?
It almost sounded like firecrackers. Could she have imagined it? When Jiang Yuning heard the door close, she frowned. Dawn was coming soon, and a man's body was lying in her room.
How could she explain that?
If the authorities found out, she would have to run for her life before she even had a chance to settle down. She wasn't afraid for herself. Her skills could keep her alive, but she pitied her two young stepsons. They were still so small and needed someone to care for them. If only she had a coffin to hide the body. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, a screen appeared before her eyes. This time, instead of showing different guns, it displayed all kinds of coffins. There were some with crosses, some painted with the 24 filial exemplars, some black, some red, and some white. Truly, there was everything imaginable, a complete collection. With a curious mind, she chose the simplest traditional-style coffin and pointed at it. The coffin appeared on the ground, carrying the fresh scent of new wood. Wow, Jiang Yuning couldn't help exclaiming. This was incredible, even more amazing than her time travel. What kind of power was this? A cheat? A hidden space? A system? Weren't these things only found in those over-the-top web novels? Yet she had actually encountered one. Thoughtfully, she pulled open her clothes and looked at her chest. Every time that strange screen appeared, she would feel warmth there. There must be a connection. In the faint morning light, she saw a round mark on her fair skin, about the size of an egg, covered with intricate patterns. Her pupils shrank sharply. This was the Nine-Dragon pendant? The very pendant she wore, said to hold mysterious power. Could it be that this pendant had enabled her time travel and given her such a powerful ability? As if answering her thoughts, the mark suddenly glowed, golden light flowing beautifully across the patterns. Jiang Yuning quickly pulled her clothes closed and looked around cautiously. The quiet room was filled only with the steady breathing of two children. She took a deep breath. Her heart was racing with excitement. In her previous life, she had trained hard to become an elite soldier. Now, with this mysterious power, she could practically do anything. After a while, she calmed down. A wise person does not flaunt their treasures. She must not use the Nine-Dragon pendant carelessly, or she might attract dangerous attention. She searched the man in black and found nothing but a black waist token. That also answered her earlier question, why her kick during the fight hadn't worked. He was a eunuch. Thinking back, the Great Fire must have been his doing. He had tried to burn her alive, failed, and then resorted to assassination. The original woman was only a scholar's second wife. She had never quarreled with anyone, and her 2 children had no enemies either. For someone in black to come and kill her in the middle of the night, there must be some hidden reason. The badge must be the clue. He said he had already reported the message, so the 3 of them should have escaped danger for now. Following the rule of not harming others unless they harm her first, Jiang Yuning carefully put the badge away, then placed the man in black's body into the coffin. But then came another problem. Where should she put the coffin? Would the Jilong pendant take it back? As she thought about it, several options appeared before her. Cold storage, cremation, burial, water burial, sky burial.
What?
All of these were possible. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuning chose cremation. It was the cleanest way. After using the Jilong pendant several times, she became more skilled with it. She discovered that not only could she take things out of it, but she could also store things inside. It was incredibly convenient. She cleaned the bloodstains from the ground, stored the badge and the pendant, and when everything was done, the sky was already turning pale. In the mountain village, roosters began to crow one after another, and soon the whole place was filled with the sounds of animals waking up. Oh my goodness! Suddenly, Aunt Lin cried out in the yard. Jiang Yuning thought there was another attacker and quickly went out. She saw Aunt Lin standing in the middle of the yard, looking sadly at the big yellow dog lying on the ground. She shouted angrily, "Who did this? Who hurt my dog? May whoever did it have bad luck in everything they do." Hearing her angry words, Jiang Yuning sighed in relief. The dog must have been killed by the man in black, an innocent victim caught in the trouble. "Auntie, please don't be too upset. It's bad for your health," Jiang Yuning comforted her. "Yuning, this dog has been with me for 7 or 8 years, even older than Xiaozi and Xiaoshi. It was so smart." Aunt Lin's voice broke, and she began to cry. "Auntie, the dog is gone. Let's dig a hole and give it a proper burial." "Bury it?" Aunt Lin stopped crying and looked surprised. "That's such a waste. Dog meat is nourishing. I'll find someone to help, and you can boil some water. We'll make dog meat soup today." Jiang Yuning froze, not knowing what to say. Seeing the big yellow dog lying there made her feel sad. Times were hard, and few families could afford meat. Being able to eat dog meat was considered a good thing. But the dog had been loyal all its life, and now it had come to such an end. If dogs could be reborn, it would be better not to be one again. After walking a few steps, Madame Lin turned back. Madame Lin glanced toward the east courtyard, then looked at the road outside. Seeing no one around, she bent down and dragged the yellow dog into the house. "Madam, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuning asked in confusion. "Humph, we'll handle this ourselves." "No need to let those greedy people take advantage," Madame Lin said, wiping her tears. Jiang Yuning understood. Everyone was hungry these days, and if someone came to help, they would bring their whole family to share the food. Madame Lin wanted to deal with it quietly, so others wouldn't come asking for a share. "Sigh, I've seen shuasheng and wool skin animals before, but now that it's my turn, I don't even know where to start," Madame Lin muttered, looking at the dog. "The skin has to come off in one piece. That's not too hard." "Let me do it, Madam," Jiang Yuning said.
You?
Madame Lin looked doubtful. They had lived in neighboring courtyards for 3 years, and Jiang Yuning had always seemed delicate and weak. She couldn't do much farm work, and whenever her husband, Xue Wuliu, came back from hunting, he never let her help. "I've watched them do it many times," Jiang Yuning said with a small smile. Madame Lin found a sharp knife, and together they hung the dog from the beam, placing a clay bowl underneath. Jiang Yuning tied up her hair and rolled up her sleeves. Only then did she notice her own pale arms and slender fingers, hands that looked more like those of a young lady from a wealthy family than a village woman. No wonder. Her family had run a private school. Her father, Jiang Wenhai, was a well-known scholar, and her husband, Xue Wentao, had once been his favorite student. It was said that before Xue Wentao's mother passed away, she had wanted him to remarry, and Jiang Wenhai quickly arranged the match through a matchmaker. 3 years had passed. She had buried her mother-in-law, yet had never even met her husband. Arranged marriages in the old days truly brought people misery. There was no point thinking about such troubles. Whether he was alive or not, Jiang Yuning still had to live on. She pried open the dog's mouth to check. The tongue wasn't black, so it hadn't been poisoned. That meant the meat was safe to eat. She weighed the knife in her hand, finding it just right, then carefully cut the yellow dog's throat. The dog had been dead for several hours, so the blood had already clotted, and only a little came out. Following the lines of the muscles, she slowly peeled off the dog's skin, revealing the pale pink flesh underneath. Madame Lin watched with tears in her eyes. Huang, don't blame me for being cruel. I hope you'll have a better life next time. Auntie, if you can't bear it, maybe we should just bury it, Jiang Yuning said softly.
Don't worry about me.
Keep working. I'll go boil some water. When food is scarce, one dog can keep a family alive. Wu Yu and Shuisheng have been gone for 13 days. There's no meat left in either of our homes. Watching Madame Lin's sad figure, Jiang Yuning felt a pang of sorrow and worked even faster. When the skinning was done, she began cutting and cleaning the meat. Her skill with the knife surprised Madame Lin, who grew even more fond of her. After nearly 2 hours of work, Madame Lin put the dog's head, organs, and one leg into a pot to stew. The rest of the meat she cut into large pieces and stored in the cellar. The fire burned brightly, and thick steam rose from the iron pot. The rich smell of cooking meat filled the yard. Little Si and Little Sher woke up, sniffing the air and staring eagerly at the stove. Wait a bit, we're having a real meal today, Madame Lin teased them. Grandma Lin, we don't want any. My sister and I will go home, Little Si said, taking Little Sher's hand. There's nothing to see at home, Madame Lin said quickly, noticing their sad faces. Even if you just watch, you still need to eat, right? You two go wash up. It'll be ready soon, Jiang Yuning added. Hearing her, Little Si led Little Sher to wash their faces. Though they were twins, Little Si always looked after his sister, carefully wiping her face and hands first. Children have no worries. Even washing up was full of laughter. Madame Lin truly loved the two children, and she liked Jiang Yuning even more. She hoped that Shui Wentao would return safely so their family could be together again. But after 3 years with no news, and with the world still in chaos, many believed Shui Wentao had died far away. Sometimes Madame Lin thought, if he really was gone, maybe it would be better, then Jiang Yuning could start a new life. Shuisheng from her own family would be a good match. When the two children finished washing up and the dog meat had cooled a little, Jiang Yuning tore the meat into pieces, sprinkled some salt on it, and placed it on a plate. Madame Lin went to the garden, picked a few sprigs of cilantro and green onions, chopped them finely, and sprinkled them into the soup. The dog meat soup smelled even more delicious. Just as the food was set on the table, a sharp, mocking voice came from outside. Oh my, what smells so good? Xiaowu, your uncle must have brought back something nice again. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Hearing that voice, Madame Lin's face darkened. She wiped her hands and went out. The visitor was none other than her eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Lin Wang, with her child. Madame Lin had 3 sons. The 2 older ones were married and lived separately, while she lived with her youngest son, Lin Shuisheng. Although the families were supposed to live apart, the 2 daughters-in-law often came over with their children to eat and take things home. If Shuisheng hadn't been away, Madame Lin wouldn't have run out of meat so quickly. Over time, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughters-in-law had become strained. Oh, the eldest daughter-in-law is here. Yes, mother. I could smell the food from far away, and Xiaowu insisted we come over, Madame Lin Wang said, her eyes wandering toward the kitchen. I didn't say that, mother, Xiaowu said honestly. Even though she didn't get along with her daughter-in-law, Madame Lin still cared for her grandson. She waved him over. Xiaowu, come in and eat with us. Mother, I've been working in the field since early morning and haven't eaten yet, Madame Lin Wang said shamelessly. Then come in too, Madame Lin replied. Hearing the conversation outside, Jiang Yuning quickly set out 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks. As Madame Lin Wang stepped inside, she saw the 3 guests and muttered unhappily, So Mother has special guest today. Yuning's house caught fire last night, so she and her children stayed here, Madame Lin explained. Mother, don't blame me for speaking frankly, but people have been talking about Shueisheng and that young widow from the Shui family. Now you've invited her to stay. What will others think? She's our neighbor, and her house burned down. I couldn't just let her and her children sleep outside, could I? Whoever dares spread such nonsense, I'll give them a piece of my mind, Madame Lin said sternly. Madame Lin Wang refused to back down. The whole village is talking, Mother. Are you going to argue with everyone? For the past 3 years, Shui Wentao's fate had been uncertain, and Jiang Yuning had been living like a widow. It was no surprise that people gossiped behind her back. Madame Lin, we'll be leaving now, Jiang Yuning said quietly. Jiang Yuning was a shy person. She gently tugged at her 2 children. Xiaozi immediately put down her bowl, grabbed Xiaoshi's hand, and stood up. Xiaoshi looked longingly at the dog meat, swallowing hard. Hey, Yuning, don't listen to her. You all should eat, Aunt Lin said, glaring at Madame Lin Wang and trying to comfort Jiang Yuning. No need, Auntie. It's getting late. We should go back and tidy up, see what's still usable, Jiang Yuning said as she stood and walked out. Aunt Lin knew she couldn't persuade her to stay, so she quickly wrapped some leftover dog meat in her apron and handed it to Jiang Yuning. Don't take it to heart. Come back and stay tonight. Before Jiang Yuning could reply, Madame Lin Wang quickly said, Mother, I was just about to say, our north window is broken, and my husband told us to find a place to stay tonight. Anyone could see Madame Lin Wang was doing it on purpose. Aunt Lin was annoyed and said, the north window is broken, and your husband can't fix it? The ground's thawed now, just mix some mud and patch it up. That's easy for you to say, Mother. Did you forget he hurt his back before the new year while helping Shueisheng in the mountains? He can't even move properly now, Madame Lin Wang said, pretending to wipe away tears. Shueisheng was kind enough to give us money for medicine. The doctor said it's a serious injury, so he needs rest. We women have to take care of everything at home. How could we let him work? Auntie, we won't come tonight. The storage room can still be cleaned up and used, Jiang Yuning said, taking the chance to make her position clear. Yuning, Aunt Lin said with a troubled look, taking out a raw dog leg from the cellar and handing it to her. Jiang Yuning didn't refuse. She could endure hardship herself, but she couldn't let her children go hungry. She thanked Aunt Lin and led the 2 children back to the west courtyard. Mother, I think you'd better not set your sights on the young lady from the Shui family, Madame Lin Wang said scornfully as she watched them leave. Even if Shui Laodao really is gone, she'd still marry Shui Wuliu. No one else has a chance. Why are you worrying about their family? Aunt Lin snapped, glaring at her. Jiang Yuning didn't hear any of this. She stood at her own doorway, looking at the burned ruins. The 2 children bit their lips, holding back tears. Jiang Yuning didn't cry either. The storage room was still there. Though it had no window paper, only wooden bars, and the door didn't close tightly, leaving a wide gap. It could still keep out the wind and rain, couldn't it? You 2 start eating while it's still warm. I'll go tidy up a bit. Auntie, I'll help you, said little Ci sensibly. No need, Jiang Yuning said, gently rubbing his head. You and your sister can help after you've eaten. But you haven't eaten yet. Little Ci looked at her stubbornly. Little Sher had just picked up a piece of dog meat, looked at it, then put it back down. If Annie doesn't eat, I won't eat either. Silly child, Jiang Yuning said with a fond smile. I just need to dig out the money I hid, so no one sees it later. They had never seen her smile before. After the fire, this was already the 2nd time she smiled, and she looked so beautiful when she did.
Oh.
Little Ci lowered his head shyly, pressing his lips together to hide a smile. Jiang Yuning took a shovel and began digging through the ruins. After a few tries, she was already sweating. She remembered that the original owner had buried a jar of money under the bedroom floor. She had to find it quickly. The 3 of them would need it to get through the hard days ahead. After digging for a long time, she finally unearthed a porcelain jar. It was quite heavy when she lifted it. The 2 children had been watching her the whole time. When they saw her pull out the jar, they hurried over. Auntie, how much money is in there? Little Sher asked in surprise.
Sure.
Little Ci hushed her. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. Just then, Lin Wangshi, who had come out of the outhouse, happened to see the scene. Her eyes widened in shock. So the Shui family still had a jar of money hidden away? Her eyes darted around, and she quickly pulled up her pants and ran off. Jiang Yuning ate a few bites of the meat to fill her stomach and immediately felt stronger. The three of them gathered in the storage room and opened the wooden lid of the porcelain jar, but before they could see what was inside, cries came from the yard. Oh my heavens! What happened here? Sister-in-law. Jiang Yuning quickly pulled down a straw curtain to cover the jar, then went outside. At the gate stood a village woman, neatly dressed and quite pretty, about 17 or 18 years old, crying as she held her large belly. Behind her stood Lin Wangshi. From the original owner's memory, Jiang Yuning recognized her. It was Shui Balian, her husband's younger sister. She had married Wang Dazhuang from the same village for years ago and was now expecting her third child. Right, Wang Dazhuang was Lin Wangshi's younger brother. In this isolated village, Jiang Yuning's marriage to Luoying Mountain Village was already considered marrying far away. Most young men and women here married within the same village, and many were even close relatives. Sister-in-law, we slept so deeply last night that we only heard about the fire this morning. Are you all right? Shui Balian asked tearfully. We're fine, Jiang Yuning replied calmly, without showing much warmth. The two children stood on either side of her, watching quietly, not showing any affection toward Shui Balian either. From the original memories, she knew that their relationship had never been good. Before Shui Balian got married, she always tried to compete with her. After marriage, she often came back to take things from the house. The original Jiang Yuning had always endured it silently. But she was not as gentle as the original. With such a bad first impression, she didn't even feel like talking. It's good that you're all safe, Shui Balian said, her almond-shaped eyes restlessly scanning the courtyard. Sister-in-law, did you manage to save your things? They're all here. See for yourself. There were 2 wooden boxes, a table, for chairs, a water jar, an iron pot, and some kitchen utensils. Nearby were some quilts, their corners burned. The weather had been dry, and since the fire was set on purpose, it was lucky the neighbors came quickly, or nothing would have been saved. Shui Balian looked around, opened the boxes, and rummaged through the clothes inside. She muttered to herself, Where did it go? What are you looking for, Balian? Jiang Yuning asked, frowning slightly, already feeling annoyed. Suddenly, Shui Balian noticed the freshly turned soil on the ground and said with relief, Sister-in-law, did you dig up the jar? HM? Jiang Yuning's heart tightened with a bad feeling. Sister-in-law, when mother was alive, she saved some money for me. Before she passed away, she told me it was kept in a jar with you. I haven't come to get it these past 2 years, but since you've dug it up, please give me the money. What was this?
Such a bold lie.
What money? Jiang Yuning asked coldly. The money in the porcelain jar. When I got married, the Wang family gave me a dowry, and mother kept it for me. After she passed away, you took care of it, Shui Balian said smoothly, blinking her innocent-looking eyes. The Wang family gave you a dowry? I never heard about that, Jiang Yuning replied sharply. She was not someone easy to fool. The money in that jar had been saved bit by the original Jiang Yuning. It had nothing to do with Shui Balian. How could they not give a dowry? Lin Wangshi quickly added. It was several taels of silver. Jiang Yuning glanced at Lin Wangshi and immediately understood what was going on. She said calmly, Yes, I did dig up the jar, but it has nothing to do with you. Even if the Wang family gave you a betrothal gift, since mother kept it, you should ask her for it. Don't come to me. Sister-in-law, how can you say that? Mother has been gone for 2 years. Where am I supposed to find her? Shui Balian said, her voice trembling as she began to cry softly. Don't cry, sister. Be careful not to upset yourself. Lin Wangshi quickly comforted her, then glanced sideways at Jiang Yuning and said, Everyone knows the Shui family's daughter-in-law is supposed to be gentle and reasonable, but I didn't expect her to be so heartless. Even though Balian is married, the money Madame Shui left her should still belong to her. How can you be so cruel to keep it all for yourself? Jiang Yuning looked at them calmly, but her mind was filled with memories of the past 3 years between the original her and Xue Baolian. A person's goodness or badness can't be judged by appearances. Outsiders all thought the Xue family was full of kindness and harmony between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and between sisters-in-law. But they didn't know that it was all because the original Jiang Yuning had endured everything in silence. When she married into the Xue family, there was no proper dowry. Her mother-in-law was always ill, and there were 2 young children to care for. The Xue family was so poor that they could barely get by. Her father, Jiang Wenhai, foolishly believed Xue Wentao had potential and insisted on the marriage. Not only did he refuse a dowry, but he also gave 20 taels of silver as part of her trousseau. Half of that silver went to buy medicine, and the other half became her mother-in-law's funeral expenses. The few acres of farmland the family owned were said to be managed by her mother-in-law and Xue Baolian for convenience, but even now, Baolian still farmed them and had never given her a single grain. Had she ever complained? And now, with the house falling apart, Xue Baolian came to take advantage of her misfortune. Did they really think Jiang Yuning was that easy to bully? Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. I already said the money in the jar has nothing to do with you. Don't you understand plain words? Jiang Yuning said coldly. Madame Xue, Baolian is your sister-in-law. How can you speak to her like that? Lin Wangshi said angrily. You said it yourself, she's my sister-in-law. As the elder sister-in-law, I can speak however I please. What business is it of yours? Jiang Yuning shot back, without hesitation. Lin Wangshi's eyes widened in shock, and Xue Baolian looked equally stunned. Was this really Jiang Yuning? Had she lost her mind? How could she speak so sharply? Before, whenever Xue Baolian came home asking for money or goods, any excuse would do. But today, Jiang Yuning was standing her ground. Although she hesitated, the temptation of money was too strong. Seeing a few people gathering at the door, Madame Lin raised her voice and shouted, "Everyone listen. This is the fine young lady taught by Scholar Jiang. Baolian is expecting a child and came to ask for the money kept at her mother's home." Not only did she refuse to give it, but she also scolded her. "What money? I don't know, I just happened to pass by." The neighbors whispered among themselves, and Madame Lin's mother-in-law came over as well. "Eldest daughter-in-law, what's going on here? Mother, you came just in time. Please help us judge fairly." Madame Lin was ready to speak badly about Jiang Yuning. At that moment, Jiang Yuning looked calmly toward the crowd outside and said clearly, "Madame Lin, this is the Xue family's gate. Why are you shouting here? Do you think our family has no one to stand up for us?" Madame Lin was startled by her confidence. Xue Baolian quickly stepped in and said, "Sister-in-law is only standing up for me. Sister, I know the family needs money right now. I'm not insisting on taking it back. Just tell me how much is in the jar, and I'll repay it later." Jiang Yuning crossed her arms, her small face cold and stern. She had seen shameless people before, but never like this. "If you act unfairly, don't blame me for being the same." She turned and went into the storeroom, bringing out a porcelain jar. The 2 maids, Xiaozi and Xiaoshi, followed her. "Is this the jar you mean?" Jiang Yuning asked. Madame Lin gave Xue Baolian a quick nod. Xue Baolian said softly, "Yes, sister, that's the one."
Good.
"Then let everyone see how much money is really inside." Jiang Yuning squatted down, opened the jar, and poured out all the copper coins and bits of silver. So much money? Xue Baolian and Madame Lin's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected Jiang Yuning to have saved so much in secret. Madame Lin quickly said, "I just remembered. My family gave Baolian 15 taels of silver as her dowry." 15 taels? Xue Baolian was surprised but quickly agreed. "Yes, 15 taels." "Are you sure about that?" Jiang Yuning took a small notebook from the pile of money and looked around the crowd. Spotting a boy of about 13 or 14, she waved him over. "Nephew, come here." Li Jinping walked over, puzzled. Jiang Yuning handed him the notebook and asked, "You're attending school now, right?" "Yes, Auntie, I am." The child lowered his head politely, sneaking a glance at Jiang Yuning, his face turning red.
Good.
Please read aloud what's written in this notebook for everyone, she said. Madame Lin and Xue Baoyan exchanged a look and shook their heads. Then Li Jinping began to read. 2 rabbits, 100 coins. 1 fox pelt, 200 coins. 5 pheasants, 350 coins. Enough, enough, Madame Lin interrupted impatiently. What kind of list is this? You don't understand. Jiang Yuning looked at her with a mocking smile. These are the records of the goods my younger uncle sold each time he came down the mountain. Every transaction is written clearly, and the total matches exactly the amount in this jar. I've already said this money has nothing to do with you. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Xue Baoyan's face turned pale, and she didn't know what to say. You're just taking advantage of the fact that we can't read, Madame Lin shouted stubbornly. You must have written all this beforehand so you wouldn't have to give Baoyan her share. If that's what you think, then let's report it to the authorities, Jiang Yuning said angrily. How could they twist the truth and still dare to claim money that wasn't theirs? Fine, let's report it. Who's afraid? Madame Lin said proudly, thinking she was clever. You're lying. Little Ci couldn't hold back anymore. Clenching her small fists, she ran up to Madame Lin. This money was saved by my aunt. My sister, and I both know it. Yes, I know too. Little Shi ran over, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at Madame Lin. What do you two know? This money belongs to your aunt, Madame Lin argued. No, it doesn't. Little Ci shouted angrily and gave Madame Lin a push. The child wasn't very strong, but Madame Lin wasn't expecting it and stumbled back a few steps before steadying herself. Furious, she shouted. You rude little brat. I'll teach you a lesson today. Seeing her storming over, little Ci stood stiffly, her neck straight, though tears welled up in her eyes. Children often got scolded like this in the village when they were naughty. Even though Jiang Yuning treated them kindly, she wasn't their real mother. Being insulted like that still hurt, but the children never talked back. Stop it, eldest daughter-in-law. What are you doing? Cried Madame Lin's mother-in-law in alarm. But in just a second or two, Madame Lin raised her hand and slapped little Ci across the face.
Hey.
Before the slap could land, Jiang Yuning caught Lin Wangshi's wrist in midair. She used real strength this time, though her body wasn't strong enough to show its full power. Otherwise, she might have crushed the woman's bones. Jiang Yuning, what do you think you're doing? Lin Wangshi shouted loudly. What am I doing? Jiang Yuning released her wrist and, faster than anyone could react, gave her a sharp slap across the face. Before Lin Wangshi could recover, Jiang Yuning struck her several more times until her own hand went numb. Glaring at Lin Wangshi, she said clearly, my child is not someone you can scold or hit. He has a mother to raise and protect him. If you dare say such things again, I won't let you off. Sister. Jiang, I'll fight you. Xue Baoyan shouted, rushing forward. Jiang Yuning turned her head and gave her a cold, fierce look that made Xue Baoyan freeze in place. Outside the door, 2 of the Xue family's children were watching, completely stunned. Was this really the same quiet woman from the Xue family who never dared to speak loudly? She was so fierce now. Lin Wangshi was known throughout Luoying village as a troublemaker. Even her mother-in-law, old Madame Lin, couldn't control her, and her husband, Lin Jinsheng, often got scolded by her. But today, she was beaten by the gentlest woman in the village, and beaten so badly that her face was visibly swollen, her hair messy, and her appearance frightening. Jiang Yuning, I'll tear your face apart. Lin Wangshi screamed and lunged forward.
Jiang Yuning didn't dodge.
She swiftly lifted her leg and kicked Lin Wangshi in the stomach. Lin Wangshi cried out, clutching her belly and unable to stand up straight. Did they think Jiang Yuning was an ordinary woman? She had once been a top special forces soldier. Even 10 men couldn't beat her in close combat. Though her current body was weaker, dealing with a village woman was no problem at all. Call the officials. Jiang Yuning is trying to kill me. Lin Wangshi shouted from the ground. Old Madame Lin sighed and shook her head. The other villagers, seeing that even Lin Wangshi's mother-in-law didn't interfere, decided not to get involved either. Besides, everyone could see clearly what had happened. Lin Wangshe had bullied people in the village for years. Many had suffered because of her. Seeing her finally get what she deserved, some villagers secretly gave Jiang Yuning a thumbs up. Sister, Shui Baolian said, helping Lin Wangshe up, I'll go find Dazhuang to help you get revenge. Yes, call Lin Jinxing over too. Do they really think our Wang family has no one to stand up for us? Madame Lin Wang groaned, holding her stomach. Jiang Yuning calmly brushed her sleeve. Baolian, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Shui Baolian froze, her round eyes darting around in confusion. Since you're already here, I don't need to go looking for you. Let's settle something first. Please return the land, Jiang Yuning said slowly. What land? Shui Baolian blurted out. How could you forget, Andy? Of course, I mean the land that belongs to our Shui family. I'm not talking about the past, but as far as I know, you've been farming it for 3 years now. Shouldn't you pay the rent for those 3 years? Jiang Yuning looked at Shui Baolian's changing expression and continued gently, I know farming is hard work, so I won't count the small plots. Let's just talk about the 60 mu of permanent land that belonged to my father-in-law, my husband, and my husband's younger brother. We're all family, so I'll calculate it at the lowest rate, 5 do of grain per mu. That's 300 do a year and 900 do over 3 years. It's a lot to ask for all at once. So, let's convert it to money. At 30 coins per do, that's 27,000 coins, or 27 taels of silver. Jiang Yuning paused, watching Shui Baolian's mouth fall open in shock. With a sigh, she added, I understand, Auntie. Our house was destroyed, and we urgently need money to rebuild. We also have to buy new household items and seeds for this year. Since it's just me and my child, we'll need to hire help too. All of that costs money. So, Auntie, when can you pay me? What do you mean, Jiang Yuning? Shui Baolian finally reacted, her face changing as she straightened up and snapped. That land was given to me by my mother when she was alive. Why should I pay you? Your mother agreed, but did the authorities? Jiang Yuning said lightly. The land deeds clearly state who owns what. You've been using my husband's name to avoid taxes for 3 years, haven't you? I'm just taking back what belongs to our Shui family. Isn't that fair? If you don't want to return the land, then pay the rent for this year as well. Yes, the deed is clear. It doesn't have your name on it. It belongs to my father, my eldest brother, and my second brother. Oh, Baolian, Jiang Yuning said with a helpless sigh, shaking her head. You're pretending not to understand. Everyone here can hear me. The land of my father-in-law, my husband, and my husband's younger brother. How could that not include me? That land belongs to our Shui family. Shui Baolian argued angrily. Baolian, I'm calling you that out of respect for our family ties, Jiang Yuning said coldly, her face darkening. But have you forgotten who you are? You're Mrs. Wang now. A married woman belongs to her husband's family. Jiang Yuning, you're being unreasonable. And to think your father was a scholar. You married my brother and never had children, yet you still live in our Shui family's house. You just want to take our property. Shui Baolian's face turned pale with anger, and she spoke without restraint. Enough nonsense. Hand over the money. Is it 36 taels or 27? Just give me a clear answer. Jiang Yuning spread her small hand impatiently. Shui Baolian stepped back, furious, glaring at her. Oh, right. Madame Lin Wang just said she wanted to report to the authorities. We can report the land rent issue at the same time, so the officials don't have to come twice. And about the betrothal gifts your mother kept, there should be a written record, right? Who wrote it back then? Was silver given or not, and how much? It should all be written down. Even if the document is gone, the person who wrote it should still be alive. We can ask him to testify at the yamen. As Jiang Yuning spoke, she looked around the doorway, then turned her gaze to Li Jinping. Nephew, I remember your father keeps all the records for Luoying village. Go home and ask him for me. Yes, Aunt, Li Jinping answered politely and turned to leave. At that, Madame Lin Wang forgot all about her stomach and face pain, and Shui Baolian was completely stunned. There was no need to go to the authorities. Once Li Jinping's father came, the truth would come out. No one had expected that Jiang Yuning, who rarely stepped outside her home, could be so capable. Be Balian. Madame Lin Wang stammered, her tongue trembling as she gave her a desperate look.
Did you
maybe remember it wrong? Shui Balian's face burned hot as she heard the mocking laughter from outside. It was so humiliating, all because of Madame Lin Wang's bad idea. It's fine if you don't remember, but I do, Jiang Yuning said clearly, her voice crisp and confident, making both women shiver. No need to wait for another day. Give me the land rent now so I can buy bricks and tiles to build my new house. No money, Shui Balian said angrily, helping Madame Lin Wang to stand. They hadn't gotten the money and had even lost the rent. It was all Madame Lin Wang's fault. In her frustration, she shook off her hand and stormed away. Lin Wang's stomach hurt again, and she cried out in pain. Then report it to the authorities. Once it reaches the officials, it won't be up to you anymore, Jiang Yuning said with a cold smile. Pretending and taking someone else's land is a serious crime. Jiang Yuning didn't actually know if it was a serious crime. She was just bluffing. But her words made Lin Wang and Shui Balian nervous. Madame Shui, Yuning, Lin Wang quickly forced a smile. We're all family, there's no need to make things so tense. She nudged Shui Balian, who also softened her tone and said, Sister-in-law, it's our fault today. I apologize. No need. Jiang Yuning waved her hand. It's hard for you to pay all at once, so let's invite Li Tongsheng to write a debt note. Li Tongsheng was Li Jinping's father. He had earned the title of Tongsheng when he was about 10, but after several failed exams, he gave up studying and returned to farming. Over time, everyone in Luoying village called him Li Tongsheng, and few remembered his real name. The village wasn't big, so when something happened on the west side, everyone soon knew. Before long, Li Tongsheng arrived, along with Wang Dazhuang, Lin Jinsheng, and several curious villagers. The Shui family's yard was full of people, livelier than when there had been a fire at midnight. Jiang Yuning set a table in the middle of the yard. Li Tongsheng brought his own writing tools. After understanding the situation, he was about to start writing. Wang Dazhuang immediately protested. What? 27 taels of silver? Why don't you just rob us? I've already explained everything, Jiang Yuning said impatiently, tapping the table. Her voice was cold. 2 choices. Pay the money or report it to the officials. You decide. And if we don't pay? Wang Dazhuang rolled up his sleeves and put one foot on the stool, looking fierce and unreasonable, just like Lin Wang. Fine, Jiang Yuning said calmly, unafraid. Let's see how the officials handle someone who takes another's land. You trying to scare me? Wang Dazhuang slammed his hand on the table, startling Li Tongsheng, who slowly pulled back his hand from the inkstone. Wang Dazhuang, what are you shouting at me for? Jiang Yuning glared at him, without fear. You've farmed 60 acres for 3 years. What more do you want? Ask around how much rent others pay per acre. I only asked for 5 bushels of grain because we're relatives, and you're still not satisfied? You haven't paid the rent for 3 years, and I haven't even asked for interest. I've been patient with you, but do you really plan to deny the debt? Do you think it's easy to bully a widow and her children? Jiang Yuning spoke firmly, and the onlookers whispered among themselves. Only 5 bushels of rice for 1 acre of land. So cheap. Last year, renting land cost 7 bushels. They're really taking advantage of honest people. I've never seen Madame Shui this angry in 3 years. Someone who had watched from the start added, she'll do anything for money. When one man doesn't work out, she finds another. Madame Shui is being reasonable. They're just bullying her because there's no man in her family. If Shui Wulyu were home, who would dare act so arrogantly? And what if Shui Wentao passes the exam and comes back? Then she'll be an official's wife. That's right, that's right. The villagers' words mostly sided with Jiang Yuning. Wang Dazhuang glanced at his injured sister and at Lin Jinsheng, who was supporting Madame Lin, and shouted, Brother-in-law, are you just going to let my sister be beaten for nothing? Lin Jinsheng looked helpless and sighed. It's not like she hasn't hit others before. What do you expect me to do? You. Wang Dazhuang ground his teeth in frustration, glaring fiercely at Jiang Yuning. But Jiang Yuning met his gaze coldly, showing no fear. She and her 2 children hadn't eaten yet, and she had no time to waste. She snorted. Everything's been made clear. If you won't sign the agreement, then we'll wait until my brother-in-law returns to settle it. At the mention of Shui Wuliu, Wang Dazhuang's heart tightened. The Wang siblings were both rough-tempered, but even they feared someone who wasn't afraid to fight. Shui Wuliu might look gentle, but when he fought, he didn't hold back. Before marrying Shui Balian, Wang Dazhuang had already suffered from his fists. It was clear Jiang Yuning was determined to get the money. Wang Dazhuang slammed the table and shouted at Li Tongxing, "What are you waiting for?
Write it as she said."
Li Tongxing jumped in fright but steadied his hand and began writing quickly. When he finished, he blew gently on the paper to dry the ink. Good ink was expensive, and he had to mix it with water to make it last. Then he asked, "Madam Shui, is there anything else?" "There's still." Jiang Yuning hesitated, glancing at the pale-faced Shui Balian. At that moment, old Madam Lin spoke up. "Yuning, since Li Tongxing is here, why don't you ask about the Wang family's engagement letter?" This obvious favoritism made Madam Lin grit her teeth in anger. "Oh my goodness. Jinsheng, who will stand up for me?" Lin Jinsheng pursed his lips and said nothing. "Engagement letter? What engagement letter?" Wang Dazhuang looked completely lost. Shui Balian glared at Madam Lin several times, thinking that she was deliberately making trouble. It wasn't entirely her fault that Shueishan once wanted to marry her, and she refused. Besides, she and Madam Lin had never gotten along as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Still, no matter how bad things were, they were family. Who did Jiang Yuning think she was? Jiang Yuning glanced around the room, taking in everyone's expressions: anger, worry, irritation, and resentment, all clearly written on their faces. She knew very well that after this scene, she and Shui Balian could never be relatives again. She wasn't a petty person, but since things had come to this, it was better to make everything clear and avoid future trouble. "Brotherly, may I ask, were you the one who wrote the engagement letter that the Wang family sent to Shui Balian 4 years ago?" "Yes, that's true." "Do you still remember how much silver the Wang family offered as the bride price?" Li Tongxing frowned and thought carefully. When Wang Dazhuang heard money mentioned, he became anxious. The elders of the Shui family were all gone. Were they really trying to settle old debts now? He shouted angrily, "Jiang Yuning, what do you mean by this? Since when do you have the right to speak for the Shui family? You're just greedy for money. Even if there was an engagement, it's none of your business. It's only 8 taels of silver, and back then you weren't even married yet. You have no right to ask for it." The crowd gasped in surprise. Madam Lin and Shui Balian had been arguing all morning, and the bride price had been exaggerated from a few taels to 15. In the end, not only was nothing paid, but they even owed 8 taels. People had heard that before Shui Balian got married, she and Wang Dazhuang had already been close. Their first child was born less than 8 months after the wedding, and the Wang family had claimed it was a premature birth. Now, thinking about it again, the crowd began to exchange knowing looks, their gazes toward Shui Balian turning strange. "You fool! You should have kept your mouth shut," Shui Balian shouted at Wang Dazhuang in anger. Wang Dazhuang, already furious, lost control and slapped her hard, making her nose bleed. The onlookers, instead of stopping it, only whispered and watched with excitement. Jiang Yuning couldn't stand it. A man hitting a woman was already wrong, and this time, the woman was pregnant. Without a word, she punched Wang Dazhuang in the eye and pointed at him angrily. "Do you really think the Shui family has no one to stand up for them? You dare hit one of our women in our own yard? Try touching her again, and I'll break your hand myself." The courtyard filled with gasps. The Shui family's lady was truly fierce. She even dared to hit Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang covered his eye, clenching his fists in anger. But when he met Jiang Yuning's cold, steady gaze, his temper faded halfway. He grumbled, "Jiang Yuning, stay out of my family's business." "Get out of my house right now," Jiang Yuning said, pointing toward the gate. "Shui Balian must have been blind to marry you."
What kind of man hits his wife?
"If you're so tough, go fight bandits or guard the border." On her first day after arriving in Luoying village, Jiang Yuning had already made a name for herself. What kind of name? A bad one, of course. But Jiang Yuning didn't care. She'd rather live boldly than hide and suffer. Wang Dazhuang, knowing he was in the wrong, quietly pressed his handprint on the agreement, promising to pay half the rent now and the rest after the harvest. Since Jiang Yuning's rent was fair, he shamelessly asked to keep farming the land for another year. Fine, let him farm. Even if Jiang Yuning took the land back, she wouldn't be able to farm it herself and would still have to rent it out. At last, the house was peaceful again. Jiang Yuning sat with the two children, eating the still warm dog meat with a bit of salted flour. It actually tasted pretty good. Once they were full, Jiang Yuning began cleaning the storage room. People often said, the eyes are lazy, but the hands are capable. That was true. The courtyard had looked hopelessly messy, but once she started, Jiang Yuning worked in an orderly way. When the children weren't looking, she quietly put all the coins from the jar into her bracelet. The villagers were honest, but not so much that no one would be tempted by a jar full of copper coins. It was better to keep them safe. Besides, carrying so many coins around was inconvenient. She'd have to exchange them for silver later. Next, she built a simple wooden bed in the storage room, cleaned the salvaged bedding, and laid it out neatly. Now, the three of them had a place to sleep. Then she used some clay bricks to build a small stove beside the storage room, set up the big iron pot, and made a place to cook. Little Si and Little Shur followed her around, helping as best they could, their faces soon covered in dust and dirt. Jiang Yuning told them to watch the house and carried a bucket to the well to fetch water. Auntie, I'll go with you to help. Little Si quickly followed. Jiang Yuning paused for a moment. In the original owner's memory, there were indeed two little children who used to help carry water. Without a man in the house, life in this era was truly inconvenient. There was only one well in Luoying village, located in the center, about a few dozen meters from Jiang Yuning's home, not too far. Whenever Shui Wuyu came back, he would fill both large water jars. In summer, the water could last 3 to 5 days, and in winter, about 10 days. The original owner used to fetch water twice a day, but she didn't know how to use a shoulder pole, so she carried the buckets by hand. The two children helped, each lifting half a bucket. They were barely taller than the buckets themselves, and thinking of this made Jiang Yuning's heart ache. Children from poor families learn to take responsibility early, so true. You stay home with your sister. Jiang Yuning gently touched little Si's cheek. I can manage on my own. Auntie, we're grown up now. We can help you with chores, Little Si said stubbornly, holding onto the bucket. Jiang Yuning lowered her voice mysteriously. Be good, and watch over the jar at home. Little Si immediately understood. His bright eyes turned toward the porcelain jar under the wooden bed. Feeling trusted with an important task, he nodded seriously and pulled Little Shur to sit properly on the bed. Only then did Jiang Yuning leave with the shoulder pole and buckets. Why did Annie take the pole? Little Shur asked curiously. Maybe she's going to ask someone for help, Little Si said regretfully. If only I were older, I could help her carry water. When I grow up, I'll help Annie with embroidery, Little Shur said. If Jiang Yuning had heard that, she would have been deeply moved. When she reached the well, a few village women were washing clothes. They greeted her warmly. Jiang Yuning smiled politely in return, feeling curious about the pulley above the well. She had only seen such things in shows before and had never used one herself. It was quite an experience. She tied the rope to the bucket and lowered it into the well. One of the women asked, Mrs. Shui, haven't you gone to check on your sister-in-law? What happened to her? Jiang Yuning turned to ask. What else? She was beaten by Wang Dazhuang, said Lin Lishur, the second daughter-in-law of Granny Lin. He kicked her all the way home after she left her place. How could anyone be so cruel? Isn't Balian about to give birth? Exactly. Madame Shui was right. She was foolish. She gave up such a good man like Lin Shuisheng and chose Wang Dazhuang instead. In 3 years, she's had 2 daughters and he doesn't even care about her. I heard the Wang family is already planning to find another woman for Wang Dazhuang, just in case Balian gives birth to another girl. Someone like her doesn't deserve pity. Madame Shui, Why do you still rent your land to him? Anyone else would be better. Jiang Yuning carried a bucket of water and listened quietly. She wasn't the original person who lived this life, so she didn't feel too emotional. Though the gossip was upsetting, she couldn't deny that Xue Baolian had brought this upon herself. People get what they deserve. When she finished filling both buckets, someone came running from the east, moving so fast that she almost tripped when she saw Jiang Yuning. The women turned to look. It was Wang Dazhuang's mother, Madame Wang Zhang, panting heavily. Madame Xue, please come to my house quickly. What happened, Aunt Wang? Jiang Yuning asked. Baolian, she. Madame Wang Zhang gasped for breath, making everyone anxious. What about her? Speak up, Lin Lisher urged.
She's
not going to make it, Madame Wang Zhang finally said. The women were shocked. She had been fine that morning. How could things turn so bad so quickly? Did you call the doctor? Jiang Yuning asked calmly. Yes, but her family has no one else to help. Please, come take a look. Jiang Yuning set down her carrying pole and ran toward the Wang house without hesitation. She didn't have feelings for Xue Baolian, but she couldn't just stand by. A life, maybe two, was at stake. When she arrived, a crowd had already gathered outside. The gossip in Luoying village would last for months after this. Make way, Madame Xue is here, someone called. The people stepped aside, and Jiang Yuning entered the house. She saw Xue Baolian lying pale and weak on a wooden board, barely breathing. The straw beneath her was soaked with blood. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Wang Dazhuang sat nearby, his face full of worry. On the bed, two little girls huddled together, watching everything in confusion. Baolian, what happened? Jiang Yuning asked in disbelief, though she already had a terrible guess in her heart. A pregnant woman had been kicked all the way back from her home. Now she was lying on the doorboard. Was this the end for Xue Baolian? The thought made Jiang Yuning furious. She glared at Wang Dazhuang. Where's the doctor? He went to find one, Wang Dazhuang said, not daring to meet her eyes. Jiang Yuning crouched down and took Xue Baolian's wrist, checking her pulse. As a special forces soldier, she spent her days either training or studying. Their training included all kinds of extreme challenges, and their studies covered many different fields. Learning was part of their discipline. It gave them knowledge beyond physical strength and combat skills. Only a soldier with both wide knowledge and strong skills could complete missions better and protect themselves. Medical aid, in particular, was a basic requirement. They could carry their own supplies and start rescue work anywhere, as long as there was a bit of open space. Right now, the woman before her was not her difficult sister-in-law, but a patient who needed saving. Jiang Yuning gently touched Xue Baolian's belly and asked, how long until her due date? Due date? Wang Dazhuang looked confused. I mean, how long until she gives birth? Jiang Yuning pressed her ear to the woman's belly, holding her breath. The faint heartbeat inside made her sigh in relief, though her nerves stayed tense. She had seen this kind of situation before during peacekeeping missions. Both mother and child were in danger, and every second mattered. How would I know? Wang Dazhuang muttered. Maybe in a day or two. He was already a father of two, yet he could still speak so carelessly. Jiang Yuning shot him a cold glare and ordered firmly, get a clean basin, boil plenty of hot water, close the doors and windows, and everyone else, leave the room. What are you doing? Wang Dazhuang jumped up, clearly unhappy. Saving her. Jiang Yuning snapped, her voice sharp with urgency. She's still alive. Are you just going to give up? You're not a doctor. What can you do? Wang Zongshi finally squeezed in from outside, panting heavily. Between breaths, she said, she's already not going to make it. Don't make it worse. Just let her go peacefully. Jiang Yuning stood up, her delicate brows tightly furrowed as she stared in disbelief. Why did you call me here? Do you want me, her family, to watch her take her last breath? Just then, she felt someone tugging at her pant leg. Looking down, she saw Xue Baolian's blood-stained hand clutching her. Xue Baolian bit her lip, cold sweat covering her pale forehead. With all her remaining strength, she weakly whispered, Save
my child.
Tears the size of beans rolled from her eyes. moving Jiang Yuning deeply. Pointing at Wang Dezhuang's nose, Jiang Yuning swore fiercely. You saw her asking for help. If anything happens to Xue Baolian today, I'll make sure you pay for it, even if I have to take it to the highest court. You. Who are you trying to scare? Wang Dezhuang puffed up his chest, glaring at her, though his heart trembled. The bruise from her punch that morning still darkened his eye. He hadn't dealt much with Jiang Yuning before, but after today, he realized she was not someone to mess with. She was just like Xue Wu, tough and decisive. So, Jiang Yuning, you mean if she dies giving birth, we have to pay for it? Plenty of women die in childbirth every year. No one else gets punished for that. Wang Zhongshi snapped, completely unreasonable. It was clear that both Lin Wangshi and Wang Dezhuang had learned their ways from her. But Jiang Yuning already knew what kind of people they were, bullies who only feared those stronger than themselves. She had dealt with the two sisters that morning and understood them well. With people like this, the only way to handle them was to be tougher. Courtesy was useless. Wang Zhongshi, you're a woman too. Search your conscience before you speak. Everyone saw your son kick Xue Baolian all the way from my house. She's pregnant. Treating her like that is no different from trying to kill her. A woman who doesn't listen deserves a beating, Wang Zhongshi said with her hands on her hips, refusing to back down. And don't forget, this all started because of your meddling this morning. Time was running out. Jiang Yuning clasped her hands and called toward the door, fellow villagers, please bear witness today. If the authorities investigate, I ask you all to tell the truth. This concerns a human life. Anyone who hides the truth or lies will be held responsible when the truth comes out. With that, she turned to leave. Wang Zhongshi, I'm going to report this to the authorities right now. Jiang Yuning, where do you think you're going? Wang Zhongshi grabbed her arm, blocking her way. Jiang Yuning forcefully shook off her hand, her face dark and cold. She said sharply, I'll report you for letting your son hurt others and for refusing to help someone in danger. There had been quite a crowd outside watching the commotion, but when they heard they might have to testify at the magistrate's office, most slipped away. Only a few relatives of the Wang family stayed. Wang Dezhuang looked around helplessly, his eyes finally landing on Lin Jinsheng, and his face brightened. Lin Jinsheng had been standing in the crowd for a while, quietly watching. Now that he couldn't hide anymore, he whispered, Mother, why are you being so unreasonable? Unreasonable? Stop her for me. Madam, Wang shouted at Lin Jinsheng and reached out to grab Jiang Yuning again. Jiang Yuning quickly dodged, squeezed through the crowd, and shouted loudly in the courtyard. The Wang family refused to help. If Baolian dies, it will be 2 lives lost, and you'll all be responsible. Listen to her. What nonsense is she saying? That Xue family woman must be out of her mind. Madam Wang tried to rush out again. Lin Jinsheng blocked her way and said nervously, Mother, if she can save her, let her try. It's better than just standing here doing nothing. Yes, Mother, let her try. Maybe there's still hope, Wang Dezhuang said softly, glancing at his mother. She's not a doctor. How can she save anyone? You think just saying a few words will bring someone back? Madam Wang still refused. She's from the girl's family and says she can help. Why stop her? One of the Wang relatives finally spoke up. If she saves her, you won't be blamed. If she can't, it's still her family's matter. Why can't you see that clearly? Hearing this, Madame Wang glanced at Xue Baolian. From her experience, someone who could still speak after losing so much blood was probably near the end. Even if they tried, it would be useless. If she died, Wang Dezhuang could marry again, and the Wang family line could continue. But Jiang Yuning insisted on reporting to the authorities. What if? Madame Wang hesitated for a while, then glared at Jiang Yuning and said coldly, Fine, I want to see what miracle you think you can perform. Go ahead and try. But if she doesn't make it, it's not her family's fault. Every moment you waste is pushing Baolian closer to death. You think that's not your responsibility? If you want me not to report this, then boil some hot water right now and close all the doors and windows, Jiang Yuning ordered, rolling up her sleeves. Madame Wang thought to herself that as long as there was no report to the authorities, she could do whatever was asked. She was busy in the kitchen with 2 other women. Jiang Yuning chased Wang Dazhuang out of the room, saying, "Stay outside and watch. She's bleeding heavily now and can't stand the cold. Don't let anyone come in." Actually, she was afraid her secret would be discovered. A few minutes of noise delayed her, but Jiang Yuning knew that every second counted for Shui Baolian as she was racing against time. She couldn't afford any delay. She thought quickly and saw various medicines and medical tools appear in her mind. Jiang Yuning forced herself to stay calm, recalling her only experience with childbirth from her past life. Using her knowledge, she made the right decisions for the current situation. First, she put an oxygen mask on Shui Baolian. Then she injected adrenaline. After 2 or 3 minutes, her breathing stabilized. She then gave her a shot of oxytocin. Under the medicine's effect, Shui Baolian slowly opened her eyes and weakly reached for Jiang Yuning's hand. "Don't move around and save your strength," Jiang Yuning said softly. She turned her back and poured glucose into a bowl, then carefully fed it to her little by little. The glucose quickly gave her energy. With the adrenaline, Shui Baolian's face turned pink visibly. But soon, her stomach cramped with pain, and she broke out in cold sweat, clutching her belly. Jiang Yuning wiped her forehead with gauze and gently encouraged her. "The baby's heartbeat is still there. Just hold on a little longer." Shui Baolian gritted her teeth and replied, tears streaming down her face. Wang Zhang's wife and Wang Dazhuang waited outside the kitchen. Suddenly, a clear cry came from inside. "She gave birth? Wasn't she supposed to be dying?" Wang Zhang stared blankly at the door, nervously clutching her hands. The door was slightly open. Jiang Yuning said, "Mother and daughter are safe. Bring me 2 bowls of warm water." Hearing this, Wang Dazhuang's face darkened. He responded gloomily and bent down to scoop water.
What?
"Another girl?" Wang Zhang angrily hit the ground with a fire poker. Better to die clean. Giving birth is just a loss." "Mother, don't say that," Lin Jinsheng, who had been standing nearby, said softly. He was holding a small girl and trying to comfort her. "Everywhere I look, it's you." Wang Zhang turned her anger on him. "Look at my eldest daughter. When she's with your family, she only gives birth to boys. You have a son, so you don't feel any pain." Sigh, sigh. Wang Dazhuang kept sighing repeatedly. In the room, Jiang Yuning listened and watched as Shui Baolian, who had just narrowly escaped danger, was still not fully awake. She felt a strange sadness. The idea of valuing boys over girls is truly frightening. Thinking about her current situation, Jiang Yuning felt a bit relieved. It might actually be good that her husband's life was uncertain. At least she wouldn't have to face these stressful problems. She also secretly hoped that even if Shui Wentao was alive, he wouldn't come back. That way, she could live peacefully with her 2 children. Jiang Yuning tidied up Shui Baolian and the little girl, wiped her sweat, and happily thought that she could be a doctor instead of a soldier. She then told Wang Zhangshi a few things. Wang Zhangshi impatiently waved her hand, saying, "You've had 3 children, so you're more experienced than me." Jiang Yuning felt dismissed and was about to leave when Wang Zhangshi added, "She's just a girl, and she didn't do anything special. No one in my family can take care of her." Jiang Yuning was annoyed and glared at her. "Aren't you her family? Come and take care of her," Wang Zhangshi said confidently. "Wang Zhangshi, Baolian is your daughter-in-law." Jiang Yuning couldn't believe her ears. "So what if she is? I think she's going to cut off our family's lineage. Stop telling me useless things. Either you take care of her here, or give me some money," Wang Zhangshi said shamelessly, opening her calloused hand. "Aren't you rich? Just give me the money so I can take good care of her." Isn't this just a sneaky way to ask for money? How can there be such a heartless mother-in-law in the world? Jiang Yuning took a deep breath and asked, "How much? How much?" Wang Zhangshi thought for a moment, then slapped her palm. 5,000 coins. Not a single less. "All right, I'll go home and get it for you." Jiang Yuning thought that hiring a nanny for a month would cost about the same. Since she couldn't do much, she might as well pay to avoid trouble. Watching Jiang Yuning walk away, Wang Zhangshi regretted it. This Jiang Yuning must have saved up a lot of money. She agreed so quickly. "I should ask for a few thousand more." Jiang Yuning left the Wang family feeling angry and frustrated. When she passed by the water well, she suddenly felt parched. Coincidentally, a man was drawing water there. She hurried over without looking at who he was and said, "Please give me some water to drink." After saying that, she squatted down, grabbed a water bucket, and started drinking eagerly. Gurgling sounds of swallowing made it seem like she hadn't drunk water in many lifetimes, and she was unaware of the hair strands falling onto the water surface. The tall man beside her looked down at the woman who was not concerned with her appearance. Her simple hair was tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin, and her dark hair contrasted with her snow-white neck. Under her blue clothes, her slender waist was visible. Just her back alone made his heart beat faster. Only her back allowed him to look at her with such gentle eyes. Watching her hair floating on the water, his fingers twitched with the urge to reach out. At this moment, Jiang Yuning happily raised her head, wiped the water from her lips with the back of her hand, and brushed her wet hair behind her ear. She looked up to thank him, but heard the man's deep, attractive voice say, "Sister-in-law, why are you so thirsty?" His voice was nice, but it carried a distant tone. She looked directly at him, their eyes meeting. The sun was setting, and the man stood with his back to the light. She couldn't see his features clearly, but she could see his deep, calm eyes like a quiet lake. "Shui, will you?" Her little brother-in-law. Why had he come back? Uncomfortable, Jiang Yuning stood up and bowed politely. "Little brother-in-law, when did you return?" "Just now," Shui Wuliu replied with a poker face. He picked up the water bucket Jiang Yuning had just used and poured the water on the ground. Jiang Yuning jumped back to avoid it, giving him a displeased look. Shui Wuliu seemed not to notice. He calmly refilled the bucket with water and easily lifted 2 buckets. Jiang Yuning remembered she was here to fetch water, but she had left the buckets to go help Shui Balian, feeling a bit guilty. She followed Shui Wuliu and said, "There was a fire at home last night. I saw it. I was just about to carry water back," Jiang Yuning explained. Shui Wuliu looked at her with surprise, but then focused straight ahead. "But Balian was having a difficult labor. I went to help her deliver the baby and left the water buckets there."
Huh?
Shui Wuliu stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. "Well, since you're back, do you want to go see Balian?" "No," Shui Wuliu said nothing more. He silently carried the water buckets into the house. Jiang Yuning thought to herself, no wonder the original owner didn't want his things. He exchanged everything for money and saved it. With just a few words, he looked like someone owed him a lot of money. He didn't even go to see his own sister give birth. This person must be difficult to get along with. Second uncle, aunt, Xiao Ci and Xiao Shi heard the noise and ran out of the storage room. Jiang Yuning opened her arms, ready to give the 2 children a warm hug, but they both held onto Shui Wuliu's big leg, one on each side, with bright eyes. Shui Wuliu looked at Jiang Yuning as she subtly retracted her hand, feeling a bit strange. Then she asked, "Are you all hungry?" "I was just about to." She paused awkwardly, remembering the fire last night. Not a single grain of rice was saved. "I'll go to Aunt Lin's house to borrow some rice to cook," Jiang Yuning said with a shy smile. "No need," Shui Wuliu said in a deep voice. Xiao Ci immediately pulled Jiang Yuning as if showing off, saying, "Annie, second uncle brought back a lot of white rice. To the children, a lot meant just half a bag, probably less than 20 jin. But for the 4 of them, it was enough to eat for several days." "That's great. Go play with second uncle for a while," Jiang Yuning said as she started cooking. Shui Wuliu carried the water bucket and went out again, filling both large water jars after a few trips. Seeing how he didn't turn red or gasp for breath, Jiang Yuning thought to herself, this man is very strong. Unfortunately, with all his strength, he could only be a hunter. About half an hour later, the rice was cooked. Jiang Yuning served the rice, cleaned the big pot, and prepared a big pot of dog meat soup with the dog water she got from Aunt Lin, chopping it into pieces. Seeing her quick and lively movements and how she laughed and talked with the 2 children, Shui Wuliu's doubts grew even more. The Jiang Yuning in front of him was so different from the gentle, delicate woman he remembered. They didn't seem like the same person at all. Jiang Yuning set the table and was about to eat when Wang Zhang's wife stood outside the door and shouted, "Jiang Yuning, are you trying to cheat us?" Xiao Xi, who was setting the bowls and chopsticks, looked toward the door. "Auntie, Grandma Wang is here." Hearing Wang Zhang's voice, Jiang Yuning felt very annoyed. "Xiao Xi, take your sister and eat first. I'll go see what's going on," she said softly, patting Xiao Xi's head. Xue Wuliu looked at her back, straightened his chest, and held his head high, as if walking with confidence. In the past, Jiang Yuning's walking posture was graceful and elegant, just like a well-educated young lady from a noble family.
What has happened to her now?
It's been half a month since I last saw her. Has she been upset by something? The Xue family's yard isn't small, but it's just a rural home. There are no walls around it, only a fence made of branches, and the door is made of wooden planks. Last night, many people came to put out a fire, and the fence was knocked down. It hasn't been repaired yet. People standing outside can clearly see what's happening inside the yard. Mrs. Wang Zhang saw a big bowl of plain rice on the table, and from afar, she could smell the aroma of meat. She swallowed her saliva and went inside before Jiang Yuning came out. I knew the second son would come back with something good. "Oh, second son, you're just in time. Bao Lian just gave birth and needs some tasty food to recover. What did you bring back?" Her face was full of smiles, like flowers blooming in walnut patterns. Xue Wuliu sat on a chair, glanced at her sideways, and coldly said, "There is nothing. How is that possible? You and Shuisheng are the best hunters in our village. Second son, Bao Lian is your sister. You shouldn't forget about her, right? What are you coming to my house for?" Xue Wuliu asked back without answering. Mrs. Wang Zhang then turned to Jiang Yuning, "Hand it over." Wait a moment. Jiang Yuning went into the storeroom, closed the door, and took out 5 heavy coins from her space, wrapping them in cloth and walking out. Xue Wuliu looked at her puzzled. Mrs. Wang Zhang's eyes lit up with joy. The Xue family lady is really generous. We've hit the jackpot with such a good match. She happily reached out to take the coins, but Jiang Yuning loosened her grip, and the 5 coins clattered to the ground, breaking the string that held them together, and the copper coins scattered everywhere. "Oh, I slipped." Jiang Yuning fake smiled and clapped her hands. If she hadn't spoken, Mrs. Wang Zhang might have thought she just slipped. But she deliberately said it, making her notice her obvious displeasure. Mrs. Wang Zhang straightened her back, her old face turning grim. At her age, no one dared to show her disrespect. But Jiang Yuning was different. In the morning, she had beaten her 2 children, and in the afternoon, she came to her house, pointing and ordering her to rescue Bao Lian. She hadn't even argued about it yet. Now she was giving her attitude again. "Madame Xue, what do you mean, Madame Wang?" Jiang Yuning raised her eyebrows and said with a hint of resentment, 5,000 coins are too heavy for me to carry. You should be careful when you hold them so you don't hurt your back. Are you cursing me? How could I dare? If you don't want to pay, then go serve someone else. Do I not want to? I've already given you the money. It's clear you're unhappy inside. Don't think I can't see through you. Madame Wang, do you really want to give me 5,000 coins for nothing? This isn't for nothing. It's money for serving your daughter. Talking like that, you're not afraid of others laughing at you. Your daughter-in-law from the Wang family still needs her family to support her, who asked her to be unable to have children? If she could have a son, I would take good care of her. Whether she has a son or not isn't all Bao Lian's fault. I haven't seen any fields grow soybeans from the grains planted. Humph, I shouldn't be talking to you. You only have a piece of land, but no one to plant on it. Whether crops will grow there in the future is uncertain. Wang Zhang squinted and looked at Jiang Yuning with disdain. Jiang Yuning might not be as good at embroidery as she is, but when it comes to arguing, if she's second in the village of Luoying, no one dares to be first. She still has some confidence in herself. Xiao Xi and Xiao sure didn't understand. What land, what planting? Weren't they all rented to the Wang family to farm? Hearing this, Xue Wuliu was even more surprised. How could Jiang Yuning say such vulgar words? And now Wang Zhang was still holding her back. It looked like Jiang Yuning was no match for Wang Zhang. He wondered if he should try to persuade them, but he didn't expect Jiang Yuning to chuckle softly. There's no need for Madame Wang to worry. The land is mine, and whether I plant or not is entirely my decision. Huh. That tone made Shuewolyu have to look at her differently. Well, the lady of the Shui family really dares to speak. But I'm afraid you won't have that choice in the future. Wang Zhong glanced at Shuewolyu with a strange smile and bent down to pick up the money on the ground. Shuewolyu roughly understood the situation. He smirked playfully and watched Jiang Yuning with interest. She has changed. In the past, she was always eager to please the Wang family, always kind and gentle to everyone, never raising her voice.
Now,
She's become a bit bossy and arrogant, a different kind of fiery from the village women's usual boldness. But this Jiang Yuning seems more interesting now. They were chatting casually, not paying attention, as Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi crouched on the ground picking up copper coins. Xiao Xi, Xiao Shi, you're so good. You know how to help Grandma, Wang Zhongshi said sarcastically. Unlike some people who say one thing and do another. Annie, isn't this money ours? Xiao Xi asked confused.
no, it's not anymore.
This is the money hired to help your aunt take care of her confinement, Jiang Yuning said straightforwardly, making Wang Zhongshi's face twitch. Hearing this, Xiao Xi suddenly dropped the copper coin he was holding, and it rolled far away with a clatter. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhongshi scolded, glaring at Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi blinked innocently and whispered, I slipped. What? Wang Zhongshi was about to get angry, but Jiang Yuning hugged Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi on either side, affectionately pinching their cheeks. Be good, wash your hands, and have dinner. She then looked at Wang Zhongshi provocatively, as if saying, if you're not happy, come at me. Corruption starts from the top, Wang Zhongshi muttered, hurriedly bending down to pick up the copper coins. This time, Jiang Yuning ignored her and took the children to wash their hands. However, Shuewolyu stood up, looking down at Wang Zhongshi coldly. Aunt Wang, do you think the Shui family is easy to bully? I'm the second uncle, and I'm still here. How can you say the top is crooked and the bottom is crooked? Although Wang Zhongshi and Jiang Yuning often argued fiercely, hearing Shuewolyu's icy tone made her afraid to lift her head. Shuewolyu was about the same age as Wang Dazhuang, with a tough spirit. Everyone in Linging village was a bit afraid of him. Hearing this, Jiang Yuning turned her head to look. Shuewolyu's face was serious, with sharp features like frost, especially those deep, cold eyes that made people feel chills. She couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. This hunter's younger brother-in-law had such a strong presence. She even felt a strange pressure. Second brother, don't take it the wrong way. I was just angry and spoke impulsively, Wang Zhongshi said nervously, hurriedly stuffing the copper coins into her bosom, eager to leave Shuewolyu's sight. Since you took the money, please take good care of Bao Lian, she added. Wang Zhongshi sensed something in Shuewolyu's words. She quickly nodded, but inside, she cursed Jiang Yuning and Shuewolyu hundreds of times. She was quietly picking up money. Jiang Yuning led the two children to wash their hands and sat at the table, waving to Shuewolyu. Second brother, come eat. Shuewolyu glanced over, feeling a little nervous. The woman in front of him still had gentle, pretty features, but her eyes and smile carried a warmth that felt like spring breeze. She had been married for 3 years. When had she ever smiled? At least Shuewolyu had never seen her smile, only seen her secretly crying several times. Suddenly, he felt uncomfortable. Facing this sudden change, he didn't know what to do. He kept a poker face and sat at the table, quietly starting to eat. The food smelled really good. Her cooking had clearly improved. The rice was soft and tasty, not undercooked or sticky. The meat soup was delicious, especially the beef, which was shredded evenly and served with a small bowl of dipping sauce. Green onions and cilantro made the flavor even better. He didn't want to eat too quickly, wanting to savor the taste a little longer. Is it delicious? Jiang Yuning asked with a gentle smile. Delicious. Really tasty, Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi both answered eagerly. Auntie's cooking is so good. I want another bowl, Xiao Shi said, lifting her rice bowl. Jiang Yuning gently rubbed her head and was about to serve more rice. Shuewolyu spoke. You should do things yourself. Xiao Shi pouted sadly, looking at Shuewolyu reluctantly. Just one bowl of rice? What else can you do? When I was 7, I could catch mountain chickens, he said. Xiaoshi pouted, tears almost coming out. It's just a bowl of rice. Come on, give it to me. Jiang Yuning thought his tone was a bit strict. She was only 7 years old and didn't have parents, so she was quite pitiful. Let her do it herself, Xue Wuliao said sternly. You. Jiang Yuning frowned and looked at Xue Wuliao angrily. Don't scold people during meals. Patience is learned gradually. Turning to Xiaoshi with a gentle expression, she said, This time I'll help you serve the rice. After eating, you and your brother will help clean up, okay? Xiaoshi immediately smiled through her tears and nodded repeatedly. Xue Wuliao secretly glanced at her, feeling a sudden buzzing in his head, and then his heart started pounding wildly. Sitting across from her, Jiang Yuning's eyes and smile were gentle and warm, very friendly, which made him look at her a few more times. Jiang Yuning sensed his gaze and naturally looked over. Their eyes briefly met. She rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, still upset about how he scolded the children. It's strange. She used to be afraid to look directly at Xue Wuliao. During the rare times they ate together, she would keep her head down and say nothing. What's going on today? Why is she glaring at him? Xue Wuliao was puzzled, but quickly took a few bites of his food. Inside, he felt like a small cat was crawling in his chest, soft and itchy. His curiosity got the better of him, and he pretended to look casually, which surprised him even more. On the opposite side, Jiang Yuning was happily eating, puffing her cheeks. She swallowed a sip of soup with her spoon, then ate another bite of rice. Her eating was not bad, but her boldness didn't look like a gentle lady. He remembered that Jiang Yuning usually chewed each bite about 30 times. Now, she probably swallowed it in just 4 or 5 chews. Was she starving? As a former Special Forces soldier, he had strong instincts. When Xue Wuliao looked over again, Jiang Yuning raised her eyelids and asked, Are you going to get more rice? Xue Wuliao looked at his empty bowl, hesitating for a moment. Jiang Yuning slightly curled her lips and looked down, saying, Take care of your own matters.
Huh?
Xue Wuliao felt like he was being scolded. Seeing him flustered, the kids, Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi, held back their laughter. He frowned and looked annoyed, while the children hurriedly ate their food. Mrs. Wang Zhang finally gathered all 5,000 coins. As she stood up with her joints cracking loudly, she shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuning and muttered to herself, Wow, 5,000 coins really are heavy. Everyone at the table kept eating quietly, ignoring her. It's getting late. I should head back now. But no one responded. Mrs. Wang Zhang snorted coldly and headed for the door, teasing, The house is burned down, and with such a big family, how do you all live now? Jiang Yuning didn't even look at her, but felt a bit troubled inside. When the house was still intact, her uncle and sister-in-law shared a room. Now that the house is gone, and Xue Wuliao has returned, suddenly, the village was filled with the sound of a loud drum beating. In the memory of the original owner, Jiang Yuning knew that the signal for the village heads meeting was when each household sent someone to gather at the water well. I want to go, little words and little Pa loved participating in such events. Jiang Yuning also wanted to join the fun and see what an ancient village meeting looked like. She led her 2 children and went, completely forgetting that there was a man at home. Zhuo Wu, who was about to attend the meeting, stood in the yard and raised his eyebrows. He was no longer surprised by Jiang Yuning's unusual behavior. Soon, many people gathered around the water well, mostly men and children. Little words and little Pa saw their friends and ran off to play with them. Jiang Yuning quietly stood behind the crowd, listening to the villagers talk excitedly. They discussed family matters, whose chicken laid eggs, how much land each family farmed, what crops they planned to plant this year. They also mentioned that Wang Zhang's daughter-in-law had another baby, which was a financial burden, and that the young lady from the Xue family had a fiery temper. No one paid attention to Jiang Yuning, who was listening happily. Only Granny Lin came over and nodded at her. Everyone be quiet. Suddenly someone spoke loudly, silencing the villagers' chatter. It was Zhang Baozhang from Luoying village. Today, I have something to tell you. The government has issued new arrest warrants. Besides the bandits who haven't been caught before, 2 more people have been added. These 2 are very wicked. They committed many serious crimes in Jinyuan County. One was injured during a crime. If anyone has clues, report to the authorities and be rewarded with 20 taels of silver. If you catch the criminals, you'll be rewarded with 50 taels. Such a high reward, it must be a big case. I heard that some wealthy families in Jinyuan County had their homes robbed. It's probably them. Robbery is one thing, but I also heard there are murder cases. Could they be dangerous bandits? Maybe they're even a flower thief. Jiang Yuning wasn't interested in what the 2 had done. She cared more about the reward. She whispered excitedly, "Auntie, where do you think we can find them?" Granny Lin's face grew paler, and she trembled her lips but said nothing. "Auntie, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Yuning asked with concern. "No, it's nothing." Granny Lin turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Yuning confused. Zhang Baozhang said some other things and pasted the arrest warrant on a tree trunk by the well. At this moment, Little Pa cried and ran over, grabbing Jiang Yuning's clothes and shouting, "Madam, they are hitting my brother, madam." Little Pa pulled Jiang Yuning along as she ran. Only then did the villagers realize Jiang Yuning was the one holding the meeting. Zhang Baozhang kept his eyes fixed on her back. Someone said, "Baozhang, even this picture doesn't show the face clearly. The one sent to me looks like this. What can you see? Can you catch him?" Zhang Baozhang replied impatiently. Seeing Jiang Yuning almost out of sight, he turned his eyes and followed her direction. Jiang Yuning jogged quickly to the east end of the village. It was about 100 meters away, and she was already out of breath. She saw some children fighting and kicking Little Pa. They were also scolding, someone who's been raised without discipline. Hit him. Beat him to death. It was hard to believe children could be so mean. Jiang Yuning crossed her arms and pointed at them, shouting, "Stop. What are you doing?" Hearing her voice, the children stopped. Little Pa cried and ran to her, while Little Ci curled up on the ground, clutching his head, looking like a muddy little person but with a firm, unyielding gaze. The moment they saw Jiang Yuning, their eyes flickered. "Hit her." The leader of the children suddenly grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at Jiang Yuning, hitting her on the head. The other children hesitated for a moment and also started throwing dirt and stones. Seeing this, Little Ci gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jiang Yuning, saying, "You're not allowed to hit madam. Don't hit my brother. Don't hit my aunt." Little Pa cried and hugged Little Ci tightly. Wow, even adults are being hit. Jiang Yuning looked angrily at the scene. Only then did she realize that the leader was Lin Dajia's grandson, Lin Jinsheng, the son of Lin Wangshi. His name was Lin Xiaowu. She rolled up her sleeves and walked straight toward Xiaowu, slapping him across the face. These mischievous kids often fought, but no adult had ever dared to stand up to them like this. Especially Lin Xiaowu, whose mother was very protective. His grandmother, Wang Zhangshi, and his uncle, Wang Dazhuang, were unreasonable. If any child from another family suffered a loss because of him, it was usually ignored. This made him even more fearless. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuning took action. A slap left a clear handprint on Lin Xiaowu's face. Lin Xiaowu was stunned. Then after a moment, he started crying loudly.
"Wow. You dare hit me."
"I will tell my mother. If your mother comes, I will still hit you." Jiang Yuning's small face, the size of a palm, was covered with a cold frost. Her words were icy and without warmth, her sharp gaze sweeping over the shocked children's faces. Suddenly, the timid children were so frightened they dropped stones and burst into tears. "Listen up, you little brats. If anyone dares to bully Xueqingxi and Xueqingshi again, I will come to your house and beat both you and your parents." Not only the older children, but even Zhang Baozhang, who was rushing over from behind, was startled. "Madame Xue, what's going on?" His eyes flicked over Jiang Yuning's face and body. Her face was as white as a sheet, her eyes like morning stars, and her slender waist was among the most beautiful in Yingying village. Her fierce attitude made him even more impressed. Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted angrily, "Who hit my son?" This voice had been heard several times that day. Jiang Yuning snorted coldly and turned around. "I did." Jiang Yuning, Lin Wangshe rushed over like a mad hen. Zhang Baozhang immediately stepped in front of the two, seeing this as a good chance to show his bravery. Lin Wangshe, don't be impulsive. Mrs. Shuijiang, let's talk slowly. You shameless woman, do you want to ride over us and do as you please? Lin Wangshe pointed at Jiang Yuning and cursed. You still dare to hit my son? I'll fight you. Come on. Jiang Yuning stared fiercely at her. Your son not only hit Xue Qingxi, but also hit me just now. I'm going to discipline him today. Jiang Yuning, you're going too far. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If you can't teach him well, don't blame me for helping you teach him. Zhang Baozhang's ears buzzed from their shouting. He shouted loudly. Enough. Can you all listen to me? Nowadays, only people with status in the village could be appointed as village guards. It wasn't enough to be from a wealthy family. You also needed manpower. Even spitting in front of villagers was a serious matter. Master Lin was usually very bossy and immediately became timid in front of Chief Zhang. Chief, she hit my son. Shut up, Chief Zhang said sharply, giving her a stern look. Then he turned to Jiang Yuning kindly and said, Mrs. Shuijiang, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Master Lin, you should control your son. Look at how he behaves. Chief Zhang scolded. He's already hitting people and bullying others at his age. What will he be like when he's grown up? Her attitude was very different, making Master Lin secretly sneer, but she didn't dare to argue. Look at how unreasonable you are normally. Your child is influenced by you. You should reflect on yourself. Today, Mrs. Shuijiang is being patient and scolding Lin Xiaowu. If she had a hot temper, you would suffer even more, he said. Master Lin couldn't stay calm and said, Kids often fight and play. Adults shouldn't hit people. That's just bullying. Yes, kids can play around, Jiang Yuning agreed. But they can't act recklessly just because they're children. They even said they wanted to hurt Xue Qingxi. That's not just playing anymore. What? Chief Zhang looked surprised. Lin Xiaowu said such mean things? Master Lin, is this the good son you raised? Chief Zhang's favoritism was obvious. Master Lin silently closed her mouth and grabbed Lin Xiaowu's ear. Hurry up and go back. Don't embarrass us here. After they left, Chief Zhang smiled and said to Jiang Yuning, Miss Xue, if you have any trouble, just come to me. I heard about what happened this morning. The Wang family is really too much. Once I find Li Tongsheng, we will go to the Wang family and ask for an explanation. The old saying goes, offering help without sincerity is usually for selfish reasons. Jiang Yuning nodded politely. Thank you for your concern. The rent issue has already been settled. That's great, Chief Zhang said again. There's one more thing. I think only you and I can do it in Luoying village. What is it? Jiang Yuning was eager to end this boring conversation quickly. Chief Zhang clasped his fists and said seriously, to make a riding outfit for Lord Baozhang. He wants to wear it during the hunting. I won't do it, Jiang Yuning said firmly. Chief Zhang looked at him in surprise and whispered, This is a chance to show off. The pay is very good. I didn't tell anyone else, I just thought of you directly. Please find someone more skilled. Jiang Yuning bowed again and led the two children away. Zhang Baozhang spat, unappreciative. Jiang Yuning led the two children back, with Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi walking behind, heads down. After a few steps, Jiang Yuning stopped, and the children also paused. She looked back at Xiao Xi, who looked dirty and tired. Does it hurt? Xiao Xi stubbornly bit his lip and shook his head, which made Jiang Yuning feel a little sad. When she was a child in the orphanage, she was often bullied too. She had no one to rely on, so she deeply understands that lonely, helpless feeling. Jiang Yuning squatted down and gently wiped Xiao Xi's face. She said softly, It's okay to say it hurts, but... Xiao Xi's tears fell onto Jiang Yuning's hand. He quickly wiped them away and said quietly, It's my fault for making Aunt worried. I won't fight anymore in the future. This child, so sensible, makes people feel even more sad. Jiang Yuning patted his shoulder and said, Some fights are necessary. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you how to win. Don't lose again. The two children looked at her in surprise. Before, when they fought and she found out, she would patiently teach them, encouraging them to be patient and avoid unnecessary trouble, because revenge only leads to more trouble. Now, she was actually going to teach him how to fight and not lose? "Aunt, are you okay?" Xiao Xi asked nervously, swallowing hard. Last night, he felt that Jiang Yuning was different. Today, everything she did seemed different too. What was wrong with her?
"I'm fine." Jiang Yuning smiled.
"Let's go home quickly." She looked up at the sky in the west. The setting sun cast a golden edge on the heavy clouds. Swallows flew over the rooftops, and a cool breeze brought a damp chill. She muttered to herself, "Looks like it's going to rain. We need to hurry." Oh, Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi held hands and quickened their steps. Xiao Shi timidly said, "Brother, I heard others say that Aunt is possessed." "Who said that?" "Quite a few people. They say Aunt is possessed by something." Two children thought that Jiang Yuning couldn't hear them, but she heard everything clearly. She helplessly frowned. Was she possessed? Their aunt had already passed away, but such things are hard to explain to anyone. Maybe she was acting too strangely, but she truly couldn't behave like the original owner. Never mind. Just focus on being herself. The three of them returned home, and from a distance, they could see Xue Wuyu squatting on the roof of the barn. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuning asked while looking up. Xue Wuyu glanced down quickly and then looked away, speaking in a deep voice. "It's going to rain soon. I'm fixing the roof to prevent leaks." "Oh." Jiang Yuning instructed the two children to change clothes and take a bath, then stood in the yard and asked, "Do you need help?" "No need." Xue Wuyu replied just as the wind blew straw into his eyes. He slipped and stepped into the roof, causing a hole in the thatch. He hurriedly looked down, only to see Jiang Yuning crossing her arms and watching him with a teasing look. "Second brother, you're heavy, and this house is old and weak. It can't hold much longer." "I should go up," she said. "That's not something a woman can do," Xue Wuyu muttered, feeling inexplicably angry. Hearing this, Jiang Yuning, who believed in gender equality, also felt annoyed. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a nearby ladder, and climbed up quickly. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Xue Wuyu looked at her helplessly. "Fixing the house," Jiang Yuning said as she neatly spread the straw on the roof. She looked up and saw Xue Wuyu staring at her without moving, and she shot him a sharp look. "I can do this too. That's not a matter of whether you can or not. It's high and dangerous," Xue Wuyu said hesitantly, secretly amused by her stubbornness. "Since you can come up here, what's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Yuning climbed beside him, raised her chin, and said, "Move aside." "I'll fix it. Let me do it." Xue Wuyu naturally refused and reached out to grab the straw. "You've already stepped on a hole. If you step on another, we won't be able to stay here." Jiang Yuning's words made Xue Wuyu's face stiffen. He slowly moved his legs apart, tightening the straw with both hands, but his eyes kept flickering to her actions. Watching her methodically weave the new straw with the old, he secretly admired her skill. The straw she laid looked very neat and pleasing to the eye. "Don't just look, bring some yellow mud up." Jiang Yuning looked up and glanced at him. "Oh." Xue Wuyu turned and jumped down from the roof. "Sister-in-law, I'll handle the rest. Just bring up the yellow mud," Jiang Yuning said. Xue Wuyu scooped a shovel of yellow mud, climbed the ladder, and handed it to Jiang Yuning. She cupped her hands and spread it over the repaired straw, then added a new layer of straw on top. She brushed her falling hair aside, looked back toward the west, and saw the sun had completely set. According to Jiang Yuning's precise biological clock, it should be around 6 p.m. Without electricity, in a village where even a small oil lamp is too expensive, darkness had fallen everywhere. She would live like this in the future. Jiang Yuning smiled helplessly and stood up, ready to leave. She completely forgot she was still on the roof. Seeing her walk over, Xue Wuyu hurriedly called out, "Sister-in-law, be careful," but it was too late. Jiang Yuning's foot slipped, and she fell without warning. She felt a tightness around her waist.
Bang!
Jiang Yuning closed her eyes tightly, but didn't feel the expected pain. Instead, she felt something soft and warm beneath her, like a cushion of flesh, very comfortable. Flesh cushion? She suddenly realized what was happening. Using her hands and feet, She scrambled to get up, squinting to look at the person underneath her. "Shwe, are you okay?" She reached out and patted his face, then checked his breathing. He grunted softly. "I'm fine." Jiang Yuning let out a breath of relief. "That's good." "Thank you." She patted him again, but he grunted once more. Her palm felt sticky, and she instinctively brought it to her nose to smell. There was a strong smell of blood. "Are you hurt?" she asked, touching his chest. "Damn it," Shwe cursed softly. The violent jolt had reopened his wound. Worse than that, her touch had made him feel something intense. "Where are you hurt?" Jiang Yuning asked nervously, calling into the storage room. "Shao Ci, bring a fire stick." "Don't." Shwe grabbed her hand suddenly. His rough hand was a bit painful. Jiang Yuning wanted to pull her hand back, but at that moment, Shwe propped himself up and sat upright. Suddenly, the two faced each other in a strange position. His eyes looked especially bright in the dark night, like a wild animal hiding in the shadows. Jiang Yuning couldn't help but step back. Her thigh pressed against the stick, and she casually tried to move it away. Shwe let out a sharp breath. "Sister-in-law, can you stop moving? Stop moving?" Is it because her leg was pressed against something uncomfortable? They were so close, breathing each other's air, and he still told her not to move? She couldn't believe that the poker-faced Shwe had such sneaky intentions, trying to take advantage of her. Jiang Yuning quickly grabbed something, intending to hit him with a stick. What was that? It was hidden inside Shwe clothes, and it seemed alive.
Wow.
Suddenly, Jiang Yuning realized what the phrase, "don't move," really meant. She panicked, her face burning hot. Luckily, it was so dark she couldn't see clearly. What should she do? What should she do? Her mind was full of questions. She wasn't usually so bold. Wait, stay calm. Don't panic. Since she couldn't see clearly, pretending she didn't know was the best choice. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing later. She acted as if nothing was wrong and asked, "Little uncle, what did you hide?" Shwe let out a low groan. Damn, this was so embarrassing. But inside, like grass seeds falling on moist soil, the feelings started to grow, sunshine, air, and warmth all just right. He felt an urge to act, but he knew his thoughts were very dangerous. This woman was someone he couldn't have. She was his sister-in-law, whom he had welcomed into the family and married. She was his sister-in-law today and forever. If he had any inappropriate thoughts, he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors or his older brother. These thoughts were like a bucket of cold water poured over him, extinguishing the small fire that had been burning inside. "Sister-in-law, can you get up by yourself?" His voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of coldness. "Oh, I can," she replied, and her tone made Jiang Yuning feel less guilty. She was about to get up when suddenly, a spark ignited in front of her. The fire was too close. Jiang Yuning instinctively covered her eyes and frowned as she looked away. She saw two children looking at them with surprise. "Auntie, second uncle, what's wrong?" Guilty and nervous, Jiang Yuning's face was red from the heat of the fire. She forcefully stood up and supported herself.
Ow.
Shwe clenched his teeth tightly. Why was this woman's grip so strong? Was she going to hurt him? Jiang Yuning pretended not to hear his cry of pain. She took the torch, shining it on Shwe body, hiding her face in the shadows. That was when she saw several muddy handprints on his clothes, her own work. Looking closer, she noticed a bandage wrapped around a wound inside his coat. "You're hurt." "I'm fine." Shwe tugged at his clothes and did a backflip to stand up. Little Ci and Little Shur loved watching his tricks and clapped happily. "Second uncle, you're so good." "Tomorrow, second uncle will teach you," Shwe said cheerfully. "Annie said she will teach us tomorrow," Little Shur said, clearly. "Auntie said she won't lose anymore." "What?" Shwe seemed to hear things and bent down. Little Shur quickly tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "Today, Annie beat Lin Xiaowu." It was so impressive. Jiang Yuning awkwardly cleared her throat and asked, "Have you two washed up?" "Yes, Auntie. We washed everything. The dirty clothes are soaking in the basin, and we'll wash them tomorrow," Little Ci said happily, waiting for praise. You're so good, Jiang Yuning praised warmly. But Xue Wulyu said, what needs to be done now should be done now. Why wait until tomorrow? Second uncle is right. I'll go wash now. Little Ci immediately lowered her head. Hey! Jiang Yuning frowned disapprovingly. It's already dark. Why wash now? Why can't we wash at night? Xue Wulyu said, a little annoyed. Because you can't see, Jiang Yuning said matter-of-factly. It wasn't completely dark yet. She could still see the outline of her hand. Can't see, Xue Wulyu said. It's not embroidery or reading. What's there to see? Xueqingxi, Xueqingshi, go wash the clothes. As if commanded by an order, Jiang Yuning didn't like it. Little Ci, wash them tomorrow. You're right, second uncle. Little Ci respectfully lowered her head and asked, should I wash your clothes too? No need. Xue Wulyu's tone softened a bit. The two children sat properly by a large wooden basin, beginning to wash clothes. Jiang Yuning couldn't help but ask, do you have to be so strict with children? Strict? Xue Wulyu looked at Jiang Yuning with a serious face and said, if you don't teach good habits from a young age, how can they achieve great things when they grow up? Sister-in-law, don't spoil them. Jiang Yuning understood the reasoning. She had been trained since she was young, which made her a top special forces soldier. But if she could choose, she wouldn't want that kind of life. She also wanted to wear colorful dresses, style her hair beautifully, kick a ball in the park, and fly kites. Her childhood was dull and boring, a regret she carried in her memories. Facing these two children, she truly wished they could have a carefree childhood. I don't spoil them, Jiang Yuning said softly, glancing at the two small figures. Children without a mother are very pitiful. Xue Wulyu heard her clearly and looked over in surprise. Although he couldn't see her expression clearly, her gentle gaze made his heart flutter. He quickly looked away and asked, what did Xiaoshi say about the fight? He didn't believe Jiang Yuning would hit someone, but he felt she might do such a thing now. It's nothing, just kids playing around. Jiang Yuning didn't want to discuss this with him. She walked over to the children and washed her hands. Xue Wulyu finally let out a breath, covering his chest. He had fallen hard earlier, and just now, sigh, thinking about it made his blood boil. Wulyu, Wulyu. Jiang Yuning faintly heard Granny Lin's voice and looked toward the east yard. She saw Xue Wulyu step over the fence with long strides and go back into the house with Granny Lin, looking very secretive. What happened? In Granny Lin's west room, a small oil lamp was lit. Lin Xuexing was lying on the Kong bed with a high fever, a towel on his head, soaked in cool water several times. Wulyu, we've tried everything we can. Xuexing's fever still won't go down. What should we do? Granny Lin said anxiously. The village chief has issued a new arrest warrant for 2 injured thieves. If we provide clues, we can get 20 taels of silver as a reward. Wulyu, what should we do? Xue Wulyu frowned and touched Lin Xuexing's forehead. Madam, I will take him to see the doctor. No, I can't, Aunt Lin said anxiously. If we go now to find the doctor, we might be in trouble. At this moment, Mrs. Lin interrupted her sharply. Mother, why are you still standing at the door? It's the eldest brother's family. They insist on staying here. Why now of all times? Aunt Lin was so worried, she was like a restless ant on a hot pan. Leave it to me. Xue Wulyu quickly grabbed a wine jar, spilled some on himself, and carried Lin Xuexing out the door. He met Mrs. Lin on the way. Oh, old second Xue is back. What's going on? Xue Wulyu mumbled, had a bit too much to drink. Don't laugh at me, sister-in-law. He patted Lin Xuexing's head and said, your older sister-in-law is here. You should have said hello. Mrs. Lin smelled a strong alcohol scent and covered her nose, saying with dislike, hurry up and go. It's too strong. It's making me dizzy. Xue Wulyu carried Lin Xuexing over the fence, went straight into the storage room, and laid him on a wooden bed. He pressed his aching chest, frowning tightly. Jiang Yuning heard everything from outside. Drinking? That's impossible. Curious, she walked to the door of the storage room. Hearing the noise, Xue Wulyu turned around sharply, his cold, alert eyes like a cautious leopard, startling Jiang Yuning. She gently patted her chest with her small hand, smelling the strong alcohol, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Shuisheng drank too much," Shui Wuliao said, pulling a small pouch from under the bed and stuffing it into his pocket. He bent down again to lift Lin Shuisheng. "Where are you going?" "Taking him to see a doctor." "Drunk and looking for a doctor. Even lying about that is hard." Jiang Yuning suddenly reached out and touched Lin Shuisheng's forehead. It was so hot. "He has a fever? Where are you taking him?" "Move aside, sister-in-law," Shui Wuliao said, a little anxious but not daring to raise his voice. His deep voice sounded like he was begging. Second brother, Aunt Lin also came over from the fence, cautiously looking around. She entered the storage room and saw Jiang Yuning there, awkwardly forcing a smile. "Yuning, I'm really sorry. Shuisheng drank too much." "Mother, he's got a fever," Jiang Yuning said straightforwardly, not trying to hide anything. Yuning, what should we do?" Aunt Lin started crying in worry, begging Shui Wuliao, "Second brother, we can't go to the doctor. If they see us, it will be all over." "Madam, I'm sorry," Shui Wuliao said sadly, as he gently laid Lin Shuisheng back on the bed. He sat beside him, head bowed, feeling guilty and holding his own head. Jiang Yuning noticed that Madam Lin and Shui Wuliao seemed to be hiding a secret. She didn't like to pry into others' private matters, but she couldn't ignore someone in need. "Let me take a look." "You?" Madam Lin and Shui Wuliao looked at her in surprise. "Doctor can't see him now, and we can't just wait. It's better if I try." Jiang Yuning quickly found a reasonable excuse. "I've read some medical books at home. I'm not an expert, but I can handle minor injuries." "Are you sure?" Shui Wuliao asked skeptically. "Yes, I can do it," Madam Lin firmly believed. This afternoon, Bao Lian almost died during childbirth. The Wang family said there was no hope, but Yuning went and saved both mother and baby. Really, Shui Wuliao was even more surprised. So many things had happened since he returned, and he didn't know about any of them. Does Jiang Yuning know medicine? Can she fight? What else can she do? Don't waste time. Everyone, go outside and don't come in. I need to treat him and think. Jiang Yuning casually lied again. All right. We'll go out now." Madam Lin pulled Shui Wuliao to leave. Only then did Shui Wuliao shake off his shock. Jiang Yuning was truly strange. They left and closed the door. It was already very dark outside. Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi washed their clothes and hung them on the fence. To avoid suspicion, Madam Lin took them home to sleep first. Shui Wuliao waited outside the door for orders. The oil lamp in the barn was too dim. Jiang Yuning took out a small flashlight from her space to light the way. She carefully tore open Lin Shuisheng's clothes and found a neat cut on his chest, likely made with a sharp tool. The wound was deep enough to see the bone, causing heavy bleeding and leading to infection, which made him run a high fever and lose consciousness. She quickly assessed his condition. From her space's medicine cabinet, she took antibiotics, serum, and fever medicine and injected them into him. She also used disinfectant to clean the wound and stitched it up. Suddenly, she thought of Shui Wuliao. It seemed he also had injuries. Thinking of him, her face turned red. Shui Wuliao stood outside the door, feeling like a long time had passed. After Madam Lin had put the children to sleep and returned, she saw that the barn door was still closed. "How is he?" Shui Wuliao shook his head. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yuning say, "Get some clean cotton cloth and boil some water." Madam Lin hurriedly went home to fetch the cloth. Shui Wuliao quietly asked through the door, "How is he?" "He's fine." Hearing these words, Shui Wuliao immediately relaxed. Madam Lin returned, handed the cotton cloth through the door, and prayed with her hands clasped toward the sky. "Madam, what happened while I was away?" Shui Wuliao was very curious about Jiang Yuning's change. He wanted to learn some clues through Madam Lin. "What's happened?" Madam Lin sighed and said, "Quite a lot." She told Shui Wuliao everything she heard and saw that day. The more Shui Wuliao listened, the more excited he became, and the more unbelievable it seemed. Weak and gentle Jiang Yuning was able to confront Wang Dazhuang, even demand rent, and still manage to deliver babies. She also turned around and gently rejected Wang Zhang's advances. These things never used to happen to Jiang Yuning before. Why did she change overnight? He still couldn't find the answer. At this moment, Jiang Yuning opened the storeroom door, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and told Madame Lin, "He will sweat after the fever breaks. Use warm water to wipe him a few more times." Good, good. Madame Lin quickly went inside to check on Lin Shuisheng. He was lying on the bed, shirtless, wrapped neatly in cotton cloth. Madame Lin tore a blanket to cover him. At this moment, everyone forgot about the usual rules of modesty and propriety, and their hearts were filled with gratitude toward Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning went to the water jar, scooped up a ladle of water, and took a big drink to quench her thirst. She then saw Xue Wulyu standing nearby. Wiping her mouth, she was afraid he would ask about her medical skills, so she said, "I did my best. Whether he recovers depends on his own fate. Older sister-in-law, I have something to tell you." Xue Wulyu stepped closer, and they were almost face to face. Jiang Yuning instinctively moved back, but he moved closer again. Jiang Yuning was already leaning against the edge of the water jar. Xue Wulyu slightly bent down, and his warm breath brushed her face, making her cheeks feel hot. What was he doing? Why did he have to speak so close? "Second brother, what do you want to say?" Jiang Yuning shifted back a little and sat half on the edge of the jar. "No." Xue Wulyu lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Please keep today's matter secret." Jiang Yuning paused for a moment and nodded. Her nod was a bit too big, and her hair brushed against Xue Wulyu's cheek, making his throat tighten. A wave of tingling sensations spread through his body. In the dim night, Xue Wulyu couldn't help but look at her carefully. After waiting a while and seeing that he didn't move or speak, Jiang Yuning thought he was still waiting for her to reply. Suddenly, she looked up sharply. Jiang Yuning suddenly looked up, and her forehead just happened to touch Xue Wulyu's lips. Their positions looked very ambiguous. What is going on? Jiang Yuning quickly and nervously stepped back, forgetting that she was still half sitting on the edge of the tub. She fell into the water with a splash. Older sister-in-law. Xue Wulyu reacted quickly, bending down to grab her. Cough, cough. Jiang Yuning choked on some water, and her hands grabbed wildly. She grabbed Xue Wulyu's strong arms and, following his strength, stood up from the water. She was soaked from head to toe, feeling a bit dazed. When the cold wind blew, she shivered fiercely. Seeing this, Xue Wulyu held her waist, pulled her out of the tub, and directly embraced her. He softly comforted her. "It's okay, it's okay." Jiang Yuning, in a daze, wiped her face. She was truly frightened. Normally, Special Forces soldiers shouldn't be so timid, and she was quite good at swimming. But just now, when water entered her nose and mouth in that instant, she really thought she was going to die. It was like falling from 10,000 meters high into the ocean, and the seawater would turn her into mincemeat. She had never been so scared even when jumping from a plane in her past life. But just now, she truly felt the fear of death. Did she die in the water tank after not dying in the Pacific Ocean? She might be the most frustrated Special Forces soldier to have ever died. Seeing her dazed expression, Xue Wulyu was frightened. He nervously pressed her against his chest, holding her head with his big hand, and softly called, "Yuning, Jiang Yuning, don't scare me." Jiang Yuning? Yes. She was now just a simple village woman in Luoying village, no longer a Special Forces soldier. Jiang Yuning slowly regained her senses. There was a faint smell of blood and bitterness in her nose. She moved her shoulders slightly. Xue Wulyu loosened his grip and looked at her steadily. "Are you okay?" This scene was just seen by Lin Wangshi, who was coming out of the toilet. She was surprised and covered her mouth. TSK, the sister-in-law and brother-in-law were hugging each other. And she was pretending to be innocent. If this got out, they would be publicly shamed or worse. Jiang Yuning coldly shook off his hand, glared at him angrily, and walked toward the storage room with her wet dress. After taking a few steps, she stopped and thought for a moment. She took out some herbal pills from the space pharmacy. She threw them to Xue Wulyu, who caught them easily. Jiang Yuning was surprised by how quick he was and how well he saw in the dark. She spoke softly. 1 pill per dose, 3 times a day. I'll give you more when they run out. Thank you, sister-in-law. Xue Wulyu deliberately emphasized sister-in-law to remind himself not to lose his composure again. He was truly frightened, afraid she might drown. That moment was the scariest he had ever felt in his life. His anxious heart finally calmed down. He held the pill in his hand and smiled bitterly. Jiang Yuning stayed at Granny Lin's house for a night, but didn't sleep well. It was all because of Lin Jingxing and Lin Wangshu sleeping in the west room. Just when Granny Lin finally fell into a deep sleep, snoring not so loud, the couple started to move around. She couldn't believe how free people were in this era. Even through 2 doors, she could hear Lin Wangshu's movements. It was so annoying. Just when she finally fell asleep again, a heavy rain started, with fierce wind and thunder. It disturbed her sleep completely. She decided she must build a big, soundproof house. In the morning, she woke up feeling unwell and with a cold. She sneezed several times. "Yuning, are you sick?" Granny Lin asked with concern. "Madam, what's wrong?" The 2 children looked worried too. Jiang Yuning covered her mouth and nose to avoid them. "I'm fine, it's nothing." Jiang Yuning saw that Granny Lin was hesitant to speak, so she said, "Second brother didn't say anything and I didn't ask." "Yuning." Granny Lin felt very guilty. Jiang Yuning led the 2 children out of the east room and saw Lin Wangshu standing at the door with a very disdainful expression. "Mother, is breakfast ready? Jingxing still needs to go home and work soon." "Yes, it's ready. It's in the pot. Help yourself. Yuning, you can eat here." "No, I'll go home and cook myself," Jiang Yuning said as she walked out. Mrs. Lin sneered and said, "Hurry up and serve shui, will you? Don't forget your place." "Have you been eating trash all morning?" "Smells terrible," Jiang Yuning said with a stuffy nose, her eyes sharp. "As long as you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Remember, there's no wall that keeps secrets forever," Mrs. Lin smugly said, thinking she had the upper hand. "You're right," Jiang Yuning replied with a cold smile. "Next time, please keep your noise down." Luckily, the big dog is gone, or the whole village would be disturbed. "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Lin was surprised that Jiang Yuning could say such strange things, and her face turned red. "Humph, no wonder you dared to say that yesterday. Whether you plant crops or not is up to you. You've never been a clean person. That's none of your business." Jiang Yuning rolled up her sleeves and walked toward her. Mrs. Lin was so scared she stepped back. Jiang Yuning kept approaching until she was right in front of her, staring fiercely. "Don't bother me here. If you want to fight, just say so." Mrs. Lin and her family had all suffered yesterday because of Jiang Yuning. They were still scared. She immediately looked at Aunt Lin and said, "Mom, look at how she's bullying us. It's all your own fault." Aunt Lin sighed with disappointment. After leaving Aunt Lin's yard, Jiang Yuning saw smoke rising from her own courtyard. Little Si and Little Shi happily ran back, circling around Shui Wulyu. The rain had stopped, and the sky was clear and blue. The air smelled fresh of grass and trees. Jiang Yuning squinted at the distant mountains, feeling very happy. "Look, this place is pretty good. Even the air in a top-rated modern scenic area isn't as fresh." She was about to walk home when she frowned. Her yard was burned and soaked by rain, with no place to step. The children didn't mind, but she was troubled. Seeing this, Shui Wulyu said, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment." Jiang Yuning saw him carry 2 wooden planks from the ruins and hurried over, placing them in front of her. "Be careful, the ground is slippery." After saying that, he turned quickly and walked back. Jiang Yuning watched his tall figure, her heart stirred, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Old second Shui is so thoughtful. Your older brother isn't here, so you must take good care of your sister-in-law." Master Lin stood at the back, speaking in a strange tone. Jiang Yuning turned around coldly and glanced at him. Hearing Shui Wulyu speak slowly, he said, "Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law. It's what I should do." "Humph." Master Lin could only argue, and Shui Wulyu quickly retreated. He really is someone who fears the strong and bullies the weak. Jiang Yuning went straight into the storage room to see Lin Shuixing. He was already awake and looked quite healthy, sitting shirtless on a wooden bed. When he saw Jiang Yuning, he shyly grabbed his clothes and put them on. "Thank you, sister-in-law. No need to thank me." Jiang Yuning finished speaking just as an old voice came from outside the door. "Yuning, are you at home? Who is this now?" Shue Wulyu bowed respectfully at the door and said politely, "Uncle, hello." Jiang Yuning was momentarily stunned, then reacted and hesitated inside the storage room. The person outside was the original owner's father, the old scholar Jiang Wenhai. Although she had decided to continue living as Jiang Yuning and knew all about the original owner's family relations, it still felt a bit awkward when her father came to the door. If it had been a caring father and son, it would be fine. But Jiang Wenhai, sister-in-law, Lin Shuixing said, "It seems someone from your family has come." "Yes, I know. I'll give you the medicine and you should take it on time." While she hesitated, Shue Wulyu had already let the person inside. "Uncle, please come in." Facing the wreckage on the ground, Jiang Wenhai sighed repeatedly. How did it become like this? He opened the storage room door and saw Jiang Yuning and Lin Shuixing inside. Lin Shuixing was still dressing, and Jiang Wenhai stomped his foot in anger. In broad daylight, how could you do something so improper? This is her own father. "Father, you've arrived," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "Is there something you need?" Seeing her calm face and steady demeanor, Jiang Wenhai was slightly stunned. He looked her over carefully. She was still the same person, but somehow, she seemed different. "Uncle, you've misunderstood," Lin Shuixing whispered to Shue Wulyu. Shue Wulyu hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law just came in. Last night, Shuixing and I had a few drinks. Sister-in-law stayed at Granny Lin's house with the child. Even so, you shouldn't be alone with a young man and woman in the same room." "How have I taught you at home?" Jiang Wenhai said angrily. "At home, follow your father. Outside, follow your husband," Jiang Yuning said slowly, full of disdain. Women are expected to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, as they were taught since childhood. This is why the original owner married a stranger at the age of 15. You still remember that? Jiang Wenhai sat down on a chair brought over by Shue Wulyu. Lin Shuixing and Shue Wulyu wisely avoided eye contact, but Jiang Wenhai called Shue Wulyu back. Jiang Yuning folded the bedding on the wooden bed into 2 tofu-shaped bundles, making Jiang Wenhai and Shue Wulyu both look surprised. "Wulyu, I heard about the fire yesterday. Today, I came specifically to take Yuning back." Before Shue Wulyu could respond, Jiang Yuning spoke first. "No need. I can stay here. This place isn't fit for living," Jiang Wenhai said with disgust. "Wulyu, your elder brother still hasn't sent any news." "Yes, I asked many people, but no one has any information," Shue Wulyu said sadly. "Then, you should write a divorce letter for your elder brother," Jiang Wenhai said firmly, not sounding like a suggestion. "A divorce letter?" Jiang Yuning looked at him in surprise. The original owner had been a widow for 3 years, and every time she went back to her parents' house crying, he scolded her harshly. Now he wanted a divorce letter? Yes, 3 years ago, the Shue family arranged for Wulyu to marry his elder brother. Now he wants a divorce. "Uncle, are you planning to separate my elder brother and sister-in-law?" Shue Wulyu wasn't too surprised by this. It seemed expected. "Wulyu, you understand too," Jiang Wenhai said. "Yes." Shue Wulyu hesitated and looked at Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning sat expressionless on the side, thinking about her last meeting with him. It was about a month ago when Jiang Wenhai came to ask her to divorce. According to the law, if a husband is absent for 3 years, the wife can divorce and remarry. Now, exactly 3 years had passed. Jiang Wenhai was completely disappointed in Shue Wentao. His other proud student, Qi Qingming, was now very popular, having become the county magistrate of Zhenyuan County at a young age. Qi Qingming had long been interested in Jiang Yuning and had secretly promised that if she divorced, he would marry her and make her his secondary wife. What is a secondary wife? In ancient times, there were 3 wives and several concubines. The main wife was the primary wife, and the others were secondary wives. In Jiang Wenhai's eyes, it would be a great honor for Jiang Yuning to remarry as a secondary wife and become a county magistrate's wife. The original owner did not agree at that time and decided to wait until Shue Wulyu returned. Unfortunately, she did not live to see his return. She was burned alive. The mess was left for Jiang Yuning to clean up. "Yuning, take out some paper and a pen and write the official documents." Jiang Wenhai saw her distracted and reminded her. "Father," Jiang Yuning withdrew her thoughts and said calmly, I do not agree. What? Jiang Wenhai looked at her in shock. Xue Wuliu was also surprised, but he didn't show it as clearly as Jiang Wenhai. His cold eyes just squinted slightly. Father wants me to divorce and remarry, but I do not agree, Jiang Yuning repeated slowly. Yuning, Jiang Wenhai thought they had already agreed last time, waiting for Xue Wuliu to return. Why is she changing her mind now? He had promised Qi. Do you understand what you're saying? You've been here for 3 years. Do you want to spend the rest of your life like this? Father, the children are still young. I can't leave them, Jiang Yuning said seriously. They're not your children, Jiang Wenhai said coldly, frowning. Xue Wuliu, you are the only son left in the Xue family. Can you make the decision? Yes, Xue Wuliu nodded, glancing at Jiang Yuning from the corner of his eye, feeling complicated inside. Then write the divorce paper, Jiang Wenhai said, and turned to leave the room. Xue Wuliu stood up to see her off. When he looked back and saw Jiang Yuning sitting quietly on the bed, he paused and said, Sister-in-law, divorce is for your good. Uncle is right. The Xue family has delayed you for 3 years. We are grateful, but we can't delay your future. Hearing this, Jiang Yuning looked up sharply at him and asked, How do you know that divorce is for my good? Her question left him speechless. At that moment, Jiang Wenhai returned with paper, ink, and brushes. Xue Wuliu, you are a reasonable person. Just write it, Jiang Wenhai said, handing him a brush and spreading white paper on the table. Xue Wuliu held the brush, looked at Jiang Yuning again, and was about to write. But as he thought about her earlier question, the brush paused midair. Suddenly, he asked, Uncle, what will happen to sister-in-law after she goes back? She will remarry, Jiang Wenhai said naturally. Xue Wuliu's heart clenched tightly, and he couldn't help but remember Jiang Yuning in her red wedding dress following him into the house. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He had gotten used to having a woman at home. Now she was going to remarry. He would no longer be able to call her sister-in-law. Men are not usually sentimental, but at this moment, he felt very sad. Jiang Yuning knew that once Xue Wuliu wrote this divorce letter, she would have to leave the Xue family whether she agreed or not. Suddenly, she spoke. Xue Wuliu, I am leaving. What will happen to the children? Yuning, don't be foolish, Jiang Wenhui advised. You can think about the children and come back to see them later. Sister-in-law, Xue Wuliu said with difficulty, you are young and beautiful. After you leave, your second brother hopes you can find a good family, live happily, and have a long life. After saying this, he took a deep breath and began writing the divorce letter with a flourish. This is the unfairness of ancient times, where a woman's fate is controlled by men. That man could be her father or husband, but in Jiang Yuning's case, it was her brother-in-law. Watching him write the divorce letter so freely, Jiang Yuning felt a strange feeling inside. The children, Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi, who were playing in the yard, overheard their conversation and also went into the storage room. Second uncle, are you going to send Annie away? Xiao Xi asked in disbelief. Xue Wuliu kept writing without stopping and nodded slightly. The 2 children burst into tears, and Xiao Shi threw herself onto Jiang Yuning. I don't want Annie to leave. Annie, don't leave us. The children cried loudly, making Jiang Yuning's eyes sting. Xue Wuliu also felt moved. His eyes reddened, but he couldn't speak. He had written the divorce letter, giving Jiang Yuning her freedom. This was the best arrangement for her. He could easily use the excuse that Xue Wentao hadn't returned and that the children were young to keep Jiang Yuning. But that would be too selfish. For his own selfish reasons, taking away a kind woman's youth, he couldn't do it. Don't cry. The Andy will come back to see you someday. Xue Wuliu signed his name, then looked up, his sadness hidden deep in his eyes. Okay, Jiang Wenhui said happily as he looked at the divorce letter. He took out a red seal paste and pressed it onto Xue Wuliu's handprint. As long as Jiang Yuning also pressed her handprint, the divorce would be finalized. Xue Wuliu dipped his thumb in the seal paste, pressed it on his name, then casually wiped his hand on his clothes. His eyes stayed on the 2 children, afraid to look directly at Jiang Yuning. Yuning, just press your hand here, and it's done. Jiang Wenhai handed over the seal. Jiang Yuning looked at the divorce paper, then at Shuelo, and finally at the two children. Her feelings were mixed. If she left the Shui family, Jiang Wenhai would surely make her remarry. She could just leave on her own, take her jewelry, and travel the world to start a new life. But what she cared about most were the two children. Although she had only spent a day with them, this rare bond had already taken root in her heart. If she were the original owner, what would she do? She thought that if she were still alive, she wouldn't abandon her children. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to wait for Shuela to return. She could go home and enjoy her life. She wanted to live in this world for Jiang Yuning, not just for herself. She would do what the original owner couldn't. "Madam, don't go." "It's okay," Jiang Yuning said, patting the children's heads. "I'm not leaving." "Yuning, the divorce paper is already signed, and you've pressed your thumbprint," Jiang Wenhai urged. Jiang Yuning took the divorce paper, looked at the elaborate writing, then forcefully tore it in half. She tore another piece, smashing the paper into pieces. "Yuning, what are you doing?" Jiang Wenhai looked at her in shock. "Father, I said I don't agree," Jiang Yuning said coldly, raising the torn paper and speaking each word clearly. "It was father who insisted I marry into the Shui family. I've been living well here, and I won't leave." "What did you drink? A magic potion? The Shui family already gave you a divorce paper, and you still won't leave?" Jiang Wenhai scolded angrily, unable to believe her. She wasn't like this before. The Shui family's divorce paper was their kindness. Jiang Yuning glanced at Shuelo and continued, "Leaving the two children is my lack of kindness. I can't do that." "You, a woman, talk about kindness and morality? I think you're bewitched," Jiang Wenhai snapped. "How can a woman not speak of kindness and morality? Since childhood, my father taught me to respect the elderly and love the young." "I've always remembered your words," Jiang Yuning said with a cold smile. "Father, please go back. We're busy building a new house." "Jiang Yuning, you really don't know what's good for you," Jiang Wenhai cursed. "What has the Shui family done for you? Is it worth this? What has Qi Qingming done for you that's worth this?" Jiang Yuning said frankly. "You unfilial daughter." Jiang Wenhai angrily raised his hand to strike, and Shui Wuliu clenched his fist tightly. But Jiang Yuning instinctively dodged, causing Jiang Wenhai's hand to shake with anger. "You little brat, you still dare to hide. He is her father. She shouldn't hide from him." Jiang Yuning realized this and forced herself to speak bravely. "Then hit me again if you want." Shui Wuliu, standing nearby, was surprised by Jiang Yuning's action but also found her a bit cute and innocent. At this moment, her mood swung like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. "Look at yourself now. Do you still dare to talk back?" Jiang Wenhai was so angry he couldn't speak. "I'm telling the truth," Jiang Yuning said. "I am determined to take care of these two children. Would Shui Wuliu let me remarry with the Shui family children? Even if he would Qi Qingming agree to marry someone who has two children?" "What are you talking about? Qi Qingming? His name is Qi Qingming, and you call him by his name directly. A name is just what people call." "Father, of course, doesn't like hearing such words. If he truly cares for me, he should think about what I want, not just give me what he thinks is good." Jiang Yuning gently wiped the tears from the two children and softly said, "Have you eaten?" "I ate with Uncle Shui," the little girl sniffled.
"I'm hungry."
"Please get me something to eat." Jiang Yuning looked at the two children with a gentle smile. "Is Aunt really not leaving?" "No, I won't go anywhere," they replied. Hearing this, the two children smiled through their tears and went out to find food. Shui Wuliu looked at Jiang Yuning as if seeing a ray of light, and his heart felt warm like being bathed in sunlight. Shui Wuliu, Jiang Wenhai, seeing Jiang Yuning refuse to speak, turned to Shui Wuliu to find a solution. "Say something." "Uncle, I have already written the breakup letter." "What else do you want me to say?" Shui Wuliu said with difficulty. "I understand how you feel, Uncle. I will try to persuade my wife another day." "Humph." Jiang Wenhai brushed his sleeve and was about to leave, but suddenly softened his tone and said, "Even if we can't separate, Yuning, you should come back home and stay for a while. The main hall is burned down and needs rebuilding. You can't help much here." Jiang Yuning didn't need to guess whether he was sincere or not. She simply said, "The house needs people to help rebuild. I can't go back now." Once the work at home is done, I will visit my parents. Yuning, why are you so careless? Jiang Wenhui said, stroking his beard. We only have this one storage room. Shui Wulyu is still at home, and it's not convenient. If rumors spread about you, how will you behave in the future? Father often says that a person with integrity doesn't fear shadows. Jiang Yuning replied calmly with a smile. I have been at the Shui family for 3 years. The first year after my mother-in-law left, it was just the 4 of us at home. If there were any rumors, they didn't start just now. Words are spoken by others. What can I do about that? How can you say such shameless words? It's truly unfortunate for our family, Jiang Wenhui said angrily, pounding his chest. Shui Wulyu thought Jiang Wenhui had a point and suggested, maybe sister-in-law should go back to her parents' house for a few days. Once the house is built, she can come back, Shui Wulyu cautiously asked, but Jiang Yuning shot him a sharp look, saying firmly, second brother is not staying here. Yes, I will find another place to stay, Shui Wulyu quickly agreed, though his eyes kept drifting to Jiang Yuning's face. Just moments ago, he didn't dare look, but now he couldn't get enough. Do as you please, Jiang Wenhui said, angrily turning away. Jiang Yuning and Shui Wulyu saw him off to the carriage parked outside. The carriage was grand, pulled by 2 strong, bright red horses. The carriage was painted red, with a cream-colored canopy that shone brightly in the sun. Sitting at the front was a coachman dressed in a short tunic. Jiang Wenhui opened the carriage door first, bowed with clasped hands, then got inside. Jiang Yuning vaguely saw someone sitting inside the carriage, but she wasn't interested in who it was, so she turned back to the yard. Shui Wulyu's eyes sharpened as he watched the carriage go away. At that moment, Lin Shuixing stepped over and whispered, Isn't that the county magistrate's carriage? Why is he here? It's nothing, Shui Wulyu said, frowning as he glanced at him. How are you? Lin Shuixing shrugged and said, Sister-in-law is really feeling better. Look at me. Nothing's wrong with me. That's good. Be careful these days, Shui Wulyu said softly, then raised his voice. In the next few days, find some people to help us build the house. Let's not go up the mountain for now. All right, I'll follow second brother's instructions, Lin Shuixing replied, and the 2 headed back to the yard together. Seeing Jiang Yuning eating, Shui Wulyu felt he should say something about the separation letter. He cleared his throat and was about to speak, but Jiang Yuning lifted her eyelids and looked at him coldly, saying, I'm not just taking care of the children. I have my own reasons. No need to thank me. Some words caught in Shui Wulyu's throat, and he coughed a few times before saying, Sister-in-law, Shui Sheng and I are going to find someone. Got it, Jiang Yuning continued eating quietly. Shui Wulyu and Lin Shuixing left the house. Lin Shuixing nudged him and grinned, saying, You scared me. I thought sister-in-law would be taken away. What are you afraid of? Shui Wulyu said sternly. Sister-in-law can't give up her 2 children. I'm not saying that because of anything else, Lin Shuixing said mischievously. I never realized sister-in-law is so strong. My mother said that sister-in-law was still. Yes, I know. I actually hope she can separate. Lin Shuixing glanced at him and said, If she separates, she wouldn't be sister-in-law anymore and I might have a chance. What did you say? Shui Wulyu's face darkened. He said seriously, Watch your words. She is my older brother's wife. If you say such things again, I won't be polite. All right, Lin Shuixing begged. It's just my careless words. Sister-in-law will always be sister-in-law. Happy now. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenhui was riding a carriage home, feeling very guilty when facing Qi Qingming. Qi Qingming was busy with official duties and had come specially today. He planned to smoothly pick up Jiang Yuning and bring her back, hoping to strengthen their relationship. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yuning didn't get on the carriage at all. Sir, Jiang Wenhui spoke first, but Qi Qingming quickly responded politely, Teacher, you're too kind. Just call me Qingming in front of you. He looked so approachable and respectful to his elders. Jiang Yuning really lacked insight. Qingming, Yuning can't let go of her 2 stepchildren. She's worried that if she leaves, no one will take care of them, so Yuning is such a kind person. We should all understand, Qi Qingming said with admiration. If she abandoned her 2 stepchildren and just came back, that would be truly disappointing. I'm glad that Qingming can understand. I'll try to persuade her again in a few days. Thank you, my teacher. Qi Qingming smiled and started chatting about family matters with Jiang Wenhui. Jiang Wenhui was truly flattered. Being able to establish a connection with the county magistrate was a blessing earned over many lifetimes. Moreover, Qi Qingming was young, talented, and handsome. Taking advantage of his interest, she quickly arranged for Jiang Yuning to become a primary wife, which is more honorable than being a concubine in the future. Ah, Yuning is so stubborn. It's all because of Xue Wentao. Whether he's alive or not, there's no news. Haven't you heard anything about him these past few years? Honestly, I've been looking everywhere for news about Brother Wentao, but I haven't found anything. However, 2 years ago, there was a fire at the exam site in the capital. The teachers know that even if there's a fire, students can't leave the exam room. Several people died in that fire, but officials only said that soldiers died. Really? That happened. Jiang Wenhui was very shocked. The authorities won't announce this publicly. It's normal for a few students to die each year. If Xue Wentao really died, Yuning wouldn't be able to let go of those 2 children. What should we do? Don't worry, teacher, Qi Qingming said calmly. If Yuning really wants to take care of those children, I am happy to help. Really? Jiang Wenhui looked at Qi Qingming in disbelief. How could there be such a generous man in the world? Qingming, if Yuning can marry you, it would be her great fortune in life. Jiang Yuning sneezed twice at home. She had planned to visit Xue Balian again, but decided not to, just in case she caught a cold and passed it to the mother-to-be. Anyway, she had already given Wang Zhangshi 5,000 coins, so Xue Balian should be well taken care of this month. By noon, a group of people arrived at the house. They were hired by Xue Wuliu to build a house. Older sister-in-law, if you have any opinions, just say them. Xue Wuliu felt it was best to listen to Jiang Yuning. But Jiang Yuning shared her thoughts openly. The foreman, Chen Feng, shook his head and said, Madam Xue, the house you're talking about is comparable to a big household in the county. Not only are materials hard to get, but labor costs will also be high. This isn't something that can be solved with just a few silver coins. How much will it cost? Xue Wuliu asked. Chen Feng measured a circle in the yard with his steps, then thought for a moment and said, I estimate the materials alone will cost about 70 or 80 taels, and labor about 30 taels. That's already around 100 taels. If we build it like the old style, it might come down to about 20 taels. That's quite a difference. Jiang Yuning was a bit surprised. She just wanted a brick and tile house that would be warmer in winter, more spacious, better soundproofed, with a surrounding wall and a sturdy gate. Seeing Jiang Yuning silent, Xue Wuliu quickly spoke. Let's build it as my sister-in-law said. Don't worry, sister-in-law. In a few days, Xue Sheng and I will go up the mountain again to hunt good game and make some money. Exactly, with Wuliu and Xue Sheng's skills, if they catch a black bear, it will be easy to exchange for a house. Chen Feng agreed nearby. Second brother, you don't have to pay for the whole house. I'll share half. Jiang Yuning said seriously, then added, use good materials. The house can't be built repeatedly. It needs to be done properly the first time. Lady Xue is really a smart person, Chen Feng praised. Seeing Jiang Yuning clearly dividing things, Xue Wuliu felt a bit unhappy and coldly said, Sister-in-law, you don't need to be so clear. You're part of the Xue family, and taking care of you is my duty. I understand what second brother means, Jiang Yuning said with a gentle smile. Second brother is also of marriageable age. After my mother-in-law's 3rd anniversary, I will help you find a good match. I don't know how much silver will be needed for the wedding in the future, but second brother should save some money. That's right. Wuliu isn't married yet, and when he does, the family will grow bigger. The house might be too small. Chen Feng quickly agreed. Seeing how he wavered like a weather vane, Xue Wuliu helplessly shot him a sidelong glance and said, Money isn't just saved. Sister-in-law, feel free to use it. I still have enough strength to earn more money. She smiled calmly. I know second brother's skills, but life can't rely on just one person. I used to do embroidery to help with household expenses. Now that the children are older and don't need much care, I have more time to think of ways to earn money. Jiang Yuning's words made sense. But Xue Wuliu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, a feeling of being stuck and unable to breathe easily. He also asked Li Tongxing to come and write the house-building documents. Jiang Yuning took all the money from the jar and returned it to Shui Wuliao. He was surprised to see how much she still had. Jiang Yuning understood why the original owner was saving money. It wasn't just to clearly divide assets with Shui Wuliao, but probably to save for his future wife. She took the opportunity to explain, "This is all the money you saved from hunting and selling game. It was originally meant for your marriage, but now it's used to build the house." Shui Wuliao felt even more upset and said quietly, "No need to save anymore. I won't marry." "How can you not marry?" Jiang Yuning said eagerly. "Once the house is built, I will find a matchmaker to help you find a good girl." Achoo! Shui Wuliao looked at her without replying and turned to leave. "Annie, are we really going to build a big house?" Little Pe and Little Ci excitedly gathered around. "Yes, once the house is built. Each of you will have your own room," Jiang Yuning said affectionately, pinching Little Po's nose. "One room each? Isn't that bigger than Uncle's house?" Little Po's eyes sparkled with excitement. Little Ci was a bit shy, using his toes to draw on the dirt, hesitating as he asked, "Auntie, can you also teach us how to win fights?" He had forgotten about this when Jiang Yuning didn't mention it, and he quickly smiled and replied, "Yes. But it's not something you learn in a day or two. You need to practice the basics first." "Oh," Little Ci said with little interest, "are the basics like horse stance?" "Almost," Jiang Yuning said. "Isn't that the same as what second uncle teaches?" Little Ci pouted unwillingly. "What does your second uncle teach you?" Little P immediately stood up and pretended to do a horse stance, stretching his fists forward and shouting, "Hey-ya!" His stance looked quite real. "Second uncle doesn't let me learn that. He says only brothers can learn it," Little P said sadly, retracting his fists. "Girls aren't supposed to learn that. You can just learn embroidery with Auntie," Little Ci said matter-of-factly. "Did your second uncle teach you that too?" Jiang Yuning asked. TSK, the idea of valuing boys over girls really starts from childhood. "Yes, but it's useless." Little Ci leaned against the doorframe, pouting with a sad face. "It's all showy moves. I can't beat them." "That's not true," Little P said defiantly. "Second uncle's moves aren't just showy. No one in the village can beat second uncle. It's because you haven't learned well. No one can beat him because they don't have second uncle's strength." "If I had more strength." "That's not true." "Exactly." The two children argued over this. Jiang Yuning rubbed her forehead. Don't argue. Your second uncle is right. I'll teach you a simple move that can help you avoid being bullied in the future. But remember, learning martial arts is for health and self-defense, not for bullying others." "Really? Auntie can do it." Little Ci was doubtful. Jiang Yuning used to be weak, but yesterday she finally saw her in action, and her anger was quite frightening. But when it comes to martial arts, who knows if she's just fooling children? Jiang Yuning smiled gently. "I not only can do it, but I am very good. Don't underestimate girls in the future." Probably just bragging," Little Ci pouted. Jiang Yuning suddenly had a fun idea. She smiled and said, "Since you don't believe me, how about this? I'll teach Xiao Shi 2 moves first. Then you two can have a little match to see who wins. If Xiao Shi wins, you have to learn from me. Deal? Let me compete with her." Little Ci was reluctant, pouting. Second uncle said men shouldn't hit women. He felt a bit frustrated. Jiang Yuning really wanted to know what kind of ideas Shui Wuliao usually fed this child. Thinking about it, she realized it wasn't entirely his fault. It was the times. Even in modern days, as a top special forces soldier, she was still looked down upon sometimes. "Xiao Shi, do you want to learn?" Jiang Yuning asked. Yes. Xiao Shi jumped excitedly. "Then you can't make your brother cry." Little Ci didn't realize it was a psychological trick. Hearing this, he felt a bit stubborn and said, "I won't cry. I'm just worried my sister will cry forever." Seeing him fall for it, Jiang Yuning took Xiao Shi into the storage room and briefly taught her a few grappling moves. Little Ci waited outside, thinking it would take a long time, but in less than a quarter of an hour, she came out. Seeing Xiao Shi's proud smile, he was a bit annoyed and said, "Don't cry, okay? Brother, please." Xiao Shi cupped her fists. "You're the younger sister. You go first," Little Ci said dismissively. "Watch this." Xiao Shi grinned and swung a punch toward his face. Little Ci saw that it was just like their usual fights, so he reached out to grab her arm. At the same time, Xiaoshi grabbed his neck with her other hand and kicked his knee. Little Ci paid no attention to the details and was caught off guard by Xiaoshi's surprise attack, causing him to stumble and kneel on the ground. Jiang Yuning clapped happily and cheered. "Well done, that was great." Xiaoshi let go of Little Ci and helped him up. Little Ci, feeling stubborn, said, "I was letting you win the first round." Seeing that he still looked unhappy, Jiang Yuning suggested, "Then let's play best of 3. You two try 2 more rounds." "Humph, this time I won't hold back," Little Ci said angrily, rushing toward Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi looked worried and glanced at Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning made a hand gesture, and Xiaoshi suddenly remembered. She grabbed Little Ci's arm and performed a neat back throw. Even Jiang Yuning was surprised by this move. "Ouch!" Little Ci cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. "Big brother, are you okay?" Xiaoshi looked guilty, quickly helping Little Ci up. Little Ci lost 2 rounds but still argued, "Your surprise attack doesn't count." "Big brother, that's cheating." Xiaoshi felt wronged, her nose tinged with tears as she complained to Jiang Yuning. "Annie, he didn't keep his word." Jiang Yuning happily patted Xiaoshi's head. The little girl was quick to learn and showed promise. Then she looked at Little Ci, who was scowling seriously, and said, "A real man should accept defeat bravely. My sister has won twice in a row, no more excuses." Little Ci got up, rubbed his sore backside, and muttered, "I didn't make excuses. I just learned, that's all. If you're going to learn, do it seriously. Your second uncle's basic skills shouldn't be neglected," Jiang Yuning said. Suddenly, Shui Wu made a small gesture that startled Jiang Yuning. Turning around, she saw him and gave him a disapproving look. She pulled Little Ci to her side, annoyed, and looked at him covered in mud. "Hurry up and take off those clothes to wash," she said. "No need to wash, just dry them and rub off the dirt," Little Ci said casually. "But that's not good. Dirty clothes are uncomfortable," Jiang Yuning insisted. Little Ci pouted and refused to change. At that moment, Xiaoshi giggled and said, "Big brother has no clean clothes. Last night's ones are still wet." Her words made Little Ci blush and awkwardly kicked at the dirt with his toes. "Mind your own business." Jiang Yuning finally realized they didn't have many spare clothes, especially since there was no money, even without the big fire. If they had used the money Shui Wu gave them, they would have been considered upper-class people in Luoying village. Unfortunately, they kept all the money for their wife's savings. Their family dressed neatly and cleanly, but with changing seasons, they only had those 2 sets of clothes.
Sigh.
Jiang Yuning chuckled at herself. "Then I'll wear these for now. I'll make new clothes for you another day." Achoo! She sneezed loudly again and rubbed her sore nose. "Big sister-in-law, here." Shui Wu handed her a paper package. "What is this?" Jiang Yuning asked curiously as she took it. Shui Wu looked at the son with a serious face. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to town to get clothes made." "Really? Is that true, second uncle?" The 2 children couldn't believe it. Xiao Ci said, "Annie said we should wait until autumn to get new clothes." "It's true," Shui Wu said, patting Xiao Ci's head with his big hand. "We're going tomorrow." "Oh, that's great. New clothes." The children cheered and ran to play. Jiang Yuning opened the paper package. She smelled ginger and frowned slightly. Then she heard him say, "You're coming too, sister-in-law." "What are you giving me this for?" Jiang Yuning asked with a look of dislike. She didn't like ginger at all. "Ginger can keep you warm, and the candy is tasty," Shui Wu said simply, but his eyes stayed on Jiang Yuning's face. Jiang Yuning smiled to herself, thinking he was quite thoughtful. For her, a cold was easy to handle. She didn't think about taking medicine at all. After all, she had plenty of medicine in her space pharmacy. Thinking that the 2 children probably couldn't hear their conversation, Shui Wu looked very serious at Jiang Yuning and asked, "Who are you?" She was just about to try the ginger candy, but when she heard this, her finger trembled and the ginger slices fell back into the paper. Shui Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, watching her every move. Why does second brother ask that? Jiang Yuning steadied her mind. She was just Jiang Yuning now. What was there to be afraid of? "Who are you really?" Shui Wu said, suddenly making a claw shape with his hand and reaching for her neck. Danger was approaching. Jiang Yuning instinctively stepped back and kicked at his lower body. Xue Wuliu quickly retracted his hand and blocked her foot. Her attack failed, and she glared at him angrily. What do you mean? He was quick and responsive. This was definitely not something Jiang Yuning could do. Xue Wuliu looked cold and serious, asking, "Who are you? Where is my sister-in-law?" It was clear he couldn't hide the truth anymore. Jiang Yuning's personality was very different from the original owners, but who would believe it if she told the truth? "Your sister-in-law is here." "I think you're losing your mind," Jiang Yuning said stubbornly. "No, you're not," Xue Wuliu replied firmly. "Jiang Yuning, first, you can't do medicine. Second, you can't practice martial arts. Third, you eat ginger." Jiang Yuning instinctively looked at the paper package in her hand and sneered. He was really careful, testing her with candied ginger, thinking he was kind to help her stay warm. "I used to eat it, but I don't anymore." "Is that a problem?" Jiang Yuning said angrily, clutching the paper to throw it at him. "Then how do you explain your medical skills and martial arts?" Xue Wuliu pressed on. "Xue Wuliu." Jiang Yuning stepped closer to him and asked, "Who do you think I am? Who looks exactly like your sister-in-law? Tell me." She moved closer step by step. Xue Wuliu backed up 2 steps, keeping a distance of about an arm's length. From any angle, she was undoubtedly Jiang Yuning. But her words and actions didn't resemble Jiang Yuning at all. Xue Wuliu couldn't understand it, and he didn't even know why he was asking. "You're not her. She wouldn't be so rude." "I'm rude?" Jiang Yuning clenched her teeth. "Ha, I get it. Do you think I'm possessed by something else like others say? Think whatever you want. I am Jiang Yuning, and Jiang Yuning is me." Jiang Yuning didn't want to discuss this anymore. She turned to leave, then took 2 steps back and returned. Seeing her fierce attitude, Xue Wuliu took a small step back. "Here, I don't like eating ginger." Jiang Yuning angrily threw the paper package at his chest and sneered. "Yesterday, I even used my medical skills to help you all. Now you're questioning me like this. Aren't you being ungrateful?" Her words made Xue Wuliu blush with embarrassment. "Xue Wuliu, if you think I've changed, ask yourself honestly. I've been here for 3 years. Have you truly understood me?" She glared at him fiercely and then went out to find the children. Xue Wuliu regretted it deeply. Was he out of his mind? Why did he have to test her? There's no such thing as possession in this world. Now he had made her angry. Is she wrong? After 3 years of marriage, has he truly understood her? Even when he was at home, in the same house, they tried to avoid seeing each other. They spoke very little. What is she really like? She is just a figment of his imagination. Thinking of this, he felt a bit sad. Just now, he had hoped she was not Jiang Yuning. Why does he have this thought? He can't tell. Jiang Yuning left the house feeling a little upset. She went to the well and saw Lin Shuixing drawing water. "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" "Looking for the children," she replied gloomily. Lin Shuixing pointed to a small forest nearby and said, "I saw them heading that way." "Oh." Jiang Yuning followed his finger and walked in that direction. Zhang Baozhang came toward her. "Mrs. Xue, what a coincidence. I was just about to find you. Do you need me for something?" Jiang Yuning asked. "Didn't we talk before about how Grandpa Baozhang wants a suit of riding clothes embroidered?" Zhang Baozhang said kindly. "I won't do it," Jiang Yuning replied. First, she didn't have the patience for embroidery. Second, it was hard work and not profitable. "I know you won't do it, but in our town, no one is as skilled as you. Since you made embroidery for Grandpa Baozhang last time, others won't accept anything less. They've specifically asked for you. If you refuse, I won't be able to explain," he said. "But Baozhang, my family is building a house recently. I don't have time." "You can't help with the house either," Zhang Baozhang patiently said. "Think about Shi Qingxi. He has to go to school in the fall, and only with Grandpa Baozhang's approval can he go." Jiang Yuning didn't understand this. Isn't it just a matter of paying money to attend a private school? Why does it involve Baozhang? Seeing her confusion, Zhang Baozhang clasped his fists and explained, 2 years ago, the town magistrate issued a command that all children of eligible age must have a village guardian fill out an application form. Without a guardian's guarantee, they can't take the county exams. Oh, Jiang Yuning understood now. In this era, the imperial authority doesn't extend to the counties. Below the county level, towns are managed by local gentry. The leader of a town is called a Tingzhong, and below him are Baozheng and Baozhong. The town's rules are gradually made by the Tingzhong, and the county magistrate rarely intervenes. In simple words, the village head is like a local ruler, the security chief is a big landowner, and the security guard is someone who runs errands for the landowner. If she wants Xueqing to go to school, she must not offend the security chief. Security chief, is this riding gear really urgent? Jiang Yuning asked helplessly. It will only be used during the off-season. Jiang Yuning thought there was about a month left. All right, but you know my family lost everything in a fire, and we have no money now. How much do you pay for this work? I told you last time, the pay is quite good. Hee. Jiang Yuning remembered from the original story that working for the security chief was almost like doing free labor. For example, making a piece of clothing took half a month and only paid 30 or 40 coins. It's unclear whether someone was cheating her or if the security chief just paid that little. Security chief, last fall I worked for half a month and only got 30 coins. Usually that's fine, but now I really need money. If the pay is too low, I can't do it. How much do you want? Let me see if I can talk to the security chief. Although Jiang Yuning had a good reason, Zhang Baozhang felt she was different now. She never used to ask about pay before. They just paid whatever. Jiang Yuning thought for a moment. Just 1,000 coins. I won't take other jobs this month. Only this one. 1,000. Zhang Baozhang clenched his teeth. All right, 1,000. He agreed so quickly, but the work seemed to have a lot of hidden costs. Jiang Yuning took the fabric and went back to the small woods to find the children. Actually, she was not really looking for the children, but avoiding Xue Wuliu. Walking along the country path, with a gentle breeze and birds singing, the children's laughter was everywhere. Jiang Yuning felt very happy. She sat on a flat big stone near the woods, watching the children run and play. For a moment, she felt peaceful and calm. Suddenly, the children in the woods screamed and ran away in all directions. Jiang Yuning quickly stood up and ran toward the woods. Xiao Wu from the woods bumped into Jiang Yuning and started crying loudly. What happened? Jiang Yuning asked. Lin Xiaowu tremblingly pointed into the woods, unable to speak. Jiang Yuning looked around among the children but didn't see Xueqing and Xueqing. She suddenly panicked, pushed Lin Xiaowu aside, and ran quickly into the woods. She called out, Xiao Xi. Xiao Shi. At that moment, she heard a scream and looked in that direction. She saw a faint black shadow in the woods, with 2 children in front of it. She hurried over. Faced with the large figure, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xi were so scared they hugged each other tightly. In danger, Xiao Xi showed bravery, holding Xiao Shi protectively. Seeing the black shadow, Jiang Yuning's eyes lit up. She had been thinking of hunting for quick money, but now she was given a practice target. The black shadow was a big wild boar with a black mane. It was bleeding from its head and had a half-wooden stick stuck in its back, clearly injured by another hunter and running away. The wild boar was digging at the ground with its foot, facing the 2 children. If it charged suddenly, the consequences could be terrible. Even though Jiang Yuning had no hunting experience as a special forces soldier, she was trained to stay calm in dangerous situations. The more dangerous it was, the calmer she needed to be. She crouched down quietly and called softly, Xiao Xi, Xiao Shi. Xiao Xi responded first, shouting, Annie, Shi. Jiang Yuning waved her hand. But her movement caught the wild boar's attention. It seemed to think Jiang Yuning's height was more threatening. It snorted twice and charged straight at her. The 2 children were instantly terrified, their faces losing all color. They felt something soft hit their heads, blocking their faces. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, like firecrackers during the New Year, deafening. The wild boar fell to the ground, snorting a few times. Its legs trembled, and it soon stopped moving. Jiang Yuning quickly retracted her shotgun into her space. She had never used a shotgun in her missions. Only poachers liked to use them. A real shotgun is different from the ones in games. It has enormous power at close range and performs well even at 100 meters. Most importantly, a shotgun can be loaded with different types of bullets to hunt various animals. This time, she used a single slug. This type of bullet is made of solid metal and can instantly disable large animals, ensuring a one-shot kill. I didn't expect that my first attempt would result in such a big catch. Jiang Yuning kicked the wild boar, then went over to the children and moved the package off their heads. "Are you both okay?" The two children nervously opened their eyes, looked around, saw the fallen wild boar, and backed away in fear. "That thing is already dead," Jiang Yuning said, patting their heads. "Go back and find Uncle Second. Let's carry the boar back." "Dead?" Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi looked at her in disbelief, stretching their necks to see. Xiao Shi wiped her tears and asked, "Auntie, how did it die?" "It probably bled too much," Jiang Yuning replied casually. "We'll go back and find Uncle Second," Xiao Xi said nervously, pulling Xiao Shi along. At that moment, there was a rustling sound in the woods. Jiang Yuning looked alert and moved her hand secretly to hold a pistol under the package, worried that more companions might be coming after the wild boar. The two children clung to her legs, too scared to look but still peeking with squinted eyes. After a few seconds, two people emerged from the woods. They wore headscarves and carried bows and arrows, dressed like hunters. One said, "Brother, the guy is here." The other spoke to Jiang Yuning and the children. "Don't be afraid. We're here to take care of it. Brave men, it's just a dead pig," Jiang Yuning said, feeling a bit awkward seeing how nervous they were. Dead. The two hunters didn't dare to relax. They carefully drew their waist knives and approached. Seeing that the wild boar was truly lifeless, they relaxed. Smiling happily, Jiang Yuning wiped her sweat and said, "Luckily, this guy ran so far. Our efforts these past few days weren't wasted." The older hunter nodded to Jiang Yuning and said, "Sorry for frightening the young lady and the children. We're fine," Jiang Yuning said, sizing them up. "Are you hunters from nearby?" "Yes, we're hunters from Lu village on the southern side of the mountain. I'm Lu Baoshan and this is my brother Lu Baolin." After introducing herself, Lu Baoshan felt a bit shy to lift her head. In 10 villages, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. Her rough cloth dress couldn't hide her graceful figure. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows like distant mountains, and she looked like a natural beauty at first glance. Especially her confident movements, which were very different from the women in the village. He thought to himself, whose wife is she in Luoying village? Lu Baoshan took a cloth bag from his body and carried a waist knife toward the wild boar. Lu Baolin took out a sharp knife and stabbed it at the boar's neck. With one hand, he held a water pouch aimed at the wound. When the knife was pulled out, the pig's blood flowed into the water pouch. Jiang Yuning immediately understood that these two hunters wanted to cut up the wild boar.
But how could that be?
She had delivered the fatal blow to this boar. How could she let them take all the credit? "Wait a moment. What are you going to do?"
she asked.
"Don't be afraid, young lady," Lu Baoshan said. "This big fellow is hard to move, so we can only process it here. No, this boar wasn't killed by you," Jiang Yuning said softly, patting the shoulders of the two children. "Go back and find second uncle." Xiao Shi turned and ran, but he was so frightened earlier that his legs felt weak and he couldn't run fast. The children were about to cry out of fear. Xiao Xi hesitated, worried that Jiang Yuning might be bullied alone, but also wanted to take care of his sister. Jiang Yuning pushed him firmly. "Go quickly." Xiao Xi finally caught up with Xiao Shi, holding hands and running to find Shui Wuliu. "Young lady, we've been hiding behind this guy for about 5 or 6 days. 3 days ago, we injured him. He's been running around in these mountains," Lu Baoshan said. "The arrows on him are ours." Lu Baolin finished collecting the pig's blood, then threw the heavy water pouch onto the grass nearby, showing impatience. "If you just want a few pounds of pork, just say so. We wouldn't mind sharing." Thinking she just wanted a few pounds of meat was really naive. "It's true he's injured," Jiang Yuning admitted their effort, "but those wounds aren't fatal. You know he's been running in the mountains for 3 days. Given his injuries, he could still escape for another 3 or 5 days. How is that not a problem?" Isn't he dead now? Lu Baolin kicked the dead pig impatiently. Brother, let's pack up quickly. We need to get back before dark. I told you he wasn't killed by you. Didn't you hear me? Zhang Yuning looked over the faces of the two men. Are you saying we didn't kill it, or was it you who did? Lu Baolin, impatient and fiery, asked sharply. Hey, second brother, be nice to the young lady, Lu Baoshan advised him. He said to Zhang Yuning, we just scared her. How about we send over a pig leg to help calm her down? Young lady, wait over there and don't get your clothes dirty with this messy stuff. One leg isn't enough, Zhang Yuning said as she retracted her pistol from her belt, slung her satin wrap over her back, and rolled up her sleeves, walking toward the dead pig. What else do you want? Lu Baolin asked angrily, looking fierce. Since you've been chasing for 3 days and it's been hard, let's split the reward, Zhang Yuning said, squatting in front of the pig and holding out her hand. Lend me your knife. You're quite bold, Lu Baolin snapped. It's already a favor to give you a pig leg, don't speak so confidently. Zhang Yuning shot him a cold look and sneered. Look at the wounds on this pig. Which one could be fatal? You can't be blind to that. Hearing her, Lu Baoshan and Lu Baolin carefully examined the wild pig. Lu Baoshan lifted the pig's ear and looked at a blood hole about the size of a thumb in the middle of its head, frowning. What's going on here? How should I know? Lu Baolin said casually. It's probably just a headless fly bumping around, maybe hit a rock or a branch. That doesn't seem right, Lu Baoshan said, trying to figure out what could cause such a wound. Give me the knife, Zhang Yuning said coldly, her tone firm and unquestioning. When a woman asks for a knife, Lu Baoshan and Lu Baolin couldn't help but look at her with some disdain. But she carried the calm, steady aura of someone trained in the military, composed, unshaken in danger, and with a strong presence that was hard to resist. Even these two older hunters were intimidated by her powerful aura. Lu Baolin slowly handed her a sharp knife, thinking to himself, why is this woman so intimidating? Zhang Yuning took the knife and carefully cut into the bullet hole from the shotgun. She sliced along the metal fragment, and soon she managed to remove a complete piece of metal. She handed the knife back to Lu Baolin and wiped her hand on the grass, smearing pig blood. She waved the metal fragment in front of them and said, this is its fatal wound. What is this? Lu Baoshan looked at the shrapnel in disbelief. This is... Zhang Yuning paused and said, a hidden weapon, a hidden weapon? Haha, don't joke, little lady, Lu Baolin laughed loudly. There's no one else in this forest. If you talk about hidden weapons, whose hidden weapon is it? Mine, Zhang Yuning said calmly. Haha. This time Lu Baoshan also couldn't help but laugh. Little lady, we believe this is a hidden weapon, but since you say it's yours, that's... Don't you believe us? Not only do they not believe, but anyone else wouldn't believe either. Zhang Yuning certainly wouldn't pull out a shotgun and demonstrate again, right? It doesn't matter if you believe or not. Anyway, you didn't kill the wild boar. Even if it wasn't us who killed it, it wasn't you either. Little lady, you wait on the side. We'll remove the pig's leg and take it back to you first. Lu Baoshan's smile faded as he shook his head and started working. At this moment, a steady male voice came from outside the forest. What's going on? Hearing this, Zhang Yuning's heart lifted. Shuewulyu, you came just in time. Shuewulyu? The Lu brothers looked at each other and stood up, looking toward the forest. There were 3 people coming. Shuewulyu was holding Xiao Xi, and Lin Shuaisheng was walking beside him. Zhang Yuning knew Shuewulyu was tall. From this distance, she could truly see that he was very tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. If he were in modern times, he would definitely be a model. From afar, you see his figure. Up close, you see his face. Shuewulyu's features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, are exactly what those words describe. His nose is high, lips neither thin nor thick, with the corners slightly downward, giving him a serious look. She hadn't noticed yesterday, her little brother-in-law was quite handsome. Seeing that the visitor was Shuewulyu, the Lu brothers greeted him with smiles. Brother Shue, Brother Lin, long time no see. So it's the 2 Lu brothers. Shuewulyu put Xiao Xi down, clasped his fists in greeting, and glanced at Zhang Yuning. She had just called him by his name earlier, and today she called him several times. It sounded natural and smooth, and he found it more and more pleasing to hear. Compared to her little brother-in-law, the second brother's name sounded even better. Xiao Xi ran over to Jiang Yuning. Listen, the children said wild boars came into the forest. We came to see for ourselves, Lin Shuixing said with a smile, looking at Jiang Yuning. Sister-in-law, you must be startled. Jiang Yuning smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. It's good that you all recognize it, Lu Baoshan said. We injured the wild pig first, then chased it for 3 days. Today it ran here and was hit and killed. It wasn't hit and killed, Jiang Yuning muttered. All right, it wasn't hit and killed, but it's dead now. We want to take it back, but this young lady won't let us, Lu Baoshan said helplessly. We promised her a pig leg. Xue Wuliao looked at Jiang Yuning with curiosity and hesitated before asking, Is that how it is? More or less, Jiang Yuning said, clutching a bullet behind her back. But it's not that I refuse. This wild pig wasn't killed by them, and they shouldn't keep it all. It wasn't us who killed it.
Who was it?
Who came out? Lu Baolin couldn't hold back and started shouting at Jiang Yuning. Xue Wuliao immediately looked serious and glared at him, saying, What are you shouting for? Hearing this, Lu Baolin leaned angrily against a tree trunk. It seemed the Lu brothers were afraid of Xue Wuliao. Brother Xue, don't be angry. The fatal wound on this wild pig was on its head, and it wasn't caused by us. But the young lady says she wants to share the pig because of her. Lu Baoshan remembered and found it funny. Whether it's me or not, you admit it wasn't you guys. So how can you be so shameless to keep it all? Jiang Yuning said mockingly, giving Lu Baoshan a sharp look. Lu Baoshan felt his face burning and his heart pounding. This woman, she can't stand it. If I look at her a few more times, she'll surely steal my soul. Sister-in-law, do you know who killed the wild pig? Lin Shuixing went over and kicked the pig. It's a big fellow, struck on the forehead with a single blow. Truly skilled. Xue Wuliao also approached the pig and examined it. He bent down and pulled out a piece of wood with blood and flesh attached to it from the pig's side. It turned out to be half an arrow. This is our arrow. Brother Xue, you recognize it too, Lu Baoshan hurriedly said. The arrow is yours, but what about the wound on the top of its head? Xue Wuliao asked seriously, staring at the round blood hole. Such a wound was very strange, unheard of, and unseen before. This is... Lu Baoshan couldn't explain and looked at Jiang Yuning. Young lady, what about the thing you pulled out? Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Here, Jiang Yuning spread his hand. Lin Shuixing quickly caught the bullet and looked at it carefully. It was about the size of a little finger with no sharp blade. It felt heavy, probably solid. But how could this thing kill a wild boar? He didn't understand, so he handed it to Xue Wuliao, but he also couldn't figure it out. Older sister-in-law, do you think this thing killed the wild boar? Lin Shuixing asked. At that time, Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and said, The wild boar ran toward me. I was pretty scared. I just heard a bang and its head burst open, and it fell down. I didn't see who did it. That explanation sounded reasonable. Xiao Xi tilted his head and said, I also heard it. It sounded like firecrackers. Brother Xue, do you understand what happened now? Lu Baoshan asked. I understand, Xue Wuliao said as he put the bullet into his pocket. This wild boar wasn't killed by you. You, Lu Baolin pouted in disagreement and sneered, you just want to share, so just say it. No need to beat around the bush. Lu Baolin, it sounds like we're stealing your prey, Lin Shuixing said with a smile, knocking his knuckles and making a cracking sound. He then stepped on the pig's head. Sharing half with you is just to be kind after your hard days. This is Ing Village's land, not inside Ing Mountain. Hearing this, the Lu brothers looked at each other again. Lu Baoshan clasped his fists and smiled. Brother Lin, we've been camping out for days, all for this. Hunting is hard work for everyone, Xue Wuliao said slowly. But we have an unspoken rule. Whatever's caught in the mountain belongs to the person who caught it. But things outside the mountain belong to the village they come from. You should know that, right? To be clear, if we hadn't met people from our village today, it would be fine. But since we did, this wild boar belongs to Ing Village, Lin Shuixing added. You guys are unreasonable, Lu Baolin suddenly stood up straight, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Xue Wulyu and the others. "Oh, so you want to fight?" Lin Xuexing said fearlessly, kicking the pig's head. He patted his chest and said, "Come at me if you want. Don't hesitate. Let's do it together." It was surprising how confident Lin Xuexing looked, even though he was clearly injured. Lu Baolin stubbornly held his head high, feeling very displeased. Lu Baoshan stayed calmer and smiled politely, saying, "Brother Lin, don't misunderstand. We see each other often, so no need to be upset." Xuexing, Xue Wulyu spoke in a deep voice, giving off a strange pressure that caught Jiang Yuning's attention. Such a strong presence from a hunter seemed a bit of a shame. He said, "Let's keep the peace. The head belongs to you, and the meat is split evenly. What do you think? That's already a good deal for you. You can get about 4 jin of meat from just one head," Lin Xuexing replied. "Let's go with Brother Xue's idea," Lu Baoshan agreed. If he had known this would happen, Jiang Yuning wouldn't have wasted words arguing with them. Now she learned her lesson. Next time, she would hunt and pack up quickly, saving herself trouble and suspicion. "Since no one objects, how about we carry the wild pig to my house to clean it up?" Xue Wulyu suggested. "That sounds good," Lu Baoshan strongly agreed. When butchering in the wild, more parts are lost, but in the village, cleaning up is like slaughtering a pig for a festival. Everything inside the intestines and stomach can be kept. Lu Baolin chopped down a sturdy poplar tree about the size of an arm. Lin Xuexing tied the wild pig's 4 legs, inserting the tree trunk into a rope, with 2 people in front and 2 behind. 1, 2, lift. The wild pig trembled as it was carried on the tree trunk into Luoying village. Jiang Yuning followed behind with a small child, thinking that when she hunted herself, she could just throw the animal into her space. No fuss needed. Seeing Jiang Yuning follow, Lu Baoshan asked, "Miss, what is your name?" "Me?" Jiang Yuning was about to answer, but she heard Xue Wulyu ahead say, "Xue Jiang." "Oh," Lu Baoshan suddenly understood. "So your sister-in-law." "Sorry for the mistake. I'm not." Jiang Yuning quickly explained, but then heard Xue Wulyu say, "Go to Xuexing's house to clean up. Xiao sure is there too, all right. I still have some wine on me. Let's drink happily tonight, brothers," Lu Baoshan said enthusiastically, cutting off Jiang Yuning's words. She wanted to clarify that Xue Jiang wasn't Xue Wulyu's surname, but Xue Wentao's. Then she thought, isn't that still a Xue? Besides, she called her sister-in-law, but didn't specify which one. Why get so particular? The story about hunting a wild boar in the woods quickly spread through the village. Villagers gathered along the roads to watch, acting like victorious heroes. Everyone was talking excitedly. "Look at them, just staying at home and already having fat pigs to offer. The Xue and Lin families will have fresh meat again this time. You're just jealous. If you had the courage, you'd go up the mountain too." Someone loudly asked, "Second brother Xue, are you selling the pork?" "Yes, I am. If anyone wants to buy, come to Xuexing's house later to weigh it," Xue Wu replied loudly. Then he asked Lu brothers, "Are you selling your share too?" "Of course, it's good to sell. It saves us from carrying it back over mountains," Lu Baoshan said. "Second brother Xue, how much is pork per jin?" "Front shoulder is 20 coins, back leg 15 coins, pork ribs 10 coins, Xue Wu replied after thinking for a moment. "That's right," second brother Xue didn't overcharge. "Hey!" Jiang Yuning jogged a few steps to walk beside him and whispered, "Aren't ribs supposed to be the most expensive? Aren't back legs more expensive than front shoulders?" Xue Wu looked at her in surprise and said, "White meat is more expensive than red meat. Pork ribs don't have much meat, so they aren't worth much." Times are different now. People's needs have changed. In modern times, pork ribs are the most expensive, while pork belly with 3 layers is the cheapest. The 4 of them carried the wild boar back to Granny Lin's house. Granny Lin was so happy she smiled widely and quickly started chopping firewood to light a fire. Just outside, Jiang Yuning had set up a stove. They placed a board on the stove, filled a large pot with boiling water, and put the boar on the board. The Lu brothers each took a scraper, poured hot water over the boar to loosen the hair, and then started shaving. Many children from the village came to watch, excited by the noise of the shaving. What made them even happier was that they could enjoy some meat today. Since the Lunar New Year, it had been a lean time, with little meat available outside Granny Lin and Jiang Yuning's families. At such times, Lin Wang's family was always present. She pretended to wander around inside and outside the house. Shui Sheng, this pig is really fat. It must weigh around 300 jin, right? Lin Shui Sheng ignored her. Mother, if there's anything you need me to do, just say. Granny Lin added some firewood to the stove. You can see for yourself, she saw Jiang Yuning holding a large basin of pig blood and asked quickly, how will we eat this later? Raw, Jiang Yuning said irritably. Jiang Yuning, why are you talking like that? I asked you kindly because I wanted to help you, Madam Lin said stubbornly. You say eat raw? Try eating it raw and see. If you really want to help, don't interfere, Jiang Yuning glared at her. Oh, I guess my good intentions aren't appreciated, Madam Lin huffed and left angrily, just as Xue Wuliu entered. She shot a quick look at him as she squeezed past. Xue Wuliu slightly curved his lips and asked, Sister-in-law, are you going to eat pig blood raw? I'm not a wild person, Jiang Yuning said with a forced smile. Lu Baolin told me to pour it out, but I didn't know what to do with it. Give it to me. Xue Wuliu reached out and took the blood bowl. Slice some green onions. Oh. Jiang Yuning quickly grabbed a knife and chopped fine green onions. Xue Wuliu tilted his chin, signaling her to put the onions into the pig blood, and she did as told. Xue Wuliu then asked her to dissolve some coarse salt in warm water, add a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns into the pig blood, stir a few times, and then pour in more than half a bowl of clear water. After mixing well, he said seriously, now it's ready to eat. Huh? Jiang Yuning looked at him, then at the pig blood, and asked with a stern face, Do you think I'm stupid? She glared at him fiercely. Seeing her proud attitude, a gentle, relaxed smile slowly appeared on Xue Wuliu's face. Yuning, go get a basin and help out, Granny Lin called. Jiang Yuning carried out a large basin, and Xue Wuliu, with nothing to do inside, turned and followed her. At the stove, Lu Baoshan pointed to the ground and said, Sister-in-law Xue, put the basin here. Jiang Yuning did as told, but before she could stand up, Lu Baolin cut open the wild boar's belly. The hot intestines spilled into the basin with a loud splash. One piece of intestine even fell into Jiang Yuning's hand. Oh no! Jiang Yuning turned her face in disgust, and Lu Baolin smirked triumphantly. Seeing this, Xue Wuliu quickly moved to Jiang Yuning's side, reached out and pulled her up, turning her to face away from the pile of pig offal. Are you okay? His calm voice carried a hint of nervousness. He glared angrily at Lu Baolin, who was playing this prank, worried he might scare Jiang Yuning badly. The man's presence overwhelmed her, and for a moment, Jiang Yuning was dazed, feeling as if this man was very nervous around her, giving her a sense of safety. However, Jiang Yuning is usually quite careless about relationships. She quickly forgot this thought. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuning pushed away Xue Wuliu's arm and turned around, asking sharply, Did you do it on purpose? Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to, Lu Baolin said playfully, feeling much happier. Even Lu Baoshan thought she looked quite adorable like this. Even when she's angry, she still attracts attention. Childish. Jiang Yuning glared at them and kicked a big basin, asking, Is this food or trash? Don't throw it away. Sister-in-law, Lu Baolin said with a smile, Clean the intestines, then fry them up for a good snack. Got it. She was about to bend down to pick up the basin when Xue Wuliu took the lead and lifted it. Let me do it. Okay.
Ah.
Achoo. Jiang Yuning sneezed again. Xue Wuliu looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then put down the basin and took out a paper package from his pocket. Here, I don't want it. Jiang Yuning recognized it as a ginger candy packet and didn't want to eat it. Hurry up and get better. The kids still need you to take care of them. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Xue Wuliu placed the paper package in her hand and carried the basin away. Brother Xue and sister-in-law are really close, Lu Baoshan said enviously. Jiang Yuning decided this time to clarify everything, but she was interrupted again. You're busy. Everything's cleaned up quickly. Take it all to my house. Zhang Baozhang smiled proudly. Baozhang, We are about to send you a fresh piece to try, Shui Wuliu said calmly and politely. A piece? Zhang Baozhang snorted softly. Second brother, don't think I don't know that this wild boar was caught in the small forest to the south. That's Lingyuan Village's woods. If you catch it, it should be sent directly to my house. Jiang Yuning thought she had seen enough shameless people these days, Wang Zhang, Lin Wang, Shui Balian, and believed it was the limit. But today, she saw even more shamelessness. What Zhang Baozhang said was almost the same as stealing. Baozhang, this wild boar was chased by our brothers in the mountains and finally driven into the woods, Lu Baoshan hurried to explain. You chased it down, but it still died in the woods. Even if it died in the woods, it's our prey. What does that have to do with you? Lu Baolin couldn't stay calm and didn't look happy. What does it have to do with me? He, Zhang Baozhang said sarcastically. I am the village chief of Lingyuan. You say it has nothing to do with me? Anything that belongs to Lingyuan village and isn't private property is mine. Isn't that obvious? His words were shameless. Because imperial authority didn't reach the county, these village chiefs, constables, and wardens became tyrants, acting like local emperors. Whatever the village chief said, the common people had to obey. This isn't your farm, so how can it be yours? Lu Baolin was so angry he slammed his axe on the wooden board. What are you trying to do? Zhang Baozhang took 2 steps back, pointing at Lu Baolin. Are you planning to rebel? Hey, brother, Baozhang, calm down. Shui Wuliu tried to smooth things over. Baozhang, they've been chasing this guy for 7 or 8 days and haven't gone back. We finally caught him in the woods. Even if we consider their hard work, this time give me some face. Second brother, it's not that I won't give you face. It's just that you caught him at the right time, the village chief said, clasping his hands in front of the sun. The village head is about to decide this year's taxes for Lingyuan village. If I send this guy over now, maybe I can please him and maybe reduce everyone's burden. Do you understand? That's blatant lying. The taxes have been rising every year, and he's the one manipulating things. Now he's talking so grandly, but it's all just to keep his position as village chief. Everyone could see through this, but no one dared to speak out. Brother Shui, forget it, Lu Baoshan said, not wanting to cause trouble, waving his hand. Big brother, how can we just forget? Our family is still waiting for rice to cook, Lu Baolin said, feeling unwilling. Village head, please be flexible. Shui Wuliu lowered his voice and kindly asked. This made Jiang Yuning feel even more frustrated. Not only did Lu brothers waste their effort, but she also shot a gun in vain.
How could that be?
The village head couldn't be offended, so he had to think of a way that would satisfy everyone. Jiang Yuning approached Zhang village head with a slight smile and said, Village head, do you really want this wild pig? Madam, Shui Wuliu called out softly. Jiang Yuning shot him a glance, telling him to mind his own business. Madam Shui, haven't you heard? Seeing Jiang Yuning, Zhang village head immediately became friendly, with a cheerful face. I have heard. Jiang Yuning sighed softly. I advise you not to think about catching this wild pig. Why not? Jiang Yuning politely explained. You must have heard the saying, under the sky, is there any land not belonging to the king? On the borders of all lands, are there any not the king's subjects? I've heard, so what? Don't you understand what that means? Jiang Yuning looked around carefully and said cautiously, look at the vast land under the sky. Every part is the ruler's territory. Look at the ends of the land. Everyone is the ruler's servant. Lying village is the land of our great Song Emperor. We are all citizens of the great Song. Every blade of grass and tree around us belongs to the emperor, and even this wild pig is the property of the emperor. Madam Shui, you're right. Zhang village had nodded with a smile. Jiang Yuning deliberately lowered her voice and asked, so, if you want this wild pig, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Zhang village had asked, puzzled. Jiang Yuning pretended to be frightened, bowing slightly, and said anxiously, Village head, you've heard of the term local tyrant, right? I am just a woman, and I haven't thought things through carefully. If someone with bad intentions uses this to make trouble, not only the village head but also the village elders and officials could be involved. Hearing this, Zhang village head's face changed and he warned, Madam Shui, You can eat things carelessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Jiang Yuning carefully looked at Zhang village head, paused, and then said, You originally wanted to help the village do good, but aren't you afraid that good intentions might turn into trouble? I heard from my father that the new county magistrate is very strict. Originally, Zhang Baozhang was quite angry, but after hearing her words, he realized she was thinking of him.
His anger eased a lot.
He looked around at the crowd, noticing that many faces showed some anger and dissatisfaction. Even respectful Xue Wuliu knew he wouldn't truly obey him. He wanted to be a local boss, but if someone reported him for this, he would lose more than just a wild boar. Thinking this, Zhang Baozhang chuckled and said, I was just joking earlier. Lu Baoshan and Lu Baolin looked at them in surprise. Jiang Yuning had spoken quietly earlier, so they didn't hear everything, but now they understood that Zhang Baozhang seemed to give up on catching the wild boar. Xue Wuliu heard everything clearly. He looked at Jiang Yuning with a look of happy surprise. Her words were very clever. She didn't offend the village chief, but also protected the pork. He really wanted to understand what kind of person she was. She was impressive in many ways. Second brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly support the village chief and go home. We still need to prepare dinner. Jiang Yuning scolded Xue Wuliu. Xue Wuliu quickly agreed and called Lu's brothers, help support the village chief with a good pig leg. After saving one pig, losing a pig leg wasn't a big deal. Lu Baoshan raised his knife and cut off a whole leg, then stepped back. Granny Lin quickly tied it with grass rope and handed it to Zhang Baozhang. Zhang Baozhang hesitated, insisting on paying for it, but Xue Wuliu and Granny Lin were very friendly, acting as if they wanted to give him the pig leg. After accepting the pig leg, everyone wanted him to stay for drinks, but he said he had to go home for some matter. As he left, the yard became lively again. Villagers asked when they could weigh the meat. No one dared to openly mention what had happened earlier. Xue Wuliu went to handle the pig intestines. Lu Baoshan approached and said, Let me do this dirty work. Brother Xue, you help weigh the meat. He took out a hanging scale from Granny Lin's house. Villagers who wanted to weigh their meat gathered around. Xue Wuliu looked around the crowd, saw Li Tongsheng, and waved, saying, Brotherly, come help me keep track of the account. Good, good, Li Tongxing said, tucking the warm copper coins into his sleeve. Everyone wait a moment. I'll go back and get some paper and pen. Everyone urged quickly, and soon Li Tongxing returned with a pen and ink, setting up a table in the center of the Lin family yard. Second brother, I can keep accounts, but I also need someone to handle the money. Xue Wuliu looked around and focused on Lu Baolin. Lu Baolin waved his hand and said, Let my wife do it. He pointed to Jiang Yuning. Without needing further questions, Jiang Yuning moved a chair to sit beside Li Tongsheng and said, Then let's start. She was very straightforward. Xue Wuliu smiled slightly, lifted a scale, and stood beside her. 2 wooden boards were placed in front of a table. Lin Shuisheng and Lu Baolin put half a pig's meat on the boards. Lin Shuisheng shouted, Who wants to cut the first piece? Give me the tenderloin, the fattest one, about a jin. Lu Baolin quickly cut a piece, threw it to Xue Wuliu, who tilted the scale at a 45-degree angle. Xue Wuliu called out, 1 jin 3 liang. All right, 1 jin 3 liang it is. Li Tongxing finished adjusting the abacus, wrote while speaking, 1 jin 3 liang costs 26 coins. The copper coin with warmth was placed on the table for Jiang Yuning to count, then carefully stored in a wooden box. Most common people didn't have much money. They usually bought only 1 or 2 jin at a time. When the scale was slightly lowered, it felt like they lost a lot. But Jiang Yuning also noticed that Xue Wuliu always gave slightly higher weights, no matter whose scale it was. When weighing meat, everyone was happy and smiling. Soon, only half of a pig's hind leg remained, clearly not popular. They carried the other half of the pig over and continued selling. Madame Lin carried the hind leg into the house, cut it into large pieces, and put them in a pot to cook. Lu Baoshan washed the intestines, stuffed them with seasoned pig blood, and also put them in the pot. The remaining pig blood was steamed into blood pudding in another pot. The house and yard were full of people, and the aroma was everywhere. Everyone's faces showed happiness. Well, Second brother, I don't have cash right now. Can I buy on credit and pay you after the harvest? A middle-aged man asked, hugging his arms nervously. Sure, fifth brother, just tell me which piece you want, and it's fine. Xue Wuliao agreed happily. But once this precedent was set, more people came to buy on credit. He didn't mind and continued to cut meat for everyone as usual. Second brother, I won't weigh meat. Can you just weigh some water and oil for me? All right, water and oil are just 5 coins per pound. You can weigh them, Xue Wu readily agreed, and everyone was satisfied. Seeing that there wasn't much pork left and most people had already left, Madame Lin and Madame Wang Zhang came over. Wang Zhang pointed at the remaining meat on the pig's hind leg, picking out the fattier parts. There's no good meat left. That's because the fatty meat has all been weighed away. Second sister, you know Bao Lian just had her baby yesterday. Maybe we can make some meat soup to help her recover. Can you see if you can take these bones back? Wang Zhang asked Lu Baolin kindly. My daughter-in-law is Sister Xue's younger sister. Oh, I see. Lu Baolin glanced at Xue Wu and said. Then, before he could finish, Jiang Yuning quickly interrupted. No, Aunt Wang. Why is Jiang Yuning everywhere I go? Wang Zhang was annoyed as she heard her speak. I'm collecting money here, Jiang Yuning said calmly. Yesterday, you took 5,000 coins from my house, promising to take care of Sister Bao Lian while she's postpartum. How come today you're here asking for bones? Did the 5,000 coins disappear overnight? Of course, I still have the money. I just want to weigh some meat to take home. Look, there's hardly any good meat left. I want to take some bones to make soup. Everyone knows bone soup helps with milk production, Wang Zhang sneered, glancing at Jiang Yuning's chest. Have you forgotten, or are you just a hen that can't lay eggs? I think you're pretending to help Bao Lian produce milk, but really just want to save money, Jiang Yuning replied without fear, her face calm. Xue Wu looked at her throat and then said, This isn't your own pig. The 2 brothers from Lu's family also have a share. If you want to take advantage, others won't let you. Lu Baolin understood what was happening. He's straightforward and said bluntly, It's impossible to get it for free. Oh, Jiang Yuning, I think you're just after the money, Wang Zhang shouted, pointing at her. Yes, I am after the money, Jiang Yuning smiled. My daughter-in-law is postpartum, and she needs to ask her family for wages to take care of her. I only care about money. Family feelings are just empty talk. Wang Zhang was so angry she couldn't speak properly. She took out a handful of copper coins from her sleeve and slammed them on the table. Weigh it according to these coins. Not a cent less, all right. After paying 15 coins per jean, Jiang Yuning carefully counted with her slender fingers. This is 36 coins. It weighs 2 jean 4 liang. All right, 2 jean 4 liang. Lu Baolin was about to cut the meat, but Jiang Yuning stood up and said, Wait, I will cut it. Lu Baolin usually gives more meat when he cuts, so she didn't want to let Wang Zhangshi get a bad deal. Older sister-in-law, let me do it, Lin Shuixing quickly said. No need, just bring the knife. Jiang Yuning smiled gently. This piece of meat, even a small difference of 1 coin, is not acceptable. If it's more, we lose money. Xue Wuliu looked at her with some amusement as she took the sharp knife, skillfully sharpening it on the stone. Then she cut into the pork with a strong, clean stroke. He estimated it to be about 2 jean, feeling quite surprised. When had Jiang Yuning ever done this kind of work before? She then placed a piece of meat on his scale, and with a decisive bang, stuck the knife into the wooden board, finishing the task smoothly. Xue Wuliu found her even more interesting, and looked down at the scale, surprised again. 2 jean 4 liang, exactly right, he said. The older sister-in-law's knife skills are really beautiful, Lu Baolin praised. Lin Shuixing was stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. Wang Zhangshi, angry, took the pork and turned to find Lin Wangshi, but saw her hurriedly running away. After Wang Zhangshi left, no one else came to weigh meat. Li Tongsheng checked the accounts with his abacus, and Jiang Yuning thought for a moment before saying, The cash I received is 1,125 coins. We sold a total of 1,960 coins, and 835 coins are still owed. As she finished speaking, Li Tongxing finished counting and looked at her in surprise. Lady Xue is right. Lady Xue from the Xue family is really good at accounting. Lu Baolin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No woman had ever made him feel so impressed. Jiang Yuning was the first. Since that's the case, Xue Wuyi said, give us 100 coins and the rest go to the Liu brothers. No, that won't do. Liu Baoshan quickly waved his hand. We agreed to split it equally. You can't take less money and you also need to settle the debts. These are all accounts from Luoying village. It's not convenient for you to come every time. It wouldn't be right to go to each household for a few coins. Since they owe me, it's easier this way, Xue Wuyi explained reasonably. People understand that the payment is supposed to be made after the harvest, but it might be many years later. In the end, whether they pay or not doesn't really matter. Then we can't take these, Liu Baoshan said. Let's just keep 500 for ourselves, and the rest goes to you. It was clear that the Liu brothers were not greedy people. No, that's not possible. Xue Wuyi and Lin Xueqing also refused. Jiang Yuning raised her hand to stop them and said, don't argue. I remember who owes money. Rest assured, no one can escape paying. This gave the Liu brothers some reassurance and a way to step down. She couldn't stand the kind of show where someone acts tough to others. Originally, Liu Baolin said the family was waiting for rice, and suddenly they were willing to give 400 or 500 coins. That was enough for a family to eat for a month or two. Then we'll leave the rest for you. Liu Baoshan thought of a good compromise. Everyone agreed without objection, and they divided the money on the spot. Second brother, I also want to buy some meat for the family, Li Tongxing said shyly, taking out a few copper coins from his sleeve. Big brother Li, why are you being so formal? Xue Wuyi pushed his hand and said, you've helped us so much, and you're buying meat? That's just embarrassing me. The meal is ready. I already asked Xiao Xi to find sister-in-law and Jinping to come eat. Later, I'll buy some meat. No, that's not right. Hey, big brother Li, why are you being so distant with us? Lin Xueqing patted his shoulder. I have good wine at home. Let's have a good drink with the Liu brothers. Li Tongxing no longer hesitated. The men were drinking in the east room, while Lin Dajie set another table in the west room, inviting Jiang Yuning and the children to eat. It was a rule. When guests are at home, women and children can't sit at the same table as the guests. Soon, Li Tongxing's wife, Li Zhang, and their child, Li Jinping, arrived. They also brought Lin Xiaowu, who led Xue Baoyan's eldest daughter, Wang Zhaodi, and 2 children from the Lin family. All of them came to eat for free. The children had already come inside. Since they were related or familiar, no one could send them away. But with many people and little food, when the dishes were served in the east room, there wasn't much left in the west room. Lin Dajie felt a bit troubled and hurried to cut more pork to stew. Jiang Yuning watched the children playing and having fun, so she called Xue Wuyi over. When she called him, Xue Wuyi's heart pounded, but he kept a calm face. Sister-in-law, what do you need from me? Please help me cut the pork ribs, Jiang Yuning said. Cut them into small pieces about 1 inch long so I can cook a dish. Okay, Xue Wuyi quickly used the cleaver to cut the ribs into pieces. Jiang Yuning saw a big bowl of ribs, enough for everyone to eat. Is there anything else you need help with, sister-in-law? Xue Wuyi asked softly. No, that's all, Jiang Yuning replied, then added, you and Xueqing have injuries, so don't drink too much. This was her responsible advice to the patient, but to Xue Wuyi, it sounded a bit different. Being cared for like this felt special. Jiang Yuning rinsed the ribs, then stir-fried them in a big pot. Afterward, she added soy sauce and sweet and sour sauce, brought it to a boil, then simmered on low heat. The delicious smell of the meat made the children drool as they gathered around the stove. Madam, what are you cooking? It smells so good, Little Sher asked eagerly. Sweet and sour ribs, Jiang Yuning said. Play for a little longer, then I'll call you. Yuning, you always have good ideas, Granny Lin said. I'm a bit worried now. Don't worry. The leftovers are good stuff, Jiang Yuning said. The backbone stew, the bone soup. Oh, and Granny, I think it's better not to let the Liu brothers go home empty-handed. Give some pork to Li Tongxing to cut, and keep some for our families. The rest can be packed up for them. Yuning, you're so thoughtful. I'll get ready now. Can I help with anything? Li Zhang's wife asked weakly. Jiang Yuning looked up. She was pale and thin, looking like a gust of wind could knock her over, clearly unwell. Lita saw, "Are you feeling unwell? My body is like this. Every time the seasons change, I get sick," Li Zhang sighed. "Today the weather is good, I can come out, but if the wind gets stronger," she coughed for a while and said, "I can't go outside anymore. That's the leftover illness from giving birth," Granny Lin said. When Jinping was born, Li Tongsheng was taking exams. She got too excited and didn't recover well. "Oh, sister-in-law, if you trust me, I can take a look," Jiang Yuning said. She thought her condition was probably just stomach and digestion issues, malnutrition, not something serious. She couldn't handle very complicated cases, but for minor illnesses and small problems, with her medical knowledge from her past life and the medicines in her space, she could manage for a while. "I see you want Yuning to take a look, and it really works." Grandma Lin remembered Jiang Yuning saving Lin Shuixing and said, "She even saved Bao Lian during her difficult childbirth." "Really? I don't go out much, so I didn't hear about it. I only heard from Jinping that my sister-in-law is very capable." "What's so impressive?" "It's too late today. I'll check again tomorrow," Jiang Yuning said shyly, calling the children to come eat. The sweet and sour ribs are divided into 2 portions. Grandma Lin brings 1 plate to the East Room. "Can ribs be cooked like this?" Lu Baolin took a piece and chewed happily. "It's delicious. This dish isn't often available at restaurants in the county town," Lin Shuixing said, also praising it. "You guys are better at cooking. We can only go to restaurants in the county, so my brother and I just manage the family meals," Lu Baoshun said a bit enviously. Lin Shuixing smiled awkwardly. "Drink, drink." Shuewu looked at the shiny, golden ribs on the plate and smiled slightly. The West Room was even livelier. The children didn't use chopsticks. They just grabbed the ribs with their hands, eating messily with oil all over their faces. Wang Zhaodi secretly bit a piece and clenched it in her palm, but Jiang Yuning saw her. In this bowl of ribs, the children's eyes were fixed on eating, afraid others would eat more and they would eat less. Wang Zhaodi held a piece of rib in her hand, and not only Jiang Yuning saw, but the other children did too. Lin Xiaowu immediately asked with a stern face, "Why are you eating and grabbing at the same time?" Wang Zhaodi pouted, tears in her eyes. "What are you scaring her for?" Xue Qingxi glared at Lin Xiaowu. "Kids aren't enemies. Even if they fought yesterday, they played together today. Just eat. Who cares if she took some? It's not her family's." Lin Xiaowu shoved a piece of fatty meat into his mouth, seeming worried he wouldn't have enough. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Jiang Yuning sitting opposite. He quickly lowered his head and swallowed the meat. He and Xue Qingxi had no grudge, but he still feared Jiang Yuning. Remember that sharp slap? "Zhaodi, did you leave some for your sister?" Jiang Yuning asked with a smile. "Why didn't you bring your sister here?" Wang Zhaodi looked at Jiang Yuning timidly, afraid to speak. It's clear she was frightened by Jiang Yuning. In the future, maybe in Luoying village, people will use Jiang Yuning's name to scare children. "How are your mother and little sister these days?" Granny Lin asked. "Very well," Wang Zhaodi replied softly. "Don't hold it with your hand. I'll pour a small bowl for you to take home," Granny Lin said, picking up a small bowl and filling it. She looked at Lin Xiaowu stretch out his greasy little hand, then scolded him with a playful slap. Lin Xiaowu mischievously rubbed his hand and said, "Grandma favors me. Aren't there enough for you to eat already?" Granny Lin shook her head helplessly. Such a good child, but he learns to be greedy and rude like Lin Wangshe. The children in the village have fought with him. When they were young, they didn't hold grudges, but when they grow up, they just want to offend others. Unlike the 2 children of the Xue family, who are well-educated. They know manners and are not annoying at all. In Luoying village, there's also Li Jinping, Li Tongxing's child, who is very sensible. Look at her sitting here eating quietly, like a gentle girl. "Zhaodi, is your mother's milk enough for your little sister?" Granny Lin asked again. "Mother said it's enough, and she even gives some to 80. That's good. Having milk is a blessing for this 3rd girl. Grandma Lin, my grandma also says that 3rd sister is lucky. In a few days, she will go to a wealthy family to enjoy happiness." Wang Zhaodi, only 3 years old, happily boasted about her family, without much thought. Hearing this, Jiang Yuning put down her bowl and asked thoughtfully, "Go to a wealthy family for what?" When she spoke, Wang Zhaodi fell silent again. At this moment, Lin Xiao's cheeky nature was obvious. He happily said, "My grandma found a family for the little girl. After she recovers from giving birth, she will take her away." What? Jiang Yuning found this hard to believe. Well, if she can find a good family, that's not bad, Granny Lin sighed. At least she won't go hungry or be looked down upon. There are many girls born in our family who are sent away. Sending someone away is better than throwing them out, Li Zhongshi said softly. What they considered normal made Jiang Yuning feel shocked and scared. Having a girl and sending her away and calling it a good thing. Even if her own child was starving, she would still raise her, right? If you can't fulfill your duty to raise your children, why have them at all? Why not just sit around and pick at the wall? Seeing her look unwell, Aunt Lin comforted her, saying, "Yuning, this is Bao Lian's fate. No wonder others talk about it. That's not fate. Fate is in our own hands," Li Jinping said angrily. Jiang Yuning was surprised to look at this young boy. In this era, being able to say such things makes him truly special. "Jinping, don't talk nonsense," Li Zhang softly scolded, apologizing to Jiang Yuning. "The child is young and naive. Sister, please don't mind." "He's right." Jiang Yuning looked at Li Jinping with admiration, feeling a bit shy and lowering her head, saying, "I spoke out of turn." "Jinping, are you taking the county exam this year?" Jiang Yuning asked. "I took it in February. I didn't pass this year, so I will try again next year," Li Jinping replied. "You're so young to take the county exam. Jinping, you're really good at studying," Jiang Yuning praised. She didn't know much about the imperial examination system. The original owner didn't pay much attention to it either. It should be that after passing the county exam and becoming a scholar, one can then take the prefectural and provincial exams. "I don't want to take the county exam," Li Jinping stubbornly said with a serious face. "A good man should go to the battlefield to fight bravely, defend the country. What can a scholar do?" "Jinping, don't talk nonsense. Passing the exam and gaining fame is the way to honor your family," Li Zhang scolded him again. "Going to the battlefield is much easier than passing the exams," Li Jinping insisted, pursing his lips. "Sister, you understand a lot. Please help me persuade him. He keeps talking about joining the army," Li Zhang said helplessly. Jiang Yuning smiled softly and asked, "Does Jinping know what the battlefield is like?" Li Jinping's cheeks turned red. He lowered his head and said, "It's written in books. Warriors with armor, drums beating loudly. That sounds impressive." Jiang Yuning chuckled softly, tapping the table twice and saying, "But joining the army isn't easy. You have to start as a soldier, step by step. With your build, you'll probably end up as a supply or cooking soldier or feeding horses." "Huh." When she mentioned feeding horses, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He looked up and saw Xue Wuyu standing at the door. Lin Xiao quickly closed his mouth. Li Jinping's face stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yuning smiled and said, "Don't underestimate logistics. At least on the battlefield. It can save your life and let you stay in the army for a few years peacefully. I'm not doing this just to pass time," Li Jinping argued. "Alright, so you successfully became an infantryman or cavalryman. Your team is brave and skilled in battle, winning every fight. If you want to stand out in the team, you need to kill more enemies than others." Jiang Yuning paused and vividly described, "The enemies aren't chickens or ducks, they're real people. A single stab to a vital spot can be deadly. If you don't kill them, they'll scream in pain. It might be like this pig, with its intestines and liver spilling out. You can't be afraid. You must step over their bodies and keep moving forward." Her words painted a very vivid picture. Lin Xiaowu and Xue Qingxi both put down their ribs, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Li Jinping looked pale with fear. "Is it really that scary? War is so cruel. Isn't that written in books?" Jiang Yuning smiled brightly. "Compared to risking your life every day, I think studying is easier. War in the age of cold weapons is just like that. Nothing is certain, just empty imagination." Cough. Xue Wuyu took the chance to bring in some ribs, "Eat more, kids." Seeing this, Li Jinping looked like he had found a savior. "Second uncle, you said joining the army isn't like that, right? You and Shuixing uncle are good friends, aren't you?" Xue Wuyu's face stiffened. He awkwardly said, It's just a few years in the military camp. With that time, you'd be better off studying. You also served in the army? Jiang Yuning asked in surprise. The original owner's memory didn't include him serving. That was in the past. Let's not talk about it. Shui Wuliu smiled awkwardly, exhaling a strong smell of alcohol. Grandma Lin quickly asked, "Is there enough food? Should I cook a couple more dishes?" "Sure, then let's fry another plate of intestines. We'll have it with drinks." Jiang Yuning wrinkled her nose. The taste was quite strong. She thought the topic would end there, but Li Jinping wasn't willing to give up. He raised his face and asked, "Second uncle, have you ever been on the battlefield?" Shui Wuliu was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "We didn't go to the battlefield. We were just horse feeders." "Haha, horse feeders," Lin Xiao openly mocked. "What are you laughing at?" Shui Qingxi glared at him. Lin Xiao laughed loudly. "I'm laughing that your second uncle is just a horse feeder." "What's so funny about that?" "Your third uncle is the same," Shui Qingxi retorted. The two children looked like fighting little roosters, eager to try. Jiang Yuning coughed, and Lin Xiao immediately fell silent, keeping his mouth tightly shut. Li Jinping looked at Shui Wu with disappointment and lowered his head sadly. The Western house finished eating quickly, but the Eastern house was still lively with drinking. Li Zhang and Li Jinping went home, and Lin Xiaowu prepared to go with them. "Xiaowu, are you not staying over today?" Grandma Lin asked. "No. I'm staying at home," Lin Xiaowu replied. "Did your house fix the north wall?" "No, not yet. Today was strange. Madame Wang from the Lin family didn't come to eat or sleep. Probably because she was upset about not getting pork." Li Zhang also took Wang Zhaodi home on her way. Jiang Yuning helped Grandma Lin tidy up and then took the two children back to their storage room. After eating and drinking enough, the children took off their outer clothes and went straight to bed. Jiang Yuning washed her hands and feet with cold water and also prepared to sleep. Suddenly, she remembered the parcel Long Zhang had given her. She reached for it on the bed but couldn't find it. She felt around the box but found nothing. Her heart tightened. She lit an oil lamp and looked around the storage room. There was no sign of the parcel. Did someone steal it? Jiang Yuning sat on the edge of the bed, thinking. When she brought back the wild boar, she had put the parcel in the storage room. Someone must have taken it when they weren't paying attention.
Sigh.
She thought the villagers were honest and simple. She had only taken the job to avoid offending the village chief. But before she even started, the materials were gone. Jiang Yuning carefully reviewed the villagers who came today. So many people came and went. She hadn't noticed anything at the time. She couldn't suspect anyone lightly. What should she do now? While she was thinking, Grandma Lin asked from the yard, "Yuning, are you asleep?" "Not yet," Jiang Yuning replied, putting on her coat and stepping outside. "Oh, Yuning, they're drinking and arguing in the Eastern house. I couldn't sleep, so I came to find you," Grandma Lin said shyly. "Come in and sit," Jiang Yuning said, making way. "Actually, I have something to discuss with you too." Jiang Yuning told her about the missing parcel, which surprised Grandma Lin. "This can't be delayed. Come on, I'll go with you to find the village chief now. If the villagers took it, the sooner we tell the village chief, the easier it will be to find it." I thought about it and decided to do it this way. Jiang Yuning was worried about her two children at home, so she asked Aunt Lin to watch over them. She hurried out and headed to Zhang Baoshan's house. She didn't have a lantern or torch, so she walked carefully along the dirt country road, stepping deep and shallow. She faintly heard footsteps behind her. She quickened her pace, and the footsteps also sped up. She slowed down, and so did the footsteps. Jiang Yuning was startled. Someone was following her. Could it be the accomplice of the man in black from a few days ago? She quickened her steps and slipped into the shadows. Suddenly, she remembered her space and took out a silenced pistol. When she saw the shadow turn around, she quickly pressed the gun against the person's back. She shouted coldly, "Don't move." "Haha, I won't move if you tell me not to," the man chuckled mischievously. He suddenly turned around and lunged at Jiang Yuning, smelling of alcohol. Jiang Yuning dodged swiftly, raised her knee, and kicked him in the stomach. The man bent over in pain, and Jiang Yuning's gun but hit his back. Don't think she's just a weak village woman. She could handle a troublemaker easily. Oh, little lady, you're so fierce, the man said, rubbing his head in pain. Still not giving up, he said, it's dark and you're out here with your sweetheart, right? Why not let me have some fun too? From his voice, Jiang Yuning recognized him as Lai Paizhong, a nephew of Zhang Baoshan. He often stole chickens, played tricks, and harassed young women in the village. But she had never interacted with him before, and she didn't expect him to have bad intentions today. Get lost, Jiang Yuning snapped. If you don't leave now, I'll be rude to you. Little lady, if you're not nice to your sweetheart, you should be nice to me instead, Lai Paizhong said with a lecherous grin, rubbing his belly and reaching out to grab her. Knowing he wasn't the man in black, Jiang Yuning felt a bit relieved. She retracted her pistol and pulled out a baton. Before Lai Paizhong could get close, she swung the baton and started hitting him without hesitation. Lai Paizhong didn't expect her to have something in her hand. He was immediately beaten and shouted loudly, begging for mercy. Little lady, calm down. Hey, I was just joking. Oh, you're going to kill me. Jiang Yuning ignored his pleas, hitting and cursing at him. Trying to take advantage of me? You've been at it for decades. Lai Paizhong ran away, covering his head. Jiang Yuning shouted after him, stop. I'm going to catch you and take you to the village chief's house. I insist that you ask me out. Who looks better when we meet?
Lipisang boldly treatanat.
How dare you slander me? First, I'll beat you up. Jiang Yuning wasn't afraid and swung her baton again. She's not a gentle, beautiful lady. She's a fierce tiger. Li Paizhong regretted drinking too much and coming here to cause trouble. He rolled on the ground and ran away. Jiang Yuning didn't really chase him. She looked back into the dark, kept her hands behind her back, and quietly changed her baton into a pistol. She coldly said, "Come out when you've had enough." Using her sharp instincts as a skilled soldier, she sensed another person nearby. This person was probably stronger and harder to deal with than Li Paizhong. Did I just leave the house and run into a trap? Xue Wuliao, hiding in the dark, frowned. He had been nervous before, but now he found it funny. This woman was surprisingly fierce. It seemed coming here was unnecessary. At least he wasted 2 bowls of wine. Now he was discovered. He realized he knew too little about Jiang Yuning. He cleared his throat and said, "It's me." "You?" Jiang Yuning stared into the dark. When she saw that the tall figure stepping out was Xue Wuliao, she was surprised. The powerful aura she felt earlier was actually from him? Second brother? Jiang Yuning asked in surprise. Hearing this title, Xue Wuliao felt a bit annoyed. It was as if he hadn't called her sister-in-law just now, and a special feeling was hidden in his tone. It was subtle but obvious. He stepped out of the dark and asked, "Where are you going? Have you been following me?" Jiang Yuning asked back, without answering. Xue Wuliao was silent for a moment. To her, that silence seemed like an agreement. Thinking about how Li Paizhong had tried to flirt with her earlier, but Xue Wuliao had just watched without helping, Jiang Yuning was very angry. That was not a man's behavior. She couldn't help but tease him. "You just stood there watching?" Xue Wuliao hesitated. "Don't bother explaining." Jiang Yuning cut him off impatiently. She was really angry and wanted to hit someone. "You haven't said where you're going?" Xue Wuliao, feeling guilty, lowered his voice. "To meet my lover. Do you have a say in that?" Jiang Yuning snapped back and turned to leave. Xue Wuliao knew she was just angry and speaking out of frustration, but still, his heart hurt sharply, like being pricked by a needle. He quickly caught up with her in 2 steps, grabbing her wrist. Jiang Yuning suddenly turned around and punched him in the face. Xue Wuliao easily dodged, then pulled her toward himself. In the dark night, only her eyes shone brightly like 2 flames. "What are you trying to do?" Jiang Yuning struggled a bit and said coldly, "Are you testing me? You saw just now that I might not be your match, but I can still handle stubborn Zhang." Her words sounded sharp and clever, making him want to cover her mouth. Thinking this, Xue Wuliao leaned forward slightly, his warm, wine-scented breath blowing on Jiang Yuning's face. Jiang Yuning stared at him steadily. His eyes were bright, and under the night, they looked surprisingly gentle. But so close, what was he trying to do? Hey, she warned him with a glare and struggled again. His angry look suddenly woke him up. He clenched his teeth, controlled his desire, and slowly said, "Be aware of your position. You are Shue's wife." Maybe he was also reminding himself that she was his sister-in-law. "This is not something you need to remind me of," Jiang Yuning snapped, breaking free from his grip. She rubbed her aching wrist and said angrily, "If you remember I am Shue's wife, then stay away from me next time," not helping and still criticizing her. What's wrong with him? After saying that, she turned and walked away. Shui Wulyu silently followed her, watching her go to the village chief's house, then hid in the shadows again. Jiang Yuning didn't look back, pretending not to notice him. She cursed silently in her heart. He's not a real man. Zhang Baozhang came out holding a lantern, surprised to see Jiang Yuning, and immediately smiled warmly, inviting her into the yard. Jiang Yuning politely bowed and explained about her stolen package. Zhang Baozhang's face changed drastically. "Madame Shui, is that true? How could I lie to you?"
Jiang Yuning said.
"I'll discuss with Aunt Lin and ask you to come quickly to help us think of a solution." "All right." Zhang Baozhang turned back into the yard. Soon, he brought out a copper gong. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent sound of the gong echoed throughout Luoying village. "What's going on? Whose house is on fire now?"
"Don't worry about it."
"Hurry up and go see." The villagers, half asleep, were called out. Jiang Yuning looked again into the dark corner, but there was no sign of Shui Wulyu. At the empty space by the well, a few early arrivals had gathered around some torches, lighting up a large area and making everyone's face look red. She quietly stood by the notice board, watching the villagers. The notice board behind her had been soaked by rain, and the words were blurry. But she still couldn't help but look, thinking of the two injured people. "Everyone quiet down," Zhang Baozhang said loudly. "It's late, but I called you all here for an important matter. Our village of Luoying has some thieves among us."
"Who lost something?"
With such a big fuss, it must be someone important. Besides Lai Paizhang, who else would steal? The villagers whispered among themselves. Zhang Baozhang cleared his throat and said, "Today, I received an order from the village chief. I asked Mrs. Shui to make a riding outfit. The fabric was in a silk pouch, but..." He paused, scanning the villagers' faces with sharp eyes. "That pouch is missing from Mrs. Shui's house."
"What?"
Everyone was surprised.
"Who would steal that?"
"This is so reckless. Even the village chief's things are taken. Whoever took it, just hand it over." "I won't investigate further," Zhang Baozhang said seriously. "Otherwise, I'll search every house. If I find it, I'll take the thief straight to the authorities." "Let's search then." "Baozhang, where do we start?" Zhang Baozhang's eyes lit up. "Choose a few people to search separately to prevent anyone from hiding the stolen item." A few households, usually loyal to Zhang Baozhang, volunteered to step forward. He discussed with them, and they began to search separately. "Mrs. Shui, let's go back to your house and wait for news." "The night is cold. Be careful not to catch a cold," Zhang Baozhang said kindly. "Thank you, village chief. The children are already asleep at home. It's better not to disturb them," Jiang Yuning replied politely. All right, Zhang Baozhang secretly gritted his teeth, thinking he wouldn't give up easily. Jiang Yuning returned home, and Granny Lin was standing in the yard, looking toward the well. When she saw Jiang Yuning, she hurried to greet her. "How did it go? Did you find anything?" "We have to search house by house," Jiang Yuning said tiredly. "I don't know how long this will take." "Really?" Granny Lin patted her hand. "You should go inside and rest." "I'll go see what they're doing." As Granny Lin walked back from the gap in the fence to her own yard, she saw Lai Paizhang and another villager walking in with torches. Jiang Yuning looked at Lai Paizhang's swollen face and sneered. "What are you doing?" "We came to look for a bundle at your house." "You can check around the front and back," Lai Paizhang ordered. He walked straight into the house with his hands behind his back. Jiang Yuning blocked his way. "You lost something here, and now you come to my house to look?" Lai Paizhang looked guilty and avoided her gaze. "It's not certain. Maybe someone stole it while watching." "Huh, then go inside and look," Jiang Yuning said coldly, crossing her arms and glaring at him. At that moment, Xue Wuliu staggered out of Granny Lin's house, mumbling, "What's
Going on, huh?
Jiang Yuning glanced sideways and saw Xue Wuliu holding a wine jug, walking unsteadily. He's already drunk? Seeing Xue Wuliu, Lai Paizhong looked even more nervous. Remembering how Jiang Yuning had hit him earlier, and since it was dark with no one else around, he quickly smiled and said, "Second brother is at home. We're following the village chief's orders, searching house by house. Your house is the first on the west side, so we came here first." "What? East and west?" Xue Wuliu staggered over, stumbling over the words and hiccuping in between. "He seems pretty drunk." Jiang Yuning frowned in disgust, her small face showing a frosty expression. "It's about the fabric that Lady Xue made the village chief's clothes with," Lai Paizhong said cheerfully. Seeing another villager shake his head and check around the yard, he added, "We've finished checking the front and back of the house. Now only the barn remains." Lai Paizhong said, "Second brother, I'll check inside the barn and come out." "Check what?" Xue Wuliu stared at Lai Paizhong intently. "To see if you have that bundle," Lai Paizhong patiently explained. "Oh, I see. Go ahead." Xue Wuliu waved his hand understandingly. Lazy Zhonggang just stepped inside the house when he spoke again. "What are you doing at my place, second brother?" Lazy Zhonggang paused and looked back meaningfully, following the guard's orders. "I came to find something here. Looking for something at my house? Who lost it?" Xue Wuliu looked serious and thought for a moment before asking. "The fabric for making clothes for the guard. It was lost at your house," Lazy Zhonggang patiently explained. "Lost at my house? How come you're here looking for it?" Xue Wuliu shook his head, confused. Lazy Zhonggang felt it was hard to explain clearly, so he said nothing. After waiting a second or two and seeing he didn't speak, Xue Wuliu loudly asked, "If I ask you a question, why are you silent?" "Second brother, we'll finish searching and then leave," Lazy Zhonggang said with a fist gesture, trying to go inside again. "If you don't explain clearly, you can't come in today," Xue Wuliu said, stepping forward quickly. He reached out to grab Lazy Zhonggang's shoulder, but his legs wobbled, and he tilted sideways, almost hitting the door frame. He fumbled around and finally grabbed the door handle. Maybe because he was too excited, Xue Wuliu suddenly started to gag while holding the handle. Seeing him so drunk, Jiang Yuning's brow furrowed even deeper. The more drunk he looked, the more unbelievable it seemed. In less than 10 minutes, what could he have drunk to get so drunk? If he wasn't drunk, this would be quite funny. "Second brother, searching house by house. We can't leave your house out," Lazy Zhonggang said with a smile. "My stuff was lost. Searching my house. What's the point?" Xue Wuliu turned around, wiped the water from his lips, bent his legs, and leaned his back against the door, his tall figure blocking the entrance tightly. Like a rogue, he said, "If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you search. Old second, you've had too much to drink." Granny Lin came over to support Xue Wuliu, while Jiang Yuning watched coldly from the side. He really couldn't tell if Xue Wuliu was truly drunk or just pretending to be crazy. "Hey, second brother, don't make things difficult for us with your orders." Lazy Zhonggang didn't dare accuse him of theft. If he was sober, he could explain clearly. But now, he looked like a drunk. Everyone knew Xue Wuliu not only had a bad temper but also a big, hard fist. After Jiang Yuning had beaten him, if he fell into Xue Wuliu's hands again, he might risk losing his life. "Lazy Zhong, just be honest. If you suspect I am stealing from my own family, my second brother is a kind person who manages things well and won't interfere with your work." Jiang Yuning guessed that Xue Wuliu was pretending to be drunk, so she sneered and said this.
"What?
"What did you say?" Xue Wuliu glanced at Jiang Yuning in a dazed way, as if he was trying to understand her words. "Lazy Zhong suspects I am stealing from the family," Jiang Yuning repeated. She wanted to see what Xue Wuliu would do. "Second brother, I am just doing my duty," Lazy Zhong started to speak, but Xue Wuliu grabbed his collar and spat alcohol in his face, harshly saying, "You look down on our Xue family." "Second brother, that's not true." Lazy Zhong saw things were getting bad and kept smiling to smooth things over. "Then you suspect I am stealing from the family," Shui Wuliu said as he threw lazy Zhang into the yard like a sack, cursing loudly. Even if our Shui family is poor, we wouldn't do such despicable things. With a loud thud, lazy Zhang hit the ground, feeling as if he was falling apart. Second brother, stop. Don't hit him. Granny Lin hurriedly tried to stop the fight, and Jiang Yuning also moved to intervene. Second brother, don't argue with him. If you can't find proof, it just proves I am innocent. Are you still accusing my sister-in-law of being innocent? Shui Wuliu snapped, eyes wide with anger. Before lazy Zhang could get up, he staggered over and bent down to grab him. Seeing that lazy Zhang was unsteady, he felt brave and angry. Usually, he was afraid of him, but today he was just a drunk. Even if he hit him, what could happen? Thinking this, lazy Zhang grabbed a stick and swung it at Shui Wuliu. The stick hit his forehead with a clink and broke into 2 pieces. This made Shui Wuliu furious. He let out a loud cry and lunged at him. Seeing lazy Zhang in trouble, the villagers who came with him hurried forward to stop the fight. Since they wore the same pants, they naturally took his side. Granny Lin also tried to step in, but Shui Wuliu turned around and pushed her aside. Luckily, Jiang Yuning caught her, and she didn't fall. Oh dear! How did he get so drunk? Granny Lin anxiously went home to find Lin Shuixing to help. In the yard, 3 people were fighting. Jiang Yuning watched clearly. Shui Wuliu only took that 1 hit. Although he was drunk and confused, he kept moving and didn't let lazy Zhang and the others get close. I am familiar with this type of boxing, but nowadays only a few people practice it. This is Zui Quan, or drunken boxing. Drunken boxing is a traditional martial art that mimics the movements of a drunk person. When you watch it, it looks like a drunk person stumbling and swaying after drinking, but in reality, it is a carefully planned form that appears intoxicated, but is not. It involves strict techniques, footwork, and body movements. After a few rounds, the 2 troublemakers, Lai Paizhong, are crying and shouting. Latecomer Lin Shuixing also looks drunk. He points at Lai Paizhong on the ground and laughs. Haha, look at you like a dog fighting over a bone. Hey, brother Lin, help me. Second brother. Lin Shuixing sees that Shui Wuliu is almost done fighting, so he comes over to hold him back. Second brother, don't fight. You've spilled your wine. Wine? Where's my wine? Shui Wuliu looks around the yard and then at Jiang Yuning, who is holding a torch. Jiang Yuning smiles faintly and says, Stop drinking. You look drunk. Shui Wuliu mumbles to Lai Paizhong. Our Shui family is not easy to bully. Then he gives Jiang Yuning a sly look. Yes, not easy to bully. Lin Shuixing helps him and keeps apologizing to Lai Paizhong. Lai Paizhong's joints feel like they've been reassembled. The 2 of them support each other to stand up. They are having a lively fight here, while someone else is hiding nervously behind a person's back. When no one is paying attention, they quickly slip into the storage room. Martial artists train to be alert from all directions. The original owner's body was not well trained, and Jiang Yuning still needs some practice. She only watches Shui Wuliu drunkenly fight Lai Paizhong, but doesn't notice what's happening near the storage room. Lai Paizhong, he grimaces in pain, pointing at Shui Wuliu and shouting, You're drinking wine and drinking from a dog's stomach too? I think you're doing it on purpose. Shui Wuliu squints and looks at him, then walks straight toward Lai Paizhong, pushing past Lin Shuixing. Lai Paizhong is scared and steps back, but he slips as if his feet are sliding. He falls several times, tilts sideways, spins around the yard, and finally stops, pointing at the storage room door and shouting, Are you not convinced? Not only does he shout, but his tall body bends forward and rushes toward the door. He presses his arms against it, trying to force it open. Let's see if I can turn you upside down. The door remains unmoved. Lai Paizhong was so stunned. You say he wasn't drunk, but now he's acting very aggressive. If you say he was drunk, then this beating he received was unnecessary. Hey! Jiang Yuning wanted to stop Shui Wuliu. Is he not drunk? Is he just pretending? That's enough. Why is he still causing trouble? Because of their commotion, Zhang Baoshang and other villagers gradually arrived at Shui's house. Little Seven, why are you still here? Zhang Baoshang asked. Little Seven is Lai Paizhong's nickname. Second uncle, Lai Paizhong looked very upset, walking over to him. He pointed at Shui Wulyu, who was exhausted and panting, and said, "It's all because of Shui Manzi going crazy. Look at how I was beaten." "Oh dear," Zhang Baoshang said with a disdainful look, quickly walking over to Jiang Yuning and asking with concern, "Lady Shui, are you frightened?" "It's all my nephew's fault for being so reckless. I'm fine." Jiang Yuning looked outside where many people had gathered. She then moved to the door and, seeing Shui Wulyu more clearly, was speechless. He turned around, leaned against the door, and started snoring. "Is he asleep now?" "Second uncle. We haven't checked inside their house yet, but Shui Manzi stopped us outside." Lai Paizhong took the opportunity to complain. "I think he's either drunk or stealing, stopping us from going in." "Shut up. How can you talk like that?" Zhang Baoshang scolded coldly. Lady Shui wouldn't be involved with such a person. Jiang Yuning pushed Shui Wulyu gently, but he didn't respond. Lin Shuaisheng, Granny Lin, and the Liu brothers all gathered around. "Brother Shui, second brother, third brother," they called out one after another. Shui Wulyu slowly opened his sleepy eyes. "Huh? Where's the wine? I can still drink 3 big bowls. Get up quickly, let's go back and keep drinking." The Liu brothers helped him from both sides. Lin Shuaisheng nodded politely and kept apologizing, finally moving Shui Wulyu away from the door. "Why does second brother Shui drink so much?" "Because he's happy," someone whispered teasingly. Lady Shui didn't go back to her family, so she must be happy, right? Their words didn't hurt Jiang Yuning at all. She raised her chin proudly and asked, "Are you planning to go inside and check?" At that moment, someone ran over and said, "We've searched everywhere. No one is inside." "Lady Shui," Zhang Baoshang said with a gentle smile, "it's not that I don't trust you, but the whole village has searched. Only your house hasn't been checked. People might get suspicious. I think we should let everyone go inside and take a look." "Look," Jiang Yuning said casually, then teasingly scolded Lai Pizhang. "I told Shaoqi to go in earlier, but he insisted on arguing with Lao Er." "Why do you think you can argue with a drunk? You can't beat him." "That's right." Lai Pizhang gritted his teeth and admitted his mistake, limping to open the storage room door. Jiang Yuning stepped aside, watching him pull, but the door didn't open. She sneered, thinking, "Your arms and legs are fine, but you can't even open a door." Lai Pizhang pulled again, showing he was trying hard, but still couldn't open it. "Madam Shui, what's going on with this door? Could someone inside be afraid to come out? Probably something secret is happening inside." Jiang Yuning also felt confused and looked at Granny Lin. Granny Lin shook her head and said, "I just came out. The children were still sleeping and I didn't lock the door." "Shao Xi, Shao Shi." Jiang Yuning suddenly panicked, pulling and knocking on the door again. She was so focused on watching Shui Wu's movements that she wondered if someone had sneaked into the storage room. She couldn't bear to think further and knocked several times, but no one opened the door. Shuaisheng Lin came over and said, "Sister-in-law, let me try." He spat on his palm, rubbed his hands, then grabbed the door frame and shouted, "Hey!" With a cracking sound, the whole door was pulled down. Lai Pizhang quickly held up a torch, stretched his neck to look inside, but Jiang Yuning pushed him aside. She saw the 2 children lying on the bed. She stepped forward, touched them, and her worried heart finally eased. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a piece of cloth. She instinctively reached out to touch it. It felt smooth. She suddenly realized what it was, turned around and shouted, "Who's there?" Lai Pizhang, holding the torch, squeezed into the room and saw the bundle. He shouted sharply, "It's you, the villain, trying to blame others and steal. You're talking nonsense," Jiang Yuning said sternly, scanning the corner of the storage room. Someone had definitely entered earlier, and they were still inside. Who could it be? Suddenly, she saw Granny Lin standing behind Lai Pizhang. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuning asked directly, "Granny Lin, did you take it?" Granny Lin remained calm and said, "Don't accuse me falsely. The bundle is in your house, and you're causing trouble for the whole village." "Then why are you here?" Jiang Yuning asked. "I just came in," Master Lin said. "I came with the others to see the fun." "Hee, Lady Shui, do you have anything to say this time?" The mischievous Zhang finally found a reason and wanted to humiliate Jiang Yuning. "I told you that your uncle and sister-in-law were stopping us from entering. Turns out there was a trick inside. I didn't expect you to be the one shouting thief when you're the real thief. Things aren't clear yet." What are you talking about? Jiang Yuning replied coldly. Master Lin sharply said, Captain Bao, you need to investigate clearly. She then looked at the villagers outside and said, Everyone tell me, I was just here to watch the fun and got a bit close, so I was unfairly accused. Did you all see me come with them? She nervously glanced at Lin Shuisheng. The villagers looked at each other. In this dark night, who could tell who came with whom? What are you shouting about? Zhang Baozhang scolded. Jiang Yuning adjusted the blankets for the two children and said, Reason doesn't need loud words. Someone just needs to investigate, and it will be clear. Investigate then. Master Lin crossed her arms and leaned casually at the door. Zhang Baozhang held a torch and looked around the storage room, checking all possible hiding spots. He felt troubled. It was obvious who the culprit was. This was a tricky situation. Zhang Baozhang thought for a moment and said, Since the package isn't lost, everyone go back and rest. We all need to work in the fields tomorrow. Captain, Jiang Yuning stopped him seriously. If you leave like this, it would seem like I was shouting thief when I wasn't. Lady Xue, since the package isn't lost, where's the thief? Zhang Baozhang replied. Mischievous Zhang arrogantly said, Lady Xue, I give you a way out. Don't be ungrateful. It seemed Zhang wanted to side with her. Jiang Yuning couldn't swallow this insult, nor could she bear to see Master Lin smug. Suddenly, her finger was gently tugged. She turned to look and saw Xue Qingxi opening his eyes softly and whispering, I know, you? Jiang Yuning looked at the boy in confusion. Xue Qingxi sat up and carefully covered Xiao Shi with a blanket. He looked around the room with a calm expression beyond his age, then suddenly pointed at Master Lin and said, It was she who put the package here. Oh, look at this, such a good child trained by Jiang Yuning, already knows how to lie at such a young age. Master Lin sneered and mocked. That's you, Xiao Ci confidently said. Xiao Ci, we know you have a good relationship with the madam, but you can't say things carelessly. Let's leave it at that, Zhang Baozhang said dismissively, and was about to leave. Jiang Yuning stood up and bowed politely. Baozhang, please investigate this matter clearly. I can't bear the blame without reason. Lady Xue, why are you so stubborn? Zhang Baozhang's face darkened. As long as the package isn't lost, that's enough. Let's end this here. Why should it end? Jiang Yuning looked at him steadily and asked. Just so I can be falsely accused of theft and called a thief? How can I face the villagers in Luoying village? How will I teach my children in the future? Her words were firm and strong. Zhang Baozhang's face turned red and white alternately. He had no choice but to lower his voice. We are all from the same village. We see each other every day. Why make things so ugly? Baozhang, are you deliberately protecting someone? Jiang Yuning looked at him sideways. Lady Xue, Zhang Baozhang was in a difficult position. I don't care. I can't let the Xue family be shamed because of me. Jiang Yuning said each word clearly. She looked at Master Lin and asked, You said you just came in. Who can prove it? Why is there no proof? Master Lin pointed casually at the crowd. I came in with them. The two people immediately agreed. Yes. Lin Shuisheng slammed the door panel aside. I didn't see anything. You didn't see it, but others did, Master Lin said stubbornly. Villagers. Jiang Yuning jumped over Zhang Baozhang and addressed the villagers outside the door with a bow. I've been married to Luoying village for 3 years. I behave properly and do my duty. Today, someone wants to frame me. I ask everyone to be witnesses. The villagers looked at each other, and Zhang Baozhang broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, Xue Qingxi stepped over in his shoes and took Jiang Yuning's hand. Madam is innocent. I saw Xiao Wu come in. You're just a child. Who would believe you? Isn't it the stepmother teaching you? Master Lin wanted to preemptively discredit her so everyone wouldn't believe Xiao Ci. The villagers who had testified for her echoed, What does a child know, Lady Xue? Since the items have been found, let's go back, someone said. Tomorrow we have to get up early to work in the fields. Let's not delay here. Everyone disperse now. Wait, don't go. Jiang Yuning hurriedly tried to stop them. At this moment, Xue Wuliu stretched lazily and stepped in front of everyone. He clasped his hands and said, Everyone, since we've already delayed, a little more time doesn't matter. Is Xue Wuliu drunk? He woke up so quickly? They said they would leave when Jiang Yuning, a woman, asked, but now Xue Wuliu was weighing their options. Can we wait a bit longer? Just a little more time. The group turned back again. Madame Lin gritted her teeth in anger. Old Xue really cares about his sister-in-law. Xue Qingxi. Xue Wuliu ignored her sarcastic tone and asked seriously, what do you know? Humph, what I know. Still lying, huh? Kids just need to be taught a lesson, Madame Lin sneered. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. But when you do, you might not be able to say anything. Jiang Yuning interrupted sharply, holding Xiao Xi's shoulder. My second uncle and I are here. Just tell the truth. Xiao Xi nodded seriously, cupped his hands to everyone, then straightened his back and said, I was about to get up at night when I saw her sneaking into her house. Humph. What's that supposed to mean? That's just lying, Madame Lin retorted. I woke up a little while ago, Xiao Xi said calmly. When second uncle and Lazy Zhang were fighting, I woke up. I heard everything they said. If you don't believe me, I can tell you. Madame Lin's face twitched, and her expression grew uglier. Xue Qingxi, don't lie, Long Zhang, the village chief, said with a fake smile, looking kind but with cold eyes. I'm not lying. Xiao Xi raised his right hand. I swear. No need to swear. Long Zhang pressed his hand down. This is an important matter. You're about to start school. I believe you, and I also believe your aunt. He glared sharply at Jiang Yuning as he said this. Xiao Xi looked at him confused, but Jiang Yuning understood that there was more to his words. Today, using the village chief to guarantee his school registration, she had taken on embroidery work. Now, with the school registration issue, they wanted to settle things peacefully. Jiang Yuning suddenly felt conflicted. In this era, getting into school and earning a good reputation was many people's dream. Now someone was threatening her with Xue Qingxi's future. What should she do? Should she prove her innocence by making the child give up the chance to go to school? Perhaps even after studying for half a lifetime, I might become a dull person like Li Tongsheng, but who knows if I don't try? Madame Xue, what do you think we should do about this? Zhang Baozhang asked her. Jiang Yuning was silent for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Xue Wuliu, standing at the other end of the crowd, suddenly said, since the captain can't handle this, we shouldn't waste everyone's time. It's better to report to the authorities. The truth will be clear at the government office. Jiang Yuning looked across the crowd. His face flickered in the torchlight, making it hard to see his expression or guess his thoughts. But she could feel that he believed in her. She wanted her two children to have a better life. Even if they didn't go to school, what difference would it make? She could still teach them well, and it wouldn't be worse than private tutoring. Because of a guarantee for school admission, Zhang Baozhang kept pressuring her. Once it happened, it could happen again and again. She and Jiang Yuning had had enough. The original owner was always able to accept everything passively, but that was her. This was not the life Jiang Yuning wanted. Jiang Yuning bowed deeply to the villagers and said, sorry to trouble everyone so late. It's inconvenient to gather everyone at the government office. I will now write down everything that happened tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will report to the authorities. I haven't lost my belongings, but I can't bear to lose my dignity. Madame Xue, what are you talking about? The items are at your house. Who else do you want to hold responsible? It's just a small matter of losing things. Why do you need to go to the government? You're making a big fuss over nothing. Xue Wuliu, standing under the lantern and torchlight, looked at the woman being criticized. He felt a strange sense of sympathy. He thought about how Jiang Yuning had suffered a lot over the past 3 years at the Xue family. If he wasn't home, it was one thing, but since he was here, he couldn't let these people bully her anymore. He loudly said, our Xue family behaves properly. I ask the villagers to cooperate. He cast a cold glance at Lin Wangshi, as if throwing 2 knives at her, which made her shrink her neck in fear. He then looked at Zhang Baozhang, who lowered his head and wiped his sweat. Finally, he glanced at Lin Shuixing standing by the door, and they nodded slightly in understanding. Lin Shuixing, with a serious face, said, everyone is here today. I opened the door earlier and have been standing at the entrance. Wang Dua, when did you go in? Master Lin Wang raised his voice angrily, saying, you're really going out of your way. I am your sister-in-law, and Jiang Yuning is not really your sister-in-law. You don't even know the difference between near and far. Don't talk to me about that, Lin Shuixing snapped coldly. I just want to know when you went in. Madame Lin looked helpless and pursed her lips, then came over and pulled Lin Shuixing aside. Shuixing, have you had too much to drink? Mother. Lin Shuixing pushed her hand away and said seriously, our Lin family cares about our reputation. Go find my older brother. Shuixing, Zhang Baoshang said kindly, if your family has issues, you should handle them yourselves. Don't waste everyone's time. What do you think? Lin Shuixing glared at Zhang Baoshang. This isn't just our family matter. It also concerns Shue's family's reputation. Baoshang, please be a witness. Good officials find it hard to judge family matters, especially since I am just a village officer. Zhang Baoshang wanted to downplay the situation, but seeing Lin Shuixing's fierce expression, he kept quiet and signaled Master Lin Wang. Jiang Yuning, Xue Wulyu, and Lin Shuixing were determined to find out what happened. The villagers were kept here, and Jiang Yuning took Xue Qingxi back to rest. But the child was stubborn and insisted on staying with her, which made her feel warm inside. She casually glanced over the crowd and saw Xue Wulyu. Their eyes met perfectly, and his gaze was intense, as if on fire. Soon, amidst whispers from the villagers, Madame Lin and Lin Jingsheng led Lin Xiaowu over. Lin Jingsheng saw Master Lin Wang in the crowd, and his face immediately darkened. Big brother, you're here, Lin Shuixing greeted. Yeah, Lin Jingsheng nodded slightly, bowing to the villagers beside him. He stood next to Master Lin Wang and quietly asked, what are you doing here? Just watching the show. What else? Master Lin Wang replied irritably. Lin Jingsheng awkwardly smiled and felt ashamed under the villagers' teasing looks. Third brother Lin, your older brother is here too. If you have something to say it quickly, Madame Lin Wang snapped. Watch your words. Lin Shuixing shot her a cold look. Madame Lin Wang immediately shut her mouth and glared at him with resentment. She felt something was wrong, but still held on to hope. Big brother, Lady Xue has been living in Luoying village for 3 years. Everyone in the village knows her character. Today, someone accused her of stealing from herself, like a thief shouting, catch the thief. What do you think about this matter? Haha, third brother. The village head is here, so I shouldn't speak. What if it's about Wang Daiyue? Stop spreading false accusations, Wang Wangshi shouted sharply. Wang Daiyue, I ask you, when did you leave your home? Who did you come here with? And when did you enter the Xue family's house? If you can explain all this clearly, fine. If not, our Lin family will not tolerate you, Lin Shuixing said firmly. Wang Wangshi glanced at Lin Jingsheng and said, I heard the bell and came out of my house. Big brother, is that true? Lin Shuixing asked. Lin Jingsheng looked at Wang Wangshi and nodded slowly. Little Wu was yawning on Grandma Lin's back. I came with him. Wang Wangshi pointed to her neighbor Wang Laowu. I came with Lao Wu. Yes. Wang Laowu hurriedly nodded. You want to ask when I came to the Xue family? Everyone saw you open the door, and I pushed my way in. So what? Third brother Lin, are you trying to blame me? You saw a living person pass right under my nose, and I didn't see it? Lin Shuixing pointed at the night sky. Even a fly didn't fly past me just now. If you can't see, that's your problem. When it comes to causing trouble, the Wang family is famous. They have Wang Zhangshi above and Wang Dazhuang and Wang Wangshi below. At this time, it wasn't like modern times with surveillance cameras. It's all based on words. Even if Lin Shuixing and Jiang Yuning knew what was happening, without evidence or witnesses, what could they do to Wang Wangshi? Jiang Yuning didn't want to argue anymore. She said, all right, Shuixing, I'll write a report. Let's have everyone sign and settle this. Jiang Yuning, you just hold a grudge against me because I saw you and Xue Wulyu's affair, Wang Wangshi said sarcastically. Are you trying to get back at me now? Hearing this, a few villagers chuckled and teased. Wang Daiyue, stop talking nonsense, Lin Shuixing shouted. Today, I want to clear sister-in-law Xue's name. If you don't admit it, fine. Let's go to the authorities and settle this. He reached out to seize Lady Lin, but she dodged and pushed Lin Jingsheng forward, causing him to bump into Lin Shuixing's arm. The two brothers looked at each other, one angry at himself for not being brave, the other weak and helpless. Lin Shuixing angrily said, "Big brother. People need face and trees need bark." Third brother stopped talking. Lin Jinxing sighed deeply. "Are you trying to ruin our family?" Lady Lin sneered. "Third brother, you call her sister-in-law so close. I wonder what benefit she's gotten from you." Hearing this, Lin Shuixing felt even more embarrassed and glared at her, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." "Nonsense? I saw it with my own eyes." Lady Lin gestured excitedly. Last night, second brother Shui and his wife were hugging. Shui Wuyu looked surprised and turned his eyes toward Jiang Yuning. Last night, she fell into a water jar and he pulled her out. He was so nervous that he couldn't help but hold her tightly. He didn't expect Lady Lin to see it. No wonder she was criticizing him this morning. This involved Jiang Yuning's reputation. How would she live in the village after this? Hearing Lady Lin's words, villagers' eyes on Jiang Yuning changed. They whispered among themselves. "Is this true? I always said my brother-in-law and sister-in-law were living in the same room. If there's nothing going on, why would people talk? There must be something going on, or why wouldn't second brother Shui get married by now?" Exactly. Her family even sent a carriage to pick her up, but she didn't go back. If the eldest brother comes back, what will happen then? Shui Wuyu's face darkened as he coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense." The villagers wisely shut their mouths, but when Shui Wuyu spoke, it sounded like he was trying to cover up. Everyone's eyes are sharp. "I swear to heaven, I saw it myself." "Jiang Yuning, do you dare swear you're not involved with second brother Shui?" Lady Lin looked at Jiang Yuning with a proud expression. Jiang Yuning chuckled softly. She knew that ancient people valued oaths. It was just a vow. What was the big deal? She slowly raised her right hand and declared firmly, "I, Jiang Yuning, swear to heaven that I am innocent and have no relation to second brother Shui. I am true to the Shui family ancestors. If I lie, may lightning strike me down and I meet a bad end." A sworn oath. She just said it and meant it. The villagers were unsure whom to believe. Standing across from her, Shui Wuyu clenched his fists tightly, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't describe. She had sworn to prove her innocence and to show she had no feelings for him, which made him feel disappointed and ashamed. "You really dare to do that?" Lin Wangshi said through clenched teeth. "Swearing an oath won't change what I saw. Lin Wangshi, don't push your luck." Jiang Yuning took a deep breath. Her patience was running out, and she felt she was reaching her limit. She was about to lose control.
"What?
You still want to fight? Who do you think you are?" Lin Wangshi rolled up her sleeves. "I don't believe that in front of so many people, you would dare. Why not?" Before she finished her sentence, Jiang Yuning slapped her sharply across the face. She asked coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Wangshi froze for a moment, then suddenly lunged at her like crazy. "Jiang Yuning, you're going too far. I must teach you a lesson." Lin Shuixing tried to protect Jiang Yuning, but she suddenly grabbed Lin Wangshi's neck with a firm grip and said coldly, "Can you beat me?" "Brother-in-law," Lin Shuixing shouted nervously. He didn't expect Jiang Yuning to act so quickly and fiercely. He instinctively looked at Shui Wuyu, who gently shook his head, signaling him not to interfere. Lin Wangshi struggled to breathe, her mouth wide open but unable to get air. She tried to pull away from Jiang Yuning, but the more she struggled, the weaker she felt. The fiery scene before her blurred. Zhang Baozhang was also shocked and hurried over to stop her. "Madam Shui, let's talk calmly. Let's talk nicely." Jiang Yuning looked at him coldly and said, "What else do you want me to say? When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite." After saying that, she flicked her hand, and Lin Wangshi collapsed to her knees, clutching her neck and gasping heavily, as if she had just been rescued from drowning. "Baozhang," Jiang Yuning said with a cold face, "Lin Wangshi has slandered me several times. Today, I don't think we can just let this go." "Madam Shui," Zhang Baozhang raised his voice. "You're educated and reasonable. How can you argue with a simple village woman?" "Baozhang, as I said, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. Originally, Jiang Yuning was not a weak person, and it was impossible to make her swallow her anger silently. Lin Wangshi's provocation had already touched her bottom line, and now she no longer wanted to endure it. Lin Wangshi, how much trouble do you want to cause before you're satisfied? Zhang Baozhang said helplessly, stomping his foot. Everyone, disperse now. Disperse. Zhang Baozhang waved his hand at the villagers. Lin Wangshi is asking for trouble herself. Let's not watch the drama anymore. I thought it was something serious. Why are you making such a fuss over watching? Let's go home and get a good sleep. The villagers started to leave one after another, talking among themselves. Jiang Yuning raised her voice and said, Everyone, hold on. Is there anything else, Lady Shui? Zhang Baozhang asked through gritted teeth. Please wait a moment. Jiang Yuning turned and went inside, then came out holding a silk cloth bundle. She asked Lin Jinxing, Did you see this package at your house, Brother Lin? Lin Jinxing hesitated and said, I haven't seen it. Really? Jiang Yuning asked again. At this moment, Lin Xiaowu, who was dozing on Grandma Lin's back, said, Dad, wasn't that brought back by Mom? His words caused a wave of murmurs among the villagers. Everyone looked at Lin Wangshi. She caught her breath and cursed. Little brat, what are you talking about? Which fool saw me take it? Lin Xiaowu shrank back on Grandma Lin's back and muttered, You said you'd make me new clothes, but it was all lies. Xiaowu, shut up. Grandma Lin sighed and carried Xiaowu back home. The villagers couldn't help but laugh. Now the truth was out. Jiang Yuning curled her lips into a cold smile. Lin Wangshi, do you have anything else to say? Really, childish words are innocent. Is Lin Xiaowu's action considered a righteous act to betray his own family? The villagers, understanding the truth, began to tease freely. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Zhang Baozhang shook his head helplessly. Lin Wangshi, how could you do such a thing? Lin Wangshi was at a loss for words, unable to defend herself. She hung her head, no longer showing her arrogance. Everyone, Jiang Yuning spoke loudly again, you can see clearly now. Who is stealing and framing others? Who is shouting, catch the thief? I think, given the friendship between the Shui and Lin families, we won't report this to the authorities today. But Lin Wangshi, you must apologize to me and Shui Qingxi. Apologize? Apologize for what? Lady Lin muttered. What are you apologizing for? Battalion Chief Zhang scolded angrily. You useless troublemaker. You never stop causing problems. You always want to take advantage of others. How could you accuse good people? They're not pursuing it now, so why should you apologize? You've wasted everyone's time. Do you think that's fair? Zhang didn't want to start a fight with harsh words first, fearing he might be criticized later. The villagers looked at Lady Lin with disgust. She looked up at Jiang Yuning and quietly said, Sorry. This time, Lady Lin really lost face, trying to cause trouble but ending up making things worse. She was thoroughly embarrassed. Finally, the situation settled down. The villagers carried torches and gradually left the Shui family's yard. As the flames disappeared into the night, the yard was once again dark. The moon hung in the sky, casting a faint light that made it possible to see the outlines of people. Shui Wu led Lin Xuexing into the barn, lit an oil lamp, and took out tools to repair the broken wooden door. Lin Jingsheng helped Lady Lin to her feet. Seeing this, Lin Xuexing couldn't stand it anymore and told Lu's brothers to keep drinking. Lady Lin suddenly shook off Lin Jingsheng's hand and scolded, It's all your fault for being useless and letting others bully me. Hearing this, Lin Xuexing paused and looked back. He saw Lin Jingsheng reaching out again to Lady Lin and weakly said, It's because you're greedy for small benefits. Huh? Now you're blaming me. Lady Lin snapped sharply. It's your fault for being incapable. You let me wear fancy silk and eat well. You're bad at hunting, and you can't farm at home. You're not even as good as a woman when it comes to work. And now you blame me. It's my fault, I know. Lin Jingsheng nodded humbly. Lady Lin cursed a few more times but still felt angry, then started hitting him. Lin Jingsheng didn't dodge and let her vent. Seeing this, Lin Xuexing couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Get out. Leave now. Humph, old third Lin, we'll see about this. Lady Lin stormed out angrily, not noticing her footing and stepping into a mud puddle, falling flat on her face. Lin Jingsheng hurried to help her up, and the two of them cursed and walked away. Jiang Yuning watched with a faint smile. Truly, people who are mean often get their comeuppance. Xue Wuliu quickly closed the door, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and said, "Sister-in-law, rest early. Yes, it's been a tiring day." Jiang Yuning lazily stretched and gave him a thumbs up. "Your drunken fist was quite good. Thank you." Jiang Yuning quickly cut him off. "Just venting my anger is enough. I can handle that kind of person. Besides, there's no need for late reactions." She saw that he was trying to defend her, but she thought it was unnecessary. Xue Wuliu felt a bit upset inside. Things weren't exactly as she thought. If he had stepped in when she met the troublemaker Zhang, he would have been criticized. Last night's accidental mistake was exaggerated by Lin Wangshi, especially since Zhang saw it. She understood, or maybe resented it. He knew the reason himself and had no intention or need to explain it to Jiang Yuning. "I understand," he said quietly. Jiang Yuning added, "Now, children need a guarantor to start school. I won't flatter others. Sooner or later, I will offend people. I'm worried I might delay the education of the children. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Even if they don't go to school, we can still teach them. Knowledge isn't everything in life. Having the skills to support yourself is more important. I believe you think so too." Her words touched Jiang Yuning's heart. She thought his ideas were good, very open-minded. She had expected him to be more tolerant, focusing more on the children's future. Jiang Yuning smiled and said, "You're right, but if they can go to school, they should. We might not be the best teachers. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We can earn more money and invite a good teacher to our home." "That's true." The two exchanged a knowing look, as if their differences had lessened. Xue Wuliu wondered what he was thinking, but felt like having a few more drinks. He returned to the Lin family. Grandma Lin had put little Wu to bed, and Lin Xuexing, feeling gloomy, kept drinking with Lu and his brothers. But the Lu brothers were worried about their home and insisted on leaving. Seeing the wrapped pork on the stove, Xue Wuliu understood Grandma Lin's meaning. He took the pork for them and agreed to meet again later. The Lu brothers happily left. He and Lin Xuexing shoulder to shoulder sighed together. "Second brother, I just don't understand why big brother is putting up with that broken stuff. Water creatures, couples' feelings are hard for outsiders to understand." "Nonsense." Lin Xuexing took a sip of wine in frustration and said, "It's just because we're poor. If we had money, my older brother would find 3 wives and 4 concubines, and Wang Diyue wouldn't stay still. Why talk about this? It's better to get a divorce paper and end it. That way, there won't be trouble later." Xue Wuliu said softly, his voice turning low. Suddenly, he remembered the divorce paper he wrote, and Jiang Yuning decisively tore it apart. There are women who can't be divorced in this world. Unfortunately, this woman doesn't belong to him. Thinking of this, Xue Wuliu took a sip of his gloomy wine. "Second brother, I want to give my older brothers some money," Lin Xuexing whispered. "Their families are having a hard time. Xuexing, it's not that I don't trust the 2 brothers, but their wives are not easy to deal with. The house will be almost finished in a few days. Let's go out and talk about the money when we return." Jiang Yuning, along with Xueqingzi and Xueqingshi, had a peaceful sleep. But her habit was to wake up early. Listening to the roosters and dogs in the mountain village, she greeted a new day. She tidied her hair and went to light the stove. Suddenly, she heard movement behind the ruins of the house. Who was up so early? Quietly, Jiang Yuning tiptoed over and saw Xue Wuliu's strong back. He was shirtless, practicing boxing. She didn't know how long he had been practicing, but sweat was streaming down his spine. Honestly, what is this man's physique called? Clothes make him look slim, but without them, he's muscular. Broad shoulders, long arms, smooth and defined muscles, different from the beefy muscles in the gym. His muscles were very balanced, but every move seemed to hold great explosive power. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuning wasn't interested in his body, but rather in the set of boxing techniques he was practicing. She had never seen this before in her previous life. Many martial arts had been lost in history. But Jiang Yuning could tell that his boxing wasn't just for health. It was sharp, with strong attack power, made for fighting. However, focusing too much on fighting meant there were fewer defensive moves. Someone skilled in this boxing style would surely be very confident in their martial arts. After watching for a while, Xue Wulyu finished his move, exhaled a cloud of breath, and Jiang Yuning was about to turn away when she heard him ask, "How does this boxing compare to drunken boxing?" Sigh, she was still discovered. Jiang Yuning turned around with a gentle smile and said, "I don't know martial arts, but I think you have a good foundation." Xue Wulyu slightly bent down to pick up his clothes from the ground and shook them out, revealing a wound on his chest. Jiang Yuning had seen Lin Shuixing's injury before, and this wound looked similar. She was a bit curious about who had hurt both of them. It was clear that both of them had some fighting skills. Jiang Yuning stared at Xue Wulyu's wound, losing focus. This made Xue Wulyu a little uncomfortable. Besides women from the red light districts, he had never seen anyone so bold as to stare at a man like that. And he was shirtless, looking at him so openly and confidently, without any shyness or awkwardness, like he was looking at a peer. He was a real man, and Xue Wulyu's face grew warm. He quickly put on his clothes and asked with a serious face, "Where did you learn those moves?" "In Jiangjia village." "Huh?" Jiang Yuning snapped back to reality, pretending she didn't hear. But he asked calmly again, "Where did you learn your moves?" "That." Jiang Yuning chuckled softly and said, "From a book. A scholar's family still has martial books." Xue Wulyu stepped closer, stretching his long legs toward her. "Not exactly." Jiang Yuning started to make up a story seriously. "My father always told me that a woman's virtue is ignorance, that reading and writing are useless. The moves I'm learning now aren't from him." Xue Wulyu was confused. "When I was a child, I met a beggar outside the village. I felt sorry for him, so I secretly gave him food. The beggar thought I was kind and beautiful, so he gave me 2 books, one about medicine and one about martial arts. I was curious, so I took them." "A beggar teaching medicine and martial arts?" That sounded unbelievable. "What about the books? Can I see them?" Xue Wulyu asked. "There are no books," Jiang Yuning replied calmly. "The beggar told me I must destroy them after reading, so no one else can see them. Good people don't keep treasures that could cause trouble," she added. So, she had no books. Xue Wulyu suspected she was lying, but besides the story about the beggar, what else could explain her strange behavior? "Sleep a little longer. I'll cook dinner," Xue Wulyu said, walking past her. You. Jiang Yuning frowned slightly. Her little brother-in-law was being very rude today, not even calling her sister-in-law. She followed him and said, "Second brother works hard. Let me do it instead." "It's not hard." Xue Wulyu looked down slightly at her loose hairstyle. In the past, Jiang Yuning wouldn't have been so casual. Her hair was always neatly styled, and she behaved with grace whether walking, sitting, or lying down. But now, she looked quite nice, with a more relaxed and carefree look. She was different from other women. "All right, call me when the meal is ready," Jiang Yuning said decisively, then turned and walked back to the storeroom. Xue Wulyu was left surprised in the yard.
She really was.
Quite direct. Jiang Yuning returned to the storeroom, looking at the package, feeling unhappy. She thought about Zhang Baozhang's favoritism toward Lin Wangshi last night. She had some sneaky thoughts. Could they be? Sigh, everyone minds their own business. She still wanted to find a way to finish this task quickly, report to Baozhang, and avoid future trouble. But embroidery. She spread her hands in frustration. If it were the original owner, she wouldn't have any trouble. Now, it was easier to handle weapons than embroidery needles. She wasn't sure if there were any embroidery tools in the space. As she thought about it, a space screen appeared before her. It showed machine embroidery and computer-simulated embroidery. The original owner was very skilled at embroidery, so machine embroidery might look stiff. Jiang Yuning chose computer-simulated embroidery, then selected fabric type, size, and pattern. Wow, this is so convenient. The 9 dragons loop and pendant. What can it do? Xue Wulyu was about to go inside and call them for dinner when she saw Jiang Yuning resting her chin on her hand, smiling happily at the air. Her profile was extremely gentle, making Xue Wulyu's heart skip a beat, then start pounding wildly. Jiang Yuning was very beautiful, which everyone in Luoying village knew. But right now, the visual impact was even stronger. Her delicate skin, clear eyes, pink lips like a flower, and warm, healing smile made people forget all worries and unease just by looking at her. Unconsciously, Shwewolyu stared a little too long. At that moment, Shwechingsi rubbed his eyes and sat up. Aunt. Jiang Yuning snapped back to reality and looked over. The screen in front of her automatically disappeared. Let's get up and eat. Shwewolyu pretended to have just arrived and called out to them. I'm going to borrow a cart. After eating, we'll go to the market. Shwechingshi suddenly woke up and called out to Shwechingshi, Sister, get up quickly. Uncle is taking us to make new clothes. Really? Little Shur excitedly rolled out of bed and put on her shoes to find Shwewolyu. Don't rush, don't rush. Jiang Yuning held Little Shur back. Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. The two children didn't need her to worry. They hurriedly finished washing. Little Shur came over and said sweetly, Andy, can you braid my hair? Braid your hair? Jiang Yuning paused. Sure. If embroidery was the hardest task, braiding hair was the second. In her past life, she had short, neat hair. Only in special cases did she wear a wig. She was a soldier, more interested in combat gear than fancy clothes. Braiding hair? She had hardly used a comb before. Seeing Little Shur standing obediently beside her, Jiang Yuning had no choice but to nervously run her hand through her hair, trying to remember the hairstyle the original owner used to wear. All the styles she remembered seemed too complicated: 3-strand braids, 4-strand braids. They weren't easy to learn quickly. Making 2 buns was simpler. Suddenly, she had an idea. She looked in her space for tools. Haha, she really found something, a popular hair bun tool. A hair bun maker, also called a magic curling stick, was popular among many girls today. Jiang Yuning chose the simplest one. With the tool, she quickly braided Little Shur's hair. Little Shur happily looked into the basin, covering her mouth in surprise. Auntie, your braids are so pretty. They're different from theirs. Glad you like it. Jiang Yuning quietly switched to another hair tool. She rolled her long hair into a bun at the back of her head, inserted an original owner's silver hairpin, and felt much cooler herself. Shwewolyu returned in a carriage. From outside the yard, he saw Jiang Yuning's slender back, her hair neatly styled into a bun, revealing her long neck. Her black hair made her white skin look especially beautiful. After breakfast, the 4 of them went to the market. The farm carriage wasn't like a modern carriage with a cabin. It was just a flat cart covered with some hay. Jiang Yuning sat in the middle with the 2 children. As they left, they met Lin Shuixing, who jumped onto the carriage quickly. Second brother, sister-in-law, I want to come along and join the fun. At the well, several women stood far away, waving their hands. Shwe second, give us a ride too. As soon as the carriage stopped, the group of women quickly transformed into skilled fighters, moving swiftly to take the best spots on the carriage. Jiang Yuning protected the 2 children and kept shifting her position until her back was pressed against someone else's, feeling stable. Sit tight, Shwewolyu said with a slight smile, flicking a loud whip, and the carriage started to roll along. Luoying village is about 20 miles from Laoshansen. In this time period, transportation is difficult, and people usually wait for a carriage to go to the market together. Because of this, a new job called foot pulling carriages appeared, but Luoying village didn't have one yet.
Why?
Because they are poor. Everyone wants to ride for free, and no one wants to pay. Even if they agree to pay, they often wait until after the harvest to settle the bill, which might be many seasons away. Most of the time, it's relatives helping relatives. Being poor is embarrassing, and they are too shy to ask for a few coins. The Shwe family is the only family with a surname in Luoying village. 20 years ago, Shwe's father fled famine with his family and settled here, thinking the place was good because it was near mountains and water, and food was plentiful. When Shwe's parents were alive, they got along very well with the villagers. Whenever there was a big or small event, they treated it as their own. Because they were honest people, a few years later, the previous village had guaranteed they could register as residents. If others were riding in a carriage, they might not have so many people riding for free, but this was Shwewolyu, and Lin Shuixing was also on the carriage. These 2 were considered handsome bachelors in Luoying village. Not only were they tall and handsome, but they were also famous hunters. Young women who hadn't married, yet secretly admired them, and married women wanted to introduce them to others. Everyone wanted to sit at the front of the carriage, similar to the modern co-driver or behind the driver. Fortunately, Jiang Yuning and her mother got on early and sat in the best spots, but she was pressed against someone else's back, which made her uncomfortable. She twisted her waist, and the girl next to her took the chance to squeeze closer, causing both children to sit on Jiang Yuning's lap. "Please don't push anymore," Jiang Yuning finally said, unable to bear it. The girl next to her was surnamed Zhang, from the Zhang family, related to Zhang Baozhang. Her name was Zhang Xiulan. She was also 18, maybe a little older than Jiang Yuning based on her birth date. This girl was proud and hard to please. A few years ago, matchmakers introduced her to some suitors, but nothing came of it. Now she's a bit too old for marriage and no matchmaker has come to propose. Her parents might not know, but everyone in the village was clear that Zhang Xiulan had her eye on Xue Wuliao. The girl was older now and more open. She insisted on squeezing next to Xue Wuliao to talk, saying, "Sister-in-law, holding 2 children is so heavy. Come, Xiaoshi, come to Annie. Auntie will hold you." When she reached out her hand, Xiaoshi shyly leaned against Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning slightly frowned, wondering if Zhang Xiulan was being considerate or just not understanding. "Xiulan, sister, move a little to the side. There's space now," someone said. Next to Zhang Xiulan was Li Guixiang, another girl who hadn't married yet. She smiled politely at Jiang Yuning after speaking. "How can you sit so close? There's no room." Zhang Xiulan shot her a sharp look. Suddenly, Xue Wuliao pulled the reins tightly and stopped the carriage abruptly. The women on the carriage weren't paying attention and all tumbled forward or sideways. Jiang Yuning held the 2 children tightly, leaning back with all her strength. The others instinctively supported her. "Second brother Xue, why are you driving so fast?" someone complained. "Brother, you really scared me." Zhang Xiulan pretended to be frightened. "Just now, a rabbit ran across the road," Xue Wuliao said casually, sharing a look and a smile with Lin Shuixing. After the sudden stop, the space on the carriage floor was more relaxed. Xiaoshi and Xiaozi quickly got down from Jiang Yuning's lap and sat cross-legged on the floor. This time, Zhang Xiulan and Li Guixiang didn't dare to squeeze in again. The carriage continued forward. Jiang Yuning moved slightly forward, creating a little space between her and the broad back behind her. She knew that was Xue Wuliao, and she also knew he had secretly helped her. But she couldn't quite figure out how to get along with her little brother-in-law. Maybe she hadn't thought about how to interact with him normally. He wasn't a bad person, that was certain. After traveling a while longer, the women on the carriage started chatting idly about various topics. "Xue family's wife. You really have a good temper. If it were someone else, she'd be in trouble with the officials last night," one said. Of course, she meant Lin Wangshi. "We're all from the village, no need to make a fuss," Jiang Yuning replied calmly. "You're kind-hearted. Once Xue Wuliao comes back, you and your husband will be reunited," another said. "Second brother Xue, I heard your family is building a house. Do you need any help?" Zhang Xiulan asked. "All the work is being handled by Chen Feng and his crew," Xue Wuliao replied casually. "Do they need to cook rice for them?" Zhang Xiulan asked eagerly. "My sister-in-law is too busy. I can go help. No need to cook," Xue Wuliao replied simply. Their brief exchange killed the conversation. Jiang Yuning looked at Zhang Xiulan with sympathy. Next to them, Li Guixiang said to Jiang Yuning, "Sister-in-law, when we build the house and plant the vegetable garden, they'll probably take everything. If you need vegetables, you can come to my place to pick some." Jiang Yuning smiled gratefully. Before she finished her smile, Li Guixiang quickly added, "Second brother, I have some bok choy in my garden. I'll send you some later." "Oh," giving vegetables openly and secretly exchanging glances, same idea. "I don't eat bok choy," Xue Wuliao said honestly. And just like that, another problem was solved. Jiang Yuning had to turn her sympathetic gaze back to Li Guixiang. Seeing Li Guixiang get shot down, Zhang Xiulan felt she was still a bit better. At least Xue Wuliao had spoken to her twice. She proudly lifted her chin at Li Guixiang. Li Guixiang, of course, was not willing to give up. She understood the principle of loving someone's family as well. She flattered Jiang Yuning, saying, "Sister-in-law, feel free to pick whatever vegetables you want from my garden. Besides bok choy, I also have spinach and water radish." "Thank you," Jiang Yuning said with a gentle smile, showing she was in a good mood. "Gui Xiong, if your vegetable garden has plenty of produce, I might come to pick some later," Zhang Xiulan challenged. "No problem, Sister Xiulan. If you're free, you can help me clean the house or cook," Li Guixiang replied confidently. Jiang Yuning instinctively moved her small poems and little words closer to her, worried these two girls might start fighting and hurt innocent people. Someone asked, "Lady Xue, I heard you're planning to build a house like the ones in the county town." "Almost," Jiang Yuning answered. "It's all thanks to second brother Xue's skills. Lady Xue is really impressive," someone praised Jiang Yuning, giving her a thumbs up. "In Luoying village, you're the best at this." "Exactly. We haven't seen anyone get a good deal from old Wang's family all these years." "Shusheng, when will you build a new house and get married?" Lin Shusheng winked at them. "I need my sisters-in-law to help me find a suitable girl. Look at Shusheng, so sweet-tongued and playful." "Second brother Xue, you should learn to talk a bit too." Xue Wuliu remained silent, cracking the whip loudly. The carriage sped up along the main road toward Laoshensheng. When they arrived at Keshan town, it was about 9 o'clock. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the market, and everyone headed inside. Xue Wuliu took out a small bag of money. "Sister-in-law, you go to the clothing shop first. Water Sheng and I need to take care of something." Jiang Yuning was not polite. She put the money bag into her sleeve and led one child toward the clothing shop. She watched them disappear into the crowd, then Xue Wuliu and Lin Shuixing turned into an alley. The market in Keshan town was very lively. Shops lined both sides of the street, selling rouge and powder, ink, brushes, and paper. The clothing shop was in the middle of the market. Today was a big market day, so there were many people. Jiang Yuning led the two children inside. The shop assistant glanced at them, greeted them, and then went to serve other customers. The children rarely came to the shop. They found the clothes hanging on the wall interesting and pointed at them curiously. A slightly chubby woman covered her nose and shouted, "Where did this beggar come from? Smells terrible." Hearing this, many people looked over with disdain. Xiao Shi was shy and hid behind Jiang Yuning, while Xiao Xi stood properly beside her. Jiang Yuning looked at the woman and said, "We are here to buy clothes." "Huh? Buy clothes?" The fat woman called the shop assistant. "People like this can also buy your clothes?" The shop assistant's face stiffened. "Madam Gao, everyone is a customer when they come in. Please choose over here." She then guided Jiang Yuning to another section. The fabrics in the shop were also divided into grades. Madame Gao chose good quality materials imported from the county or provincial capital, like fine silk and satin. The fabrics shown to Jiang Yuning were plain cotton, suitable for ordinary people. Choosing clothes based on status was normal. Jiang Yuning didn't mind. She even thought that wearing pure cotton clothes was very good. The cotton fabric at this time was thicker, not as pretty in color, but very durable. "Xiao Xi, what do you think of this piece of cloth for making a whole outfit?" Jiang Yuning picked up a blue fabric and compared it with Xiao Xi. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Yuning? Yuning? Is that really you?" Jiang Yuning looked toward the voice and saw a beautifully dressed young girl coming out from the back room. She was a little stunned. The memory of the original owner told her this person's name, Jiang Yechen, her cousin. "Older sister," Jiang Yuning greeted. Jiang Yechen looked at the two children with a cold gaze. "Are these your two stepchildren?" "Exactly." "Xiao Shi, Xiao Xi, this is Auntie Yechen. Say hello." As soon as Jiang Yuning finished speaking, Yechen waved her hand dismissively. No, I can't accept that. I heard uncle is coming to take you home." "Yes." Jiang Yuning felt annoyed by her attitude and responded less warmly. "You're already married. Why are you still keeping others waiting?" Jiang Yuning looked at her in confusion. "Why are you pretending not to understand? Yuning, even though you married without seeing your husband's face, you drank from the Xue family water. Even if Xue Wentao has passed away, you should mourn him, right? Do you still want to remarry?" "Older sister, I never said I wanted to remarry. When my father came, I made it very clear." "Made it clear?" Yechen's face darkened. If you made it clear, why is brother Qingming still waiting for you to return? Qingming? Jiang Yuning hadn't even met him yet. Why is she involved with him? Older sister, she patiently explained, but Yechen coldly interrupted her. Don't call me older sister. I can't stand seeing you like this. Clearly, you want something, but you pretend not to care. Who would want to be a secondary wife to Qingming? Crazy. Delusional. Jiang Yuning cursed inwardly, took a breath, and said, I've never said I wanted to leave the Xue family. No matter if Xue Wentao is alive or dead, I have a responsibility to take care of these two children. I told my father this clearly. You're being clear? Yechen questioned. Didn't you say you wanted to remarry with these two burdens? I really don't understand what you see in him. Even if you bring two other people's children, brother Qingming would still wait for you. Oh my goodness. Jiang Yuning was also surprised. Are there really such generous and devoted men in the world? But she was just a servant girl. She wouldn't go for that. Even if she was offered the position of county magistrate's wife, she wouldn't care. Yechen, if you don't understand, go ask Qingming yourself. Don't ask me, Jiang Yuning said coldly, her face darkening. If he wants to wait, that's his business. It has nothing to do with me. After saying that, she reached out to hold Xiao Shi's hand but suddenly missed, looked up, and saw Xiao Shi carefully touching a satin dress. Oh, little beggar. What are you doing touching my clothes? Mrs. Gao angrily walked over, pushing Xiao Shi aside. Keep your dirty hands away. Xiao Shi, small and thin, was pushed to the ground and started crying softly. Pfft, you're still crying? Do you think you can pay for ruining my clothes? Mrs. Gao shouted loudly. What are you doing? Jiang Yuning pushed away Jiang Yechen and hurried over to comfort Xiao Shi. What am I doing? I told you. How can you, a poor person, come here to buy clothes? Look at how you've dirted my clothes. Mrs. Gao yelled loudly. What are you looking at? Someone. Slap her. At her command, a maid came over and without hesitation slapped Jiang Yuning across the face. Jiang Yuning was not someone to be easily pushed around. She grabbed the maid's wrist, pushed her away, and helped Xiao Shi to stand up. How dare you hit me? Someone, teach her a good lesson, Mrs. Gao shouted again. Another maid came over, and two maids cornered Jiang Yuning from both sides. Jiang Yechen sneered, eager to see how badly Jiang Yuning would be punished. She thought, she always pretends to be kind, but she's just favored by Qi Qing. She hoped Jiang Yuning would be beaten so badly that no one would like her anymore. But to her surprise, something shocking happened. The two maids rushed forward, but before they could reach Jiang Yuning, she kicked them down one after the other, causing them to cry out in pain as they clutched their stomachs. Then Jiang Yuning walked up to Mrs. Gao, grabbed her collar with both hands, and with all her strength, pushed her onto the counter. She sneered coldly. You think you can teach me a lesson? What are you trying to do? Mrs. Gao, fat and wobbling, struggled, but Jiang Yuning had used some move that made her unable to move. What am I trying to do? Jiang Yuning glanced sideways and saw a large pair of scissors on the counter. She quickly grabbed them and coldly said to Mrs. Gao's eyes, Apologize to my child, or I'll blind you. I'll even ruin your face. How dare you? Mrs. Gao trembled as she spoke. Try me. Jiang Yuning raised the scissors and stabbed downward. Mrs. Gao, Jiang Yechen, and others in the shop screamed in fear. But the scissors stopped just a centimeter from Mrs. Gao's eyes. She closed her eyes tightly, then slowly opened them, trembling all over as if her bones had turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the counter. Are you going to tell the truth or not? Jiang Yuning asked again. Say it, I'll listen, Lady Gao stammered in a jumble. Jiang Yuning loosened her grip, and Lady Gao collapsed onto the ground. Lady Gao looked so frightened, her face pale and sweating all over. Two maids tried to help her, but Jiang Yuning shot them a cold glare and they dared not move. Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi held hands and stood opposite Lady Gao. Xiao Shi wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Yuning eagerly. Xiao Shi was a little scared of this auntie, but Xiao Xi was excited, her eyes shining as she watched Jiang Yuning. Lady Gao slowly looked up at Xiao Shi from the ground, suddenly showing a fierce look in her eyes and lunging at her. She couldn't fight an adult, so she wanted to take her anger out on the child. But Jiang Yuning had been watching her the whole time. Seeing her move suddenly, before she could reach Xiao Shi, Jiang Yuning stepped on Lady Gao's back with one foot. With a loud thud, she made her fall heavily to the ground, like a dog fighting over food. Then Jiang Yuning stepped on her, bent down, and spun her scissors around in her hand. With a half smile, she asked, "Just want an apology? Why make such a big fuss? Don't go too far." "Do you know who I am?" Lady Gao gasped and shouted. The shop assistant trembled as he advised, "Miss, please let Lady Gao go. You can't afford to offend her." "Did you hear that?" Lady Gao yelled. Still not apologizing, Jiang Yuning flicked her wrist, stopping the scissors with a snap. The tip pointed at Lady Gao's eyes and she sneered, "Is it so hard to apologize?" Looking at the scissors tip, Lady Gao hesitated and trembled as she said reluctantly, "Do you know what will happen if you offend me?" "I don't need to know," Jiang Yuning whispered in her ear. "That's for later. First, I'll deal with you. Who exactly are you?" Lady Gao asked again. "Stop wasting time." Jiang Yuning pressed the scissors against Lady Gao's face.
Fine.
I'll say it. Lady Gao glared fiercely at Xiao Shi, reluctant but forced herself to speak. "Sorry, humph." Jiang Yuning lifted her foot, handed the scissors to the shop assistant, and pointed to the cabinet with cloth for making 2 sets of clothes, including inner and outer garments. "I wanted to buy ready-made clothes, but I thought trying them on would take some time." Jiang Yuning also wanted to leave early to avoid trouble. She is now reflecting on her actions. She was impulsive and blamed herself for losing her temper. After being provoked by Jiang Yechen and then encountering Madame Gao, she couldn't help but fight back. But this was wrong. Can violence really solve problems? What kind of example is she setting for her 2 children? All right, the shop assistant nervously took scissors and hurried to the counter, choosing the best fabric for her. 2 older women helped Madame Gao up. One warned fiercely, "Just wait. We'll go back and tell my master." The other said, "We remember you. Let's see what happens." They left quickly, acting on impulse. Jiang Yuning only glanced sideways. They hurriedly carried Madame Gao away, looking upset. "Young lady, how big should the man's clothes be?" the shop assistant asked politely. "About this tall, with a pretty good build. Shoulders are this wide." Jiang Yuning gestured briefly. The shop assistant understood that there was plenty of fabric to cut. "Really impressive," Jiang Yechen said sarcastically. "Why are you so rude now, like a thief?" She then giggled mischievously, covering her mouth. "Do you know who that was just now?" Jiang Yuning ignored her. She snorted and said, "You don't know Gao Yuanwei from Heishan Town? That was Gao Yuanwei's wife. If you hit her, I think you'll be in big trouble." "How I handle it is my business," Jiang Yuning said, rolling her eyes. "But she doesn't know who I am. Only you recognize me here. If she finds out my identity, she might think you told her." "Why would you think that?" "I never said I'd tell her." Jiang Yechen's face turned red with nervousness, but Jiang Yuning saw right through her. "I can tell. Anyway, thanks." Jiang Yuning sneered and went to pay with the shop assistant. The shop assistant whispered, "Young lady, you should leave quickly. Madame Gao isn't someone to mess with. Her home isn't far. She'll come looking for you soon." "I know," Jiang Yuning said, taking out her purse. She saw that the purse was filled with broken silver coins, which looked like a lot. How could a hunter earn so much money? Jiang Yuning didn't think much and, after paying, carried the fabric and took her 2 children away. Angry, Jiang Yechen stomped her feet. She had become so rude and wild. How could she let Qi Qingming know? As long as he understood Jiang Yuning's true nature, he wouldn't keep thinking about her. Seeing her still in the shop, the young clerk hesitated and said, "Miss, would you like to hide for a while?" "Why should I hide?" Jiang Yechen replied coldly, curling her lips. "I'm not the one who hit anyone." Mississippi sigh. The clerk sighed and hurried away. Jiang Yuning led her 2 children toward where the carriage was parked. Passing by a small shop selling pens, ink, and paper, she went inside. "Boss, give me some paper for practicing writing, and what kind of pen is good for children just starting to learn?" The 2 children looked excited, their eyes wide with curiosity about the shop's goods. Seeing how poorly dressed they were, holding a bunch of fabric. The shop owner didn't think they were genuinely buying. He stepped forward and recommended a finer brush. Jiang Yuning didn't know much about these things and asked what books they should start with. The owner said they needed 300,000, which included the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character essay. She decided to buy one of each along with a good inkstone and ink. After wrapping up these items, Jiang Yuning looked around the shop quietly and asked, "Do you have any rough paper? Do you mean toilet paper?"
The owner was surprised.
Luckily, he didn't judge by appearances, or he might have missed a big sale. In this era, only wealthy families used rough paper for toilets. In the countryside, straw was enough. Despite their shabby clothes, their aura shone brightly. Jiang Yuning still carried the fabric, and the others took the rest of the items. The 3 of them left the shop without empty hands. But after walking a few steps, they heard a commotion behind them. Jiang Yuning and her children stopped by the roadside and saw a group of fierce-looking guards rushing into a clothing shop, led by an old woman. She didn't expect the Gao family members to arrive so quickly. "Madam," Little Pa looked at Jiang Yuning nervously. Jiang Yuning didn't hesitate and quickly walked away. With so many people, she knew she couldn't fight them now, especially with 2 children. She deeply regretted not holding back earlier. But just a few steps later, she heard someone shout behind her, "Stop her. Don't let her run." The servant woman from the Gao family shouted loudly, pointing at Jiang Yuning's back, "Catch her." With her shout, the people on the street were afraid of getting involved, so they automatically moved aside, exposing Jiang Yuning and the others. Carrying 2 children, they couldn't run fast, so Jiang Yuning decided not to escape anymore. She gave a quick look to Xiao Ci and said, "Go to the carriage and find Uncle Heir." Xiao Ci understood immediately and ran with Xiao Shi. Jiang Yuning slowly stood in the middle of the road. She wrapped the cloth into a bundle and slung it diagonally on her back. She estimated there were 5 or 6 guards, all holding sticks. She thought she could hold them off for a while with her club. "Humph, you hit someone and now you want to run?" The servant woman caught up, panting heavily, pointing at Jiang Yuning. The tall and strong guards looked at each other, wondering if they were called here just to fight a woman, or someone so slim. "Zhang Ma, is it her?" Ding Shanhu asked hesitantly, glancing at Jiang Yuning. He thought to himself, the young lady looks very proper, with delicate features and a bit of sharpness in her eyes. She doesn't seem like a troublemaker. Why did she offend Madame Gao? Yes, it's her. She pressed the lady to the ground and hit her. "Why don't you guys step in and teach her a lesson?" Zhang Ma shouted loudly and sternly. People nearby stopped to watch. When they saw it was guards from the Gao family, they shook their heads. Ding Shanhu looked troubled and said, "Zhang Ma, you and Lu Ma are taking care of the lady. How can you not be her match? You see, we men, aren't we? Ding Shanhu, you eat and drink from the Gao family, so do what you're told." "Why are you talking so much?" Zhang Ma snapped at him. "If I tell the lady you disobey orders, I might even kick you out today." Several guards who came with Ding Shanhu also looked uncomfortable. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but glance at Ding Shanhu. He was tall and strong, with a red face, thick eyebrows, fierce eyes, a straight nose, and a square mouth. Judging by his face, he seemed honest. Ding Shanhu noticed Jiang Yuning looking at him and respectfully cupped his fists. "Young lady, I apologize." Then he waved to the guards and stepped forward alone, holding a stick. Was he planning to fight her himself? Jiang Yuning watched his steps carefully. She slightly spread her feet to keep her balance. As Ding Shanyu swung his stick down, Jiang Yuning quickly flicked her right hand, and a short black stick appeared in her hand. Just as Ding Shanyu's stick was about to hit, her baton met it in a flash. The 2 sticks clashed, making her hand numb. She guessed that Ding Shanyu wasn't using all his strength and that his body was too weak. Ding Shanyu was surprised to be blocked. He didn't know what kind of weapon her black short stick was, or where she had pulled it from. But her quick reaction showed that she was no ordinary person, and her 2 helpers were no match for her. Ding Shanyu pressed down hard on his stick and whispered, "Young lady, don't resist. I'll just pretend to hit you a few times so Madame Gao can vent her anger. Since you're a decent person, why listen to these people's orders?" Jiang Yuning asked, making Ding Shanyu's face stiffen. Her grip loosened suddenly, and she took the chance to step back and dodge his stick. Ding Shanyu, if you don't want to fight, find someone else. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up, Aunt Zhang impatiently ordered the servants. The servants looked at Ding Shanyu with difficulty. Ding Shanyu made a quick decision. He swung his stick in a wide arc, like a spear challenging a line, sweeping across a large area. The wooden stick whistled through the air, scaring the onlookers into retreat. Jiang Yuning also stepped back several paces, still unsteady on her heels. Ding Shanyu then launched a powerful strike. Jiang Yuning raised her stick to meet it. This time, her hand went numb, and her arms felt sore from the impact. What strength! She wondered if she should just let him hit her a few times. But seeing Aunt Zhang's fierce expression, she knew she wouldn't stop unless she was badly hurt. While she was thinking, Ding Shanyu swung his stick again. Jiang Yuning sidestepped, then pressed her waist close to the stick. Her feet moved quickly, changing position to stand in front of Ding Shanyu. She aimed her baton at his shoulder and struck. Ding Shanyu didn't dodge and took her hit. He thought that even if Jiang Yuning used all her strength now, it wouldn't hurt him much. But he underestimated her. The strike, which seemed aimed at his shoulder, suddenly changed as Jiang Yuning's body flashed strangely behind him. She appeared behind him and struck him in the back. Caught off guard, Ding Shanyu staggered. Her skills truly surprised everyone. Ding Shanhu has a temper. He likes to compete with others, even if he knows he will lose. Jiang Yuning's moves caught his interest, making him forget about gender. He quickly turned and used a sweeping kick, while pulling back his staff halfway and aiming it at Jiang Yuning's waist. Jiang Yuning has many years of experience as a special forces soldier, especially as a woman soldier. She often faces opponents who are taller and stronger than her. To handle this, she has practiced a special technique that uses less strength to control the opponent. The move she showed Xiaoshi last time is also part of this, using skill to win instead of brute force. Seeing Ding Shanhu become serious, Jiang Yuning also took him seriously. She kept changing her movements and fought him closely. In close combat, Ding Shanhu's staff was at a disadvantage, while Jiang Yuning's baton unexpectedly hit him several times. This made the spectators very happy. Ding Shanhu is known in the town for being a good fighter, and he was made team leader at Gao's estate. Usually, no one can get the better of him, but today he was evenly matched with a woman. After a few rounds, Jiang Yuning felt her strength waning, but Ding Shanhu's brute force seemed endless. If they kept fighting like this, she would definitely lose. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her left hand produced a new baton, which she struck at Ding Shanhu's knee. He was caught off guard and kneeled on one leg. He ignored the pain in his knee and stared intently at the two batons in Jiang Yuning's hands. What kind of weapon was this? It hurt more than a wooden stick. Just now, it was clearly one baton, but now there were two? Where did she get them from? Ding Shanhu, the master really raised you in vain. You can't even beat a woman, Mother Zhang scolded angrily. If you're this useless, what use is there for you in Gao's estate? Jiang Yuning kept her hands behind her back, put away her baton, and confidently saluted Ding Shanhu. I accept your challenge. Then she turned to leave. Ding Shanhu quickly stood up and called out eagerly, wait a moment. At that moment, a tile fell from above and hit Ding Shanhu's wrist, making him flinch. His baton almost dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, a figure jumped down from the roof of a shop on the street and landed in front of Ding Shanhu. Ding Shanhu, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. You? Ding Shanhu was very surprised when he saw the newcomer. Jiang Yuning heard the familiar voice, turned around, and slightly curled his lips. He said that his quick reaction was not wrong at all. He had already arrived after the fight. Shui will you? Ding Shanhu cupped his fists and said, this has nothing to do with you. Please step aside. Shui Wuyu looked back at Jiang Yuning with a dismissive expression and said lightly, of course it concerns me. Why are you all just standing there foolishly? Mama Zhang shouted. Come on, attack. The guards had no choice but to bravely rush toward Jiang Yuning. Hey, brothers. Ding Shanhu blocked them and said, let's forget about it today. I am not her match. This isn't about showing off heroism. If you're not her match, should the lady be humiliated? Mama Zhang pointed at Ding Shanhu. I will now decide to expel you from Gaojia village. You all decide for yourselves. Brother Hu? The guards looked at Ding Shanhu with mixed feelings. Ding Shanhu clenched his long staff angrily and said, You can beat me first. Brother Hu, what are you doing? Xue Wuliu and Jiang Yuning looked at him with confusion. Ding Shanhu said, I've long wanted to quit. I was just trying to earn a living, not to bully others or be a thug. Brothers, think carefully. Brother Hu, if you do this, don't blame us for being rude, the guards, who usually got along well with him, said. They all knew that working as a guard in Gaojia was a good job, and no one wanted to lose it easily. After speaking, several guards swung their sticks and charged. The once close brothers now fought fiercely, and the sound of sticks hitting was chilling for Ding Shanhu. At this moment, another group of guards rushed from behind Mama Zhang. The leader asked, Madam, why haven't you come back yet? Ding Shanhu has betrayed us. Why don't you go help? Mama Zhang pointed at Jiang Yuning. That woman is the troublemaker. A few guards could hold off Ding Shanhu for a while, but then more arrived. He was sweating heavily and shouted at Jiang Yuning, Young lady, run quickly.
Run?
Seeing the aggressive crowd coming at her, Jiang Yuning wondered if she could escape. She secretly clenched her baton behind her back, ready to fight at any moment. Unexpectedly, Xue Wuliu slowly stood in front of her with his hands behind his back. His tall figure blocked the way and gave a strong sense of safety. Who cares about a backup plan for safety? Jiang Yuning still thought it was better to handle things herself. But when those guards rushed over, Xue Wuliu moved. He forcefully pushed into the crowd, moving so quickly it seemed like he could turn into a blur. There were loud crashes and cries of pain as he fought. In less than a minute, the guards who charged at him fell to the ground. The ones who didn't fall back away in fear after Xue Wuliu glared at them and dropped his stick, running away. Ding Shantua swallowed nervously. Luckily, he wasn't among those people, or he might have ended up the same way. Madame Zhang saw Xue Wuliu walking straight toward her and was so scared she sat down on the ground, begging, Please, sir, spare me.
Please.
Get lost. Xue Wuliu said coldly. Madame Zhang quickly scrambled into the crowd and slipped away. Did he really defeat a group of people so easily? Jiang Yuning was stunned, her eyes wide. Even as a skilled soldier, she wasn't sure she could match Xue Wuliu. Who exactly was this man? She really wanted to test whether his speed was faster than her bullets. Xue Wuliu turned around, shook his clothes, and looked at her with a calm expression. He said softly, Let's go. Oh. Jiang Yuning snapped out of her shock, put away her baton, and followed him toward the market entrance. Ding Shantua took a moment to catch his breath, pushed past the people blocking his way, and hurried after them. Wait for me. Wait for me. At the entrance, the two stopped and looked at Ding Shantua, who was panting heavily. Little lady, Xue Wuliu, I truly admire both of you, Ding Shantua said with a simple smile, clasping his hands. Say what you want, Xue Wuliu replied with a serious face. Master, please accept your humble disciple, Ding Shantua said, then knelt down on both knees in front of Xue Wuliu. What are you doing? Xue Wuliu frowned slightly, looking displeased. Master, in our town of Laozhan, the person I respect most is you. I've wanted to become your disciple for a long time, but never had the chance. I beg you to accept me this time and teach me even better skills. I don't take disciples, Xue Wuliu said firmly. Go away. Master, please accept me. I promise I won't cause you trouble. Ding Shanhu looked pleading. Such a strong man kneeling on the ground with this expression, even Jiang Yuning would feel embarrassed to refuse directly. But Xue Wuliu seemed determined. Without saying a word, he started to walk away. Ding Shanhu was persistent and knelt down to chase after him. At this point, Jiang Yuning couldn't stand it anymore. She caught up with Xue Wuliu and asked, Why won't you accept a disciple? Just explain clearly. Look, he's begging you so much. Beg me, and I will agree? Xue Wuliu looked at her with a cold gaze and asked sharply. His tone was clearly unhappy, which surprised Jiang Yuning. In the past few days, no matter how much she argued or provoked him, he had never spoken like this. It's not that I want to refuse, she thought. I just think he's not a bad person, honest and clear about good and evil. It would be nice to help him. Then you accept him. Don't ask me, Xue Wuliu said with a cold face. Jiang Yuning helplessly shrugged at Ding Shanhu. You should get up now. No, I won't get up, Ding Shanhu said to Jiang Yuning with a fist clasped in front of him. I just said I admire both of you. I've also thought that if Brother Xue doesn't want to accept me as a disciple, I will switch and become your student.
Huh.
He really changes quickly. But I never planned to take a disciple, Jiang Yuning said with a helpless smile. I know my request is sudden, but after fighting with you today, I had this idea. I just met Brother Xue again. Miss, your footwork is really exquisite.
Please teach me.
Ding Shanhu sincerely begged, knocking his head 3 times on the ground. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Jiang Yuning hurriedly helped him up. She couldn't accept such a gesture.
Since that's the case then.
Xue Wuliu suddenly spoke. Accept him as a disciple.
Why?
Jiang Yuning didn't understand. Isn't this the principle of not imposing on others what you don't want for yourself? You take a disciple, and in the future, there will be someone to look after you in town, Xue Wuliu explained calmly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Brother Xue. Ding Shanhu was overjoyed. But I haven't agreed yet. Jiang Yuning looked at Xue Wuliu in confusion. Young lady, I, Ding Shanhu, have no other hobby in my life but martial arts. I grew up poor and couldn't find a proper master, so I rely on my own strength to get by in Keshan Town. I can see that you and Brother Xue both have real skills. I sincerely want to become your disciple. He took a deep breath and looked at Xue Wuliu. Brother Xue, you are talented at a young age. Back in Keshan Town, you were outstanding. I wanted to ask you to be my master then, but things didn't work out. Later, you joined the army. When I saw you just now, I recognized you immediately. Before he joined the army, you wanted to become his disciple. Jiang Yuning was a bit surprised. It seemed that Xue Wuliu was already very skilled 3 years ago, or even earlier.
How old was he then?
There's no need to talk about the past, Xue Wuliu interrupted calmly. It's not that I didn't want to accept disciples, but my skills require internal strength. Internal strength isn't something you can learn just by wishing. It depends on your talent and understanding. The younger you start, the easier it is to learn. Brother Ding is too old for that now. Brother Xue is right. Ding Shanhu understood completely. But my skills are just fancy moves, not as good as yours. If you want to take me as your master, wouldn't that be showing off in front of experts? Jiang Yuning said, feeling a bit awkward. Ding Shanhu's face turned red with excitement. Young lady, you're humble. The way you handled those sticks just now was amazing. It's clear you're not an ordinary person. I also like using sticks, but I never had proper training. Today, I am truly amazed. He didn't look like a rough man, but he was quite good at talking. I can teach you. Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and decided to agree to Ding Shanhu's request. On one hand, Xue Wuliu was right. More friends to watch out for. On the other hand, she felt Ding Shanhu was honest and reliable. But you seem older than me, so I should call you Big Brother Ding. No, that won't do. My master is an elder, and siblings are equals. Since I want to become your disciple, I will treat you like a parent in the future, Ding Shanhu insisted.
Huh.
Treating her like a parent makes sense, but it sounds a bit strange. All right then. Since you insist, I will do my best to teach you. Thank you, master, but I am still a little worried, Ding Shanhu said. Today, you offended Lady Gao, and Brother Xue beat up the servants. She definitely won't let this go easily. You should avoid coming to town for a few days. I will keep you updated on any news. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Ding, Jiang Yuning said, then politely took leave with Xue Wuliu. After they left, Ding Shanhu suddenly remembered that his master had been bowed to, but he didn't even know her name. Moreover, she and Xue Wuliu seemed to be a family. Ding Shanhu thought, if he called Xue Wuliu his master, he should call her his mother-in-law. Now that he had bowed to her as his master, how should he address Xue Wuliu? He had never encountered this kind of problem before. They walked for a while, and Jiang Yuning couldn't help but ask, do you also teach them internal skills? Actually, she wanted to ask if he could teach her. He's still too young. Xue Wuliu replied perfunctorily. But you said you wanted to start training from a young age? Depends on the person. It was obvious he was lying. Jiang Yuning guessed secretly that maybe he didn't want to teach her, which was why he said that. After all, he didn't teach Xiaoshi either, thinking that girls learning martial arts was useless.
A hopelessly sexist attitude.
Jiang Yuning felt a little upset and quickened her pace to walk ahead of Xue Wuliao. Seeing her sulky look, he didn't understand what was wrong with her. He hadn't had time to ask about the conflict with the people from Gao village. Actually, it didn't matter whether he asked or not. Since he knew, he couldn't let her be bullied. Today, he saw her true skills. He couldn't tell what style of martial arts she practiced, but those 2 sticks she wielded were very impressive. He stared thoughtfully at Jiang Yuning's back. With such large sticks, why were they gone? He guessed her bag couldn't hold them. Where could she have hidden them? What kind of weapons were those 2 sticks? He had never seen anything like them. Jiang Yuning was becoming more interesting to him, full of unknown secrets. They returned to the carriage one after the other. The others who had gone to the market had already come back and taken good positions. Even Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi sat at the back of the carriage, holding their belongings. Seeing this, Jiang Yuning patted the carriage board and said, "Everyone, could you please make way? It's dangerous for children to sit at the back. Sister-in-law, don't blame us." It was them who insisted on sitting at the edge, Li Guixiang explained gently.
Xiaoqi?
Jiang Yuning looked over curiously. Xiao Xi pouted and glanced sideways at the people in the carriage, instinctively hugging what she held and said, "I want to wait until Auntie and second uncle come back." "Oh." Jiang Yuning nodded and said to the people in the carriage, "I'm back. Please make some room for us." Zhang Xiulan and Li Guixiang sat at the front of the carriage, closest to Xue Wu, which was also the position Jiang Yuning and the others had on the way here. Zhang Xiulan looked unwilling to move, and Li Guixiang quickly shifted closer and said, "Sister-in-law, come sit in the middle." Haha, leaving a spot for a child and still asking her to sit there? Fake, insincere, and pretentious. Jiang Yuning looked around and asked, "Where's Xuexing? He went to handle some things and isn't coming with us," Xue Wu said as he went to loosen the reins. Jiang Yuning moved to the other side of the carriage, placed the cloth on the seat where Lin Xuexing usually sat, and called the 2 children over. "Come here, sit here." She helped the 2 children into the carriage, and Li Guixiang hurriedly moved inside to squeeze in with Zhang Xiulan. "Sister-in-law, did you buy fabric?" Li Guixiang asked eagerly. "Yes," Jiang Yuning replied briefly. Someone said, "It looks like you bought a lot. Your family's things could fill half a village. Our house had a fire, so we need to buy new stuff because there isn't much left," Jiang Yuning explained slowly. "Looks like you also bought a lot of paper. Is it for Chung Xi to prepare for school?" "Yes, so she can start learning at home first." Someone reached out and wiped the grass paper that Xiaoshi was holding. "Wow, this paper is so rough."
Can you write on it?
Did Lady Xue get tricked? "This is toilet paper," Jiang Yuning said. "What?" All the women in the carriage looked surprised and curious. "Toilet paper? It's for when you need to go." "Oh, second brother Xue, did you secretly buy something big? Why is your family so wealthy? Using grass paper even for wiping. There's nothing special about it. The house is being built to match the big families in the county. I think second brother Xue might even become a village chief someday. Or maybe a village head. Anyone who marries him will be as lucky as hitting a gold mountain." Hearing this, Zhang Xiulan's heart fluttered with happiness, and Li Guixiang cheerfully asked, "Second brother, what kind of person are you looking for?" After Li Guixiang finished speaking, the carriage fell silent. Everyone listened carefully, waiting for Xue Wuli's reply, but he seemed to be staring at the road ahead as if he hadn't heard. Li Guixiang looked a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly at everyone. Someone loudly asked, "Second brother Xue, what kind of girl does Guixiang want to find?" Then the women on the carriage burst into loud laughter. Jiang Yuning didn't understand what they found funny, whether they were mocking Li Guixiang or teasing Xue Wuliu. What a boring group of people. "What?" Xue Wuliu tilted his head as if he hadn't heard clearly and asked loudly. "Nothing, nothing," Li Guixiang quickly said, feeling shy. Zhang Xiulan shot her a sharp look and said to Xue Wuliu, "Guixiang is asking, what kind of girl do you want to find?" I haven't thought about it, Xue Wulyu replied casually, glancing unintentionally at Jiang Yuning. People say a good wife is important, but having a beautiful one is even better. Someone like Jiang Yuning is very good. If she's also caring for her family and good at taking care of others, that would be even better.
But
How many if are there in the world? As Xue Wulyu withdrew his gaze, he also reined in the tenderness in his eyes, returning to a stiff, serious face.
how could you not have thought about it? Exactly.
Second brother, I see there are 2 suitable girls in our village. Now that you're doing so well, marrying a girl with one older and one younger child isn't a big deal, right? A few women teased freely. Xue Wulyu said, ladies, don't talk nonsense. It might ruin the girl's marriage prospects. I'm just a rough man. I've never thought about settling down in my life. Oh, look at you talking like that. Do you have someone else in your heart? No one else catches your eye? Xue Wulyu instinctively looked at Jiang Yuning again and replied, no, there's no one. Jiang Yuning didn't look at him at all. She was holding fabric and lost in thought. Right now, she was imagining her space. This morning, she discovered that the space had embroidery machines, and surely there were also clothing-making machines. She thought to herself, not only did the machines exist, but there were also various styles. Based on the current era, she decided to make traditional Chinese clothing. Just input her height and measurements and the clothes could be made.
Wow.
Jiang Yuning couldn't help but smile as she looked at everything. This space was amazing. As long as she is willing to think, getting rich is not difficult at all. Xue Wulyu took a quick glance, then looked again. She didn't seem worried at all. Her happy thoughts could make her laugh. Her smile was very beautiful, more and more captivating, and as he looked at her, his gaze softened. Jiang Yuning thought that she and her 2 children were easy to measure for size. She wondered what size clothes Xue Wulyu wore. She instinctively looked over, just in time to meet his gaze. Xue Wulyu felt a bit guilty, as if caught doing something wrong. His eyes suddenly darkened, and he looked away. What is he up to now? He looked like someone owed him a lot of money. Jiang Yuning rolled her eyes at him sharply. Suddenly, she wondered if it was because she had spent too much on shopping. If he was so stingy, he shouldn't try to act generous by giving her his entire purse. Her mind imagined his words as, sister-in-law, spend freely. It turned out he didn't mean it that way at all. Luckily, this man had no plans to get married. Otherwise, anyone who lived with him would be in trouble. Sister-in-law, you're buying so much fabric. How many clothes are you going to make? Li Guixiang asked eagerly. Making 2 sets for my second brother and the 2 children, Jiang Yuning replied, not mentioning her own share. Can you handle it alone? Maybe I can help. My embroidery isn't as good as yours, but I can still sew, Li Guixiang offered herself. Jiang Yuning quickly waved her hand and said, it's not good to trouble others. I just want to save some money for the family, instead of buying ready-made clothes. She secretly glanced at Xue Wulyu, who looked expressionless. Then she added, actually, all these things are for the children. You see, the 2 kids are starting school, so I bought a lot of pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. I even bought 3 books. Luckily, the shopkeeper was kind and gave me a discount, or I would have spent even more. She looked at Xue Wulyu again, feeling a bit sad inside. She thought she definitely shouldn't spend money based on others' faces next time. Xue Wulyu, with sharp senses, noticed her looking at him. So he looked back. Jiang Yuning immediately smiled and said, second brother, I didn't spend much today. Oh, Xue Wulyu thought to himself, secretly amused. She gave him the money, so why was she still so cautious? Why was she so careful now? But his face showed no sign of loosening. He calmly said, the money, sister-in-law, you can use it as you see fit. Humph, it sounds nice, but I'm just afraid these women might scheme against me. Jiang Yuning politely responded with a smile, but she decided to settle the account with him when she got home. The original owner probably saw his expression and was careful with him. One reason is to save money for her future husband, and the other is because she owes him a favor. Second brother, have you asked around about your eldest brother? This question interrupted Jiang Yuning and Xue Wulyu's thoughts. Xue Wulyu slowly replied, not yet. That older brother of yours is really something. How can there be no news? Even if he's a ghost, he should at least send a dream, right? His words were careless, but the listener took it seriously. Shwe Wulyu looked coldly at her, and the woman quickly shut up, apologizing. Don't take it to heart. I was just talking nonsense. Shwe Wulyu withdrew his gaze and glanced at Jiang Yuning, noticing she was lost in thought. She seemed to be daydreaming. Shwe Wulyu snapped the whip. If he told her about Shwe Wentao, what would she do? The group of people happily returned to Luoying village. As they entered the village, the servants gradually got off. Nearly Guixiang's house, she invited Jiang Yuning to pick some greens, but Jiang Yuning didn't go. She wanted to eat some vegetables, but she thought offering help without reason usually means trouble or theft, so she decided not to join. Back home, Jiang Yuning and the others put the things in the storage room and started preparing lunch. After eating dog meat for 2 days, anyone would get tired of it. Jiang Yuning was a bit worried. The vegetables in the garden had been trampled during the fire rescue. Only after a rain did they turn green again. The amount of greens was barely enough for a couple of bowls. What vegetables should she cook? Just as she was worried, Shwe Wulyu returned with a carriage, carrying 2 paper-wrapped packages. Sister-in-law, these are bought from the town. Cut and eat the goose meat. Jiang Yuning reached out to take it, thinking that this guy was stingy, so she politely said, "Thank you, little uncle, for the trouble. No problem. The children are growing, and they need to eat well," Shwe Wulyu said. He was also worried she might overthink. Actually, he didn't like how she kept things so separate. They were all family. The money he gave her, she could use freely. If she hesitated, he felt awkward. Seeing Jiang Yuning start to cut the goose meat, Shwe Wulyu crossed his arms and thought for a moment before saying, "Sister-in-law, I want to talk to you about something." "What's the matter?" Jiang Yuning lowered her head, secretly pouting. They're already asking for repayment so soon." She wiped her hands and took a small purse from her waist, handing it to him. "Second brother, this is the remaining money. You can take it back. I will slowly make up for the money spent today. Don't worry, sister-in-law," Shwe Wulyu quickly said, placing his hand behind his back. "You just use it freely. If it's gone, I'll find a way." "Still no need," Jiang Yuning said, pulling his arm and forcing the purse into his hand. "I don't like owing favors. Let's settle everything, as usual. It's good to keep track of expenses like before." "Sister-in-law, why are you being so formal?" Shwe Wulyu said politely. "Last time, I said that managing the household isn't just your job. From now on, I'll share the chores with you," Jiang Yuning said, also putting her hands behind her back. Shwe Wulyu felt embarrassed to hold her hand, so he could only clench the money tightly in his fist. To ease the awkwardness, Jiang Yuning continued cutting the goose meat and asked, "Second brother, what did you want to say earlier?" Shwe Wulyu hesitated. Jiang Yuning looked at him curiously. Shwe Wulyu gathered his courage and said, "Today, I went to the town's relay station to pick up a letter and received news from our eldest brother." "Wasn't it said there was no news?" Jiang Yuning put down the knife and looked at him strangely. "Big brother." Shwe Wulyu dared not meet her eyes and stammered, "Big brother is
Dead. Huh?
Jiang Yuning's eyes widened in surprise. After processing the news, she surprisingly felt happy. If Shwe Wentao was dead, she would become a widow. She wouldn't have to worry about him returning someday to live with her. This was truly a blessing from heaven. She didn't want to be like those people in ancient times, marrying at 17 or 18 and then possibly facing her husband's infidelity later. Now, she had become a true little widow. Shwe Wulyu, after gathering his courage, looked at Jiang Yuning. But instead of sadness, he seemed to take some pleasure in her reaction. Although her happiness was understandable, after all, her husband hadn't been seen for 3 years, and now he was gone, she felt a little uncomfortable. Noticing her slightly troubled expression, Jiang Yuning's brow furrowed, as if she were about to cry but couldn't, and said, "Please accept my condolences. It's a pity for these 2 children." This is a fairly normal reaction, and Shwe Wu begins to doubt whether his earlier thoughts were wrong. "Sister-in-law, since Big Brother is no longer here, if you want to remarry, I can give my approval," Shwe Wu says cautiously, though it is difficult for him to speak. "Second brother, I won't remarry," Jiang Yuning wipes away an imaginary tear and softly says, I already told my father clearly the other day that I need to take care of the 2 children until they grow up. My affairs don't need to be considered. Also, second brother hasn't married yet, and the family can't be without a woman to manage things. It's inconvenient for a man to raise 2 children alone. After hearing this, Xuewu relaxes a little but still speaks seriously. Sister-in-law, if you change your mind, you can tell me anytime. Change what? He wishes it could be that simple. Second brother, no need to say more. We will discuss the funeral arrangements later. Jiang Yuning has made up her mind and turns away, ignoring him. Xuewu looks at her for a moment before going into the storeroom. Although he has received the news of death, he hasn't seen the body, so he still holds hope. For now, there is no need to hold a funeral. He must see the body with his own eyes to believe it. The 2 children are studying the bought brushes and ink. Little Ci is adding water to the inkstone, while Little Shur is grinding ink. Second uncle, is this enough water? Little Shur asks.
Too much.
The ink will be too light, Xuewu replies. As long as you can see the characters, it's fine. I see Li Tongsheng also always dilutes his ink. He says it saves money, Little Shur says. Saving money won't help you write good characters. Give it to me. Xuewu takes the inkstone, pours the water on the ground, and carefully grinds the ink stick. Little Shur watches curiously from the side, while Little Ci prepares her brush. Do you want to go out with Annie today? Xuewu can't help but ask. Yes, the children reply in unison. Then why are you fighting? It's because that fat woman is bullying my sister, Little Ci says quickly. The 2 children take turns telling him what happened at the clothing shop. Xuewu grinds the ink more vigorously, creating a puddle of black mud in the inkstone. Little Shur touches his hand and asks, Second uncle, can I still write with this? Add more water. Xuewu replies in a deep voice. The 2 children don't know what they did wrong, and their faces darken. They are careful and dare not make a sound. Xuewu thought to himself, even a little lady like Lady Gao dares to be so arrogant. Truly blind to her own worth, he hadn't considered changing anything in the past 3 years, but in this moment, he felt a desire to live differently. It seemed that in his heart, he had developed a new sense of attachment. Jiang Yuning invited them to eat. Hearing the lively reading from the storeroom, she tiptoed to the door and looked inside. She saw Xuewu sitting with 2 children on his lap. He held a book, pointing to each word and reading aloud. Heaven and earth are vast and yellow. The universe is boundless. At this time, Xuewu looked gentle, with soft facial features, like a caring father patiently teaching his children. It was a peaceful and warm scene. Perhaps he truly cared for the children, showing no false feelings or pretenses. After they read for a while, Jiang Yuning called them over. In the evening, several carriages arrived in Luoying village, bringing bricks and tiles to the Xue family. Chun Feng explained that they needed to work another day tomorrow, so Xuewu could choose an auspicious day from the old lunar calendar to start construction. Ancient people were very superstitious. They always looked for lucky days in the old calendar before doing anything. Not every household had this old lunar calendar. Most people were illiterate. Xuewu thought any day would do, but Jiang Yuning disagreed. Superstitions or not, what does it matter? She remembered she didn't believe in the mystical power of the 9 dragons ring either. But she still came here. Unnatural things, she believed, better to trust that they exist than doubt them. In Luoying village, only Li Tongxing's family had an old lunar calendar, so Jiang Yuning decided to pick a good day herself. When she arrived at Li Tongxing's house and almost bumped into Li Jinping at the door, she saw him looking flustered. She asked, "What's wrong?" "Madam, you came just in time. My mother isn't feeling well. I need to find a doctor immediately. Please watch over her for a while. I'll be back soon." Li Jinping said this and ran out. Jiang Yuning remembered she had promised to help Li Zhongshi with her illness last night. As she entered the east room, she smelled the scent of traditional medicine. She pushed aside the curtain and saw Li Zhongshi lying pale on the bed. "Big sisterly, what's wrong?" Cough, cough. Li Zhongshi weakly coughed a few times. She opened her eyes weakly, saw Jiang Yuning and forced a faint smile, saying, "My old illness has flared up again. My stomach hurts badly. Can you lie down? I will help you check," Jiang Yuning said. Li Zhongshi, with Jiang Yuning's help, finally managed to lie down. She pressed her hand on her stomach, her face full of pain, groaning softly from the discomfort. Suddenly, she gagged and started dry heaving against the bed. It seemed she vomited several times, leaving stains on the ground. Her stomach was empty now, only bitter water coming up. "Sister-in-law, how long have you been like this? Did you eat something bad?" This is an old problem," Li Zhongshi said intermittently. The doctor said it's intestinal abscess. "Oh dear, intestinal abscess?" Ancient people didn't have modern medicine, so an abscess in the intestine could involve many complicated illnesses. Based on Li Zhongshi's condition, Jiang Yuning initially thought it might be appendicitis. When appendicitis flares up, not only weak women like her, but even strong men weighing 200 pounds would find it hard to stand straight. In this era, surgery wasn't available, so dying from such conditions was not surprising. "Sister-in-law, bend your legs up, I'll check you," Jiang Yuning said gently. Li Zhongshi endured and lay down as instructed. Jiang Yuning gently pressed on her right abdomen, causing her to grip the bed tightly and break out in cold sweat from the pain. Jiang Yuning's judgment was correct. What should she do now? If she delayed any longer, it could be life-threatening. "Yuning, am I going to die?" Li Zhongshi weakly grasped Jiang Yuning's hand. "Jinping isn't grown up yet." Don't say such discouraging words." Jiang Yuning smiled to comfort her. "Everyone says Bao Yan is beyond help, but she and her mother are safe. Don't worry, I'm here. Yes, it's not as bad as when I gave birth to Jinping." Li Zhongshi forced a faint smile. She had said comforting words, but Jiang Yuning still didn't know what to do next. If it was a broken arm or leg, or even a difficult childbirth like Shui Bao Lian's, she might have some experience. But this was a surgery. Appendicitis is a common surgical disease, and removing the appendix is one of the most routine operations. However, she wasn't a medical student, she was a special forces soldier. Talking about it on paper was one thing, but actually doing it— Oh, Li Zhongshi's cry of pain reached Jiang Yuning's ears again, her voice noticeably weaker than when she first arrived. Unable to think about so many things, she could only place all her hope on the Nine Dragons ring. With a thought, various medicines and medical tools appeared in the air. Jiang Yuning frowned tightly. This still wasn't enough. It would be even better if she could tell her exactly what to do. As she thought this, a light gently shone on Li Zhang's abdomen. Jiang Yuning's eyes looked as if she was viewing an ultrasound screen, seeing clearly inside her belly. At the same time, a line of words appeared: acute appendicitis, suitable for surgical removal. She was both shocked and happy. She helped Li Zhang wipe her sweat and said, "Sister-in-law, I will try acupuncture to ease your pain." Li Zhang was in so much pain she felt like giving up. She didn't care whether Jiang Yuning knew acupuncture or not. As long as it could help her feel better, she was willing to try anything. Seeing her nod gently, Jiang Yuning injected her with an anesthetic. In less than a minute, Li Zhang lost consciousness and fell asleep. Then Jiang Yuning removed her clothes, disinfected her abdomen, and took a scalpel. She took a deep breath, and another line of instructions appeared: diagonal cut in the lower right abdomen, about 5 to 7 centimeters long. She gently pressed her hand on Li Zhang's belly and calmly made a cut. This was Jiang Yuning's first time performing surgery herself. From the cut to the stitches, she didn't dare to blink. Fortunately, Li Zhang only had appendicitis and no other complications. Jiang Yuning's first surgery went very smoothly. After finishing the last stitch, she let out a breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had been so nervous, she hadn't noticed that her back was already soaked with sweat. Luckily, the Nine Dragons ring helped her. If it were a person, Jiang Yuning would have wanted to hug and high-five it to celebrate. After helping Li Zhang wrap the bandage and dressing her, and tidying up the post-surgery area, Li Jinping finally called the doctor over. It had been almost an hour and a half since she arrived. If Li Zhang's pain worsened during this time, Just thinking about it made her feel scared. "Auntie, how is my mother?" Li Jinping asked eagerly as he entered. Jiang Yuning calmly replied, "She's fine now. Later, let her get up and move around." "Mom?" Li Jinping looked to the side. Li Zhang was sleeping peacefully. "Is my mother asleep?" "Yes, she might sleep for another hour or two," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "I'll check on her again later." She glanced at the doctor carrying a medicine box. He looked to be in his 40s, very thin and tall, with a black goat beard. His robe was loose, giving him a kind of fairy-like appearance. She recognized the doctor as Dong Zhansai, a barefoot healer who was somewhat well-known in the mountain town. But his reputation wasn't good. Rumor had it he had done some disrespectful things to patients, so wealthy families in town avoided him. If his fees weren't cheap, no one would hire him. She looked at Dong Zhansai, who was also watching her with a suspicious look. He stroked his beard and said, "Jinping, I'll check your mother again." From Li Jinping's description earlier, she thought the illness was quite serious. She couldn't believe that now. She was sleeping peacefully like nothing was wrong. "Dr. Dong, please," Jinping said, inviting him over. He looked grateful and excited as he asked Jiang Yuning, "Auntie, what method did you use to stop my mother's pain? I've never seen her sleep so peacefully in all these years." Dong Zhansai placed his hand on Li Zhang's pulse, frowning more and more, finding it hard to believe. "I used some methods," Jiang Yuning said vaguely, worried they might overreact if they knew she had cut her. Jinping kept thanking her profusely. Jiang Yuning reminded him of some precautions, but she was nervous, thinking about how to explain if they found out. "Madam, may I ask what method you used to cure Li's intestinal abscess?" Dong Zhansai asked politely, bowing slightly. The truth about the surgery couldn't be hidden forever. Once Li Zhang woke and saw the wound, everything would be revealed. But Jiang Yuning hadn't decided how to make them accept this. She worried they might think she was a witch or a monster. Suddenly, she remembered Shui Wuliu. She said slowly, "Dr. Dong, our medical skills are not for outsiders to know." "I cannot tell you." Dong Zhansai looked disappointed, stroking his beard. "I see Li's wife is a bit weak and has trouble with her energy. But based on my many years of experience, an abscess like that usually doesn't heal so quickly. It's quite surprising." "Goodbye," Jiang Yuning said, and turned to leave. Dong Zhansai suddenly reached out and blocked her way. Dong Zhansai was a bit excited, and his goatee trembled slightly as he stared intently at Jiang Yuning. "Madam, may I ask who your master is?" "That information is confidential and cannot be disclosed," Jiang Yuning replied with a gentle smile, but her tone left no room for argument. Goodbye," Jiang Yuning said again with a respectful bow, and left. Outside, a gust of wind made her shiver. "Dr. Dong, I'm sorry to have wasted your trip," Li Jinping said awkwardly. "Jinping, I've known your father for many years. There's no need to be so formal," Dong Zhansai said, taking out a pill. "I see your mother's energy flow isn't smooth. If she wakes up and feels bloated, give her this medicine. Also, I'll prepare a formula to boost her energy and blood. When you have time, go to the town and bring back some herbs." "Thank you, Dr. Dong. That lady just now is also from Luoying village." "I've never seen her before." Dong Zhansai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Oh, she's from the Shui family. She married into the village 3 years ago." When talking about Jiang Yuning, Li Jinping looked a bit proud and added a few more words, showing off a little. "She didn't have much contact with the villagers before, but everyone knows she's a good person. Recently, I realized she's quite impressive. She's a real heroine." "Oh." Dong Zhansai became even more curious seeing Li Jinping's excited expression. "She's probably a straightforward person." Li Jinping excitedly recounted how Jiang Yuning had recently reclaimed Wang Dazhuang's rent, helped settle accounts for butchering meat, and clear herself of suspicion of theft. "My father's calculations aren't as quick as hers. I also heard that Aunt Wang almost died during childbirth, and the Wang family had her taken to the village clinic. Not only did she save her, but she also gave birth to a little girl. She can deliver babies too?" Dong Zhansai exclaimed. "I also heard this from the villagers," Li Jinping said shyly, scratching his head. "Dr. Dong, do you think she might be possessed by something?" "Possessed? Who said that?" "The villagers behind her are saying so. Don't listen to them." Some people just can't stand others being too outstanding. They're just jealous. Dong Zhansai patted Li Jinping's shoulder. Jinping, don't be like those narrow-minded folks. The world is full of strange and wonderful things. People come in all kinds. If you can't do something, does that mean it's wrong? Jinping, remember this. Li Jinping nodded in agreement. Hey, Jinping, where does Lady Xue live? Jiang Yuning sneezed twice, probably because she was sweaty and caught in the cold wind. She rubbed her nose and went home. Xue Wuliu was in the yard, moving bricks. He was only wearing a jacket, and his arm muscles looked big and swollen. Jiang Yuning looked at the brick pile that was taller than Xue Wuliu himself and secretly admired. This man's strength could surely win a weightlifting championship. Sister-in-law, are you watching The Good Days? Xue Wuliu put down the bricks and stretched, asking.
Huh?
Jiang Yuning suddenly remembered why she went to Li's house. She slapped her forehead. I forgot. Xue Wuliu looked confused. He had been gone for an hour and didn't check the date? Li's eldest sister-in-law had a stomach ache, and Li Tongxing wasn't home. Jinping went to find a doctor, so I just stayed with her for a while, Jiang Yuning explained quickly. Li's eldest sister-in-law has been weak these past few years. Xue Wuliu just finished speaking when Jiang Yuning sneezed again. He slightly frowned and asked, Did you eat ginger candy? No, Jiang Yuning said tiredly, rubbing her waist. I'll lie down for a bit. First time doing surgery made her nervous, and her body ached too. Her physical condition was too poor. She was determined to start physical training soon to help her body adapt to her lifestyle. Seeing her walking away without turning back, Xue Wuliu clenched his teeth. This person was really stubborn, didn't like ginger, wouldn't eat sweetened ginger, and she was just standing there sneezing like that? Isn't she supposed to be good at medicine? Why was she so afraid of illness? He felt a bit uneasy. He wiped his hands and knocked on the door. Jiang Yuning sat on the bed and heard Xue Wuliu's voice. Sister-in-law, I have something to tell you. She rolled her eyes impatiently. Just say it. I can hear you. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't ignore your health. You still need to eat properly. He knocked on the door just for this? Jiang Yuning snorted and said irritably, Am I the one who can diagnose or you? Do you think ginger can cure all illnesses? Is ginger some kind of magic medicine? Her words left Xue Wuliu speechless. He sighed and said, Please take care of yourself. The two children need someone to look after them.
TCH.
He already knew it was like this. Someone who couldn't even try to please others wouldn't care about her if he didn't have his own reasons. Men of this time do not really pay attention to women. When I reach the top of my life, I will make you all believe and respect me. This is Jiang Yuning secretly complaining. Whether she can reach the top of her life is uncertain. In this era, in the Great Song Dynasty, where is a woman's peak? Like Empress Wu Zetian claiming the throne? She still had to marry a man first. She doesn't need a man. With the 9 dragons ring and ornaments, she can live freely. All right, I understand, Jiang Yuning said coldly, ending their conversation through the door. Xue Wuliu stood for a while longer, then went to the yard to continue moving bricks. Jiang Yuning lay on the bed, unable to sleep. On a whim, she took out a packet of ginger candies, sniffed them, and found the smell not too strong. She knew ginger was used to ward off cold, and many still considered it a small snack. She pinched a small piece and put it in her mouth. The taste was different from what she expected. Maybe her sense of taste had changed after changing bodies? She chewed a few bites and found the flavor quite good, so she ate another piece. From outside the window, Xue Wuliu passed by and instinctively looked into the barn. Seeing Jiang Yuning holding a small piece of ginger, placing it in her mouth, he paused, surprised by her behavior. She was really a two-faced woman. Was she really enjoying the snack? Her eating look was quite adorable, like a little squirrel. Watching her, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. At that moment, someone outside asked, Is this the Xue lady's house? Xue Wuliu squinted and looked over, seeing Dong Zhansai stretching his neck to look into the yard. His expression hardened.
Who was this man?
Jiang Yuning quickly wrapped the ginger and wiped her mouth, then stepped outside, surprised to see Dong Zhansai. Why are you here? She asked. Lady Xue, I come with respect. Dong Zhansai bowed deeply, bending almost 90 degrees. Xue Wuliu frowned again. Did they know each other? He stepped closer but hadn't reached them yet when Dong Zhansai lifted his robe and knelt on one knee. Jiang Yuning was startled and took a step back, accidentally stepping on Xue Wuliu's foot. He looked at her calmly, eyes lowered, with a strand of ginger on his lips, making her feel uneasy. Jiang Yuning didn't notice what was under her foot and looked at Dong Zhansai in shock, asking, "What are you trying to do?" Before Dong Zhankai could answer, Xue Wuliu's voice floated above, calling out, "Sister-in-law."
Huh.
Jiang Yuning quickly turned around and bumped into him, causing her nose to ache. She covered her nose and glared at him. He looked like a wooden post, trying to bump her to death. Seeing her angry expression, Xue Wuliu secretly wanted to laugh. He didn't expect her to be so reckless sometimes, but he kept a serious face and said, "You stepped on me."
Huh?
Jiang Yuning looked down at her feet, then further down to see a large foot wearing a straw sandal. Sorry, she hurriedly pulled back her foot and turned to look at Dong Zhankai, asking Dr. Dong, "What's wrong with you? Is he a doctor? His surname is Dong?" Xue Wuliu thought for a moment and remembered who this person was. Why was he looking for Jiang Yuning? "Sister-in-law Xue, you said your sect doesn't pass down teachings openly. I've decided to ask you to be my teacher and teach me medicine," Dong Zhankai said respectfully, raising his fists high above his head. Jiang Yuning was surprised and almost couldn't speak. She had already said she wouldn't pass down her skills, and now he was asking her this? He wanted to learn medicine from her? Xue Wuliu was also surprised. Although Dong Zhankai's reputation wasn't very good, he hadn't misdiagnosed anyone in over 10 years of practicing medicine. Why did he want to take Jiang Yuning as his teacher? "I don't take disciples," Jiang Yuning recovered and firmly refused. She reached out to help him up. But Dong Zhankai knelt straight and refused to get up, speaking sincerely and earnestly, "Lady Xue, it said you are a master beyond the world. Being able to learn from you before I die is my greatest dream. Please grant me this wish."
Huh?
"I'm not that amazing," Jiang Yuning said awkwardly, looking at him. "Get up quickly. It wouldn't look good if others see you." "No, if you don't accept me as a disciple today, I won't get up." Dong Zhankai was really risking it all. "Dr. Dong," Xue Wuliu said calmly, clasping his hands, "you should get up. Your behavior at my house's entrance isn't good for my sister-in-law." "You are." "I am Xue Wuliu." "Oh, you are Xue Wuliu?" Dong Zhankai was even more surprised. "Ah, I've heard of you. I've heard a lot." Jiang Yuning saw this kind of admiration in Ding Shanhu's eyes. It was strange. What did Xue Wuliu have that others envied? "So, this is your sister-in-law, the wife of your brother-in-law," Dong Zhansai said as he stood up. "Please help persuade her to accept me as her disciple." Xue Wuliu also found it strange. What did Jiang Yuning do to make him so eager? "Dr. Dong, as far as I know, my sister-in-law isn't a professional healer." "Are you sure you've got the right person?" Hearing this, Dong Zhansai looked at him with disdain, as if he couldn't see the obvious. He quickly grabbed his wrist and said excitedly, "You don't see the situation with Lady Li, so you wouldn't understand." "What's wrong with her?" Jiang Yuning lowered his eyes nervously. Before Li Zhongshi woke up, he had already been caught. He better think of a good explanation quickly. Just then, Dong Zhansai excitedly said, "Lady Li just woke up and wanted to drink water." Jiang Yuning looked over sharply. Dong Zhansai hurriedly added, "She didn't drink anything, not a single sip. Remember your instructions." Jiang Yuning let out a breath of relief and continued, "She looks quite energetic, trying to sit up by herself, but she can't get up." "Huh," Xue Wuliu frowned anxiously. "She has a stomach ache," Dong Zhansai said again. Jiang Yuning rubbed his forehead, wishing he could tell him to stop panting and just speak quickly. "I and Jinping supported her, and we found a long cut on her body, stitched up. It's her wound hurting, not inside." The more he listened, the tighter Xue Wuliu's brows furrowed. A knife wound on her stomach. Could Jiang Yuning have done it? What if someone dies because of this? Thinking of that, he ignored Dong Zhansai's enthusiastic description and strode quickly toward the Li family. "Lady Xue, your skills are truly impressive. I am in awe." Please, I beg you. Jiang Yuning wanted to check the situation at the Li family, but Dong Zhansai was still rambling. She was anxious and punched his shoulder. Stop talking, I need to go see now. Dong Zhansai was stunned by the punch. Lady Shui, you're so straightforward. Truly a heroine. My goodness, he's starting to sound like a monk chanting scriptures, giving Jiang Yuning a headache. She impatiently shot him a glance and headed toward the Li family. Dong Zhansai followed behind, still flattering her endlessly. Can I ask you to shut up? Jiang Yuning snapped angrily, raising her fist. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. Lady Shui, as long as you accept me as your disciple, you can hit me however you want, Dong Zhansai said with a bow. It's really like a scholar meeting a soldier. Hard to explain the reason. Jiang Yuning glared at him fiercely, and then left. Hey, did you see that? She might be talking to Director Dong about something. Exactly, Director Dong even knelt to her door. Look at these two flirting and arguing. Old Second Shui got so angry he left. He's really brave to go look for Old Second Shui. Can he not go? After becoming a matchmaker, he still wants to build a good reputation. Mrs. Lin Wang and a few women were washing clothes by the well. She looked at Jiang Yuning's back, sneered, and then left, dropping her wash basin. When they arrived at Li Tongxing's house, Shui Wuliu was standing in the kitchen and didn't go into the East Room. Although they weren't a big family, the East Room usually housed the women, so it was inconvenient for him to go in. Second uncle, you're here, Li Jinping greeted. I was just about to come find Auntie. Jinping, how is your mother? Shui Wuliu asked nervously. He had been thinking all the way, what if something serious happened? My mother just has a stomach ache, nothing else. Shui Wuliu breathed a sigh of relief. Can I go in and see her? Please, second uncle. Shui Wuliu entered and saw Li Zhang lying on the bed. Her hair was a bit messy, but her eyes were bright, and she looked quite spirited. Big sister-in-law, how do you feel? Second brother Li Zhang smiled. It just hurts a little where the cut was, but otherwise I'm fine. Yuning, I really need to thank her. Really? Shui Wuliu found it hard to believe. Of course it's true, Dong Zhansong excitedly said as he entered. Incredible, unbelievable. Mrs. Shui has this amazing method that can directly target the problem. She's like a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Jiang Yuning rolled her eyes impatiently and sat beside Li Zhang, patting her head. She asked, Can you walk now? Grin and bear it, I can, Li Zhang replied. Then move around more. You can only eat after the gas passes. Gas? You mean releasing the foul air from the stomach? Dong Zhansong asked, seeming unsure. Farting. If you can't fart, then burping works too, Jiang Yuning said irritably. Suddenly, Shui Wuliu and Jinping couldn't help but laugh. But Dong Zhansong said seriously, Indeed, the word gas is used perfectly here. Haha, is everyone here? Zhang Baozhang sneered, followed by a few villagers who also came in. Zhang Baozhang was followed by several villagers, all looking pleased with themselves. Humph. Li Jinping looked at them with a bad attitude. He didn't like Zhang Baozhang, who bullied others with his power, nor did he like the sycophants behind him. He asked, Baozhang, what brings you to my house? Jinping, Zhang Baozhang fake smiled. We came to find those three. Find us? Jiang Yuning looked at him in surprise, then at Dong Zhansai and Shui Wuliu.
What do they want with them?
Could it be that these people are all sick and came to find Dong Zhansai? Second brother, Zhang Baozhang said seriously, your brother isn't home, and all the family responsibilities fall on you. We understand your difficulties, but you must tell right from wrong and not tolerate evil. Shui Wuliu's face was cold and stiff. His words implied something, but he didn't react immediately to what it meant. Baozhang, just say what you mean. Hee. Zhang Baozhang stroked his chin, then his expression darkened as he looked at Dong Zhansai. Dr. Dong, I thought your medical skills were just lacking, but now I see your character is also terrible. Baozhang, please watch your words, Dong Zhansai said seriously, stroking his goat beard. Why do you question my medical skills? And why do you question my character? Why? Humph. Zhang Baozhang sneered and looked at Jiang Yuning. His face suddenly showed sympathy and grievance, almost as if he was about to hold her hand and encourage her. Lady Shui, if you have any difficulties, just say it. We all believe in your good character. Before he finished, someone coughed loudly behind him, interrupting him. His muscles twitched, and his face changed color as he said, "Is it that Dr. Dong has been bothering you?" Huh. Jiang Yuning wasn't stupid. She immediately understood their purpose. Whether she answered yes or no, it would be like pouring dirty water over her head. She smiled faintly and asked, "Bao Zhang, I don't quite understand what you're saying." "What's wrong with Dr. Dong? Lady Shui, don't be afraid. Second brother is here, and we will all stand up for you," Zhang Baozhang said confidently. "Village head, Dr. Dong was specially invited by me to treat my mother," Li Jinping quickly explained, worried that Dong Zhansai might clash with the others. "Jinping, you're still young and naive. Everyone in town knows that Dr. Dong is a fraud. Why did you invite him?" Village head Zhang said rudely, pointing at Dong Zhansai. Hey, Dong Zhansai frowned unhappily. "Village head Zhang, why are you talking like that? Who am I lying to? You need to have proof." "Enough." Shui Wuliao clasped his hands and said to everyone, "Since sister-in-law Li is resting, everyone please leave now. Let's go outside and talk, Lady Shui. We came to stand up for you." Zhang Village had smiled and looked at Jiang Yuning, then waved to the people behind him. "Bind this troublemaker." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 villagers came forward, holding ropes, ready to tie up Dong Zhansai. Dong Zhansai shouted and hid behind Shui Wuliao. "What are you doing? In broad daylight, you keep pestering Lady Shui. Today, we will catch you and send you to the patrol officer for punishment," Zhang Village had said with crossed arms, glaring at him. "You're slandering me," Dong Zhansai shouted angrily. "I have no improper thoughts about Lady Shui. Lady Shui Wuliao, help me explain," he pleaded.
No improper thoughts?
"And you even went to her house," someone sneered. "You're a man, and you even knelt before her," another added. "This is all witnessed by everyone. What do you have to deny?" Zhang Village had asked confidently, questioning several times. "I knelt to her to learn from her," Dong Zhansai replied. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, what a lie. Learning from her? Is he a student or just learning embroidery? Hey, what child? Lady Shui hasn't even opened her shop yet." "I'm telling the truth," Dong Zhansai hurriedly explained. "I want to learn medicine from Lady Shui." He didn't know that Jiang Yuning's medical skills were not well known in the village. Learning medicine? The villagers laughed even louder. "Dong Zhansai, you have bad intentions. Just admit it. At worst, you'll get a few hits from the patrol officer. Why tell these lies and make everyone laugh?" Zhang Village had said. It's all my fault for causing trouble." Li Zhang's wife supported herself and walked to the door, sighing. "Big sister-in-law, this has nothing to do with you." Jiang Yuning quickly went to support her and said plainly, "Someone wants to smear my name. They are capable of anything." She looked coldly at the crowd, thinking that those who are talented often face envy and trouble. These people just can't stand to see others succeed. Li Zhangshi sighed with understanding. "You really have a hard time." "Captain Zhang, Dr. Dong came today to help me with a medical checkup," Li Zhangshi said softly. "I can vouch for Dr. Dong's character." "Oh, Lady Li, look at you, so weak. Why did you come out?" Captain Zhang pretended to be concerned. "You're sick, so we won't disturb your rest. If Dr. Dong is innocent, he can come to the well and explain everything." "Fine, I'll go, but you can't tie me up," Dong Zhansai said stubbornly. "Go with them first. I'll come right after." Jiang Yuning gave Dong Zhansai a reassuring look. A group of people surrounded Dong Zhansai and took him away from the Li family. Jiang Yuning helped Lady Li inside to rest. "Big sister Li, how do you feel?" Shui Wuliao asked coldly. He wasn't worried about Dong Zhansai. He was more concerned if Jiang Yuning had done something terrible. "I'm fine, second sister," Lady Li said. "Thanks to Yuning, I managed to stay alive." Hearing this, Shui Wuliao finally relaxed. Since men and women are different, he couldn't carefully ask about her injuries or see her wounds. He could only judge her condition by her face. "Big sister-in-law, are you familiar with Dong Zhansai?" "Sort of," Lady Li said slowly. "He's a kind person who likes to help others. He often gives medicine to the poor. Because of this, he's sometimes excluded by other doctors. Also, he has strange ideas that most people can't accept. I heard he uses lizard blood to help regrow fingers." People think he's a bit crazy. It is quite crazy, but isn't medical progress often driven by such crazy ideas? Jiang Yuning actually liked this kind of person. After a while, Xue Wolyu and Jiang Yuning left the Li family and headed back. The water well was on the main road. There, a crowd had gathered as if for a meeting. People kept watching the Li family. When they saw them come out, someone immediately shouted, "Lady Xue is here." Everyone looked in the same direction, like a flock of ducks, showing a strong sense of unity. They automatically made way, allowing her to walk toward Dong Zhansai. Jiang Yuning walked to the center proudly. She looked down and saw Dong Zhansai sitting on the ground, his hands tied, his mouth gagged, covered in dirt, with cuts on his face and dark circles under his eyes. Wasn't he told not to be tied up? How did he end up like this so quickly? "Madame Xue, you're here," Zhang Baozhang sneered. "Baozhang," Jiang Yuning said politely, "Dong Zhansai is my apprentice. I am his master." As soon as she spoke, everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Madame Xue, you actually made up such a story, claiming they're not related? That's hard to believe. Is her apprentice learning embroidery from her?" But Dong Zhansai was different. Hearing this, he struggled to kneel on the ground and was about to kowtow to Jiang Yuning. Xue Wolyu quickly pulled him up and removed the cloth from his mouth. "Madame Xue, no, my master is above." Dong Zhansai finally spoke, excitedly trying to kneel and kowtow again. "Forget it. From now on, don't kneel to me," Jiang Yuning said with a side glance. If she didn't think he was very forward-thinking, she wouldn't have agreed to take this chatterbox as her apprentice. Xue Wolyu ignored Zhang Baozhang's expression and untied Dong Zhansai. He immediately bowed and said, "Apprentice will remember. Madame Xue, Dong Longzhong, don't play tricks on us." Zhang Baozhang snorted coldly. "Your master and apprentice? When did that happen? I just agreed a moment ago." Jiang Yuning replied coldly. "Huh? So, what does he want to learn from you?" "Embroidery," Zhang Baozhang asked with disdain. "Medicine," Jiang Yuning answered decisively, causing a burst of laughter. "Madame Xue, don't joke around. You sent Dong Zhansai to Baozhang, and you're still taking care of 2 children in Luoying village. Isn't that enough? Learning medicine isn't wrong," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "A person taking a master should not be caught. What kind of rule is that?" "Jiang Yuning," Zhang Baozhang said coldly, his face darkening. "Since you're the wife of Luoying village, we're trying to protect you. Don't be stubborn. Chief Zhang, today's matter, I don't think it's wrong to go see the village head or even the county magistrate," Jiang Yuning said confidently. "Oh, Lady Xue, you're basically a widow at home. If you had a lover, it wouldn't be something shameful," a woman said sarcastically. "Exactly," second brother Xue helped write a letter of separation. "Soon you two could run away together and be happy. Why tell such obvious lies that everyone can see through?" Hearing these women gossiping, Xue Wolyu looked around the crowd. He was taller than them and quickly identified who they were. He shot them a cold glance, and the women immediately shut up shyly. "Don't judge Chief Zhang by his looks," Dong Zhansai said, rubbing his sore jaw. "My master's medical skills are beyond your imagination. Stop pretending," said Zhang Baozhang. "Second brother Xue, say something. What should we do about today's matter?" "Please believe what they say," Xue Wolyu said, clasping his hands and looking around. "What are you after, second brother Xue?" someone asked, confused. "Just a pretty woman," someone sneered. "Baozhang, my sister-in-law, isn't lying. If you don't believe, we'll find out the truth when we go back to the Li family," Xue Wolyu said firmly. "Ha, you want to go now? You probably already conspired with the Li family. Everyone knows you, and Li Tongsheng are like brothers." The men argued back and forth. Jiang Yuning chuckled and said, "Could it be that you don't want me and Dong Zhansai to become master and apprentice? Do you really want us to be branded as adulterers?" Hearing her blunt question, the men fell silent, feeling embarrassed. "All right, let's go see the Li family and find out what's really going on," Zhang Baozhang decided. "But if we can't get the truth, both of you will have to see the village head." "Wait," Jiang Yuning held up her hand to stop everyone. "Lady Xue, have you made up your mind?" Zhang Baozhang asked coldly. Jiang Yuning smiled gently. "I just want to know the truth. When it's clear, Will they apologize to my apprentice? She was really angry about how these people bullied her and let Dong Zhansai get beaten. She knew it was Zhang Baozhang who ordered it, but she didn't want to make things worse with him. Instead, she shifted her focus to others to save face for him. Master Zhang's face twitched as he said, "Although we are just villagers, we would never wrongly accuse a good person. If Dong Zhansai is really just interested in learning medicine and is bothering you, even if we are reckless, I will make sure they give you an explanation. That makes me feel better with your words," Jiang Yuning said happily. She followed the villagers toward Li Tongxing's house. "Master, since you accepted me as a disciple, should we choose an auspicious day to hold the ceremony?" Dong Zhansai, holding his aching waist and limping, followed Jiang Yuning, seeming to think that nothing else mattered except the ceremony. There are still such foolish people in the world. Jiang Yuning suddenly thought of Ding Shanhu. But isn't there another one too? But it's also strange how fate works. Although her master is just a nominal teacher, she just took Ding Shanhu as a disciple, and then she met Dong Zhansai. Could it be that her coming to the Song dynasty is to establish a new school? There's nothing wrong with that, as it allows her skills to help more people. Since you teach me medicine, you're like my second parents. The ceremony must be proper. The 6 rites and offerings are necessary. What is the master usually like? Money, Jiang Yuning replied impatiently. Good. That shows the master is straightforward and doesn't care for false fame, Dong Zhansai said again. But I think we should prepare gifts too. Does the master like rouge and powder? Can you shut up? Jiang Yuning was annoyed by his questions. All right, I won't say more. Please don't get angry. Anger harms the liver, he said. Jiang Yuning quickly stepped back a few steps to put some distance between them. Dong Zhansai then moved closer to Xue Wulyu and asked, "So, should I call you Uncle Master in the future?" "No need." "Then, Brother Xue, what is the master like? Give me some ideas for the ceremony." Xue Wulyu hesitated for a moment. He really didn't know what Jiang Yuning liked, so he said, "There's no need for too many rules. Truly a free spirit of the martial world." Dong Zhansai sighed. Xue Wulyu unconsciously quickened his pace. "See that? So attentive." "Exactly. Instead of calling it a ceremony, it's more like a betrothal gift. Let's see how they end up later. Lady Xue seems to be a decent person. Even if there are problems, it's probably Dong Longzhong's fault." During the villagers' discussion, a large group suddenly entered Li's courtyard. When Li Jinping saw that Zhang Baozhang had returned, his face immediately fell. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yuning stepped forward shyly and said, "Jinping, we need to bother your mother once more. Could she help us by giving a statement? Please, Andy, come in." "I was just about to ask you to come." Li Jinping politely greeted Jiang Yuning as she entered. Worried that Li Zhang might have a problem, Jiang Yuning hurriedly followed Li Jinping into the east room. She saw Li Zhang leaning on the bed frame, standing on the ground, and asked quickly, "Big sister-in-law, how do you feel?" "Yuning, I just feel really bloated, and it's uncomfortable not to burp or pass gas. You said I should exercise more, but Jinping is still worried." "Bloating is normal, it will pass after some gas," Jiang Yuning said, slightly relieved. She hesitated and asked, "Big sister-in-law, I have a small favor to ask." "What is it, Yuning?" Li Zhang covered her stomach and sat down, taking a deep breath. "Go ahead and ask. You heard what happened earlier, right? I can only take Dong Zhansai as my apprentice, but the villagers don't believe it. I want to ask you to help by giving a testimony and showing your wound to others." "I see." Li Zhang lowered her head thoughtfully. "Is it inconvenient for you, big sister-in-law? If it can clear your name, I'm willing to do it," Li Zhang said after a moment, looking determined, as if she had made up her mind. "Thank you, big sister-in-law," Jiang Yuning said, holding her trembling hand to comfort her. "I'll find a few sisters-in-law to come in. Don't worry too much."
Oh, Li Zhang blusha esa y la y.
Jiang Yuning guessed that she must have struggled a lot inside. These days, women are judged harshly. If others saw her body, and it got out, she would definitely be exposed and criticized. After a while, the village had selected a few women to come into the East Room, including Lin Wangshi. Their eyes seemed to scan Li Zhang's body like X-ray vision. "Li lady, I heard you were very sick today. Are you feeling better now? I am better, Li Zhang weakly replied. Thanks to Yuning's timely help. Really, it was her? Lin Wangshe asked eagerly. What skills does she have? Li Zhang took a deep breath and raised her hand. Jiang Yuning quickly went to support her, and she slowly unbuttoned her clothes. Madam Li, what are you doing? The village woman exclaimed. Let me show you Yuning's skill. Li Zhang's movements caused her wound to ache more, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Despite the pain, she continued, opening her outer garment, lifting her undergarment, revealing the bandage wrapped around her waist. Together, she and Jiang Yuning untied the bandage, exposing a knife wound on her right abdomen. The village women gasped in surprise, leaning in to look closely. Lin Wangshe couldn't believe it and reached out to touch the wound. Before she could, Jiang Yuning sharply pushed her hand away. What are you trying to do? Jiang Yuning asked coldly. Of course, I want to see if this wound is real, Lin Wangshe replied, rubbing her hands, not willing to back down. How could it be fake? Didn't you see how much Madam Li is in pain? Jiang Yuning looked at her in disbelief. How could someone be so shameless? Madam Shui, don't be angry. We just want to help you, Aunt Zhang said. Have you all seen clearly now? Jiang Yuning asked with a stern face. Her presence was strong, and she had become well known in Luoying village these days. The village women, afraid of provoking her, awkwardly said, Yes. It looks so painful. Madam Li is really strong. Then please go outside, Jiang Yuning ordered. Lin Wangshe wanted to speak, but Aunt Zhang nudged her arm, and she left. Li Zhang, weak and leaning on the bed, felt pain all over her body. More than that, she felt humiliated. Her body was being pointed at and examined by several women. Big sister-in-law, go lie down for a while. I'll finish here and come to see you, Jiang Yuning said as she rebandaged her and dressed her carefully. She looked worried about her gloomy expression. The village women left and immediately told Zhang Baoshang and the others about Madame Li's condition. As soon as they finished, Jiang Yuning came out. She calmly started to make up a story. Baoshang and the villagers probably have many questions. Please listen to me. When I was young, I accidentally received guidance from a master and learned some medical skills. My teacher's methods are a bit different from current medical practices. I was told I couldn't practice medicine publicly until I was 18, and now I have reached that age. Are you saying you're a doctor? Zhang Baoshang asked in disbelief. My master prefers to be called a doctor. Jiang Yuning smiled confidently and said, for conditions like Lady Li's, many people have heard of it. It's commonly called intestinal abscess. When it starts, the pain is unbearable, often with vomiting and fever. Actually, there are many types of intestinal abscesses. The kind Lady Li has, I call appendicitis. Removing the inflamed part can cure it. It's like a boil on the skin. Cut out the pus-filled area, and it will heal naturally. No one had heard of or seen this before. Jiang Yuning spoke so convincingly that Zhang Baoshang was confused. Dong Zhansai excitedly pulled Shui Wuliu and said, Did you hear that? A master from beyond the world. Truly extraordinary, that beggar? Shui Wuliu thought to himself, such an impressive beggar really makes people curious. He wanted to meet him. Dong Zhansai admires my medical skills so much that he insisted on becoming my apprentice. I refused, so he came to my house to bother us, which caused some misunderstandings. It's also because you said so. Lady Li still looks okay now, but she has a knife wound on her belly. Who knows if? Lin Wangshe hesitated. Others whispered among themselves. I understand everyone's feelings. If she recovers well, Lady Li will be able to move freely in 7 days, Jiang Yuning said confidently. Since Lady Shui is skilled in medicine, why not let her take a look? First, to see if she's genuine, and second, I am a bit uncomfortable myself. Aunt Zhang smiled politely at Jiang Yuning. Yes, and help me check too, someone behind quickly agreed. Jiang Yuning knew this was just a test of her abilities. She didn't refuse. She placed her finger on Aunt Zhang's wrist and looked at her carefully. After about a minute, she bowed slightly and said, Annie, have you been suffering from back pain lately? It's hard to turn over in the morning, and you can't bend down when washing your hair. Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's face changed.
Yes.
How do you know? Zhang Yuning moved behind her and gently touched her lower back. It's these few bones causing trouble. Really? Is it a bone problem? It's just some discomfort in the joints. Your back is probably injured, but you didn't rest well, and overwork has made it worse. Actually, it was a herniated disc, but explaining that would be complicated, so she didn't bother. What should I do? Take more rest and care. I'll prepare some ointment patches later to help relieve the pain, Zhang Yuning said calmly. Mrs. Lin looked at Aunt Zhang with confusion, seeing her appear convinced. It seemed she was close to proving Zhang Yuning wrong and making a name for herself. Of course, she was not willing to give up. She believed her body was very strong and didn't think Zhang Yuning could tell anything. She challenged, "Then you also help me check." You? Zhang Yuning seemed to see a chance to fight back. Yes, me. Everyone knows I have back pain all the time, Mrs. Lin said confidently, and others nodded in agreement. Then you don't have any common illness, right? Zhang Yuning asked with a light smile. Everyone knows I am healthy, Mrs. Lin patted her chest. But I do feel uncomfortable sometimes. If you can tell, then you really have skills. Let's change places. Doing this in someone else's yard isn't proper, Zhang Yuning said casually. Change places? Who knows what tricks you might try? Are you afraid of being seen? Mrs. Lin confidently stretched out her hand. Zhang Yuning sneered and placed her finger on her pulse point. She looked at her face for a moment, then her gaze moved down. Zhang Yuning wasn't just checking her health, but was using the inspection device inside the Nine Dragons ring. The more she used it, the more functions she discovered. She used to think having a pharmacy was impressive, but now it seemed more like a small hospital. After a while, she released Mrs. Lin's wrist and pointed to her abdomen, asking, "Have you been feeling nauseous and tired lately?" Mrs. Lin proudly touched her belly and glanced at Chang Baozhang, saying, "No need to hide. I am pregnant. I just started feeling morning sickness." Are you sure? Zhang Yuning asked calmly. Why wouldn't I be sure? Mrs. Lin looked at Zhang Yuning with a teasing smile. If you are pregnant, then I should be suspicious. When she said this, everyone around started laughing playfully. Zhang Yuning remained calm and said, "How long has your period been late?" "Over a month. Besides feeling nauseous and tired, do you have any mild stomach pain?" "Yes, when I was pregnant with Xiao Wu, it was like that." "This baby must be a boy," Mrs. Lin said proudly. "Forgive me for being blunt, but you're not pregnant," Zhang Yuning said steadily. "It's a false pregnancy that looks like real." "Isn't this pregnancy? I've had children before. How could I not tell if I am pregnant?" Mrs. Lin still wanted to keep blaming Zhang Yuning. She was given a cold look and couldn't help but shut her mouth. "You're carrying a molar pregnancy. If not treated quickly, it can lead to other health problems. I suggest." Hearing this, Mrs. Lin couldn't hold back anymore. "What are you saying? I have a molar pregnancy? Zhang Yuning, are you crazy?" "Believe it or not," Zhang Yuning calmly replied, "and recently, you've been feeling itchy and wet downstairs, and there's always some yellowish, tofu-like discharge on your underwear, right?" Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuning said such things in front of so many people. Mrs. Lin's face turned red. Both men and women nearby felt a bit embarrassed. Some people instinctively started to leave, no longer interested in the scene. "You're talking nonsense. That's impossible," Mrs. Lin denied quickly. Zhang Yuning didn't mind and continued, "Not only are you feeling itchy and wet downstairs, but your partner also has the same symptoms. I already said it's not true. You're just making things up. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart," Mrs. Lin shouted angrily. Zhang Baozhang instinctively scratched his groin, feeling more and more itchy. Suddenly, he saw Lai Paizhang also scratching that area. The uncle and nephew looked at each other with strange expressions. Avoiding treatment when you're sick isn't good. If you don't treat this illness in time, it will get worse. Over time, there will be pus and a bad smell, and you'll feel weak and irritable. Zhang Yuning casually said, "Are you trying to scare me?" Mrs. Lin still stubbornly denied. Next to them, Zhang Baozhang couldn't hold back anymore. He glared at Mrs. Lin and said, "What's your attitude? If Madame Shue's diagnosis is true, just ask her for a prescription and get proper treatment. It's not like you didn't want her to look, and now you refuse to admit it." Are you deliberately causing trouble? Exactly. Just tell the truth. What's the big deal if you have it? Lai Paizhong agreed. Soon, a man also chimed in, if you're sick, you shouldn't care about face. It's not just for yourself, but also for Jinsheng, right? Mrs. Lin's face turned red and white alternately, looking like she was at a colorful dyeing workshop. Jiang Yuning secretly smiled to himself, calmly saying, besides this you. Stop talking, Lin Wangsher said awkwardly. It doesn't interfere with eating or drinking. What kind of illness is that? That's true. It will take at least 2 or 3 months for the pus and water to stop. You might not live that long. Jiang Yuning looked at her confidently and said, in a few days, you'll feel back pain and stomach ache, and sometimes you'll bleed a little. When that happens, don't take any pregnancy medicines, as they could make you die faster. Everyone listened as Jiang Yuning accused her. Are you just jealous because you can't lay eggs? That's why you're cursing me. I'm just being honest. As a doctor, I have a kind heart and can't ignore someone in need. But if you don't want to listen, I can't help it. Jiang Yuning smiled confidently. In a few days, you'll feel sore in your waist and stomach, and you'll bleed a little. Don't take any pregnancy medicines then, they'll only make things worse. Everyone listen. Jiang Yuning is just cursing me? She's jealous because she can't lay eggs. Lin Wangsher firmly believed she was pregnant and refused to listen to Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning turned to the village chief Fu Li and said, that's all I can see about Lin Wangsher's illness. What more do you want me to prove? Village chief Zhang looked uncomfortable, thinking only about his own itchiness. He didn't want to offend Jiang Yuning, so he gave Lai Paizhong a subtle signal. Lai Paizhong understood and reached into his pants, smiling awkwardly. Lady Xue, I've been feeling itchy down there too. Can you take a look? Seeing his swollen face and bruises, he looked very unlikable no matter how he smiled. Xue Wuliu frowned and stepped in front of Jiang Yuning, looking coldly at Lai Paizhong. Show some respect. Hey, second Xue, I really need her to check. Isn't she a doctor? Why can't she look? You're a man, she's a woman. How can she look? Xue Wuliu said firmly. Jiang Yuning patted his arm to make him step aside, then beckoned to Dong Zhansai. Apprentice, go check for him. Yes, master. Dong Zhansai, showing his hands, was convinced of Jiang Yuning's authority. This gentleman, let me see what's wrong. Just look. Lai Paizhong unfastened his belt behind the group. Zhang Baoshang secretly glanced and frowned. Dong Zhansai was surprised and said to Jiang Yuning, Master, I think he's got a venereal disease. Really? The first to exclaim was Lin Wangsher, and everyone looked at her with teasing eyes. Jiang Yuning raised an eyebrow and said, Lai Paizhong hasn't even married yet. How could he get such a sickness? You say you have some spare money. Why did you go to town and catch this illness? Zhang Baozhang angrily scolded, then awkwardly clasped his fists and said, Lady Xue, Dr. Dong, I trust your medical skills. Please help my useless nephew. Forgive me for being honest. Dong Zhansai stroked his goat beard and said, this illness tends to come back easily and is very hard to cure. Oh, Lady Xue, please think of a way quickly. Zhang Baozhang's face was sweating. Lady Xue is very skilled. Surely you have a way, right? Although Lai Pai isn't well known in our village, he's still one of us. You can't just ignore him. By this time, those who had doubted Jiang Yuning's medical skills earlier were now agreeing. It was like they were swayed by the wind, changing their minds easily. Everyone agrees that I have medical skills, so they also believe in my relationship with Dr. Dong as master and apprentice, right? Jiang Yuning asked calmly. The people who had loudly protested and even tried to hit Dong Zhansai earlier looked guilty. Zhang Baozhang kicked Lai Paizhong and scolded, You were the one who started the fight. Aren't you going to apologize to Dr. Dong? Yes. Dr. Dong, please forgive me this time. Lai Paizhong bowed deeply. Jiang Yuning looked at the others, and they suddenly felt a strong pressure. They couldn't help but come forward to apologize to Dong Zhansai. No problem. Dong Zhansai was very happy. Being able to become a student and get beaten up was worth it. Lai Paizhong, Jiang Yuning said coldly, We'll find a way to treat your illness and we'll tell you when we do. Everyone, please leave now. Let's go. Some people left reluctantly. Zhang Baozhang and a few others didn't rush away. He gave Lai Paizhong a look. Lai Paizhong hurriedly asked, Lady Shui, when do I have to wait? Before sunset, Jiang Yuning replied, glancing at the sky. This time, Zhang Baozhang led his people out of the Li family's yard. Jiang Yuning went back inside to thank the Li Zhang family. To prove her medical skills, Li Zhang's sacrifice was quite significant. Fortunately, after hearing what they said outside, Li Zhang didn't feel ashamed compared to Lady Lin Wang. With this comparison, her mood improved a lot. Later, Jiang Yuning and Dong Zhansai went back to her house together, with Xue Wulyu following behind, listening to their conversation. Dong Zhansai subtly explained the symptoms of the stubbornness to her. Jiang Yuning carefully told him how to handle it. Dong Zhansai nodded repeatedly, convinced. Xue Wulyu found it more and more unbelievable. Could she really be a disciple of a wise master from beyond the world? If 18 is a boundary, how many more surprises would she bring? Back home, Dong Zhansai and Jiang Yuning studied the prescription. Xue Wulyu kept working on bricks, occasionally glancing through the window. Seeing her calm smile made him feel warm inside, but seeing her smile at Dong Zhansai made him feel a strange sadness. After a while, Jiang Yuning called him inside. He said that to become a disciple, there must be a witness. Since there's no one else, you can be the witness. Jiang Yuning and Xue Wulyu sat on chairs, while Dong Zhansai knelt on the ground holding a bowl of water, saying, Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. Good. Get up. Jiang Yuning took the tea, but Dong Zhansai still didn't stand up. He looked at Jiang Yuning blankly and asked, Master, does our sect have an ancestor or rules? Ancestor? Rules. Jiang Yuning was momentarily stunned. Yes, there is. The ancestor is called. Dong Zhansai's question confused Jiang Yuning. How complicated could it be to take a disciple? She paused for a moment and said, the ancestor's name is Nandinge. Nandinge? Xue Wulyu and Dong Zhansai looked at each other. What kind of name was that? Yes, she is from a different tribe and she is also a woman, Jiang Yuning said calmly. Now she could only remember her. Otherwise, where could she invent an ancestor? She had told so many lies that she might not be able to keep them straight later. This explanation made sense. The Great Song Empire was vast, with many foreign exchanges. Since you have become my disciple, you must remember the teachings of the ancestor. Jiang Yuning's expression was serious. She thoughtfully recalled Nanding Ji's vow, then translated it into words that could be understood today. Listen to me, and then repeat after me. You must remember this vow for your whole life. Dong Zhansai also looked very serious, raising his right hand, waiting for Jiang Yuning to speak. Her voice was firm as she said, I swear with utmost sincerity, before the gods of heaven and earth, to remain pure and loyal for life, to avoid shameful acts and not to take harmful medicines or use harmful substances, strive to improve nursing standards, carefully protect patients' privacy and secrets. Treat patients sincerely, always seeking their well-being. I solemnly vow. After hearing the vow, Dong Zhansai felt a surge of strength throughout his body, as if his soul had been cleansed. He secretly thought that this was true compassion for patients. Xue Wulyu was also deeply moved. The apprenticeship ceremony was very simple, with few people, but it was extremely solemn and sacred, as if Jiang Yuning was surrounded by a holy glow. After the ceremony, Dong Zhansai excitedly asked, Master, am I now your top disciple? Yes. Jiang Yuning nodded, but Xue Wulyu said, You have a senior brother. Huh? Dong Zhansai was surprised. Jiang Yuning rolled her eyes at Xue Wulyu and said, You're the first to learn medicine, the others are not. That senior brother, what skills does he have? Dong Zhansai asked in disbelief. He was only an 18-year-old girl, yet her medical skills were so impressive. Could she have other special abilities? His name is Ding Shanhuhu. I will introduce him to you in a few days. Jiang Yuning replied casually. Ding Shanhuhu? The top expert in Mountain Town? Dong Zhansai was very surprised. Top expert? Jiang Yuning glanced at Xue Wulyu. Ding Shanhuhu was the best, so where did Lin Shuixing fit in? Before sunset, Lai Paizhong came to see Jiang Yuning again, this time very polite. but his face seemed to have new injuries and looked like he had been scratched. Dong Zhansai asked with concern, "Brother Zhang, what happened to your face?" "Scratched by a branch," Lai Pai Zhang said vaguely. "Here are 2 prescriptions, one for internal use and one for external application, 3 times a day. Use them for 7 days, then I will check again." Dong Zhansai handed him the prescriptions. Lai Pai Zhang carefully took them, looking mysterious, and asked, "Did Lady Xue make these prescriptions?" "Not at all." Dong Zhansai frowned and looked at him displeased. "This is the result of my and my master's joint research. Don't think it's hard to treat. It's just a skin condition, but it appears in different places." "Haha, thank you, Dr. Dong." Lai Pai Zhang grinned and clasped his fists, then winced as the wound on his face hurt. "But remember, avoid intimacy during the treatment," Dong Zhansai warned seriously. "Ugh, who would sleep with her?" Lai Pai Zhang angrily cursed and then quietly asked, "Can women also use this recipe?" "Yes." Dong Zhankai remembered Jiang Yuning's instructions, but pregnant women should not use it. Lai Pai Zhang curled his lip, nodded politely, and took his leave. After he left, Dong Zhankai was about to go as well. Seeing that it was late, Xue Wu Lu borrowed a carriage to see him off. Jiang Yuning finished preparing dinner. Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi happily ran back. When they saw her, they started talking excitedly. Xiao Xi said, "Auntie, Wu Nyang teased Lai Pai Zhang today. She had already guessed it was her doing." Jiang Yuning pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why? We don't know. We even scratched his face until it was all swollen." Xiao Xi replied, "Go wash your hands and eat. I will check on Li Tongxing's house." Jiang Yuning said, "Did Auntie really perform surgery on Lady Li?" Xiao Shi asked nervously. "No, just a small cut." Jiang Yuning smiled. "But they said you opened Lady Li's belly and cured her," Xiao Xi said. "It wasn't that serious. Whether she is fully recovered needs a few more days of observation," Jiang Yuning explained. "Does Auntie really have a master from a secret world?" Xiao Xi asked curiously. "Yes, so you both must listen to me. Study hard, and I will teach you all my skills in the future," Jiang Yuning said, patting their heads. Just as she was about to go to Li Tongxing's house again, all the village dogs started barking loudly. Then, the sound of hooves came closer and stopped in front of Jiang Yuning. The setting sun's glow made these people look tall and mighty, their official robes shining with gold. A man at the front, handsome and sharp-eyed, bowed and said, "Madam, is there a path from here to Shangla Mountain?" "There is a mountain trail." Jiang Yuning pointed west. "Are there any suspicious people going up the mountain today?" "No." Jiang Yuning shook her head. "Thank you," the man said, tightening the reins. Then he asked, "Is there someone named Xue Wu Lu in this village?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" Jiang Yuning's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him in confusion. The man smiled and said, "I met him once before. I happened to come here and wanted to visit him. This is his house," Jiang Yuning replied calmly. "Oh." A man dismounted quickly, and someone immediately came to take his horsewhip. He respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Are you the lady of the house? I am the elder sister-in-law of Xue Wuliu," Jiang Yuning calmly explained. "He has gone to see guests in town. I am Zhu Yuanjia. Please, lady of the house, pass on a message to Brother Xue. When I come down from the mountain, I will visit him." "All right," Jiang Yuning replied politely, feeling curious. How did Xue Wuliu know people in the government? It seemed he held a pretty high position. Zhu Yuanjia mounted his horse again and led his group away. Jiang Yuning then went to visit Mrs. Li at the Li family. She told her to contact her if she had a fever or any other issues that night. When she returned home, it was already dark. Xue Wuliu hadn't come back yet. She looked at the storage room, thinking that the children were also saving money, as there was no oil lamp lit. She pushed open the door to the storage room and said, "Xiao Xi, light the lamp." Ugh. She heard a soft whimper, and Jiang Yuning immediately became alert. "Xiao Xi, Xiao Shi, are you asleep?" "Stop talking nonsense," a cold, sinister voice replied. "Go get some healing ointment for me, or I'll hurt them." Hearing this fierce voice, Jiang Yuning was naturally tense, but as a former Special Forces soldier, she had faced many brutal enemies before. In her past, She had fought against government rebels and Somali pirates. Facing such vicious foes, she and her comrades had never lost. After a moment of tension, Jiang Yuning calmed down. The room was dim, and she could barely see a man sitting by the bed, with two small figures sitting on the floor. The children knew she was back and kept whimpering. She took a deep breath, noticing a faint smell of blood. She guessed the person wanted healing ointment, probably injured, but she wasn't sure if the blood was from the children. In just a few seconds, Jiang Yuning pretended to be nervous and stammered, Who are you? Stop talking nonsense. Hiss. After a low groan, the man harshly said, Get me the healing ointment. Hero. Elder brother. Where can I find healing ointment so late? Jiang Yuning's voice trembled as if she was scared. In reality, she was slowly moving her feet toward the storage room, with her pistol in her right hand behind her back, the silencer already attached. He is just a bad person. At such close range, I could have shot him dead, but I was worried the blood would scare the children. Shooting was not the best choice. I moved a little closer and quietly swapped my gun for a tranquilizer gun. This gun fires special injection darts. It has a 12.7mm caliber, weighs 0.39 kilograms, and is accurate within 5 meters. At 10 meters, the tranquilizer needle can penetrate winter clothes or leather jackets. At such close range, even a fierce tiger would be no match. The man suddenly became alert as I approached and angrily said, Why don't you go? If you take another step, I will kill one. Hero, please don't hurt my children. Jiang Yuning pretended to surrender and weakly said, Can you let me hear the children's voices? If I know they are safe, I will help you get the medicine right away. Such trouble. The man cursed and bent down to remove the cloth gag from Xiaoxi's mouth. At a critical moment, Jiang Yuning quickly fired a shot. The sound of the tranquilizer gun was very quiet. Before the man's hand touched Xiaoxi, he let out a cry and felt a sharp pain like being pricked on the shoulder. He reached up and touched a shoulder, then turned to glare at Jiang Yuning. You dare to trick me? Hero, I would never dare. Jiang Yuning silently counted down. The tranquilizer dart would take effect in 4 seconds. The man suddenly stood up, raised a shiny dagger, and lunged forward. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Yuning sidestepped, and the man's strong body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Bah! Jiang Yuning angrily kicked him to vent her frustration. She stepped over the man's body and went inside the house. She untied the 2 children, who were trembling and crying. Xiaoshi cried out loudly, and Xiaoxi, tears in her eyes, lit the oil lamp with trembling hands. Don't be afraid, Auntie is here. Jiang Yuning gently comforted the children. She carefully checked the children from head to toe. Both of their small hands and necks had marks from being choked. Xiaoxi's face was swollen, almost closing her throat. Did he hit you? I'm fine, Xiaoxi said, holding back tears. Brother tried to fight him off, and he was hit by him. Xiaoshi cried again, feeling sad. After a while, Xiaoshi finally stopped crying. Auntie, what happened to this person? I fainted, Jiang Yuning said calmly, picking up the rope used to tie the 2 children. She tied up the man's hands and feet, quietly pulled the needle from his shoulder, and then noticed 2 cross-knife wounds on his chest. These kinds of wounds she had seen before on Xue Wulyu and Lin Xuexing. Hey, what's this? Xiaoshi picked up a copper shell from the anesthetic dart on the ground. Jiang Yuning casually took it and said, Maybe it fell from him. What should we do? Xiaoxi asked worriedly. Jiang Yuning struggled to drag the man aside. Follow me to find the village head. She examined the man's wounds. Luckily, they didn't hit vital organs. She had an idea. Perhaps he wasn't in the village to get medicine for himself. He might have accomplices. If they notice he's missing for a long time, they might come looking for him. Even if they are unhappy with the village head, it's safest to inform him now. As the 3 of them left, they saw Xue Wulyu walking back quickly. Where are you going? He asked, surprised. We're going to find the village head, Jiang Yuning explained briefly. Xue Wulyu thought for a moment and said, Where is that person? I'll go check. He's inside the house. Jiang Yuning led the 2 children back. Xiaoshi said reluctantly, Second uncle, don't go. He hit my brother and might hurt us too. Don't be afraid. Shwe Wulyu insisted on going back to the barn. He turned on the lamp and shone it on the man's face, then lightly smiled and said, "Forget the village head. This person is mine." Okay, Zhang Yuning was curious about what he wanted to do with the man, but held back from asking. Everyone has secrets. She doesn't like sharing her secrets with others, nor spying on theirs. The more she knows, the less safe she feels. But she kindly reminded he probably has accomplices. There was someone called Zhu Yuanjie earlier, said he would visit after coming down from the mountain. Zhu Yuanjie? Shwe Wulyu was surprised. He looked at the still, unmoving man on the ground. Could he be dead? He bent down to check for a pulse and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "He fainted from blood loss," Zhang Yuning replied confidently. Shwe Wulyu touched the man's wound, unsure whether to believe her. Luckily, all three of them were safe. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Second uncle, what are you going to do with this bad guy? A timid child tugged at Shwe Wulyu's sleeve, looking up anxiously and saying, "He is a bad person. He wants to hurt us. Don't be afraid. This person is probably a wanted criminal from the government." Shwe Wulyu glanced at Zhang Yuning as if explaining to her and said, "Half a month ago, there was a prison break in the county and several prisoners escaped. Xue Sheng and I saw this man's picture in town today. Zhu Yuanjie is a constable from the county, and he is probably here to catch them." "Second uncle, I'm scared." The little girl leaned into his arms. "Don't worry. I'll tie him up outside and send him to the authorities first thing tomorrow morning." Shwe Wulyu easily carried the man outside and tied him under a willow tree. He then brought 2 chairs, one for sitting and one for resting his feet with his eyes closed, thinking to himself that this man's appearance looked like he had been drugged. If his guess was right, it was probably Zhang Yuning's doing. What else could she be capable of? His curiosity grew. Zhang Yuning, as usual, told the 2 children to go to bed. The children, frightened, had no sleep for a while. She lit the oil lamp and helped them memorize their lessons. Looking at the warm glow from the window and listening to the sounds, Shwe Wulyu felt an unprecedented sense of peace, a feeling of home. At that moment, the tied man slowly regained consciousness, moved his hands and feet, and cursed, "Damn scoundrel. You tricked me." His words confirmed Shwe Wulyu's suspicion. He asked, "Are you Qin Laosan?" Who are you?" Qin Laosan finally noticed the person on the chair. Shwe Wulyu crossed his legs, leaned slightly forward, and casually rested his hands on his knees. He asked, "Who do you say tricked you? Who are you? What are you doing here?" Qin Laosan was still not fully sober, speaking with a slurred tongue, as if he had been drinking too much. "Hero? A criminal who dares to call himself that? The world is really going downhill," Shwe Wulyu sneered mockingly.
Pa.
"You tied me up to hand me over to the authorities for a reward?
Ba.
Even in death, I won't let you go," he spat. The 2 children had just fallen asleep when Zhang Yuning heard the noise outside. She blew out the oil lamp and tiptoed to the door, staying alert just in case. She stood at the door for a while, then looked at Shwe Wulyu's skills with a bit of self-mockery. How could she help him? Besides, what obligation did she have to care for him? Thinking about this, Zhang Yuning was about to turn around when he heard someone speak again in the yard. "Now that corrupt officials run wild and people suffer, isn't it right for us to rob the rich to help the poor and be heroes?" This was old Qin San's words. If that were true, then he wouldn't really be a bad person. "You are just a bunch of bandits claiming to help the poor, doing terrible things that hurt others," said Shwe Wulyu. If he was right, old Qin San should be handed over to the authorities. How do you know? The officials are just a bunch of liars. From nobles to village leaders, who is truly honest? Zhang Yuning nodded in agreement. He didn't know much, but he knew how much money the village head of Luoying village made in a year. Everyone knew but dared not speak out. And the higher officials, like the patrol officers and village chiefs, used luxurious silk from Suzhou and Hangzhou for their uniforms, showing how rich they were. "This is just your cover story outside," Shwe Wulyu said disdainfully. "I won't argue with you. I advise you to let me go soon, or if they find out I am late, they will come looking for me." "Wouldn't that be perfect?" Shwe Wulyu said indifferently. "The more, the merrier, and I can get more reward money." "I am a bit short of money lately. Hearing this, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but laugh. He wondered what kind of anger old Qin-san would be in. Humph. Old Qin-san struggled a few more times, but Jiang Yuning had tied him so tightly that he couldn't escape. He cried out in pain, begging, "Hero, please spare my life. I came down the mountain to find medicine. Our master was injured by a quick-draw assassin in Qingyuan County. I risked everything to escape here. If I don't get medical help, I might not survive." Qingyuan County quick-draw assassin, Jiang Yuning seemed to hear something important. If Lin Shuisheng and Xue Wuliu's injuries were caused by this person, then what were they doing in Qingyuan County? They just happened to be on the wanted list of bandits. "Did you fight with the quick-draw assassin?" Xue Wuliu asked. "Yes, that treacherous thief. Now he is a lackey under the new county magistrate Qi Qingming," Qin-san cursed angrily. "He has great skills, but he's a coward, just not as good as others." Xue Wuliu stood up and walked around the yard, looking alert. He said, "Save your strength. We leave at dawn tomorrow." Jiang Yuning felt there was nothing nice to hear and was about to leave the door. Old Qin-san asked again, "Is this village called Luoying Village?" "Yes, it is. Do you know a man named Xue Wuliu?" "I know him. He owes us a favor." "Can you bring him here?" "Huh? What is going on now?" Jiang Yuning listened carefully again. "What is your boss's name? Once I find Xue Wuliu, I will tell you. I am him. You. Are you really?" "Don't flatter yourself," old Qin-san said disdainfully. "Xue Wuliu went up the mountain to fight a tiger at 12, joined the army at 14, and became a military leader at 16. Even after leaving the army, he is a proud and upright person. He would never be someone as mean as you." "Wow. Does Xue Wuliu have such a glorious background?" "He's only in his early 20s, but his life seems quite exciting." "What kind of official was a military leader at 16? Why did he leave the army?" Jiang Yuning couldn't help but feel curious. "Xue Wuliu isn't really talented, and someone is impersonating him." Xue Wuliu said self-deprecatingly, "Tell me, who is your boss? Until I see the person, I can't say." Xue Wuliu made a few gestures in the yard. Old Qin-san eagerly jumped up and knelt down, begging, "Great hero Xue, we've finally found you. Please save our boss. But you haven't told me who your boss is?" "Lu Bai Chuan," Qin-san said seriously, pronouncing each word carefully. Xue Wuliu was shocked and crouched in front of him, grabbing his collar. "Say that again? That name isn't on the official wanted list. You owe us a favor. Do you remember? If it weren't for our boss back then." "Stop. Where is he?" Hearing this, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but push the door open and step outside. "Xue Wuliu, what are you going to do?" "Sister-in-law, you rest first. I'll handle something and come back." He spoke while untying Qin-san's ropes and helped him to his feet, ready to leave. Jiang Yuning stepped forward to block his way. "Where are you going?" "Sister-in-law, please move aside. Xue Wuliu, you know he is a fugitive. Just now, he almost killed 2 children. Now you want to help him?" Jiang Yuning asked sharply. "Sister-in-law, you heard it too. I need to return a favor," Xue Wuliu said helplessly. "You know Zhu Yuanjia is up the mountain hunting him, and you still want to return a favor? What kind of favor is worth risking your life for?" Jiang Yuning asked, confused. He hesitated and said, 2 lives. "Is it worth it?" This answer made Jiang Yuning pause slightly. 2 lives, and one might be his. A favor given should be repaid with gratitude, especially when it involves a life. But Jiang Yuning had a bad feeling. If he went, it would be very dangerous. In this time, breaking the law could mean punishment, and family members could be punished too. She couldn't let Xue Wuliu do such a foolish thing. If the authorities find out, what will happen to the children? She asked. Xue Wuliu paused and said firmly, "Even if it costs me my life, I won't drag you down. Is that up to you?" Jiang Yuning retorted bluntly. "Where is your head of the household?" "That woman. I won't tell you." "Hero Xue, she is the one who betrayed me. You're not telling because you don't want to save anyone." Hearing this, Xue Wuliu was surprised. "Sister-in-law, you. Who will save people, you or me? Stay at home and don't cause trouble," Jiang Yuning said firmly. Xue Wuliu still felt uneasy. Jiang Yuning snorted and said, "Don't worry, I will find a way. Sister-in-law, you can't take risks." What if Zhu Yuanjie encounters you? Hey! Jiang Yuning quickly interrupted him and roughly slapped Qin Lao-san. If the soldiers catch you, just say they kidnapped me.
Got it. Ugh.
Woman. Qin Lao-san glared at her angrily. What can Hero Shue's woman do? Can she beat you up? Jiang Yuning shot back before Shui Wuliu could speak. Don't think women only do embroidery and cooking. I'm a famous healer. You think just making ointments can bring someone back to life? That's too simple. If you want to save someone, act quickly. Don't hesitate. Qin Lao-san was speechless, thinking this woman was too fierce. Shui Wuliu believed that Lu Baichuan would not trouble Jiang Yuning, and also trusted that Jiang Yuning had the ability to protect herself. Still, he couldn't feel completely at ease. He called Jiang Yuning aside and took a whistle from his pocket, handing it to her. He said, "If you really face danger, blow this." "Can you fly over there?" Jiang Yuning asked spontaneously. "Someone will come to help," Shui Wuliu whispered. "Lu Baichuan is honest, but I can't guarantee the people around him. You must be very careful. I will be careful. I haven't lived enough yet." Jiang Yuning put the whistle away, pretended to pack a small bag, and then, with a man, entered the woods behind the house. Soon, a pleasant whistle sounded behind her. Only officials ride horses on mountain paths. Those who hide and sneak around wouldn't be so showy. Jiang Yuning followed old Third Qin silently, walking quite far. She saw him cup his hands around his mouth and imitate a dove's call a few times. Soon, bird sounds responded, and he whistled a few more times. This was probably their secret code. After a while, a figure appeared from the bushes, waving at them. They followed and entered the woods for about 7 or 8 minutes. The new shoots on the trees scratched Jiang Yuning's hands and feet, making her feel a burning pain. Finally, they stopped. In front of them, there were many bushes, dark and unclear. Suddenly, the bushes moved toward them and stopped in front of the 3 of them. "Old Third, who is this?" Jiang Yuning asked. "He says he's a healer," Old Third Qin replied helplessly. "A healer? Did he bring medicine?" she asked. Jiang Yuning squinted and carefully looked inside the bushes. She saw 3 people hiding there. Including Old Third Qin and the guide from before, there were 5 people. "I brought medicine. Where are your leaders?" she asked. "Over here." All 3 people from the bushes stood up, looking at Jiang Yuning with suspicion, their knives gleaming. Jiang Yuning was unfazed. She thought to herself that in this deep mountain forest, if they dared to plot something bad, she could just use her machine gun to take them all out. Lu Baichuan was hiding in a cave, with the entrance covered. Old Third Qin and the others moved aside some stones and branches to get inside. Outside, others blocked the cave entrance again. Only then did Old Third Qin light a firecracker. He lit a pile of dry branches, illuminating the cave brightly. Only then did Jiang Yuning see Lu Baichuan. Lying on a pile of dry leaves, his face was pale, and his clothes were soaked with blood, turning into mottled reddish-brown. There was a clear tattoo on his left cheek, like a square stamp. His breathing was weak, but he was still alive. "Can you see?" Old Qin asked softly from the cave entrance. "No," came the reply from outside. "Quick, give the boss some medicine," Old Qin urged. "How am I supposed to do that with you watching?" Jiang Yuning said. "Either you leave or cover your eyes." "I never let a third person see when I treat wounds. What kind of rule is that?" Old Qin said angrily. "Are you going to listen or not?" Jiang Yuning asked, acting like she wouldn't save him if he didn't. Old Qin had no choice but to cover his eyes, saying, "I'll cover my eyes." Once he did so properly, Jiang Yuning waved her hand in front of his eyes to warn him, "You can't peek, or else." "What else do you want to do?" Old Qin asked impatiently. "I won't give you the medicine," Jiang Yuning said with a cold smile. Old Qin immediately shut his mouth, unable to express what he was thinking. She sat beside Lu Baichuan, pulled back his eyelids to look, but his pupils hadn't dilated yet. His weak breathing suggested he was close to death. She took scissors from her space and snipped his clothes into pieces, revealing a bloody, torn chest with crisscrossing knife wounds that looked shocking. The worst wound was near his heart, almost fatal. Not sure if he was lucky or unlucky. Jiang Yuning first gave him anesthesia, then carefully disinfected the wounds. Old Qin smelled the disinfectant and asked nervously, "Woman, what are you doing?" "Don't talk," Jiang Yuning said sharply. "There's dirt in the wound. It needs to be cleaned before I can treat it, okay?" Old Qin stayed quiet for a moment and then asked, "Woman, why isn't the boss making a sound? You're on anesthesia too, and you're not talking," Jiang Yuning replied. Old Qin fell silent again. Jiang Yuning cleaned the wounds, gave him antibiotics, added glucose, and then started stitching carefully. Sewing up wounds was even harder than embroidery. At least machines could help with embroidery, but sewing wounds had to be done by hand. She was sewing and thinking at the same time. She considered becoming a doctor and opening a clinic. If women found it inconvenient to see a doctor, she could let Dong Zhansai come instead. Thinking this way, she felt that taking on this apprentice was beneficial. While she was lost in her thoughts, Qin Laosen couldn't help but ask, "Woman, what are you doing now?" Distracted, Jiang Yuning's hand trembled and she angrily said, Woman, I have a name." Qin Laosen was startled by her shout and asked, "What do we call the heroine?" "Jiang Yuning." "Heroine Jiang, how about our head of the household? Currently, her vital signs are normal. She lost a lot of blood, but her injuries are not in vital areas, so she can survive," Jiang Yuning replied seriously. Qin Laosen immediately relaxed and said, "Thank you, heroine, for saving my life." "No need." Jiang Yuning continued sewing. This time, the wound to be stitched was too many, and she already felt her neck getting sore and her fingers a bit painful. She shook her hand and asked, "Are you bandits?" "Only the officials call us that," Qin Laosen replied. "How did Shui Wuliu owe Liu Baichuan a favor?" Jiang Yuning asked instinctively. "We don't know the details. We only heard the head of the household mention that this matter could make Shui Wuliu help out," Qin Laosen said. "What if he doesn't keep his promise?" "He won't. Hero Shui is not that kind of person," Qin Laosen assured. "Heh," Jiang Yuning chuckled softly. "You just called him a despicable person earlier." "I didn't know then," Qin Laosen said. "Please forgive us if we offended you and the children." "Apologize?" "No need." Jiang Yuning suddenly turned cold. "People who hurt children are not worth forgiving." "Heroine." Qin Laosen was speechless. Suddenly, he heard birds chirping outside. "Heroine." Qin Laosen started to speak, but even through the blindfold, he felt Jiang Yuning give him a cold stare. He quickly changed his words. "Dr. Jiang, my brother said someone is approaching. Can you hurry, Dr. Jiang?" That title sounded awkward, so he decided not to argue. However, he still said with a bit of annoyance, the wound should be treated and bandaged quickly. Leaving it open will cause it to split and might leave strange scars. "Take your time," Qin Laosen said, touching the wall. "I won't peek while I turn around. I'll go outside and see what's happening." "No," Jiang Yuning said coldly. "If you go out, the light from the hole will leak. It's okay if he's discovered, but I don't want trouble." Hiss. Old Qin San felt his teeth itch with anger. Why can't this woman speak nicely? But he thought about it and realized she had a point, so he sat down properly again. After a moment he asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is the head of the household now?" "His heartbeat is steady, and his breathing is normal, just like when you were drugged," Jiang Yuning replied. Old Qin Sen felt like he was being scolded again. Being drugged by a woman. What a shameful thing. Why does she always bring it up? Women are really petty. When will the head of the household wake up? Later than you. Ugh. That hurt. Old Qin Sen felt like she was deliberately teasing him. He decided not to say anything and secretly made a funny face, peeking through a tear in the blindfold. He could vaguely see Jiang Yuning kneeling on the ground, surrounded by many blood-stained cotton balls. From behind, her figure was slender, but her curves and hollows were still attractive. If he moved the blindfold a little, he could see Liu Baichuan's pale face. He silently prayed that Jiang Yuning could really save him, while also worrying about what was happening outside the cave. "Are you still watching?" Jiang Yuning suddenly spoke, startling Qin Laosen. He thought, she can't see behind her back, so how could she be watching? But Jiang Yuning added, "Keep looking and I'll poke your eyes out." "I didn't," Qin Laosen denied quickly. Jiang Yuning stopped what she was doing, straightened up, and glared at him. Don't think I don't know. After saying that, she stood up and beckoned him over. Qin Lao San looked at her strangely. Jiang Yuning sneered, and the atmosphere in the cave suddenly became very awkward. Come help, Jiang Yuning said sharply. Qin Lao San simply tore off the blindfold and walked over to Lu Baichuan. He saw that all his wounds had been stitched with black thread. The dense stitches made him feel numb all over. Jiang Yuning held a piece of gauze soaked in medicine and said, "Help him up. I'll bandage him." "Oh, okay." Qin Lao San carefully helped Lu Baichuan to sit up. Jiang Yuning knelt on the other side, wrapping the wounds with gauze in circles. Being so close, Qin Lao San smelled a faint fragrance from the medicine. He sniffed carefully and thought it was Jiang Yuning's scent. His heart unexpectedly rippled like gentle waves. After helping Lu Baichuan bandage his wound, Jiang Yuning looked at Third Qin. "Take off your shirt." "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "If you don't want treatment, forget it." Jiang Yuning threw the blood-stained cotton into the fire and quickly cleaned up the traces. Third Qin touched his still-bleeding wound, feeling a bit embarrassed. He slowly took off his shirt, the fabric sticking to the wound. When he tore it away, the wound, which had just started to clot, opened again, revealing a bloody, torn area on his chest. "Brother Jiang, the others outside are also hurt," he said through clenched teeth. "Take care of yourself first," Jiang Yuning said coldly, disinfecting his wound with the medicinal cotton. The cold liquid touched the wound, making him gasp from the sting. Jiang Yuning smirked. "This wound is deep. It needs stitches, okay?" Third Qin replied. "But," Jiang Yuning hesitated, "we used up the anesthetic on you and Lu Baichuan earlier. If I stitch you up now, you have to hold still." "No problem," Third Qin said firmly. "It's just a few needles. What's there to be afraid of? I've been cut twice by the quick knife before, and I held on." "All right, sit down. Wait." Third Qin made a few bird calls at the entrance and 2 responses came from outside. He then sat down cross-legged, straightening his chest. "What did you guys say just now?" Jiang Yuning asked curiously. "Ask them what was happening earlier." "They said it was hunters out at night." "Oh, your signaling method is pretty good," Jiang Yuning said sincerely. "But if there's a traitor, that won't work." Third Qin, who had just looked a little proud, immediately frowned and said, "All the brothers are united with one goal. They've long since put life and death aside. There won't be any traitors. I was just saying it casually." Jiang Yuning finished sewing the stitches, warning, "Even if it hurts, don't make a sound, or you'll reveal us. Don't underestimate us." Third Qin deliberately straightened his posture. Jiang Yuning pulled the corner of his mouth and inserted the first stitch. For Third Qin, it didn't really hurt much, but as the thread slowly passed through the flesh, the pain was indescribable. He promised to stay silent and clenched his teeth, holding on tight. After finishing the first stitch and starting the second, the wound was less than halfway closed, but Third Qin was already sweating from the pain. His teeth clenched so hard that his jaw clicked loudly. Jiang Yuning listened and felt satisfied. She looked at the stitches and thought she was suited to be a surgeon. Her sewing skills were getting neater. She made another stitch. Qin Lao San shivered in pain. Jiang Yuning coldly said, "Don't move randomly. Damn woman." Qin Lao San cursed silently. He didn't move his hands or feet, but he couldn't even flinch. "Dr. Jiang, how much longer?" he asked. "I'll only sew up the deep part of your wound. The shallow parts will heal on their own over time," Jiang Yuning replied calmly. "Did you all get hurt by that quick-handed man alone? Honestly, it's shameful. That sneaky man used people as shields. We couldn't just kill innocent people, so we got taken advantage of," Qin Lao San said, shifting his attention from his wound and recalling the fierce battle in Qingyuan County. He still felt scared. "It's just that we're not as skilled," Jiang Yuning said softly. "You, Dr. Jiang, you didn't see what happened then. Don't talk nonsense," Qin Lao San snapped, feeling angry. He thought talking to Jiang Yuning was like talking to a wall, even feeling a bit contemptuous. What could a woman understand? Jiang Yuning finished sewing Qin Lao San's wound. She looked up, her face as if washed with water. Qin Lao San saw this and felt that his earlier disrespect toward her was a bit rude. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Go and let others come in." I've finished handling everyone and I'll leave now. Then another person with a back injury came in. Jiang Yuning said, I'll give you some anesthesia first to ease the pain. The man was surprised. Third brother just told me the anesthetic was gone. He told me to bite my clothes. Yes, I used it on him, but I have enough for others, Jiang Yuning said calmly, feeling very pleased. After treating everyone's wounds, Qin Lao Sen escorted her away. He thought everything went smoothly, but unexpectedly, they ran into officials. Who was that ahead? Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Jiang Yuning and Qin Lao Sen stopped in their tracks. Looking back into the woods, they saw several shadowy figures approaching. Their tall hats revealed their identity. What a coincidence! They ran into government pursuers. Seeing the group getting closer, Jiang Yuning pushed Qin Lao Sen quickly and whispered, Run fast. Then she shouted, Help! She ran toward them while shouting. Old Qin didn't have time to think and quickly ran into the forest. The soldiers split into two groups to chase after him. They lit a firecracker to see better. When the light shone on Jiang Yuning's face, she raised her hand to block it, looking scared and trembling, saying, Help me. Save me. What's wrong with this lady? Zhu Yuanjie came from behind and, upon seeing Jiang Yuning, was surprised and bowed politely. Madam, is that you, Master Zhu? Jiang Yuning frowned and started crying. Some thieves broke into my house just now. They dragged me up the mountain without saying a word. Luckily, you arrived or... Boo-hoo. Jiang Yuning trembled as she cried. Madam, did you see the thief's face clearly? It was too dark, I couldn't see clearly. Did the thief say anything? No, he didn't. Boo-hoo. Please help me down the mountain. I have 2 young children waiting at home. Madam, do you think the thief was hurt? How could he be hurt? He carried me all the way up, stronger than a bull. Jiang Yuning wiped her tears and said angrily, You should go catch him and ask him clearly. Boo-hoo. If he's a troublemaker, it will bring disaster to the village. Zhu Yuanjie was doubtful. His subordinate said, Did they not run to Luoying Mountain? Maybe they took another route? No, they wouldn't. To get back to Qingfeng village, this is the shortest way, Zhu Yuanjie said confidently. A group of injured people wouldn't go far out of their way, but we've searched most of the night here and we haven't seen a single person. He was about to say more, but Zhu Yuanjie shot him a sharp look. Jiang Yuning sniffled weakly and interrupted, With all due respect, what you are thinking, the thief might also think of. They might avoid the obvious path. Avoid the obvious path? Zhu Yuanjie pondered for a moment and said, We can't give up so easily. Send 2 people to escort the madam down the mountain. The rest continue searching. Yes, his men received the order, and were about to leave with Jiang Yuning. Zhu Yuanjie suddenly said, Madam, please wait a moment. Master Zhu, is there something you need? Jiang Yuning asked cautiously. Zhu Yuanjie carefully sniffed the air around and asked, Madam, how long ago were you taken away by the thief? Not long ago. Did you get hurt? There was a strange medicinal smell on the lady's body. What's going on? Zhu Yuanjie circled around Jiang Yuning, carefully examining her face. Jiang Yuning thought to herself that Zhu Yuanjie was not so easy to fool. Sir Zhu, today in our village, Li Tongxing's wife is very ill. Li Tongxing is not at home, and only a young child is there. I have been taking care of her, so I might have some medicine smell. She couldn't directly say she was a doctor, as that would make Zhu Yuanjie more suspicious. Really? Zhu Yuanjie asked in a questioning tone. He carried a sense of authority and spoke sternly, which would make most people feel guilty and avoid eye contact. Jiang Yuning also felt a bit nervous. She bowed slightly and said, Sir Zhu, I am not lying. If you go to the village and ask around, you'll find out. By the way, when you met me at my door, I was just about to go to the Li family. I stayed there until it was completely dark, and I didn't expect. She started to cry again. Tears can sometimes be a weapon, especially for pretty women. Seeing her very upset, Zhu Yuanjie waved his hand and told someone to let her go. Jiang Yuning finally relaxed. She didn't know if Qin Lao Sen could escape, but she could only do so much. Qin Lao Sen hadn't run far. He had a skill to hold his breath and hid in a big tree, blending in as if he were dead, so no one could notice him. Otherwise, He wouldn't have been trusted with the task of going down the mountain to find medicine, especially with his injuries. He listened carefully to Jiang Yuning and Zhu Yuanjie's conversation. He felt grateful to Jiang Yuning. He thought she was very clever, calm, and steady in a crisis, unlike an ordinary village woman. Her medical skills, if used by Qingfeng village, would make the village even stronger. Also, she was Xue Wulyu's sister-in-law. If Qingfeng village could recruit Xue Wulyu too, it would be even better. Jiang Yuning was escorted down the mountain by 2 soldiers. Just as they were about to enter the village, he heard a whistle behind him. Who is blowing a whistle at midnight? Maybe a hunter from the mountain. We just saw a group earlier. Don't underestimating mountain. It's not very high, but there are many wild animals. The hunters nearby don't act alone. They have a special way of passing messages with whistles. Oh, I see. Listening to the soldiers' conversation, Jiang Yuning quietly touched the whistle in her sleeve pocket. Could this be arranged by Xue Wulyu? The wisdom of ancient people shouldn't be underestimated. For example, Qin Laosan's bird calls and the hunter's whistles are like Morse code. They returned home safely. Xue Wulyu and Lin Xueqing were standing in the yard holding torches. Seeing Jiang Yuning walk quickly to meet them, they looked at the 2 soldiers with confusion. Sister-in-law, you, second brother, Jiang Yuning winked at him and started crying sadly. Thanks to Lord Zhu, I thought I wouldn't come back. You're back now, that's good. Second brother and I were about to go up the mountain to find you, Lin Xueqing said. Then we will take our leave. The 2 soldiers bowed and said goodbye. Xue Wulyu kept thanking them. Watching them disappear into the night, he exchanged a look with Lin Xueqing. The 3 of them went into the storage room. They lit an oil lamp. Jiang Yuning carefully washed her hands, looked at the children, and finally relaxed. It's nothing serious. There are 6 of them in total. Lu Baichuan was hurt more seriously, but he's no longer in danger. The others are also injured, but not as badly as Qin Laosan. They hid very well, so it shouldn't be easy to find them. Before Xue Wulyu could ask, Jiang Yuning briefly explained what happened on the mountain. Then she said, but Zhu Yuanjie is very careful. He won't stop until he searches everywhere. Thank you for your effort, Xue Wulyu said sincerely, looking at her. Jiang Yuning smiled dismissively. I'm not helping you. I just don't want to get involved. I'm tired and want to rest. Goodbye. Before she finished, Xue Wulyu stood up and headed outside. Lin Xueqing followed closely. Jiang Yuning suddenly remembered she bought a lot of fabric in town today but hadn't made anything yet. She roughly measured the children's clothes, then stored the fabric directly into her space. She was too exhausted and lay down to sleep, forgetting to blow out the oil lamp. This led to a beautiful misunderstanding the next day. Xue Wulyu and Lin Xueqing sat in the yard for a while. Hearing no movement from the mountain, they prepared to rest. But they saw the storage room still had light. Why isn't sister-in-law asleep yet? Lin Xueqing asked. Xue Wulyu also wanted to know but replied indifferently. Maybe she forgot. The next morning, when Jiang Yuning woke up, she only felt a smell of kerosene in her nose. The oil lamp had burned all night, leaving only a small amount of oil. What should she do now? Jiang Yuning felt deep regret. How did she forget to blow out the lamp last night? She had some lighting items in her space, but she couldn't use them here. Her family was poor and struggling. Without lamp oil, she had to grope in the dark. Yesterday, she went to the town but didn't think to buy candles or anything similar. When she thought of candles, an idea came to her, and she looked in her space. Sure enough, she found some red candles, white candles, thick and thin ones. She took out a red one to save for the evening. She also took out the fabric she had stored last night. Thanks to the 9 dragons ring, what she put in was fabric, and what came out was finished clothes. She finished making clothes for the 2 children, new clothes for both inside and out. Little C's sky blue short jacket, Little Sher's floral dress. She folded them neatly and placed them by the bed. Then she left the house. Running around the village wasn't a good idea. Villagers might think she was crazy. So, in the early dawn, she ran along the edge of the village. She wanted to strengthen her body, but knew she couldn't rush. She decided to start with a 5-kilometer jog each day. She felt good, but her stamina was worse than she expected. After just over 300 meters, she was already panting. Jiang Yuning gritted her teeth and ran another 100 meters, but her legs started to refuse to cooperate. She had to switch to brisk walking. No matter how much her legs hurt, she couldn't give up. Without good health, she couldn't do anything, not even withstand the recoil of a sniper rifle or sew up a wound. For example, last night, after sewing continuously, her neck and fingers still felt sore. Jiang Yuning jogged and walked, finally managing to complete a full lap. Before reaching home, she heard a series of banging sounds. She approached and saw Xue Wulyu hitting a tree with his palm. His palm strength was impressive, like an axe chopping into the bark, removing a layer of it. Just watching it was full of power. In modern times, some people can break bricks with their hands or crush stones on their chests, but no one's palm had such strength. Jiang Yuning watched for a while, then, with her legs aching, turned back home. "Older sister-in-law, where are you going so early?" Xue Wulyu asked politely. "Morning run," Jiang Yuning replied, panting. "Older sister-in-law wants to exercise?" "Yes." Jiang Yuning rolled her eyes at him. It was obvious he was asking knowingly. Older sister-in-law is usually weak. Suddenly exercising might backfire. "Thanks for the reminder." Jiang Yuning was too tired to say another word, and Xue Wulyu hesitated to speak. Jiang Yuning shot him a puzzled look. Why is a grown man hesitating and stammering? "Hey, just say what you mean." Xue Wulyu awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "I have a set of moves that can strengthen the body and help defend yourself. The style is gentle and suitable for you to learn, so he wants to teach her martial arts. If he dares to teach, she dares to learn. As the saying goes, skills are never a burden. But right now, her physical strength is the main issue. Her fighting skills are not worse than his boxing skills. If she learns, internal energy training might be better." "Is it internal energy?" Jiang Yuning asked curiously. Xue Wulyu was straightforward. "Sister-in-law, internal energy techniques are usually not shared outside the family, but since you're from the Xue family, I can teach you if you want. Then what if I get remarried later?" Jiang Yuning asked without thinking. Xue Wulyu fell silent. Seeing his hesitation, she said before he could speak, "Since you have so many concerns, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I know how to improve my physical strength, so I won't trouble you anymore." With that, she held her head high and walked away. Xue Wulyu slapped a tree trunk about the size of a bowl. The tree creaked and shook before falling over. He felt really frustrated. It's not that he didn't want to teach her, but hearing her say she might remarry suddenly threw him off. If he didn't want to teach, why bring it up? Why talk about remarrying out of the blue? Though annoyed, Xue Wulyu still focused on cooking. Old-fashioned and stubborn people are hard to change. The good traditional martial arts have been lost because of these conservative folks. Whether he teaches her or not, what difference does it make? No matter how skilled, in the end, it can't stop a bullet. Jiang Yuning mentally scolded him 100 times, feeling better afterward. Since he was cooking, she decided not to argue with him. After a while, Xiao Shi and Xiao Xi woke up and immediately noticed the new clothes on the bedside. "Auntie, are these for us?" the children exclaimed. "Yes, try them on. If they don't fit, I'll fix them, okay?" Xiao Xi said, holding the clothes and leaving the room, leaving the storage room for Xiao Shi to change. They are only 7 years old and already so sensible. Xue Wulyu saw the young girl come out holding clothes and said, "The water is cold early in the morning. I'll heat some water to wash." "Second uncle, I don't want to wash clothes." The girl blinked happily at Xue Wulyu, holding up the clothes and offering them to him, her face full of happiness and hope. Xue Wulyu took a look and saw it was a new set of clothes. "Did you buy it yesterday?" he asked. "No, I bought the fabric yesterday. My aunt made it," she replied. "She made it?" Looking at the neat stitches on the clothes, Xue Wulyu couldn't help but think of the light from the window last night. "My aunt made one set for me and my sister. She said she would make another set for us to change into in a few days." He had long known that Jiang Yuning was good at embroidery, especially with flowers, which looked very lively. But all that takes time. She came back from the mountain without resting, just to make clothes for the children. Xue Wuliu felt a mix of feelings. At this moment, Xiao Shi finished changing and came out, her hair tied into 2 buns. Her pink floral dress made her look cute and charming. "Second uncle, do you think my clothes look nice?" Xiao Shi asked happily. "Yes, they look good. You should thank Auntie." Xue Wuliu looked at Jiang Yuning with a tenderness he had never shown before. "Thank you, but don't stay up so late. It's not good for your health. For the children, a little hardship is worth it," Jiang Yuning said with a gentle smile, thinking to herself that this was truly a beautiful misunderstanding. "By the way, second brother, I'll help you measure your size too. When I have time, I'll make clothes for you as well," Jiang Yuning said confidently, walking to behind Xue Wuliu and unrolling a string to measure his shoulder. He had a good figure, tall and well-proportioned, perfect for the standard of a guard. She measured his shoulder width and pant length, still needing to measure his chest and waist. She patted his arm from behind. "Raise your arms." Following her instructions, Xue Wuliu suddenly felt her arms wrap around him. A faint fragrance entered his nose, and he immediately felt uncomfortable all over. In fact, Jiang Yuning's arms never touched him. She just wrapped the string around him once and then loosened it, which only took a few seconds. Then she wrapped the string around his waist to measure his waist. "Done." After she finished, Xue Wuliu felt a bit disappointed and responded with a muffled, He was a little afraid to look at her, always feeling that if he looked too much, his heart would race, as if he were poisoned. After finishing their meal, the brick and tile delivery truck arrived again. "Brother Xue, are the dates good for the project? When shall we start?" Xue Wuliu then looked at Jiang Yuning and asked, "Sister-in-law, have you chosen the date?" Jiang Yuning smiled and said, "I'll go now." Seeing her hurriedly leave, Chen Feng teased, "Brother Xue, how can a woman be in charge at home?" "That's right. It doesn't matter who is in charge," Xue Wuliu replied with a slight glance, a bit annoyed. "Haha, you're right. Sorry for bothering you." When Jiang Yuning arrived at the Li family, Mrs. Li was on the ground holding her stomach and moving around. She forced a smile and asked, "Yuning, I've been in a lot of pain since midnight yesterday. I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't come. Today I was about to ask Jinping to come over. Big sister-in-law, the pain is normal after the medicine wears off. I'll help you change the gauze. If you really can't stand it, I'll see if I can get some pain relief medicine for you." "No need, no need," Mrs. Li said when she heard it was normal, quickly waving her hand. "I can endure it. Also, you've helped me so much. I shouldn't let you do it for free. Just tell me how much I owe you." Jiang Yuning knew that the Li family was struggling financially, so she didn't plan to take any consultation fee. She shook her head and said, "Big sister-in-law, don't worry about it. You also helped me a lot yesterday. I have something I want to ask of you and Jinping. All right, as long as you ask, no matter what it is, we will do our best to help." With Mrs. Li's words, Jiang Yuning gave them a few instructions and then looked at the lunar calendar. Back home, she discussed with Xue Wuliu, "Today and the 16th are good days. Which day do you want to start? Don't look far." "Let's start today," Xue Wuliu decided quickly. He took a shovel and, under Chen Feng's direction, dug a few times. Chen Feng lit the prepared firecrackers. The crackling sound lasted a while, and that marked the start of construction. A dozen workers worked together, marking the lines, digging the foundation, moving stones. The yard of the Xue family was lively. Little Ci and Little Shi, after watching the fun, were about to go out to play when Jiang Yuning called them back. "From today, you two will study at home every day. You can go out to play only after finishing your tasks." "Huh? I still have to study." Little Shi immediately looked disappointed, pouting and trying to look cute at Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning remained firm. "Why don't you want to study?" "Because girls don't go to school." Poetry Girl lowered her eyes and replied softly. She suddenly felt a bit afraid of the serious Jiang Yuning. "Because they all stay in the mountain valleys and have narrow sights," Jiang Yuning said seriously. "Learning isn't just for others. It's for yourself. Do you also want to be like the women in the village, waiting for someone else to read official notices? They just can't read, but they know other things. My second uncle never said I should learn, and my aunt used to say that a woman's virtue is to be uneducated," Little Poetry mumbled, making excuses. Did the original owner teach the children such ideas before? Jiang Yuning shook her head, but thought that forcing them to learn wouldn't help much. She said earnestly, "Only the daughters of wealthy families get the chance to read. Our family is building a big house like the rich, and someday we will become wealthy. When that happens, you'll start learning." "Isn't it too late then?" "Auntie is right," Little Words also advised nearby. "If I want to get married and start a family, I will choose a well-educated woman like Annie, not someone like Little Wu's mother or my aunt." Huh? Jiang Yuning looked at Little Words in surprise, blushing shyly. "You're quite knowledgeable, young man," she ruffled his hair. Little Poetry thought for a moment, and then sat down with Little Words. Jiang Yuning opened the 1,000-character classic and said, "My expectations are simple. 1 poem a day, recognize 10 characters, and be able to write 5 characters." The children heard this and thought it was easy, so they nodded happily. Jiang Yuning read with them twice, then wrote 5 characters on paper and handed them the 1,000-character classic. She sat nearby to supervise. Soon, a few children called out outside the yard, chattering, "Shueqingxi, come out and play. Shall we go fishing by the small river?" Poetry Girl put down her brush excitedly, looking outside the door. Little Words also peeked secretly. "You haven't finished your task, so you can't go. Auntie, the fish in the river are fat. Can we catch some and then study?" Little Poetry begged. "No. You must keep your promise and finish these 5 characters first." Poetry Girl kicked Little Words secretly and made a gesture. Little Words bit his lip and said, "Annie, can we go fishing today and not tomorrow?" "Shueqingxi, don't you want to start school in autumn?" "Shueqingxi, will you still act like a wild girl after moving into the big house?" Jiang Yuning asked with a frown. Both children looked worried, but their friends' calls made them feel excited inside. Little Shi gathered her courage and said, "Auntie, just catch fish once. There will be plenty of time to study later." Jiang Yuning smiled gently. Go ahead. Just as the children were about to leave, they heard her sarcastic remark. "In the future, you can fish in muddy water or go hunting in the mountains to survive."
Sigh.
"I was thinking of taking you to the county town or the provincial capital to see the world. But you can't even read properly, and what if you get lost outside? Maybe it's better to forget it." "County town?
Provincial capital?"
The children froze in place. A few days ago, they had been overwhelmed just visiting the town, and the county and city must be even more lively. "Huh? Why aren't you leaving yet?" Jiang Yuning looked at them and said, "I heard the restaurant in town makes a delicious braised pork knuckle, fat but not greasy, full of aroma, and even the skin melts in your mouth. I planned to take you when you could write 100 words. But maybe forget it." The children, craving treats, listened eagerly to her vivid description and couldn't help but swallow saliva. "Did you see the rouge shop yesterday? If Little Shi learns well, she can buy fragrant rouge for you. When you go out, you won't be sweaty and stinky, and the other girls will envy you." Little Shi pursed her lips and exchanged a glance with Little Ci. She ran to the door and said, "We won't play anymore. You can go now." Jiang Yuning smiled slightly. Children are easy to fool. A few words and they are convinced again. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from outside. Jiang Yuning looked out and saw a group of riders galloping down the mountain road on tall horses.
Ha!
People who are hard to fool are here. Jiang Yuning watched Little Ci and Little Shi inside the house as the horse team stopped outside. Zhu Yuanjie dismounted, cupped his fists, and said, "Brother Shui, long time no see." Shui Wu Luo also nodded calmly, not as excited as expected. "Master Zhu, what wind brought you here? Is your wife well?" Zhu Yuanjie looked around the yard and asked. "Thank you for your concern, Master Zhu. Why are you still so polite with me?" Zhu Yuanjie stepped into the yard. After a few steps, he accidentally stepped into a mud puddle. He frowned slightly, but pretended nothing was wrong. "Are you building a house? Looks like Brother Shui is doing well. Not too bad. A few days ago, my house caught fire and burned down completely. I have nowhere to stay now. It's rare to meet Brother Shui. How are you thinking about the matter I mentioned last time? Fortunately, Lord Zhu appreciates me, but now I am the only man in my family, so I really can't leave. A man's ambition is to explore the world. This is a good chance to make achievements. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your recognition." Shui, cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Jiang Yuning listened clearly to their conversation. She told Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi to watch each other, then picked up a small bag and went outside. Fully said, Lord Zhu has arrived. Madam, you were startled last night. Zhu Yuanjie sighed softly. Brother Shui is right. Last night, Madam almost fell into danger. That's why I can't rest easy, Shui Wuliu replied. Did the Lord catch that thief? Alas, Zhu Yuanjie waved his hand. Not only did we fail to catch that person, but we also didn't catch the escaped prisoner from a few days ago. We spent the whole night searching the mountain in vain. He looked at Jiang Yuning and said, perhaps, as Madam said, the thief is using a different route and didn't go to Luoying Mountain. While speaking, Zhu Yuanjie observed Jiang Yuning's expression. Last night, the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. Now, she still looked calm, with no sign of nervousness or guilt. Suddenly, he changed the topic. Or maybe someone helped them, allowing them to escape safely. Lord Zhu helping a prisoner escape is a serious crime. I don't think anyone would be so bold, Shui Wuliu said calmly. Did Madam go to visit the patient again today? Zhu Yuanjie asked casually. Yes, I was about to help her change the medicine. Jiang Yuning replied calmly. Really? Does Madam also prepare medicine? Just simple ones, I know a little. Zhu Yuanjie's nostrils twitched, and he frowned. The medicine today doesn't smell as strong as last night. Is Zhu Yuanjie a dog? He notices everything. Jiang Yuning cursed inwardly, glad she was prepared. Lord Zhu's sense of smell is very sharp. Maybe because the mountain air last night was fresh, there was no other strange smell, she explained lightly. The village has many mixed scents, so the medicine smell isn't so obvious. She then handed the small bag to Zhu Yuanjie, letting him smell the distinct, pungent medicinal scent. Maybe, Zhu Yuanjie smiled. At this moment, a soldier entered the yard and whispered a few words into Zhu Yuanjie's ear. Zhu Yuanjie looked at Jiang Yuning's face and said, Brother Shui, I need to go back and report, so I won't bother you anymore. If you change your mind, be sure to come find me. Take care, Lord Zhu. Shui Wuliu and Jiang Yuning saw him off to the door. At this time, a large group of people arrived in Lying Village. Leading the group was a decorated carriage, followed by 20 or 30 servants. The villagers, seeing this display, hurried to inform Chief Zhang. The group headed toward the Shui family and crossed paths with Zhu Yuanjie and his group. One servant saw they were dressed in official clothes and said obediently, Make way for the official. Zhu Yuanjie naturally enjoyed their respect, riding his horse proudly and preparing to pass through the crowd. Suddenly, someone loudly shouted into the yard, Jiang Yuning, come out quickly. His loud voice caught the workers' attention, and they all stopped working to watch. Shui Wuliu stepped out first and asked, Who are you? What are you here for? Good kid, so you're here too. Another servant behind him pointed at Shui Wuliu and said, It was him who beat us all. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanjie stopped his horse and turned back. He thought that sending Zhu Yuanjie away was a way to avoid trouble, but misfortune struck again. Jiang Yuning squinted at the decorated carriage, guessing that inside was the fat lady, Madame Gao. They had come so quickly. You have such boldness. Brothers, smash it. A group of servants with sticks was about to rush inside when Zhu Yuanjie suddenly shouted, What are you doing? The servants hesitated, and Jiang Yuning glanced sideways at Shui Wuliu. Shui Wuliu looked expressionless, like a statue. Jiang Yuning curled his lips. At this moment, Zhu Yuanjie stepped in, probably to make Shui Wuliu owe him a favor. He was very stubborn and would definitely repay debts. Zhu Yuanjie was also clever and might have some demands. The servants, bowing and smiling, said to Zhu Yuanjie, Official, we are settling some personal matters. Personal matters? Zhu Yuanjie gently pressed his horse's belly, and the big horse trotted to the gate, blocking the servants outside. He declared firmly, in broad daylight under the clear sky, How can you be allowed to smash and cause trouble? Official, these two people beat up someone from Gao village yesterday. Are you trying to gather a crowd to seek revenge? Zhu Yuanjie couldn't find such an opportunity easily. The people from Gao village actually came to him, giving him a chance to make Shui Wuliu owe him a favor. The servant hesitated. The curtain on the ornate carriage was suddenly pulled aside, revealing Madame Gao's face, full of flesh. She looked at Zhu Yuanjie and said, "Official, I am from Gao village. My husband is Gao Yuanwei. You've been working hard on your investigation. Please come to our Gao village and sit with us." "Oh, so you are the famous Gao Yuanwei," Zhu Yuanjie said with a fist gesture. "I've heard of you. I am busy with official duties, so I won't trouble you today. I'll visit another time. But Brother Shui is my good friend. I wonder what he did to offend you. It's a small matter." Madame Gao, despite her roughness, didn't dare offend the officials. She awkwardly smiled. "Since you say so, I'll give you face and not argue with them. Let's go back." Seeing the Gao family servants leave in a huff, Jiang Yuning didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, she was a little worried. Shui Wuliu stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhu, for helping us. Brother Shui, there's a saying that a strong dragon doesn't dominate the local snake. I'm leaving today, but I wonder if they will come back again." Zhu Yuanjie asked worriedly. "I dare to offend because I am willing to take responsibility." "Don't worry, Lord Zhu," Shui Wuliu said straightforwardly. Zhu Yuanjie almost choked on his words. He smiled and said, "I know Brother Shui is very skilled. I was overthinking. If you change your mind, feel free to find me." After speaking, Zhu Yuanjie turned his horse and rode away. As he left Luoying village, he said with a serious face, "Did you get everything clear?" "I've asked everything clearly. It's the same as what Lady Shui said. That Lady Li is indeed seriously ill. Did you see her this morning?" Zhu Yuanjie, naturally suspicious, asked again. "No. When I arrived at Lady Li's house, her child was about to leave to find Lady Shui." "Good." Zhu Yuanjie nodded. "Could there really have been thieves last night?" Someone asked, "What skills does Shui Wuliu have that make the Lord value him so much?" Zhu Yuanjie pointed his whip around the faces of the soldiers. "Even combined, they're not his match. I think if he fought a quick sword master, he could hold his own. Really that powerful? Since you're so capable, why are you hiding in the mountains? I just don't understand why he's hiding in the mountains," Zhu Yuanjie said grimly. "This person is very stubborn and doesn't know how to show respect. Sir, if he's really such a skilled person, the bandits wouldn't be unaware of him," the soldier said cautiously. Zhu Yuanjie looked grim and said, "If I can't use someone like that." "What do you mean, sir?" Zhu Yuanjie glanced around at a few people, and they all understood and smiled mysteriously. The two children finally managed to say 5 words, but Jiang Yuning found it very difficult at first, so she let them go outside to play. Although she had agreed with Qin Feng that she wouldn't interfere with the work. By noon, the workers were sweating and sitting under the shade of trees, munching on their packed food. Jiang Yuning boiled half a pot of water, found some tea leaves in an old box, and prepared tea to serve them. "Are you busy, sister-in-law?" A sweet voice came from outside the door. Jiang Yuning shivered and turned to look. She saw Li Guixiang wearing a light blue long dress, carrying a basket, standing outside and looking in. "Sister-in-law, I saw your construction today, so I picked some small vegetables to bring you," Li Guixiang said. "Oh, it's Guixiang. Why are you bringing vegetables?" "We can't eat much, and they spoil easily in this heat," Jiang Yuning said politely, though secretly craving greens. She had been eating lots of meat, dog meat, goose meat, and felt a bit overheated. She really needed something light, but Shui Wu's bad temper meant he definitely wouldn't like her accepting things from Li Guixiang. She also didn't like owing favors. "Don't be polite, sister-in-law," Li Guixiang said as she entered with her basket. She looked around the yard. "Where's second brother?" "Your second brother. Don't even mention him. He won't eat any greens," Jiang Yuning complained. Li Guixiang's face stiffened. "Is second brother not at home?" He was here just now. Probably gone to find Shui Sheng," Jiang Yuning said. She didn't plan to let Li Guixiang in, but since there was no proper door, she didn't stop her. Li Guixiang simply walked in without an invitation. "Sister-in-law, I saw Xiaoshi and Xiaozi wearing new clothes earlier. You did a great job," Li Guixiang praised. "I've never seen such good stitching in the whole town. And wow, sister-in-law, you finished so quickly. The fabric was only brought yesterday, and today the kids are wearing new clothes inside and out. I also have no choice. Seeing that our family's clothes are all burned, If we don't hurry to make new ones, we won't have anything to change into. Jiang Yuning is very modest. Sister-in-law is so kind, treating the two children as her own. The Shui family is lucky to have a daughter-in-law like you. It's truly a blessing from your ancestors. This compliment is quite big. The young girl still knows how to flatter. Jiang Yuning smiles gently. If someone can marry Gui Xiang, that would be a truly fortunate person. Li Gui Xiang's face turns red. Sister-in-law, your sewing skills are so good. Can I come learn from you? I wish Gui Xiang could come, but look at my place now. There's nowhere to stand, so it's really inconvenient. No problem. I can come to my house instead. Li Gui Xiang asks again. Before Jiang Yuning can answer, someone outside the door speaks up eagerly. With so much work at home, how can she leave? Jiang Yuning rolls her eyes silently. Are these two girls watching each other? One goes to the market, the other follows. One delivers vegetables, and the other tags along. It's Zhang Xiulan, a big fan of Shui Wu. She's the type who insists on marrying him. Zhang Xiulan is dressed in a lotus-colored dress. Although the color looks nice, her skin is a bit dark, making her look darker. This girl's taste isn't very good. She's not empty-handed either, holding a small bamboo basket filled with eggs. Sister-in-law, I heard your house is starting work. Congratulations. We don't have much valuable stuff, so I just picked some eggs to help the children nourish themselves. Xiulan, why are you so polite? It's more important to keep the eggs for my mother-in-law to nourish her. Our chickens produce enough eggs. Sister-in-law, please keep them. Zhang Xiulan walks straight into the yard and puts the eggs into the storeroom, then looks around inside. It's really hard for sister-in-law to live in such a simple place. Sister-in-law, my older brother and sister-in-law are going to work in town. The house is empty. Maybe I can talk to them and let you and the children stay there for a few days until your house is finished. Then you can move back. No need. The three of us will manage here for a few days, Jiang Yuning replies. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. Yesterday you treated my mother's back pain and it worked. My mother even asked me to get a recipe from you. Zhang Xiulan smiles warmly and affectionately. Li Gui Xiang chuckles softly. Wasn't Aunt Zhang's mother suspicious of what you said yesterday? She even went to check on Lin Yangzi. That's not just my mother. Why are you blaming only my mother? Zhang Xiulan retorted angrily. I didn't say anything bad about Aunt Zhang. I just think some people are like weather vanes changing with the wind, Li Gui Xiang replied confidently. Who are you calling a weather vane? Who feels guilty, who speaks? Seeing the two girls arguing fiercely, Jiang Yuning rubbed her forehead and said, Sisters, if there's nothing else, I want to rest for a while. I stayed up late working last night and am tired. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Do you want me to help you? Li Gui Xiang quickly reached out to support Jiang Yuning's arm. Zhang Xiulan immediately grabbed her other arm. Sister-in-law, go lie down inside. They exchanged cold glances, and Jiang Yuning felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Shui Wulyu and Lin Shuisheng came over from the Lin family's yard. Seeing the scene, he looked serious and asked, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Second brother, Zhang Xiulan was happy and let go of Jiang Yuning. Li Gui Xiang hesitated but continued to support her and smiled slightly. Second brother, sister-in-law, is a bit tired. I was just about to help her rest. Sister-in-law, Shui Wulyu asked cautiously. Jiang Yuning impatiently nodded, tired of dealing with unwanted attention. Sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Why are you bothering her here? Shui Wulyu asked angrily, glancing at the basket on the ground. Then he said, Our Shui family doesn't lack these things. Take them back. Don't send things over again. We can't afford it. Second brother, Zhang Xiulan felt her face burning and looked at him in disbelief. Li Gui Xiang silently let go of Jiang Yuning, tears of grievance in her eyes. You lack. Why doesn't your Shui family lack vegetables? Or eggs? Not only that, but you also lack a daughter-in-law. Jiang Yuning silently thought to herself, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Sisters, don't be upset. Your second brother is straightforward. Don't take his words to heart. As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed Shui Wulyu giving her a stern look. Second brother, these vegetables are for sister-in-law, Li Gui Xiang quickly explained. Second brother, My eggs are for the children, Zhang Xiaolan added immediately, glancing at Li Guixiang. Take them back, Shui Wuyu said firmly again. Both girls closed their mouths, sharing a look of mutual sympathy, but also showing clear disdain for each other. As soon as they left, two middle-aged women arrived outside the door. Is second master Shui at home? What? When did he become second master? Jiang Yuning looked surprised as she glanced outside. The two women seemed to be competing in a performance, with bright red flowers in their hair and red makeup on their faces.
Are they
matchmakers? She suddenly realized and curiously looked at Shui Wuyu. Today, the house is so lively. Who are you looking for? Shui Wuyu asked calmly as he stepped outside. Jiang Yuning leaned close to Lin Shuixing and whispered, I haven't asked how your recovery is going. Very well, you can't tell at all, Lin Shuixing said with a playful smile. Do you still have the medicine I gave you? Not last night. Why didn't you say so? I'll get you some more later. Thank you, sister-in-law. They were whispering behind him when Shui Wuyu suddenly turned back and shot Lin Shuixing a sharp look. Lin Shuixing joked, Second brother is quite busy now. I am here to propose marriage to second master Shui. The other matchmaker quickly said, I am here to find a match for second master Shui. I'm talking about the second young lady from Zhang's family in the south. She's 17, with charming eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, and she's quite skilled at household chores. I'm referring to the third young lady from Wang's family in the north. She's 16, with a face like peach blossoms, knows how to read and write, and is good at sewing. Enough. Who asked you to come? Shui Wuyu waved his hand impatiently. I heard second master Shui is building a new house, waiting for his bride to move in. We definitely want to introduce someone suitable. See? People are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of fat, and since he's building a house with borrowed money, someone is already eyeing him. Please go back. I am not interested in matchmaking. Don't be like that. If second master Shui isn't interested, there are other girls too. Exactly. Whatever your requirements are, just tell us, and we promise to find someone suitable. The two matchmakers were quite dedicated. Jiang Yuning shook her head. Shui Wuyu is not a good person. The way they introduce potential matches is irresponsible. Aren't they pushing girls into dangerous situations? He can't even say a kind word, always with a stern face, as if everyone owes him money. And he's so calculating and petty. Who would want to marry someone like him? Second master Shui, if you like any girl, don't be shy, just tell me. Whenever we come to ask, we guarantee success. Are you thinking of marrying 2 or 3 women at once? That's not a problem. We promise to arrange everything properly for you. The matchmakers kept talking to themselves. Seeing Shui Wuyu's face getting darker, he finally couldn't help but shout, Do you not understand what I'm saying? I don't want to marry anyone. The matchmakers were startled. She waved her handkerchief and said, TSK, second master Shui, don't be so proud. Once you get older, these good chances will be gone. Even if you have money, you might only find a little widow, maybe even with children. Hearing this, Shui Wuyu suddenly felt a bit better. He raised his eyebrows and said, I like that. The two matchmakers awkwardly left. Jiang Yuning quietly asked Lin Shuixing, Is he not feeling well? Why did the matchmaker get so upset? I don't know. Lin Shuixing looked at Jiang Yuning with a meaningful smile. Shui Wuyu returned to the yard. Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and called out to him, Second brother. She was calling him very smoothly now, but he didn't like to hear that. What's the matter? Second brother, actually. I want to say, our family. Jiang Yuning hesitated, watching his expression. Seeing that he still had his usual poker face, she quickly said, We are really lacking vegetables and eggs. Oh. Jiang Yuning looked at him confused. Is that all? I also checked earlier and the rice is almost gone. Oh. Another oh. The oil lamp has no oil left. Oh. Still oh. What's with a oh? Can't you just say something? Jiang Yuning gritted her teeth and started complaining. She heard him say, I thought my sister-in-law wanted to settle everything clearly. Huh? Jiang Yuning looked up at him. His stiff face surprisingly showed a faint smile. Was he mocking her? Yes, I want to settle everything, Jiang Yuning patiently explained. But I don't have money now. I'll use your money first, and when I earn some, I'll pay you back. From now on, there's no need to keep track. Shui Wuyu took out a warm money pouch from his pocket and handed it over. Whatever you need, buy it. I can still support the three of you. Jiang Yuning shook her head. It's not convenient for me to go to town. If the family is missing anything, I'll have to trouble second brother. Okay, Shui was a bit disappointed but didn't insist on taking the money again. He turned to Lin Shuixing and said, "Let's go to the town early." "All right, second brother." Lin Shuixing replied and went out to borrow a cart. "Is there anything else your wife needs to buy?" "Tell me and I'll get it," Shui Wu patiently asked. "Just these for now. Jiang Yuning has many things she wants. Right now, the broken house is nowhere to store things. Once the new house is built, she will buy everything properly." After Shui Wu left for a while, Zhang Baoshang hurried to find Jiang Yuning. "Madam Shui, did second brother Shui cause trouble?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuning pretended not to understand. "Today, people from Gao village came looking for him." "What was that about?" Zhang Baoshang looked worried. "That's already settled." Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and smiled. "Thanks to second brother's friend stepping in." "Friend? What friend?" "I don't know what official position Lord Zhu holds," Jiang Yuning softly said. "This morning, they passed by my house and insisted that second brother go with him to become an official." "Baoshang, you've seen a lot. If you get a chance, advise him. A man should focus on his career. Become an official." Zhang Baoshang thought he would be shocked to hear that, but his attitude seemed a bit dismissive. Jiang Yuning didn't understand why. "Baoshang, does second brother have some secret trouble?" "Madam Shui, you might not know, but second brother Wu can't become an official in his life. Even if someone wanted to use him, it would just be for their own benefit. He has no chance to get a government salary." Jiang Yuning was even more confused. She had heard from others that Shui Wu was brave and heroic. He fought a tiger at 12, joined the army at 14, became an official at 16, and then? Now he was just a hunter. What had happened to him all those years? It seemed Zhang Baoshang knew something. "Baoshang, can you tell me what's going on?" "Madam Shui, your little brother-in-law is not an easy person. I don't know exactly what he did wrong. But 3 years ago, the county office sent a document." Zhang Baoshang lowered his voice. "Shui Wu and Lin Shuixing were dismissed from the army and will never be employed again. That's so serious." Jiang Yuning was truly surprised. Lady Shui, if he has any friends in official positions, maybe. But relying on him is like hoping your husband will return from college soon," Zhang Bao sneered. "I want to warn you, the people in Gao village are not easy to deal with. Even the village chief has to show respect. Today, they might let others have their way without trouble, but in the future, it will definitely cause problems." "What do you suggest, village chief?" Jiang Yuning asked. "If you trust me, I can show you a clear way." Zhang Bao squinted at Jiang Yuning, waiting for her to speak. "I do trust you, village chief," Jiang Yuning said, but she didn't really believe it. After several interactions, she saw through Zhang Bao's character. He wouldn't truly help. He probably has some hidden plans. Don't underestimate Madame Gao. Gao village is still run by old Master Gao. He caught a strange illness, and despite spending a lot of money on doctors everywhere, nothing worked. Lady Shui is capable. Why not try to help? If she can cure old Master Gao, what does Madame Gao matter? "Oh," Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly. "If Lady Shui wants to go, I'll find someone to arrange it." "Old Master Gao isn't someone we can see just by asking," Zhang Bao urged. Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and said, "Village chief, you know my second brother's temper. I appreciate your kindness, but I want to wait until he returns to discuss it before making a decision." "All right. We're from the same village. Just let me know if you need anything," Zhang Bao agreed readily. After Zhang Bao left, Chen Feng came over and said, "Sister Shui, old Master Gao used to be a good man, but half a year ago, he caught a strange illness. His temper became very odd. You should think carefully." "I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Come, call the brothers over for water," Jiang Yuning said with a smile, thinking that if he really was sick, it might be an opportunity for her. Jiang Yuning went to look around the foundation of the house, then found Chen Feng and said, "I want to build a room underground. Can you dig the foundation a bit deeper?" "Underground?" Chen Feng thought for a moment and asked, "Like a cellar?" Not just to hide things, but also to hide people, Jiang Yuning said with a smile. Just do your best. The wages won't be less. Since Sister Xue and Brother Xue are straightforward people, just tell us what you need. We'll do it. Chen Feng thought Jiang Yuning wanted to build a cellar. Now, wealthy families often dig deep cellars that stay warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for storing vegetables and fruits. Some built deep cellars, and in summer, putting watermelons inside made them feel like they were kept in ice. He thought Jiang Yuning must have seen something like that before, so this time he asked for everything to be done thoroughly. Actually, that wasn't the case. Jiang Yuning wanted to create a secret room for herself because she had too many secrets and couldn't let everyone see them. After work, Chen Feng and his group left, and Xue Wuliao and Lin Xuexing also returned from the town. Xue Wuliao handed over several bags and packages to Jiang Yuning. She received half a bag of rice, a red candle, more than 10 eggs, and some vegetables. All the missing items he mentioned were bought, and there were even more than she expected. At the bottom, there was a package. Xue Wuliao hesitated and said, "This is for you." "For me?" Before Jiang Yuning could open it, Xue Wuliao turned and left. Did he really give her something special? Jiang Yuning opened a small paper package, which released a fragrant smell. Inside were 2 delicate small boxes. She opened one, revealing white cream with a faint jasmine scent, which smelled quite nice. The other small box contained white powder with a stronger fragrance. Is this skincare product? Did Xue Wuliao buy her skincare products? Could it be a reminder that she's getting older? Nonsense. She's only 18, at the most beautiful age. Besides, as a daughter in the military, she doesn't care for makeup or fancy clothes. What's the point of dressing up? Jiang Yuning casually put aside her blush. Looking at her slender, fair hands, she thought that she no longer needed to wield a sword or gun in this life. Maybe she should try a different way of living. She called them to dinner. They said they had already eaten in the town, but she could smell some alcohol. She also gave Lin Xuexing some pills and checked on his wound recovery. It's good. In a few days, the wound might itch a bit, and some black threads could come out. Don't worry, with my sister here, I feel at ease. Lin Xuexing smiled happily as he put on his clothes, with a faint blush on his face. Jiang Yuning was very curious about how he, like those fugitives, was injured by a quick knife. She didn't ask at first, and now she saw no need to. She was even more curious about what had happened between him and Xue Wuliao that led to him losing his military status. But she held back and didn't ask. In the yard, Xue Wuliao was reviewing the 1,000-character classic with 2 children, but she knew he was actually giving them some freedom to play. At night, Jiang Yuning comforted her 2 children to sleep by telling them a fairy tale. After they were asleep, she put the fabric she used to make clothes for Xue Wuliao into her space, measured his size, and chose a style. She also prepared fabric for herself. They could make 2 new outfits together. To avoid suspicion, she lit a candle. When morning came and she woke up, she blew out the candle and took out the new clothes before going out for her morning run. Today was even more tiring than yesterday. Her legs felt heavy, like they were filled with lead, and running a few steps made her muscles ache. She gritted her teeth and kept going, but soon she was sweating heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, she heard steady footsteps behind her. She turned around and saw Xue Wuliao running toward her in the morning light. Doesn't he practice boxing? When he reached her, Xue Wuliao caught his breath and looked at her calmly. You exercised too hard yesterday. You shouldn't push yourself today. Didn't your master teach you that? I said I'm self-taught. I learn whatever I figure out myself. Jiang Yuning panted. Can you still run now? Yes, why not? Jiang Yuning tried to act tough and lifted her leg to keep running, but after a few steps, she was too tired to breathe properly. Hey, weren't you raised on food? Why are you so weak now? She muttered inwardly, but still gritted her teeth and moved forward. Xue Wuliao slowly followed behind, feeling a bit touched. Don't rush to succeed. I'll teach you some internal martial arts techniques, he said. Are you afraid I'll remarry? This time, Xue Wuliao wasn't stumped by the question. He was already prepared. That's your choice. It's rare for you to be so open-minded. Jiang Yuning stopped and patted his shoulder sincerely. A hero's heart should be broad and generous, not fussing over small details. It's very good that you think like this. Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law. Xue Wulyu's eyes twitched. Jiang Yuning continued running ahead, and Xue Wulyu caught up with big strides, saying, I saw that you kept your lamp on all night. Didn't you sleep? Yes, Jiang Yuning replied casually. I was working late. I finished your clothes last night. I'll try them on when I get back. Sister-in-law, you don't need to work so hard. I have enough clothes to wear, Xue Wulyu said sincerely. I understand. Thank you, second brother, for your concern. Look at them, uncle and sister-in-law getting along so well. Since sister-in-law wants to learn martial arts, don't waste time here. Let's go back, Xue Wulyu suggested. Today? Just start learning, Jiang Yuning asked, holding her waist and panting. The sooner you start, the better it is for you. He had a point, so Jiang Yuning went back home with him. Sister-in-law, as I said, practicing internal energy depends on your foundation and understanding. I'll teach you some basic breathing exercises first. Try this. Internal energy is a subject Jiang Yuning had never studied before. She listened very carefully. Internal energy. Something only seen in martial arts movies. In modern times, real internal energy doesn't exist. Those martial arts masters who boast about feats like moving mountains or falling from the sky are just trying to attract attention. They can't even beat a small thief. After listening to Xue Wulyu explain, Jiang Yuning asked excitedly, If I learn this, can I float on water? That requires more advanced skills, Xue Wulyu replied. What about you? How good are you now? Can you fly? Seeing her curiosity, Xue Wulyu felt happy and answered gently, Not fly, just move faster. How fast? Jiang Yuning looked like a curious child, her eyes shining. Xue Wulyu felt warm inside, soft and fluffy, like a marshmallow being stuffed in. I can show you, Xue Wulyu said calmly. Really? He pointed to some fruit trees on the hillside that were in full bloom and said, I'll go pick a flower. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash, leaving Jiang Yuning to rub her eyes. She saw a fleeting shadow rush into the woods. Is that fast? It was like a running cheetah. After about a minute or two, Xue Wulyu returned, holding a pink peach blossom, with a leaf still hanging from his head. Wow, that was so fast. Is this lightness skill? Jiang Yuning was both surprised and happy, taking the peach blossom and sniffing it eagerly. At that moment, she wondered if Xue Wulyu could fly when she blew a whistle. Thinking back now, she realized she was short-sighted. There are always people better than others, and there are skies beyond the sky. In this backward and ignorant Song dynasty, many mysterious and unknown things still exist, worth her learning. Like Xue Wulyu. In Xue Wulyu's eyes, she was charming and beautiful, like a flower. Is this a peach blossom? Jiang Yuning suddenly asked with doubt. Yes, Xue Wulyu replied casually. Jiang Yuning happily said, It's the first time someone gave me flowers. I need to find a vase to put it in. If you like it, I can pick another one for you tomorrow, Xue Wulyu said, not expecting that a single flower would make her so happy. Isn't money more practical? But she doesn't want money. She prefers flowers. Great. Receiving fresh flowers every day will make me feel as happy as the flowers, Jiang Yuning said, holding the flower branch happily. Suddenly, she asked, Your kung fu is so good. Do you have senior brothers or sisters? Xue Wulyu's eyes suddenly darkened. He pressed his lips and said, Only me. If something happens to you, wouldn't your skills be lost? Jiang Yuning said casually, then awkwardly smiled and added, I'm not cursing you, just. You're right, he replied. What about your master? Xue Wulyu looked at her lightly and said, I don't have a master. No master? Then how did you learn? Jiang Yuning was very curious. He slightly smiled and said, I learned from books. That sounds familiar. Martial arts secret manuals. Yes. When I was a child, a beggar came to the village. I felt sorry for him and secretly gave him some food. He thought I was kind-hearted and believed I had a special talent for martial arts, so he gave me a book. A beggar too? She said with a shy smile. Yes. Also gave you a book? Jiang Yuning nodded her thumb. Yes. So, after you read it, you had to destroy the book, right? Exactly, Xue Wulyu nodded, secretly smiling inside. What a coincidence, Jiang Yuning said with a fake smile. Maybe the beggar we met was a senior brother or sister. Or even the same person? That's possible, Xue Wuliu said seriously, stroking his chin. Jiang Yuning's mouth twitched. Isn't this a case of using the same method to deal with someone? You don't believe what I say and dismiss it, then use the same reason to fool me? After breakfast, she took the two children to study. Outside, the noise was loud and chaotic. The children were getting bored, so Jiang Yuning went out to look and casually closed the door behind her. Outside on the village road, a woman was scolding a child. People can't even support themselves, yet they keep animals that just eat and do nothing. Ugh, mother, they don't eat much. The child sniffled and cried, clutching a small basket tightly. Jiang Yuning looked under his arm and saw two fuzzy little heads. Dogs? Second aunt, what's wrong? Jiang Yuning asked as he stepped forward. Yuning, the woman from the Zhang family looked stiff, forced a smile, and pinched the child's ear. He found two puppies and insists on keeping them. I don't like these things, and I was about to throw them into the mountains. Ugh, mother, don't throw them away. If you don't, I will throw you away instead. Don't throw them away, give them to me, Jiang Yuning said with a smile. My neighbor's big dog just died, so keeping these two for a couple of nights will be fine. You want to keep them? The woman from the Zhang family looked at her yard longingly. All right then, you can have them. Mother, please let me keep one. Just one, the child begged sadly. You want to keep one? What will you feed it? If you also move into a big tile house with my mother, I'd be happy to keep anything, she said sourly. She snatched the basket from the child's hands. Jiang Yuning took out the two small creatures and saw that they had fuzzy gray fur, with deep blue eyes that seemed unable to focus, probably hungry. Their damp little noses kept pushing against Jiang Yuning's hand. They looked chubby and adorable. Seeing Jiang Yuning holding two puppies, Xue Wuliu and Lin Shuixing came over, reached out to touch the puppies' heads, and squinted to look carefully. The puppies' mouths were longer and sharper than usual, with slightly upturned eyes and gray-brown fur. These are not ordinary puppies. Second sister-in-law, where did these come from? They were found. Others don't want them, so I took them home to raise. Jiang Yuning loved fluffy animals and held them close, unable to put them down. She carried the two wolf-like pups into the storage room, happily saying, Xiao Xi, Xiao Shi, look what these are. Miss, are these the puppies you're raising for us? Miss, can I hold one? Sure. Jiang Yuning handed the puppies to the two children. Lin Shuixing was about to speak, but Xue Wuliu stopped him. Second brother, what kind of dogs are these? Xue Wuliu shook his head and said, they like it so they keep them. There's nothing they can't tame. Second brother. Lin Shuixing frowned helplessly. Should I say he's too carefree or too confident? Do you like them? Jiang Yuning asked with a smile. Yes, do they have names? They don't have names yet. Do you want to raise them? Jiang Yuning asked again. Yes. Can we play with them every day? Raising pets isn't just for fun. You need to take responsibility for caring for them, feeding them and cleaning up after them. Can you do that? Jiang Yuning looked seriously at the two children. The children happily agreed and carefully examined the two small creatures on the bed. Big brother, let's give them names, okay? How about calling them Big Tiger and Little Tiger? No, that sounds boring. We should call them Little Fairy and Little Blossom. That's not a good name. Hearing the children argue, Jiang Yuning smiled and said, since they will protect the house in the future, they should have strong, impressive names. What should we call them then? The children were stumped. Jiang Yuning thought for a moment and said, one can be called Wolf Fong and the other Hunter Tooth. Do you think that's good? Wolf Fong and Hunter Tooth. After thinking for a moment, the children clapped and cheered. Good names, Xue Wuliu said sternly from behind. Don't let these little things distract you from your studies, understand? Yes, second uncle. Xiao Xi and Xiao Shi replied politely, glancing at the two small creatures and secretly smiling. Jiang Yuning thought to herself, Xue Wuliu really cares about teaching the children. At that moment, the sound of a gong ringing through the village. Xue Wuliu and Lin Shuixing went to the well for a meeting. Jiang Yuning took a bamboo basket lined with dry grass to make a nest for the two small creatures. She also chopped firewood and boiled water. When the water boiled, Xue Wuliu and Lin Shuixing returned. Is there something wrong? She asked. Nothing much, Xue Wuliu replied calmly. Lin Shuixing added from behind, we suspect there might be a fugitive on Luoying Mountain. Everyone should stay alert. If anyone finds clues, they should report to the authorities for a reward. Helping or sheltering the fugitive is a serious crime. Oh, Zhang Yuning said nonchalantly, glancing outside the yard. She muttered, why haven't Chen Feng and the others come yet? That young man probably won't come, right? Lin Shuixing also took a look. No, Xue Wu said confidently. Chen Feng is a man of his word. After a while, a carriage appeared on the village road. Zhang Yuning stood at the door, looking out. From far away, she saw the person on the carriage waving vigorously. Master, Master, I'm here. Zhang Yuning couldn't help but rub her forehead. Can't Dong Zhansai be a bit more low-key? Before reaching the door, Dong Zhansai got off the carriage, bowing with clasped hands. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Yuning's eyes twitched involuntarily. This guy is not only talkative, but also overly sentimental. She raised her eyebrows and asked, did I tell you to come today? No need for the master to specifically instruct. I have decided to stay close to the master from now on. Look, I've brought my luggage. Zhang Yuning looked at the carriage. Besides 2 boxes, there were some bags of different sizes. You're going to stay with me? Zhang Yuning was very surprised. Yes. Where is there space at my house? I won't trouble the master. I've decided to set up a temporary shelter in the courtyard. Huh? You want to build a shelter? Zhang Yuning looked him up and down twice, her face showing a mix of purple and blue, with dark circles under her eyes. She had just become a disciple yesterday, and today she was rushing over. Truly dedicated to medicine. She helplessly pursed her lips and said, you do as you see fit. Thank you, master. Dong Zhansai happily clasped his fists and asked the coachman to help move the things. Master, I won't be freeloading here. I'll pay for my meals daily. All right, but I have a request. Zhang Yuning crossed her arms. My principle is to provide for myself. Our home is simple. If you want to eat something, cook it yourself. Clean up after meals. No problem, no problem. Disciple will follow the master's teachings. The coachman looked around the yard, shaking his head repeatedly. He whispered to Dong Zhansai, young master, are you really going to set up a shelter here? Is that even a question? Dong Zhansai stroked his goat beard and said, help me set up the shelter quickly. Young master, could it be that you like that young lady? The coachman asked worriedly. Nonsense. She's the master, I bowed to 3 times with my head to the ground. So why would the young master want to endure such hardship? Dong Zhansai glared at him sharply, stopping him from speaking further. He quickly walked over to Xue Wuliu and bowed, saying, I will trouble my senior uncle in the future. What did you say? Xue Wuliu asked with a serious face. I will trouble my senior uncle in the future, Dong Zhansai repeated. Senior uncle? Xue Wuliu looked surprised.
Exactly.
I've thought carefully. Since Lady Xue is my master, and you are her younger brother-in-law, I should respectfully call you senior uncle. Xue Wuliu waved his hand and said, discuss it among yourselves. Don't involve me. Senior uncle, do you dislike this title? If you want me to call you differently, please tell me. Dong Zhansai asked patiently as he followed behind him. Xue Wuliu, annoyed, said, just don't talk when you see me. I am a person who studies books. How could I be rude? Senior uncle, if I did anything wrong, just tell me. Dong Zhansai said sincerely. Xue Wuliu frowned and said seriously, I don't want to be your senior uncle. Do I need to explain that? Seeing his bad mood, Dong Zhansai bowed deeply and said, I will take my leave now, then sheepishly went to find Zhang Yuning. Lin Shuixing sat on a pile of blue bricks, grinning and saying, why is this guy so girly? The coachman, hearing this, shot him a cold look. Lin Shuixing immediately frowned and stared back at him. Their eyes met as if saying, who do you think you are?
What are you looking at?
Just as they were about to get ready to fight, Chen Feng rode up on his horse and stopped outside the door. Brother Xue. Xue Wuliu looked behind him, surprised. Why did only he come? Brother Chen, where are the others? Chen Feng jumped down from his horse, looking a bit embarrassed. Brother Xue, I came today to tell you that we won't be doing your work anymore. Huh? Xue Wuliu squinted and looked at him steadily. Chen Feng wiped his sweat and whispered, Honestly, Brother Shui, it's because the Gao family's people won't let us continue working for you. I see, Shui Wuliu sighed. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Chen. I apologize. Hey, it's not your fault. It's because I didn't keep my promise, Chen Feng said, taking out a money pouch. The money you gave me, except for the materials, is all here. You can take it back. Brother Chen, no need to be polite. You've worked hard carrying materials. The remaining money is for the brothers to enjoy some drinks. Seeing how generous Shui Wuliu was, Chen Feng felt even more embarrassed. Brother Shui, to be honest, before I came here, I asked other foremen about this. They all said that Gao's family has made it clear, no one in Keshan Town will take your jobs. I understand, Brother Chen. Thank you, Shui Wuliu replied. After watching Chen Feng leave, Shui Wuliu turned around and saw Jiang Yuning standing behind him. He nervously pressed his lips together and casually said, Chen Feng and his group have other matters to attend to, so they can't build the house for us right now. I heard that, Jiang Yuning said stubbornly. I didn't expect the Gao family wouldn't even give Zhu Yuanjie a face. Not only is the young Master Gao the richest man in Keshan Town, but he's also very powerful in Qingyuan County. Many people try to flatter him, so he naturally doesn't care much about a constable, Shui Wuliu said dismissively. So, the house won't be built? Jiang Yuning pouted, feeling disappointed. We will build it. Without Chen Feng, Shui Sheng and I can find a few people and still get it done. You make it sound so easy. Jiang Yuning sighed softly, thinking of Zhang Baoshang's words. Yesterday, she still thought Zhu Yuanjie was protecting her and that this matter would be settled. Today, he just added to her frustration. Does she really think Gao's wife can dominate Keshan Town all by herself? She hesitated for a moment before calling Dong Zhansai to go with her to the Li family. Second brother, shall we go say hello to young Master Gao? Lin Shuixing asked with a smile. Don't act rashly now. Because those escapees are still out there, Gao's family will strengthen their defenses. Besides, the quick-draw expert might appear anywhere, Shui Wuliu calmly analyzed. Lin Shuixing gritted his teeth with anger. That old bastard. Next time I meet him, I'll settle the score first. Dong Zhansai and Jiang Yuning walked together on the road, and villagers couldn't help but point and whisper about them. Master, you truly are a remarkable woman I've never met before, Dong Zhansai said sincerely. Your way of doing things is completely different from other women.
Just say I look like a man, then?
Jiang Yuning chuckled softly. When she was a special soldier, she really wished she was a man. I didn't mean that, Dong Zhansai replied. It's just that I admire how honest and broad-minded you are, qualities that most women don't have. People spend their whole lives working. If they care too much about others' opinions, it becomes tiring, Jiang Yuning said casually. Living each day happily is what matters. Your words are more valuable than 10 years of study. Master's advice has opened my mind. Your outlook is free from worldly worries, optimistic and open-minded. I truly admire that. Dong Zhansai carefully analyzed the situation and spoke at length. Jiang Yuning paused and looked at him calmly. Can you be more concise when you speak? No long speeches, Master. Dong Zhansai was about to speak, but Jiang Yuning interrupted. If you can't say it simply, then just keep quiet. Yes, Master. Dong Zhansai replied sadly, bowing respectfully and following behind her. When they reached the Li family's door, Lai Paizhong ran over quickly. Seeing him, Jiang Yuning didn't look pleased and didn't bother to look at him. Lady Shui, Mr. Dong, Lai Paizhong said with clasped hands. Did Mr. Dong bring any herbs today? No, he didn't. Is there something you need? Dong Zhansai asked politely. I just came back from town. The pharmacy said all the medicines on the prescription are sold out. They told me to look elsewhere. Sold out. Dong Zhansai stroked his goat beard and pondered. That's impossible. Dried tangerine peel, licorice, ginger, bupleurum, plantain seeds, and pennywort aren't rare medicines. How could they be all gone? Can I lie to you, Mr. Dong? There really are no medicines. Maybe you can try a different prescription, Lai Paizhong suggested. Changing it is possible, but some ingredients will be the same, Dong Zhansai replied. Watching Dong Zhansai think hard, Jiang Yuning had a bad feeling. She couldn't help but ask, Lai Paizhong, are you from Luoying village? Lady Shui, do I need to say which village I'm from? Most shops in town recognize me, Lai Paizhong said proudly. This confirmed Jiang Yuning's suspicion. Brother Zhang, please stay calm. Once my master and I come up with a new prescription, I'll tell you, she said. All right, but please hurry. Lai Paizhong kept bowing. Jiang Yuning and Dong Zhansai arrived at the Li family's home, where only Lady Li was there. Dong Zhansai waited outside, while Jiang Yuning went inside to ask Lady Li for her opinion. Sister-in-law, Dong Zhansai, is now learning medicine from me. Situations like yours are rare. I wonder if I could let him see the wound to monitor its healing and help explain things to him. If it's inconvenient, just say so. After hearing this, Lady Li blushed and said, he saw the wound the first day. Just look at it again. It's fine to take another look. Thank you, big sister-in-law. Jiang Yuning called Dong Zhansai to come in. He looked a bit shy and lowered his head as he entered. Seeing this, Jiang Yuning said seriously, there is no gender difference in front of a doctor. We only see patients who need help. If you can't set aside your distractions, you can't learn from me. Dong Zhansai felt more embarrassed and bowed deeply to Lady Li, saying, Madam, I apologize. Don't say strange things. You are all my benefactors. Just look. Lady Li closed her eyes bravely, though her eyelids trembled with nervousness. Jiang Yuning carefully opened the gauze and said to Dong Zhansai, you must be very careful when stitching wounds like this. Dong Zhansai listened very attentively. After changing the dressing, he asked, Master, I think this kind of surgery is possible, but it requires skill. How did you learn to do it? Cutting meat, chopping vegetables, all kinds of cutting, Jiang Yuning replied. Seeing his doubt, she added, once you get good at it, you'll even be able to cut people. Cut people? While they were talking, Li Jinping hurried in, looking panicked. He shouted, something's wrong. My father has been taken away. Jinping, what are you talking about? Lady Li and Jiang Yuning asked together. Li Jinping panted and said, just now, Chief Zhang came to tell me that my father was taken by Gao's village. Why? What happened? Chief Zhang said it was because my father made fake accounts and the housekeeper found out. They're going to report him to the authorities. At this, Li Jinping started crying in distress. Fake accounts? What do you mean? Jiang Yuning was confused. Lady Li covered her stomach and explained through her pain, your older brother has been helping with the accounts at Gao's house these days. He is honest and would never do anything fake. Jinping, help your mother, and let's go find Chief Zhang to ask what's going on. Seeing the Li family going to find Chief Zhang, Jiang Yuning felt something was wrong. The town's shop didn't sell medicine to people from Luoying village, and Li Tongsheng was just caught doing fake accounts by Gao's village. All these bad things happening at once seemed too coincidental. Maybe Li Tongsheng was involved, Jiang Yuning sighed. Involved with whom? Master, what do you think? Jiang Yuning recounted her conflict with Madame Gao. Master, I have met Lord Gao once. Should I go say hello? Dong Zhansai asked. What kind of meeting was it? Jiang Yuning asked. Dong Zhansai looked uncomfortable and said, my disciple truly cares for him, but he thinks I am just making a fuss. It didn't sound like a pleasant encounter. She was about to head towards Zhang Baozhang's house when she saw a carriage approaching her home. The lantern at the front of the carriage had a character, Jiang, written on it. She recognized this carriage. Jiang Yuning stopped in her tracks and turned back toward home. The carriage stopped steadily at the door. Jiang Wenhui hurriedly jumped down and shouted, Yuning, Jiang Yuning, are you there? Uncle, my wife just went out. Shui Wuliu had just spoken when he saw Jiang Yuning and Dong Zhansai walking over. Jiang Wenhui turned and saw them. Before Jiang Yuning could greet him, he suddenly slapped her. The unexpected slap stunned Jiang Yuning. Dong Zhansai immediately stepped in front of her, frowning and saying, Who are you? How dare you hit someone in broad daylight? Who are you? Jiang Wenhui looked at Dong Zhansai from head to toe. That's not something you need to know, Dong Zhansai replied proudly. This made Jiang Wenhui's beard stand up in anger. You wicked man, how could you do such unfaithful things? Jiang Yuning pushed Dong Zhansai away and stood in front of Jiang Wenhui, showing her face with a handprint, and asked, Father, please tell me, what did I do wrong, father? Dong Zhansai gasped and looked for help at Shui Wuliu, who had a stern face. But Xue Wuliu didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Wenhui, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Dong Zhansai looked down and moved to stand beside Xue Wuliu. Do you still have the nerve to ask? What is going on? Jiang Wenhui pointed at Dong Zhansai and asked. I have a friend, Jiang Yuning said indifferently. She didn't want to say that he was her disciple. First, Jiang Wenhui wouldn't believe it, and second, it was too complicated to explain. A friend? You, a married woman, still make friends? Jiang Wenhui said angrily, trembling with rage. Jiang Yuning walked into the yard casually and stood beside Xue Wuliu, asking, Father, is there something you came for? Jiang Wenhui composed himself and said, I heard you have been rude in town and behaved improperly. I came to take you home. Go home? Jiang Yuning asked with a light smile. And then what? Then of course, go to Gao's village to admit your mistakes and ask Madame Gao for forgiveness. Jiang Wenhui replied as a matter of course, then scolded in frustration. Our Jiang family is a family of scholars, but you've brought shame to our name. Since I am a disgrace, why should my father humiliate himself by coming to apologize? Jiang Yuning chuckled softly. Jiang Wenhui, angry, raised his hand to hit her again. Jiang Yuning directly turned her face to the side and offered it to him. Go ahead and hit me. Even if you hit me to death, I did nothing wrong. Are you still stubborn? Jiang Wenhui, furious, lowered his hand and pointed at her, scolding. Look at yourself now. Can you really offend Gao's village? You must come home with me immediately and let Qingming speak for you. Master Gao might still show some mercy, or you'll suffer big losses later. Father's news is really accurate. Was it Jiang Yechen who told you? And did Jiang Yechen also tell Madame Gao that I am from Luoying village? Are you afraid people will talk about your mistakes because of what you did? Jiang Wenhui's words confirmed Jiang Yuning's suspicion. She had warned Jiang Yechen not to speak carelessly, but she didn't expect her to show no sisterly affection at all. Father teaches students at the school. Don't bully the weak, don't be unkind for wealth, stand up for justice, and be brave to take responsibility. These children remember these lessons well, and they follow their father's wise teachings consistently. What could be wrong with that? You're just making excuses, Jiang Wenhui said angrily. You've been obedient and sensible since you were young. When did you become like this? If Qingming saw what you've done, how disappointed he would be. What I do has nothing to do with him. Jiang Yechen likes him so much, she should go and be with him. You. Jiang Wenhui raised his hand again. Jiang Yuning sighed bitterly. Father, you're a scholar. Why do you still like to hit people? I'm trying to wake you up, you confused girl. Jiang Wenhui finally swung his hand down. Jiang Yuning didn't try to dodge. She accepted it as if she was taking the punishment for the original owner. She had already decided to cut ties with the Jiang family. However, the expected pain did not come. Jiang Wenhui's hand was stopped by Xue Wuliu, who said coldly, Uncle, no matter what, she is now my Xue family's daughter-in-law. You shouldn't just hit her. Jiang Wenhui waved his sleeve and said, You speak nicely, but if you hadn't beaten the guards of the Gao family, would Yuning have caused such a big trouble on her own? I will take responsibility, Xue Wuliu said. As long as she is part of the Xue family, I will make sure she is not wronged. Stop talking big, Jiang Wenhui said dismissively. You don't listen to good advice, and you'll suffer the consequences. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you for your warning, Jiang Yuning said with a half-smile. Since everything has been said clearly, please leave now. Seeing her directly order him to leave, Jiang Wenhui's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he got into the carriage. Xue Wuliu clasped his fists and said to Jiang Yuning, Sister-in-law, if the people from Gao village cause trouble for us, I will handle it. Hey, what are you going to handle? No matter how powerful Gao village is, they still have to show respect to Lord Zhu. Jiang Yuning patted his shoulder casually and said, My father just heard the news and hasn't even known that Lord Zhu came here. Even if he did, he would be happy to see something happen that could connect with Qi Qingming. Do you still believe what he says? Jiang Yuning's words were reasonable. She smiled gently, her eyes flashing with a cunning glint, and said, Second brother, I heard that old Master Gao has a strange illness. I just started practicing medicine, and I am very curious about difficult and rare diseases. So, I really want to visit Gao village. Sister-in-law wants to go to Gao village? Shui Wuliu asked, confused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yuning's face. He liked her bright, shining eyes too much. Jiang Yuning looked up at him and said, "Old Master Gao is paying a lot for medical help. How could I not try such a good opportunity? Since he's paying a lot, surely many doctors have seen him." "Do you have any confidence?" Shui Wuliu asked. "I've seen old Master Gao's illness," Dong Zhansai hurriedly interrupted. "He has red sores all over his body, and he looks terrible. Skin disease? That might be easier." Jiang Yuning confidently said, "I wouldn't say I am 100% sure, but I am about 80% confident. Trying wouldn't hurt." "I will go with sister-in-law," he said. "Forget it," Jiang Yuning scolded him with a glance. "Seeing a doctor isn't about collecting debts. If you stand there, it might ruin everything." Shui Wuliu looked a bit helpless, and Dong Zhansai quickly said, "I will go with my master to Gao village. The two of us will look after each other." "This is also fine." Shui Wuliu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Dong Zhansai noticed a wooden house connected to the barn. He peeked inside and saw the coachman helping him make the bed. Wait, Dong Zhansai quickly stopped him. "My master said I should do things myself to be self-sufficient. I can handle it." "Young master." The coachman looked at Dong with a strange expression and whispered, "Maybe I should let the master come to propose." "Propose what?" "I already said this is my master." The coachman muttered softly, "I think you're under some spell. A woman can't teach much. You just like her looks." Dong shot him a sidelong glance and saw he also looked unwell, with dark circles under his eyes. "What happened to you?" "I accidentally bumped into something." "Accidentally." The coachman hurriedly lowered his head and clasped his hands. "Nothing else." "I'll go back now." Go back. Dong waved his hand. Before the coachman left, he called him back. "Leave all your money with me." "Yes, young master." "Leave the carriage too." "Huh? Young master, how am I supposed to go back then?" "Find your own way. Do chores, perform, or beg." "Huh?" The coachman looked at Dong with a distressed expression. "What do you mean?" "Also, don't let that girl from the Chu family find out where I am. That's all. No more." The coachman packed some dry food and a water bag onto his back, reluctantly said goodbye to the carriage, and just as he left the yard, he felt like he was being watched. He suddenly looked back and saw Lin Shuisheng waving at him. He quickly slipped away, as if the ground was on fire. "Why are you running so fast?" Lin Shuisheng shrugged, puzzled. "I didn't say I'd fight again." Dong Zhansai was inside the wooden house making the bed. Two small heads peeked in at the door. Xiao Ci asked, "Are you my aunt's apprentice? Are you going to live here in the future?" Xiao Shi asked. Dong smiled warmly and squatted down to greet them. "Hello, little brothers and sisters." Xiao Ci and Xiao Shi stood stiffly in front of him, serious, and spoke in an adult tone. "I warn you not to think about my aunt. She's from the Shui family." "Huh?" Dong said with a faint smile, a little speechless. "I understand.
Keep your worries to yourselves."
"I care about her medical skills, not her as a person." "Are you telling the truth?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked softly. "Promise?" "Promise." "Then let's shake on it." "After we shake, you'll be one of us." Xiao Ci stretched out his little finger, and Dong Zhansai happily shook his finger with him. Now the two children finally felt at ease. Jiang Yuning didn't know what was happening in the wooden house. After discussing the basement's design with Shui Wu, she went to Zhang Baoshang's house to ask about Li Tongsheng. Zhang Baoshang was straightforward, saying he believed this was also ordered by Madame Gao, and that now all the shops in town were not doing business with Luoying village. He hoped Jiang Yuning and the others would handle this matter quickly so that the villagers wouldn't get involved. She definitely wanted to solve it and do a good job. When she got home, she saw the two children playing with mud. Since they had very few toys, she looked around the yard and saw some scrap wood. She thought for a moment and called Shui Wu over. "Here's the idea," she explained while drawing a diagram. "Look, 2 wheels like a handcart but not too heavy. If it's too heavy, kids can't push it and won't want to play. I understand. Are there any other requirements?" Shui Wu carefully remembered everything she said. The drawing looked a bit strange. The cart had 2 wheels side by side, but Jiang Yuning drew them one in front of the other. She had seen unicycles before, but the handlebar was at the back, while this handlebar was at the front. Could it be pushed? Although he had many questions, he thought Jiang Yuning was making toys for the children, so he didn't dwell on it. What do you call this kind of cart? Balance bike. Jiang Yuning wrote on the paper with a piece of charcoal. Seeing how she held the pen, Shui Wu tilted his head. It was impressive that she could write so neatly with just a piece of charcoal. Is it hard to make? Jiang Yuning asked tentatively. Not hard. If we gather the materials, we can assemble it soon, Shui Wu replied. Then let's make it quickly. I want the children to play with it soon. Jiang Yuning's eyes lit up and she added, if it's convenient, make one for me too. I want to try it. You? To play, Shui Wu hesitated, but seeing her clear, eager eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yuning eagerly picked up the blueprint and examined it, wondering if the blacksmith from the Great Song Dynasty had such good skills. It would be wonderful if they could make a bicycle. By the way, have you tried on the clothes I made for you? Jiang Yuning asked. Not yet, Shui Wuliao replied with a hint of nervousness. Why not give it a try? Jiang Yuning stood up and handed him the new outfit from the bed. I need to see if it fits you. It will definitely fit, Shui Wuliao said. I've been busy lately, and I don't want to get it dirty. I'll wear it later. Clothes are meant to be worn. Jiang Yuning thought he was too frugal. Since she saw him, he had only been wearing the same blue outfit. She looked closely and realized it wasn't just one piece of clothing. There should be two openings, but the one he was wearing now had no damage at all. Shui Wuliao felt a bit uncomfortable being watched and quickly stood up. I'll try it now. He then strode out confidently. This person was really strange. Sometimes he wore clothes, sometimes he didn't. How could a grown man be so shy and hesitant? After a while, Shui Wuliao came out wearing a deep blue, cross-colored robe with a black belt, walking out of Lin Daijian's house. Behind him, Lin Daijian looked surprised. Elder Second, is this the outfit Yuning made? Her skills have improved again. Yes, Shui Wuliao felt incredibly comfortable, as if every pore was telling him the clothes fit perfectly and felt just right. Jiang Yuning saw him come out and paused. He looked much more neat than usual. His hair seemed carefully styled. The outfit was very fitted, making him look tall and strong. Standing there, he looked as steady as a pine tree. He radiated a sense of authority and calmness. Yuning, how did you make this? Lin Daijian reached out to touch Shui Wuliao's clothes and kept praising. Look at these stitches, so even and fine. Only you could make something like this. Mom, Lin Shuixing pulled Lin Daijian to walk back. I need to tell you something. Shui Wuliao was unaware of their conversation behind him and walked over to Jiang Yuning. She was very pleased with her work, watching him like a model on a runway, full of pride and admiration. How do you like this outfit? The two people were about a meter apart and suddenly spoke at the same time. Jiang Yuning chuckled softly and said, It's my turn to ask how you're dressed. Why are you asking about me now? Pretty good, Shui Wuliao replied with a shy smile, showing a row of clean, white teeth. Jiang Yuning looked at him in surprise, then examined him more closely. To her surprise, he had two dimples on his face. It turns out that a poker face can look so charming when smiling. Hey, you have dimples, she said with a smile, looking at him. You look really good when you smile. Shui Wuliao's face suddenly turned red. The redness spread visibly from his neck to his head. He hurriedly parted his lips and said nervously, How can you say a man looks good when he smiles? What do you mean? You look really good when you smile, like spring flowers. Jiang Yuning laughed even more happily. If you won't let me say it, I'll sing it to you. Seeing Shui Wuliao's surprised expression, she happily started singing. You look really good when you smile, like spring flowers, blowing away all worries and troubles. You look really good when you smile, like summer sunshine, making the whole world seem like a beautiful painting. Seeing her radiant smile like spring flowers, her sparkling eyes like stars, and her clear voice like mountain spring water, Shui Wuliao's heart was filled with overwhelming waves. His arms unconsciously wanted to reach out, pinch her face, or touch her hand. Jiang Yuning noticed his strange expression and thought he didn't like joking around, so she stopped smiling and said, Second brother, it's actually good for you to smile more. Shui Wuliao's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the redness on his face quickly faded. His fists clenched tightly behind his back, the joints making a cracking sound. What was he just thinking about? Jiang Yuning was dangerous. He couldn't get too close. Sister-in-law, he said seriously, with a serious expression, can I change my clothes now? Of course. Jiang Yuning puffed out her cheeks. She was really someone who couldn't joke around. If she got angry, she would really get angry. She was so young, yet she seemed to be going through menopause. That night, Jiang Yuning lit another candle and made herself a new outfit. The fabric she bought from the tailor shop was recommended by the shop assistant. It was a slightly darker floral fabric. She examined it for a long time, shook her head, and thought it didn't look as good as Xue Wulia's outfit. She decided to use the leftover fabric from Xue Wulia to make herself a new dress, measuring her 3 sizes for a custom fit. The next morning, she went to practice martial arts in the small woods. After sweating a lot, she returned to wash up. She noticed her skin felt a bit rough and saw some cosmetics brought back by Xue Wulia. The light jasmine scent was nice, so she dabbed a little on her face. The skincare products from the Song Dynasty were probably all natural and free of additives. They felt smooth on her skin, which was quite pleasant. She changed into her new clothes, styled her hair into a bun, and felt refreshed. As she stepped out of her room, ready to make a bright entrance, she was hit by black smoke from the stove and started coughing. Cough, cough, what are you doing? Starting a fire? She asked, covering her mouth. She recognized that the person tending the fire was Dong Zhansai. Good morning, master. Dong Zhansai said respectfully. I'm making breakfast, but it's hard to get the fire going in this stove. Jiang Yuning squatted by the stove and looked inside. The entire stove was blocked, with no airflow, so it was no wonder it wouldn't light. How can you cook if it's all blocked? She said irritably, pulling out most of the firewood. Isn't it true that many hands make light work? Dong Zhansai mumbled. You're too inexperienced, Jiang Yuning said, taking a fire striker and relighting the fire. She rolled up her sleeves and said, watch carefully. I'll show you how to do it today. Tomorrow you try. Yes, master, Dong Zhansai replied, lowering his head to look at the stove. Could just a few sticks of firewood really light the fire? Xue Wulia returned from practicing martial arts and saw the busy figure at the stove. His heart stirred, and when he looked at her clothes again, he felt they looked familiar. As he watched, a wave of nervousness came over him. He really wanted to know if Jiang Yuning was deliberately wearing the same clothes as him. After breakfast, Jiang Yuning and Dong Zhansai prepared to leave for Gaojia village. Fortunately, only Zhang Baoshang and the Li family knew about Li Tongxing being caught by old Master Gao. Dong Zhansai knew, but Jiang Yuning told him not to say anything, so he wouldn't. Because Lady Li was unwell, she asked Li Jinping to go to Gaojia village to find out what was happening. So, Jiang Yuning, Dong Zhansai, Li Jinping, and Zhang Baoshang took a carriage heading toward Gaojia village. Gaojia village was far away, and you could see it from a distance. The land was large, more like a mountain stronghold than a village. The tall walls had watchtowers, and guards with bows and arrows patrolled around the perimeter. Although wealthy families often have many household guards and attendants nowadays, this was the first time Jiang Yuning had seen such a large-scale setup. After the carriage stopped, the butler came out to greet them. He looked at Dong Zhansai and asked, "This young gentleman looks familiar. Have we met before? I am Dong Zhansai, a doctor." Dong Zhansai's eyelid twitched, feeling a bit awkward. "Oh, Dr. Dong, what are you doing at the estate today?" The butler looked at him with a sneer. "Our master is eager to see a doctor, but he's not someone you can fool easily. I am here today with my master, accompanying my teacher," Dong Zhansai replied. "Huh, you're trying to trick us alone, and now you've brought your teacher along? Who is your teacher?" The butler looked around at a few people. Jiang Yuning bowed politely and said, "I am Dong Zhansai's teacher. I can treat Lord Gao's illness. You? A woman?" The butler looked even more dismissive. Zhang Baoshang quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "But Lady Xue has treated many illnesses in our village. Let her try. It's fine for Lady Xue to go in, but Dr. Dong should stay out to avoid upsetting the master," the butler said confidently. "Butler Zhou." Dong Zhansai wanted to argue. It seemed his reputation in Gaojia village was not very good. Jiang Yuning stopped him and said, "Then don't go in." Just go home first. Master, this is a rare opportunity. Dong Zhansai was reluctant. Opportunities will come again. I'll tell you more details when I return. Jiang Yuning comforted him. Dr. Dong, just come back with me. I'm still waiting for your carriage, Zhang Baosheng said. Dong Zhansai looked at Butler Zhou helplessly, then bowed to Jiang Yuning to say goodbye. Zhang Baosheng said, Lady Xue, Jinping, I can only help you this far. The rest depends on you. Thank you, Baosheng. They walked along a long corridor, passing pavilions and gardens, until they reached a luxurious house. The butler looked at Jiang Yuning with disdain and said, Master can receive you, which is your good fortune. Be mindful of your expressions and don't make the master unhappy. Then he loudly called out, Lady Xue from Luoying village, to see the master. He turned to Li Jinping and said, I'll take you to see Li Tongxing first. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid opened the door and came out. The old lady's eyes scanned Jiang Yuning carefully before she said, Master is in a bad mood today. Be careful with your words and actions. Jiang Yuning obediently nodded and followed the old lady into the room. Inside, the outside was bright with sunshine and gentle spring breeze. But inside, the windows were tightly shut, the light was dim, and they were even lighting a candle during the day. The air was especially unpleasant, like a bucket of spoiled water, very sour. Master, Lady Xue from Luoying village has arrived. He, come in and see. A voice came from behind a white curtain. Jiang Yuning sat politely to the side and looked at the curtain. Wang Ma went over and asked, Master, should I open it? Yes, open it. I want to see this young lady myself. As the curtain was lifted, Jiang Yuning saw a very unpleasant person. She couldn't see his facial features clearly, only that old Master Gao was sitting shirtless on a special chair, with his legs stretched out and covered with a thin blanket. Why was he so unpleasant to look at? Because he looked very disgusting. He was overweight, with messy hair, and his face and exposed skin were covered with red, raised bumps, some with white flakes on top. His skin condition was very serious. She looked at old Master Gao again. He was also looking at her, thinking to himself, everyone said Lady Xue from Luoying village was proper and decent. Today, she truly lived up to her reputation. Jiang Yuning raised her eyelids and looked him in the eye, confidently saying, Old Master Gao, I am here to treat your illness. Treat my illness? I think you are the one who is sick. Old Master Gao carefully examined her. Although his tone was unfriendly, he had a very good first impression of Jiang Yuning. At least, she didn't look at him with fear or disgust like other women. After he got sick, his wife was afraid of catching it and moved to the town to live. The other concubines, though they didn't say it openly, all found reasons to stay away. Now, only Wang Ma, who had known him since childhood, was left to take care of him closely. He sneered and said, Is our Gao family so easy to bully? I heard you even want to blind my wife? Jiang Yuning quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Old Master Gao, I may have made a mistake in offending the lady, but this has nothing to do with the villagers. I am just a common woman doing my duty. Please, kindly forgive us and spare our village. Your village? Lord Gao was a bit surprised. He hadn't caused trouble for the village of Luoying, but after thinking for a moment, he realized it was Lady Gao who was responsible. She was narrow-minded and vengeful, and over the years, Lord Gao had become used to her ways. Now, the shops in town no longer do business with Luoying village. As a result, villagers can't buy medicine when they are sick, and workers won't go to Luoying to work. My house can only stop construction, and Jiang Yuning paused before saying, Yesterday, our village's Li Tongxing was even taken away by the authorities. Li Tongxing? Lord Gao found this even more strange. At that moment, Wang Ma whispered a few words into his ear. Lord Gao sighed. Over the years, he felt he hadn't done right by Lady Gao. He had turned a blind eye to her actions, and he wasn't going to change now. He then said harshly, This is a little lesson for you. If today you can't satisfy me, you won't have a good life. I know medicine and many home remedies. If you trust me, I can help cure this strange illness, Jiang Yuning said calmly. You can treat illnesses? I haven't heard of that, Lord Gao said with some doubt. Jiang Yuning looked up calmly. and studied Lord Gao's face seriously. I have been learning medicine since I was young, following my teacher's instructions. I couldn't see patients before I turned 18. So, this year I started treating villagers. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. I treated Lady Shui Bao Lian's difficult childbirth, Madame Li's intestinal abscess, and Aunt Zheng's back pain. Skin diseases like yours are not hard to treat, Lady Shui. Don't deceive me. Even the best doctors in the prefecture are helpless against my illness, Lord Gao said, feeling a bit hopeful but still unsure. Lord Gao, I heard you are willing to pay a lot for treatment. Let me try. If I succeed, I only ask for your forgiveness for me and my second brother's recklessness. I won't take a single coin. If I can't, you can do as you wish. Do as I wish, Lord Gao asked coldly. You speak quite boldly. I will do what I say, Jiang Yuning replied confidently with a slight smile. You think that because you look somewhat attractive, I will believe you, Lord Gao said arrogantly. I've searched for famous doctors and even asked spirits, but no one can cure me. And you, a village girl, say you can treat my illness. Lord Gao, I am truly determined to cure your illness, Jiang Yuning said very seriously. Then tell me, how do you plan to treat it? How can I know the treatment method without examining you first? Jiang Yuning replied, I need to examine the cause of your illness first, then I can decide on a treatment plan. Then start the examination now, Old Master Gao said impatiently. I want to see what tricks you might have. The lady still has something to say, Jiang Yuning politely responded. Although we are both doctors, our methods of diagnosis and treatment differ. I hope that during my examination and treatment, Old Master Gao will cooperate fully. Only with your cooperation can the treatment go smoothly. It's just the usual methods of looking, listening, asking, and feeling, Old Master Gao said, extending his arm. You can check my pulse and ask whatever you want. Not quite. Jiang Yuning shook her head. Old Master Gao, please put on your clothes first, and let me open the windows for ventilation. No. Old Master Gao immediately objected. The white doctor from the prefecture said, I can't stand the wind. Are you trying to harm me? Jiang Yuning remained calm and respectful, bowing slightly. Old Master Gao, each doctor has their own way of treating patients. Please trust me. I haven't seen the wind for 3 months. Old Master Gao hesitated. Old Master Gao, even healthy people can get sick if they stay indoors for 3 months. Now that spring is here, with the sun shining and the positive energy of nature abundant, if you keep staying inside, you might lack the vital energy from heaven and earth. This could cause dizziness, loss of appetite, and weakness and make your illness worse, Jiang Yuning explained confidently. It sounded reasonable, but her words weren't learned from books. They were her own ideas. Who can stay in a dark room for so long without getting sick? Dizziness and loss of appetite are symptoms Old Master Gao has. He thought, she's right. This young lady can tell his symptoms without checking his pulse. Could she really be a skilled doctor? Ma Wang, help me change clothes, then open the windows for ventilation. After a while, the breeze came in. Jiang Yuning smelled a faint sweet scent in the air. Fresh air is truly precious. Now the room was well lit. Jiang Yuning stood up and circled around him, secretly searching for a solution by opening her jewelry box. Old Master Gao, at first, were your rashes small bumps or tiny blisters? Did they itch so much that you scratched them? Old Master Gao nodded. She pretended to be profound and said, because scratching these bumps or blisters at the top causes obvious pinpoint bleeding and small sores, with unclear edges. It looks like a stubborn eczema on the surface, but the exact cause still needs a small blood sample from your fingertip to check. What? You want to take blood? Old Master Gao was very surprised. He had never seen a treatment that required blood collection before. Just a tiny bit, Jiang Yuning patiently explained. This test method is unique to me. It's just a drop of blood and won't affect your health at all. Old Master Gao still found it hard to believe. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Who told you to open the window? As soon as the voice finished, a man strode in quickly, slammed the windows shut, and angrily said to Old Master Gao, How can you let the wind blow in? Jiang Yuning glanced at the man. He was dressed in a traditional long gown with a black cap, looking like a scholar. His large, bushy mustache trembled slightly as he spoke, which looked a bit funny. She wondered who he was. Then she heard old Master Gao say, "Mr. Bai, don't be angry." It was this lady who wanted to open the window. He then looked at Jiang Yuning and said disdainfully, "Old Master Gao, I've already thought of a new medicine for your condition and came here to change your treatment. Why don't you listen to my advice?" Old Master Gao sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Bai, you don't know. This lady's diagnosis is quite accurate. You know, I've been treating this for nearly half a year, even inviting you from the prefecture, but it's still the same. I wanted to try. Old Master Gao, forgive me for speaking frankly. Treating an illness is very complicated. As the saying goes, when illness comes, it's like a mountain falling. When it leaves, it's like unraveling silk. Your condition needs careful nurturing," Bai Xianting said seriously. "Alas, I am tormented by this stubborn disease. I want to try anything that might work," Old Master Gao sighed. "But you shouldn't believe just anyone. Especially not a woman," Bai Xianting sneered and waved his sleeve dismissively. "If it were another doctor, I might accept it, but trusting a woman, aren't you insulting my medical skills?" It was truly a case of looking down on others and gender discrimination. Jiang Yuning was angry as she looked at him. "What's so special about being a doctor? Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Xianting stared at Jiang Yuning and said firmly, "How can a woman stare at a man like that? It's simply shameless. Are you sick?" Jiang Yuning glared back without backing down. "A famous doctor from the prefecture, and you have such narrow eyes? Women have been practicing medicine for a long time.
Why do you doubt me?
I think you don't have real skill. You're just someone seeking fame. How dare you talk to me like that?" Bai Xianting's beard bristled with anger. Seeing this small woman dare to talk back, he decided to teach her a lesson. He bowed to Lord Gao and said, "Lord Gao, today I want to have a contest with this woman so she can see real medical skill." Lord Gao was clever. He was already suspicious of Jiang Yuning, and Bai Xianting's challenge was a good way to test whether she truly knew medicine. But he didn't want to show his suspicion openly. He hesitated and said, "Mr. Bai, I have already agreed with Lady Xue. If she can't cure my stubborn illness, I will accept whatever happens. Maybe we can let her try." Jiang Yuning knew Lord Gao didn't trust her, so she decided to challenge Bai Xianting to prove herself. "Lord Gao, since Mr. Bai is eager to prove himself, I am willing to accept the challenge," Jiang Yuning said politely. "Prove myself?" Bai Xianting sneered disdainfully. "If you all want to compete, how should we do it?" Lord Gao asked seriously. "Lord Gao, your estate has many people. Please just bring a few over, and we can treat them separately. The best will be obvious," Jiang Yuning suggested. She glanced at Bai Xianting and said with a slight smile, "No need to trouble so many. I will examine Mr. Bai first." "Me?" Bai Xianting felt even more dismissive. He usually took pills to strengthen his body and rarely got sick. This small village woman wanting to treat him seemed ridiculous. "Yes, you. Dare you give me a drop of blood from your fingertip?" Jiang Yuning challenged him. "What are you going to do?" "This is my way of diagnosing," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "One drop of blood can tell me your health. I won't check your pulse or ask about your illness. Just one drop." Offended, Jiang Yuning secretly took out a blood-sampling needle, pricked his fingertip, and squeezed a drop of blood into a teacup to hide her suspicion. Then she skillfully transferred his blood sample into the space for testing. She stared at the blood drop in the teacup for a moment, then looked up and said, "You have been poisoned with a slow-acting toxin, which is damaging your lungs. You won't have much time left. Are you actually cursing me?" Bai Xianting angrily jumped. "I'm just telling the truth. Recently, you should feel dizzy, and you might wake up with a nosebleed in the morning." Jiang Yuning paused. Bai Xianting dismissed it. "Spring is dry, and nosebleeds are common. It's not a serious illness." She continued, "You also feel weakness in your back and knees, loss of appetite, and sometimes see things blurry or hear ringing in your ears. Am I right?" At this moment, Bai Xianting was clearly surprised. Nosebleeds can happen to anyone, but how did Jiang Yuning know about his other symptoms? Just from that one drop of blood?
Impossible.
She must have guessed from his complexion. "That doesn't mean you're right," Bai Xianting said confidently. "In middle age, spring dryness can cause these symptoms. No, these aren't typical middle-aged symptoms. I think you are suffering from chronic poisoning caused by long-term consumption of the same substances, Zhang Yuning said, a bit confused. As a doctor, how could Bai Xianting be poisoning himself? Nonsense, Bai Xianting snapped angrily. At this moment, the detailed test results in the space showed that Bai Xianting's blood had high levels of heavy metals, lead, mercury, sulfides. Jiang Yuning suddenly understood and asked, "Are you taking cinnabar, realgar, alum, or green dye?" "How do you know?" Bai Xianting was stunned. "These are main ingredients for alchemy and are highly secretive and little known." It seems Jiang Yuning was right. Ancient alchemists sought immortality through pill-making. Whether anyone truly achieved eternal life is unknown, but modern research shows that these ingredients contain heavy metals and can cause poisoning. Scientists say that ancient imperial pills were the leading killers of emperors. Many died pursuing immortality. These substances are toxic by nature. If used improperly, they can cause poisoning, Jiang Yuning explained. From your current symptoms, it probably started a year ago, but the toxins in your body didn't accumulate in just a year or two. They've been building up for over 3 years. White Xianting was shocked as he looked at her. He had been taking pills for exactly 3.5 years. He nervously looked down at a drop of blood in his teacup and asked, "You can tell that just from this?" "Not entirely," Jiang Yuning replied seriously. "When I took your blood earlier, I noticed your nails turned bluish-gray. I also observed that your eye circles are a bit dark, your eyes are bluish, and your teeth look gray. These all indicate toxins in your body." She paused and added, "If you don't change your lifestyle, don't expect to live forever." "May I ask where you learned this from?" White Xianting asked respectfully, convinced by her words. Seeing his respectful attitude, old master, he was surprised and looked at Jiang Yuning closely, also glancing at the blood in the teacup, feeling more hopeful. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you where I learned this," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "Mr. Bai, there are many herbs that can strengthen the body. You're a doctor, so why bother learning those sorcerer's tricks? You don't understand." White Xianting sighed and clasped his hands. "I was blind and didn't recognize my own limits. I admit defeat." Although White Xianting was proud, he was not a troublemaker. Jiang Yuning felt pity and said, I do have some methods to detoxify. If Mr. Bai trusts me, you might try them." "You have a way?" White Xianting asked skeptically. Jiang Yuning said, "You know your body well. You've probably used medicine to regulate it. Since those haven't worked, why not try something new? This past year, I really haven't felt as good as before. I've tried many prescriptions, but nothing helped. Do you really have a solution? To treat this illness, you must stop taking the pills and stop burdening your body. Honestly, I haven't taken those pills since the new year. Then I will prepare some antidotes based on your condition." "But," Jiang Yuning smiled gently, "my treatment will be expensive. It's fine as long as it works." "No matter the cost, it's worth it." Seeing them discuss Bai Xianting's condition, old master, he became anxious. "You two, can you please look at my illness now? Please let Lady Xue diagnose you. I believe she has a special method," White Xianting said tactfully. "Mr. Bai, you're being modest. We study different methods. I just happen to be able to see your illness," Jiang Yuning said humbly. Without the instruments in the room, she wouldn't have been able to diagnose so accurately. "Lady Xue's generous heart makes me feel ashamed. What should I do next?" Old Master Gao eagerly interrupted them. "Do I need to give a drop of blood from my finger? Quickly, bring a knife." Jiang Yuning chuckled softly, using a blood collection needle to draw a little blood from old Master Gao's hand, covering it with a teacup just like before. This time, Bai Xianting also carefully observed the blood samples from both people. There didn't seem to be much difference, besides the shade of color. He admired Jiang Yuning even more. The test took a bit longer than Bai Xianting expected, but no one seemed impatient. It was as if the longer it took, the more carefully they looked. Finally, she spoke. "Have you eaten seafood recently?" "Seafood?" Old Master Gao thought carefully. They lived in central Song, far from the sea, so eating seafood was very rare. At this moment, Wang Ma reminded him, "Master, last autumn you had someone send you crabs from the coast for a feast." "That was last autumn," Old Master Gao replied. "Exactly last autumn. Your illness worsened, right?" Jiang Yuning asked. It seems so, he replied. That's it. Your rash is simple, but eating crabs caused a serious reaction. Plus, you have some other health issues, so the problem keeps coming back and won't heal. In old terms, it was really hard to explain, but basically, it was an allergic dermatitis. It's not a difficult disease to treat. The main thing is to avoid the allergen. Just that, old Master Gao and Bai Xianting found it hard to believe.
Yes.
I will list what affects your health. During treatment, try to stay away from these things. It doesn't mean you can never touch them. Just wait until you fully recover. Jiang Yuning finished. Bai Xianting had already prepared brushes, ink, and paper, waiting for her prescription. He took the opportunity to say, I thought old Master Gao might be sensitive to something, so I told him to close all the doors and windows. Jiang Yuning wrote down all possible allergens. Mr. Bai's idea is correct, but there's no need to be so strict. She smiled and said, I'll quickly prepare some external ointments for old Master Gao. What about internal medicine? Master Gao eagerly said, Lady Shui, you don't need to worry about the herbs. As long as the medicine can cure my illness, I will find any kind of herb needed. Master Gao, your illness can be treated with external medicine only. Other issues like indigestion or weakness are not within this consultation scope. Can you tell that I have kidney deficiency? Master Gao was now convinced and spoke respectfully. Yes, this has been a problem for some years. Without proper nourishment, no matter what you take, it won't help. Master Gao and Bai Xianting exchanged a glance. This young lady is truly impressive. Besides her skin rash, Master Gao has been troubled by kidney deficiency for years. He has tried everything, deer whip, bull whip, and drank deer blood wine. He also constantly drank ginseng and wolfberry tea, gaining weight, but still couldn't cure the kidney problem. Looking at the 7 madams in the yard, he felt helpless. Over the years, only Madame Qi had a child, and there were rumors that the child might not be his. Otherwise, why hadn't the other 6 madams given birth? Bai Xianting took the opportunity to speak. Lady Shui, Master Gao has studied several prescriptions for his condition, but none worked. Honestly, I also want to ask Lady Shui to help me with a blood test to confirm paternity. Huh? Jiang Yuning was surprised. Master Gao looked a bit embarrassed and said, just to see if the child is mine. Why do you think that way? To be honest, many people think so, Master Gao said frankly. I have a wife and 6 concubines. Over the years, none of them have given me a child, except for the 7th wife, who bore me a son. So, you want to see if Madame Qi has been unfaithful? Jiang Yuning really didn't want to get involved in such matters. If it turned out not to be his child, Madame Qi's future would be very grim. But then she thought, Master Gao now trusts her completely. Whether the child is his or not, isn't it up to her to decide? She could also take this chance to see if the ring piece space can do the test. I am a respected person in Keshan Town. If someone wrongs me, Master Gao clenched his fist and slammed it on the armrest. Jiang Yuning's expression remained calm. If Master Gao trusts me, I can give it a try. Soon after, Madame Wang brought in a small, pinkish baby. The baby looked like he had just learned to walk, but he didn't dislike old Master Gao's appearance at all. As soon as he entered, he waddled over and asked to be held. He definitely looked different from old Master Gao, but some genes are dominant and some are not. Just because they don't look alike doesn't mean they aren't related. Everything should be based on science. Old Master Gao looked at the baby with disdain and refused to hold him. Jiang Yuning squatted down and waved her hand. Baby, come here for a hug. The baby looked unfamiliar and hid closer to old Master Gao. You go over there. Old Master Gao impatiently pushed him away, and the baby pouted and started crying. Jiang Yuning understood that if he wasn't the biological child, his future might be uncertain. She took the opportunity to hold the child, pricked his fingertip to draw a little blood. The baby cried more painfully, so she casually put a piece of rock sugar in his mouth. Be good, don't cry anymore. Satisfied with the sweet taste, the baby stopped crying and looked at Jiang Yuning with teary eyes, smiling through his tears, which made Jiang Yuning's heart soften. She sent the child out and then took a sample of old Master Gao's fingertip blood. She placed the 2 drops of blood in a teacup and began to observe them carefully. Old Master Gao sat by the window, silently staring outside, probably lost in thought. Jiang Yuning had already received the preliminary test results. Their blood types were the same. But blood types are limited, so she had to wait for more detailed results. That would be very advanced DNA testing. She initially thought the space was just a small clinic, but now it seemed more like a large hospital. Master. Master. Suddenly a shout came from the yard. Jiang Yuning saw a maid rushing in with the baby in her arms, crying even more loudly than before.
What are you shouting about?
Old Master Gao scolded. The young master insists on seeing Madam Qi. The maid knelt and said, Madam Qi, Madam Qi. Old Master Gao quickly stood up. What happened to her? She took poison and tried to end her life.
What?
Old Master Gao stood abruptly, reached the door, then stopped and cursed, if she's dead, she's dead. Let her be. At that moment, Jiang Yuning received the test results. They are indeed related by blood. Old Master Gao, Madam Qi definitely did not do anything wrong to you. She quickly offered her respects and said, Young master, he is your child. There is no doubt about it. What did you say? Old Master Gao looked at the crying child in disbelief. Old Master Gao, saving the person is more important. Jiang Yuning stood up and said, Quick, go check on her. Old Master Gao took Jiang Yuning to Madam Seven's room. Jiang Yuning looked at the woman lying on the bed, her face pale, lips purple, and foam at her mouth. Poisoning was certain now, and she was only breathing faintly. Cui Lian, what is happening to you? Old Master Gao knelt beside her, his mood very complicated. Jiang Yuning hurried over to feel her pulse and said, Old Master Gao, I need to save Madam. Everyone, please leave. Should I also go out? Someone asked. Yes, Jiang Yuning firmly replied, her eyes carefully watching Madam Seven. Bai Tianting also arrived quickly. Old Master Gao, I will think of a way. Mr. Bai, Lady Xue has already gone inside. Old Master Gao sat down on the steps, looking defeated and no longer arrogant. May I? Bai Tianting asked tentatively. No. Old Master Gao decisively refused, trembling as he reached out to the small child, tears falling down his face. Jiang Yuning, who had experience rescuing poisoned people during her Special Forces days, quickly took a blood sample from Madam Seven for testing. Then she shouted at the door, Bring 2 buckets of water and 2 empty basins. A servant immediately went to fetch water. Bai Tianting took the chance to carry in an empty basin. Lady Xue, if you need any help, just say so. Jiang Yuning glanced at him and said, Nothing for now. Mr. Bai, please prepare some herbal soup to help her regain strength. Understood. Bai Tianting responded and hurried out to prepare. Jiang Yuning then took a tube from her space and inserted it into Madam Seven's throat to force her to vomit. A foul, sour smell filled the room. Jiang Yuning endured the discomfort to wash her stomach. After using almost 2 buckets of water, she only vomited clear water. The test results came back. Madam Seven had ingested arsenic, a poison known chemically as arsenic trioxide. Fortunately, her space contained an antidote called dimercaprol. She injected the antidote and also gave her plenty of glucose and vitamin C. After this effort, Madam Seven's complexion improved. Jiang Yuning finally let out a sigh of relief and pushed the door open to leave. She has temporarily survived, but when she will wake up is uncertain. Old Master Gao looked very sad. There's nothing he can do. People in ancient times were less healthy than modern ones, especially Lady Qi, who is weak. No one can guarantee what will happen. A maid standing nearby looked panicked and whispered, Lady Qi probably feels guilty about the master and was worried about her secret being exposed, so she took arsenic to end her life. Jiang Yuning and Old Master Gao looked at her. The maid lowered her head and slapped herself, saying, I was talking nonsense. Please forgive me, sir. Old Master Gao, I want to ask this maid something, Jiang Yuning said, suspicious of her. How do you know Lady Qi took arsenic? The maid hesitated. Lady Qi herself told me. Since she wanted to die, why did she tell you she was going to take arsenic? Jiang Yuning pressed. Old Master Gao, being very sharp, immediately sensed something was wrong. He shouted loudly, Catch her? If she doesn't tell the truth, beat her to death. The household maids and guards moved to arrest her. The maid was so frightened she knelt and cried. It was the lady's idea. It's the lady. Please, sir, have mercy. Oh, so it was that plump lady. Lady? Explain yourself clearly, or I'll sell you to a bad place, old Master Gao said sternly. The maid stammered, explaining that during old Master Gao's illness, all the other concubines had left, except Lady Qi. Lady Gao was worried that Lady Qi and her children might take over the family estate, so she wanted to get rid of her. Jiang Yuning accidentally watched a fierce family feud drama unfold. Women inside the high walls are really ruthless. Old Master Gao was so angry he trembled and ordered the guards to bring Lady Gao back. As for how he would handle the family affairs, Jiang Yuning didn't care. Lady Shui, I apologize for the trouble, old Master Gao said, feeling ashamed. There's one more thing I don't understand. Please go ahead, Jiang Yuning replied. Years ago, I searched all over for doctors, but they all said it was my problem. Only one of Lady Qi's pregnancies was confirmed. Why is that? Jiang Yuning looked serious and asked, who is responsible for your daily meals? This was no longer an escape. Jiang Yuning remembered Madame Gao's fierce face. Her personality was definitely suited for palace intrigues. Old Master Gao, I checked your blood again just now. There is a toxin in it. It's not deadly, but it can weaken some functions. As long as this toxin is present, taking deer whip won't help. This woke him up from his confusion. Am I not sick? Old Master Gao was stunned by the news. Sorry. He wiped his cold sweat and looked frightened. I didn't expect Dr. Dong's words to be true, Dr. Dong Zhongkai. Jiang Yuning asked curiously. Yes. Old Master Gao sighed deeply. I was blinded by greed and only heard that he was not good at medicine and disrespectful to patients. He came to help me with my illness, but I drove him away. Oh, Jiang Yuning guessed right. Her brief encounter with Dr. Dong was unpleasant, but it also showed that he was a kind-hearted person. Old Master Gao was silent for a moment, seeming to understand something. He muttered, no wonder every woman I liked over the years made me marry her. I thought she was generous, but it turns out she's as vicious as a snake. Madame Shui, I've been too trusting and indulgent to her these years, which caused trouble for you and Luoying village. I feel very sorry. He sincerely bowed. I spent a lot of money seeking medical help, and I will give you a generous reward. Jiang Yuning stood up and helped him. As long as old Master Gao stops causing trouble for Luoying village, money doesn't matter. Madame Shui, your integrity makes us all ashamed. Can we now release Li Tongsheng? Well, old Master Gao hesitated. There was a mistake in the accounts. Not only my wife noticed, but the steward also reviewed it. I need to investigate this matter carefully. Old Master Gao, Li Tongsheng is honest in our village. I believe he wouldn't cheat. Can I see him and ask what's going on? Jiang Yuning, now being old Master Gao's benefactor, received his quick agreement. He personally took her to the cell where Li Tongsheng was held. In Gao's estate, they wandered around, and Jiang Yuning sighed. Old Master Gao was indeed wealthy. When they arrived at the cell, they saw Li Tongsheng and Li Jinping. Li Tongsheng had obviously been hurt, and Li Jinping looked tearful. Lady Shui, what are you doing here? Li Tongsheng asked in surprise. Brother Li, what is going on with the estate's accounts? Jiang Yuning sat across from him at the table, with old Master Gao and the butler standing nearby. Jiang Yuning felt like she was investigating a case. Lady Shui, I am innocent. I swear I didn't take a single coin from the estate, really. Li Tongsheng raised his right hand confidently. Jiang Yuning said, Brother Li, can you tell me in detail where you think the discrepancies are? I understand the accounts a little. If old Master Gao trusts me, I am willing to double-check everything. Li Tongsheng shook his head. It's just that I don't know where I went wrong, so I got caught. That made sense. Jiang Yuning sighed helplessly, unsure how old Master Gao believed Li Tongsheng enough to let him handle the accounts. Last time, they only had some small change from selling pork, and he still had to count on his fingers. Jiang Yuning also felt a bit stuck. Without a thorough investigation, old Master Gao wouldn't let Li Tongsheng go easily, just because of personal feelings. She had no choice but to steel herself and volunteer. Old Master Gao, please give me all the accounts. I will help you find out the truth. Brotherly, I will also clear your name. The butler sneered and clasped his hands, saying, Master, I think it's better to send Li Tongxing to the authorities quickly. The estate's accounts shouldn't be shown to just anyone. You're wrong about that. Jiang Yuning spoke before old Master Gao could reply. If we don't investigate thoroughly here, do we have to wait for the officials to come and check? I think, with such a large estate, old Master Gao probably doesn't want the government to know all the details. Don't you agree? The butler's face stiffened. Our master runs honest business. There's nothing to hide, but we can't just rely on that. The officials would love to find a big landowner like old Master Gao and take a cut. Maybe, in the end, it won't be just about the missing money on the books, Jiang Yuning said with a gentle smile, looking at the butler. Lady Xue is right. Old Master Gao agreed. Then I will trouble Lady Xue. Old Zhou, take her to the accounting room and cooperate fully with her investigation. Jinping can come help me, Jiang Yuning added. No, Zhou, the butler, opposed again. Li Jinping is young, but he's Li Tongxing's son. He should stay out of this. That makes sense. Lady Xue, take your time with the investigation. Any length of time is fine. The butler reluctantly led Jiang Yuning toward the accounting room. Old Master Gao curiously asked Li Tongxing, what kind of person is Lady Xue in Luoying village? Li Tongxing's heart tightened. He knew old Master Gao was greedy and lustful. If he caused trouble for Jiang Yuning because of him, how could he face Xue Wentao and Xue Wuliu? Just tell me honestly, old Master Gao said, pulling a chair to sit opposite him. She is talented. I wonder if I can use her for my benefit. Master, to be honest, Lady Xue is Xue Wentao's second wife and Xue Wuliu's sister-in-law. Li Tongxing hadn't finished speaking. Old Master Gao suddenly stood up. Xue Wuliu? The one who fought a tiger at 12 and joined the army at 14? Exactly. Li Tongxing wiped his cold sweat quietly. Old Master Gao paced around twice and said, Fate is truly a great coincidence. I must keep Lady Xue at the estate, he said excitedly. Butler Zhou led Jiang Yuning to the accounting room. Jiang Yuning once again saw how large and wealthy the family was. The room was about 60 square meters, specially used for storing ledgers. It looked like bookshelves, with labels on each shelf for different categories. Lady Xue, the shelves here hold the accounts from the past 6 months. Over there are old records, some dating back 10 years. The most recent are before the Spring Festival. Butler Zhou smiled and explained, we found that Li Tongxing was falsifying accounts. The money didn't match. The discrepancies are from last fall to last month. You can start from here. Butler Zhou, who is that? Outside the door, a young man in a satin robe, holding a birdcage, peeked into the accounting room. That's Lady Xue from Luoying village, here to help Li Tongxing check the accounts. Helping Li Tongxing? Aren't they already done? Why are they still checking? I heard Seven Sister took poison. Tell me what happened. Please come this way, second young master. Their voices gradually lowered. Jiang Yuning looked at the shelves one by one. With such a large estate, the accountant must be numerous. To prevent tampering with the accounts, old Master Gao had Li Tongxing come every month to verify them. Li Tongxing started working part-time last fall, and only now has he discovered there are problems with the accounts. Does this mean he has taken on a bad debt? If so, when did the accounts start missing money? Facing such a large pile of records, Jiang Yuning felt a headache coming on. It would be great if they could scan automatically. With a thought, she activated the Huanpei space. Could there really be a scanner inside? Initially, she was just trying it out. Suddenly, a green light flashed before her eyes. Jiang Yuning tried grabbing a ledger from the shelf. With a rustling sound, all the information inside was stored into the space.
Wow, high-tech.
It's faster than the world's most advanced scanners, which can only scan about 100 pages per minute. This speed could scan 400 or 500 pages in a minute. Now, Jiang Yuning felt like a goddess. She started flipping through the oldest ledgers, quickly going through one after another. Outside, Steward Zhou was secretly watching. He thought to himself, this Lady Xue is just pretending to be mysterious. She's just going through the motions. What can she really see? Time passed unknowingly. By the time Jiang Yuning reached the records from 6 years ago, she had been flipping through pages for a while. Although she was quickly going through them, her wrists ached, and she felt dizzy and tired. Lady Shui, I brought you some food, said Bai Xianting, carrying a lunchbox eagerly. Seeing Jiang Yuning standing by the bookshelf flipping through books, he said, take a break first. Oh, I don't have time to waste here, Jiang Yuning said as she sat at the table. Bai Xianting opened the lunchbox, and a fragrant aroma wafted out, for dishes, soup, and plain rice. Why are you the one bringing the food? Jiang Yuning asked while eating. According to your request, I gave medicine to 7th Madam. I heard you're busy here, so I wanted to come and help a bit.
Oh.
Jiang Yuning smiled slyly. Are you trying to get the antidote quickly? Busted. Bai Xianting awkwardly smiled. Lady Shui, you really have sharp eyes. Mr. Bai, don't worry. I'll finish reviewing these ledgers as soon as possible. Lady Shui, how long do you think it will take to finish? With so many ledgers, even the old accountant wouldn't finish in less than 2 months. I'm almost done. I've already reviewed 4 years' worth. I'll try to finish before dark. Bai Xianting twirled his thick mustache, with 2 small tufts curling up. What a joke, talking about balancing accounts, let alone flipping through these ledgers. It might take a whole day to finish. He watched her speak about her illness, so convincingly. Now, her story about balancing accounts was probably exaggerated. But Bai Xianting didn't expose her. He thought maybe this was part of her act with old Master Gao. Oh, Mr. Bai, you're here? Jiang Yuning just wiped her mouth and saw the 2nd Master Gao walking in with a food box. 2nd Master Gao, how have you been lately? Bai Xianting greeted coldly. The 2nd Master Gao smiled warmly and replied, Good, good. With Mr. Bai helping us, everything is fine. Madam Shui, it's getting late. I brought you some food, 2nd Master Gao said, placing the box on the table. Looking at the empty plates and bowls, he awkwardly smiled and said, You've already eaten? That's okay. How is the investigation going here? I've arranged a room for you to rest, Bai Xianting asked. No need to trouble yourself, Jiang Yuning said calmly, putting the dishes back into the box, and once again thanked Bai Xianting. Trouble? Not at all. You're a great benefactor to my older brother. If you can cure his illness, you'll be a guest of honor in our Gao village, 2nd Master Gao said. 2nd Master Gao, you're flattering me, Jiang Yuning replied modestly. I heard you found evidence against my sister-in-law, that unkind woman, 2nd Master Gao said, giving her a thumbs up. A female inspector, sharp and perceptive. You don't know how arrogant that woman has been around the village all these years. 2nd Master Gao, I need to keep investigating the accounts. I'll stop here, Jiang Yuning said, tired of talking too much. She used to think Dong Zhansai was slow, but now she found his words quite pleasant. People like 2nd Master Gao, who talk falsely and boast, are truly annoying. All right. Investigating the accounts is important, 2nd Master Gao said, carrying the food box and about to leave. He paused and asked, How much have you found so far? Just the tip of the iceberg, Jiang Yuning replied indifferently. 2nd Master Gao couldn't get any more information and pulled Bai Xianting to leave. Mr. Bai, about the medicinal pills you mentioned last time. What's the story? When can you teach me? 2nd Master Gao, those things aren't suitable for you. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Jiang Yuning continued flipping through the account book. Suddenly, she sneezed several times in a row. The weather was so nice today. She shouldn't have caught a cold. She instinctively reached for her waist, then remembered she had changed clothes and the paper bag with ginger candies was also left at home. Not having the ginger candies made her feel a little empty inside. While carving wood, Shui Wulyu thought carefully. Chips of wood fell to the ground as he worked, and the wood board became smoother.
Suddenly, he stopped.
Seeing Dong Zhansai's carriage entering the yard, he asked, Are you all back? No. Master hasn't returned, Dong Zhansai replied, feeling guilty when he saw Shui Wulyu's sharp eyes. Aren't you with her? Shui Wulyu asked again. I arrived at Gao's village, but I didn't go through the main gate. Master told me to come back first. Did you leave her alone in Gao's village? Shui Wulyu's face darkened, and his tone became very cold. At this moment, Lin Wangsher was standing in the yard of Lin Dajian's house, speaking sarcastically. I don't know which fool offended Madame Gao. Now, no one dares to sell pregnancy-safe medicine in town. Our falling flower village is cursed. Hearing this, Xue Wuyu looked at her coldly and asked, What did you say? Well, I don't know who offended Madame Gao. Now, no one dares to sell pregnancy-safe medicine in town, Lin Wangsher said, crossing her arms. I'm telling you, second brother Xue. Maybe you offended her. Xue Wuyu ignored her and turned his gaze to Dong Zhansai. Dong Zhansai pretended not to notice, with his back facing him. Where did your master go? Xue Wuyu asked again. To see old Master Gao. Just as Dong Zhansai finished speaking, he heard the cracking sound of joints behind him. He was so frightened that he quickly turned around and said, My master told me not to talk about Madame Gao causing trouble. Huh? Xue Wuyu looked at him with a cold stare. Dong Zhansai immediately felt nervous and mumbled, Uncle, please don't be impulsive. My master is just worried you might lose your temper, so he told me not to say anything. Who do you think you are, Uncle? Xue Wuyu suddenly stood up sharply. Dong Zhansai swallowed hard and said, Brother Xue, you need to stay calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Xue Wuyu shot him a sharp look and said, You keep watch. Yes, Uncle. No, Brother Xue. Dong Zhansai nodded and agreed. He watched as Xue Wuyu strode quickly out of the door. Second brother, where are you going? Lin Shuixing, who was changing clothes, came out of the house shirtless. His chest wounds from the knife attack had mostly healed, leaving several scars like centipede legs. He had forgotten about his injuries and simply put on his coat openly. Seeing the surprised look on Lord Lin's face, he glared annoyed and quickly walked away to chase Xue Wuyu. Oh my goodness, Lord Lin gasped, staring at Lin Shuixing and Xue Wuyu's figures, lost in thought. The flying thief wanted by the county was actually two men both injured.
Could it be?
Jiang Yuning flipped through the books one by one, feeling her neck and wrists ache from the effort. She looked at the scan ledgers and felt a sense of achievement. By around 4 in the afternoon, she had finished scanning all the books. She took her pen and started to note the discrepancies. She was shocked when she checked carefully. Thanks to precise data analysis, she quickly found where the accounts first went wrong. It all started 8 years ago, with just 20 or so taels of silver. Over time, the amounts grew larger. 5 years ago, every month was short by about 100 to 200 taels. This continued for 4.5 years. Last autumn, the shortages suddenly increased, the first month missing 300 taels, the next month 400, and when Li Tongsheng was caught falsifying, the total shortage was 2,003 taels. Adding up the previous years, it was nearly 10,000 taels. Oh my goodness! The Gao family had a thief at home, and a persistent one at that. If the theft had only been 10 or 20 taels a month, it probably wouldn't have been discovered by now. Why did it suddenly get worse in the past 6 months? Jiang Yuning couldn't figure it out. The Gao family village had many people, and she didn't have a specific suspect yet. How much is 10,000 taels? It's roughly enough to buy 80 or 90 houses like the one she was building. Such spending was unheard of in all of Kaoshan town. Who was secretly embezzling the money didn't matter to her. All she needed was to report her findings honestly to old Master Gao and clearly Tongxing's name. Jiang Yuning wrote down the discrepancies she found. It took her nearly 2 hours just to do this, especially since she secretly took out a soft brush from her space. If she had used a large wolf hair brush, she might not finish writing even by tomorrow. Lady Xue, I brought you dinner. You look so tired. Please rest for a while, said housekeeper Zhou as he delivered the meal. Does Gao village not have maids? Why bother the housekeeper to bring the food?
Thank you, housekeeper.
I won't eat right now. Since you're working for a Gao village, it's only right to eat and drink. Let me pour you some water. Housekeeper Zhou cheerfully poured a cup of tea and joked, Lady Xue, you wouldn't refuse all water, would you? I wouldn't poison it. Jiang Yuning chuckled softly. As a former soldier, she was used to not drinking unknown drinks. But now, things are different. She picked up the cup, her hand trembling slightly, spilling a little tea. She quickly apologized. Housekeeper Zhou, I'm sorry. I wrote so much that my wrist is a bit unsteady. You've worked hard, Lady Shui, said housekeeper Zhou with a welcoming gesture. Jiang Yuning waited a moment. After checking the space and confirming the water was fine, she took both hands and drank the tea in one gulp. Good tea. You can only find such fine tea in Gao village. My second master loves tea. Every year, he spends a lot to buy high-quality tea leaves. If you like, I can have him send you some later. No need, no need. I need to deliver the account book to old Master Gao, Jiang Yuning said, looking at the late hour and feeling a bit anxious. Account book? Lady Shui, you finished checking so quickly, housekeeper Zhou was surprised. I just did a rough check. I plan to hand it over to old Master Gao for review. You're truly talented, Lady Shui, to finish so fast, housekeeper Zhou said in amazement. We also asked a few accountants before, but they all said it was very difficult to audit these accounts. Fortunately, whereas old Master Gao now, he's busy questioning the second madam to see what bad things she's done in Gao village over the years, housekeeper Zhou said with gritted teeth. By the way, did you check carefully? Maybe some of the money was embezzled by the second madam. Who embezzled it is unknown, but the amount is more than what Li Tongxing found. Hearing this, housekeeper Zhou was surprised and looked at Jiang Yuning askance. How much more? About 10,000 taels. Wow, that's a lot. I'll deliver the account book to old Master Gao right now, said housekeeper Zhou, reaching out his hand. Let me do it myself. Some details need to be explained clearly, Jiang Yuning said, slinging the account book behind her.
Why?
Lady Shui, do you not trust me? Master Zhou pounded his chest and said, I never thought that after so many years in Gao's village, you would doubt me. Jiang Yuning remained silent and walked straight to the door. Master Zhou raised his arm to block her and said, Oh, forget it, Lady Shui. I'll see you off. That would be helpful. Thank you, Jiang Yuning said politely, but she was suspicious of Master Zhou's attitude. The sky darkened, and many red lanterns were lit around Gao's village, making the whole estate look grand and lively. Master Zhou and Jiang Yuning wandered around and arrived at a pond. There were fewer lanterns here, and the shadows of trees cast strange, jagged shapes on the ground. A cool breeze blew. Jiang Yuning remembered they hadn't passed this place before. Master Zhou, where are we going now? She asked. I'm taking a shortcut, Master Zhou replied and walked quickly ahead. They reached a stone path near the pond. Suddenly, Master Zhou stopped and asked, Lady Shui, can you find out when the silver started to go missing? I found out some, Jiang Yuning replied. Just then, Master Zhou sneered and pulled out a bamboo tube. With a sharp sound, a red firework shot into the sky, dazzling and bright. Jiang Yuning was confused and paused for a moment. Suddenly, Master Zhou struck her with a swift slap, hitting her right in the chest. She staggered back several steps. Before she could steady herself, Master Zhou quickly moved forward and kicked her in the stomach. She was caught off guard and fell into the pond with a splash. Master Zhou watched her struggle and sink, sneering, You shouldn't have meddled. Jiang Yuning choked on the water twice, her mind suddenly clear. The water pressed against her chest painfully, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Zhou's attack was too harsh. Her body was likely injured internally. She tried to control her sinking and looked through the dark water to find Master Zhou's figure. He was giving himself away by killing her to silence her. She decided not to hold back. Should she kill him or not? Of course not. She had to capture him alive and bring him to Lord Gao. Jiang Yuning made up her mind. With a flick of her thoughts, a steel cable with claws shot out of the water. Master Zhou was startled and quickly stepped back. He saw a steel cable brush past him and hit a large tree. The cable snapped and then quickly retracted. This was unexpected. He reached behind his waist and found two curved knives in his hands. He was about to cut the cable when suddenly there was a splash. Jiang Yuning leapt out of the water like a big fish, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, she fired a few tranquilizer darts at Master Zhou. The darts mixed with the water droplets and flew toward him. He was surprised and quickly swung his knives to block the water and the darts. He heard a clanging sound and shouted, You sneaky person! You can use hidden weapons? I underestimated you. Jiang Yuning had just steadied herself on the shore, feeling a dull pain in her chest. She fired a few more shots at Master Zhou. He easily dodged the shots and charged at her with his knives. Since no one was around, Jiang Yuning didn't hold back. Her goal was to catch him alive, but if she failed, she was prepared to kill him. Seeing him rush toward her, she fired several more shots. Master Zhou swung his knives to defend himself. At that moment, the steel cable wrapped around the tree suddenly retracted quickly and wrapped around him. He just avoided the tranquilizer darts and swung his knives at the cable. Sparks flew from the collision. What is this thing? Master Zhou was confused. He had never seen such a thin iron cable. If it was made of iron, it couldn't be cut with ordinary steel knives. While he was distracted, Jiang Yuning took out a silenced pistol. She fired several shots in quick succession. Master Zhou reacted quickly, dodging the steel cable and the bullets at the same time. He underestimated her martial skills. Jiang Yuning took 2 steps back and turned to run. Master Zhou thought she was out of tricks and had no way to escape. He swung his knives at her back. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared. Master Zhou felt his vision blur. He also heard the sound of the pistol firing again. He swung his knives like a fan, producing a clattering noise. The white smoke dispersed, and he avoided the bullets. However, he felt a sharp pain on his foot, like being pricked by needles. He looked down and saw Jiang Yuning rolling to the side, clutching her chest and kneeling on the ground. His instep was nothing, but he clearly felt a pain just now. This woman definitely did something to him. No matter what she did, the hidden weapon and steel cable from earlier surprised him. He must die today. Housekeeper Zhou, driven by anger, saw that Jiang Yuning seemed too weak to resist. He sneered and walked over with a knife. Lady Xue, what else can you do? Truly impressive. Hee. Jiang Yuning smiled indifferently and asked, Housekeeper Zhou, who did you send the signal to just now? To whom? I might as well tell you, to the group at Black Mountain Head. Black Mountain Head? Jiang Yuning wanted to ask more but saw Housekeeper Zhou kick out suddenly. His face changed drastically and he shouted, You scoundrel, what did you do? Hee. Jiang Yuning sat up and wiped the blood from her mouth. Of course I caught you. You. Can you still use poison? Housekeeper Zhou felt his limbs go numb. Without hesitation, he threw 2 knives at Jiang Yuning. At this moment, Jiang Yuning had no strength left to roll aside, but she still had space to react. As long as she thought about it, she could make it happen. Just as the 2 knives aimed at her chest, a black shield suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yuning. It was a riot shield that could block projectiles. The knives clanged to the ground in front of it. Meanwhile, Housekeeper Zhou's body shook a few times and then collapsed. His body was surprisingly strong. Last time, it took only 3 seconds to subdue Qin Lao-san with a hemp rope, but he took 8 seconds and still stared with wide eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Yuning had space to move. Otherwise, even a few seconds could decide a person's life or death. All of Housekeeper Zhou's energy was focused on holding his eyelids open. He couldn't understand where such a large shield came from. If steel cables and hidden weapons could be carried everywhere, where was such a big shield hidden? Could she possess a legendary divine artifact? If so, today she must be killed and the artifact taken. You. Housekeeper Zhou muttered incoherently. Jiang Yuning stood in front of him, holding 2 knives, looking down at him. She smiled and said, Impressive, you can still talk. Who exactly? Are you? A villager from Luoying village. Jiang Yuning looked around and saw lights flickering across the pond. She shouted loudly, Help. Someone. Save her. The household servant patrolling heard a cry for help and ran over, seeing Steward Zhou collapsed on the ground. Before they could ask questions, Jiang Yuning quickly said, Big brothers, Steward Zhou wants to take me to Lord Gao. He suddenly fell ill and fainted. Please help me carry him to the Lord. I have something important to say. Yes. The servants recognized Steward Zhou and believed her. They lifted him and carried him away. Jiang Yuning followed closely behind, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She didn't have time to check herself and silently prayed she wasn't badly hurt. After a while, they arrived at a brightly lit courtyard. Jiang Yuning entered and saw Lady Gao and two maids tied up and kneeling in the hall. Nearby, a poisoned maid was lying unconscious and barely breathing. Lady Gao saw Jiang Yuning struggling to stand and glared fiercely with her sharp eyes, shouting, "Little whore, you dare come to my house? You're really pushing your luck. Lord Gao, she's the one trying to blind me and ruin my face." "Shut up," Lord Gao said, slapping the table. "Even at death's door, you still dare to lie. Lady Shui is a benefactor of our Gao family village. Without her, I'd still be kept in the dark by your wicked ways. Gao Mantang, if you're just after her beauty, just say so. Over the years, I've helped you get every woman you liked. How dare you say that?" Lord Gao's hand trembled with anger. "I've already sent people to bring those women back overnight. I trusted you before and never interfered in the backyard affairs. Now, I want to hear what you women have to say. Wang Guilon, I'll tell you once more, if you honestly confess, I'll give you a divorce paper and let you go peacefully. But if you keep causing trouble, I won't hesitate to expose your shame and send you to the authorities." Gao Mantang, you're bewitched by these fox spirits. Naturally, you won't listen to me." Even at this point, Lady Gao still held her head high. If Jiang Yuning hadn't been sure that Lady Li Chuilian, the seventh madam, was Lord Gao's biological child, she might have suspected Lady Gao was misunderstood. "Lady Shui, what did you do?" Lord Gao, after losing his temper, finally noticed Jiang Yuning was soaked through. Before she could speak, the servants reported, "Sir, the steward suddenly fell ill and fainted. We've already carried him outside." Lord Gao was even more puzzled. He hurriedly said to Jiang Yuning, "Madam Shui, please quickly ask the steward to check." "Lord Gao, I was just about to tell you about this." Jiang Yuning coughed twice, feeling a sharp pain in her chest. She covered her chest and asked, "May I sit down?" "Hurry, find a seat," Lord Gao ordered again. "Prepare hot tea for Madam Shui, and bring some dry clothes." Sir, you are so caring to this wicked woman," Lady Gao sneered. "Wicked woman, stop talking nonsense," Lord Gao shouted angrily. "Madam Shui, ignore her. Please continue." Jiang Yuning shook her head. "Right now, Lord Gao, investigating Lady Gao's guilt or checking the accounts isn't the most important thing. Please gather all the household guards immediately. The estate will soon be attacked." "Madam Shui, what do you mean by that?" Lord Gao asked, confused. "Steward Zhou has colluded with the bandits from Black Mountain Head and has sent them signals. Those bandits will be here soon." Jiang Yuning finished quickly, then took a deep breath and said, "Lord Gao, you must tie up Steward Zhou. He is skilled in martial arts, and if the effects of the medicine wear off, it could be dangerous for us." She thought she explained clearly, but Lord Gao and the others looked at her strangely. "Madam Shui, you say Steward Zhou colluded with the bandits from Black Mountain Head?" asked second young Master Gao, who was standing at the door. He sneered and said, "I've heard that those bandits are ruthless, burning, killing, and looting. But do you know where Black Mountain Head is?" "I don't know." Jiang Yuning weakly took the hot water from Wang Ma, who then wrapped her in a thick blanket. "Black Mountain Head is at least 800 miles from Qingyuan. You say Steward Zhou sent signals. Can they see that from 800 miles away?" "That's hard to say," second young Master Gao mocked with a sneer. "Madam Shui, second young master is not lying. Please tell us the full story," Lord Gao said. Jiang Yuning was anxious inside. She sighed and said, "Lord Gao, I found out that the initial problem appeared 8 years ago. If it was all done by one person, that person wasn't greedy at first, only taking 10 or 20 taels. But 5 years ago, the thefts increased significantly, losing about 100 or 200 taels each month. Last autumn, it suddenly increased to 300 taels, and the amount kept rising. Over the years, the estate lost about 10,000 taels. Lady Shui, are you telling the truth?" Old Gao's second son's eyes twitched as he asked. "It's really hard to guard against traitors." "Big brother, you must catch this troublemaker." "Sir, you actually showed her the accounts and trusted her," Mrs. Gao interrupted. "Let Lady Shui finish speaking first," Old Gao said, his body trembling with anger. Manager Zhou found out I had checked the exact numbers, so he led me to the pond, pushed me into the water, trying to silence me. I saw him signal, and he admitted it was for the people at Black Mountain Head. Sir Gao, the situation is urgent. We must act quickly. Cough, cough. Zhang Yuning coughed heavily. Since that's the case, Tang, quickly send a message to strengthen the guards, old Gao ordered. Lady Shui, are you joking? Big brother really trusts her. Old Gao's second son sneered. You say the account started going wrong 8 years ago. Have you checked all those 8 years of records? Everyone knows there are many ledgers in the accounting room. You finished checking in less than a day. Believe it or not, that's up to you, Zhang Yuning said calmly. Big brother, I don't understand why you trust this village woman so much, he added. Tang, Lady Shui is truly talented. Don't underestimate her. I just remembered, 8 years ago, you saved Zhou Lu and made him the manager of the estate. Have you noticed anything suspicious since then? Old Gao's second son felt guilty after being questioned. Big brother, are you openly doubting me? He sneered at Zhang Yuning. If there's such a big loss in the estate, we must investigate thoroughly. Tang, our Gao family won't wrongly accuse a good person or let a bad one go. Big brother, do you think anyone inside is good or bad? The atmosphere in the hall grew strange. Zhang Yuning didn't want to listen to their arguments. She focused on using her space device to check her health. Tang, after investigating, the truth about who is good and who is bad will come out. Big brother, your so-called investigation is just making this woman pretend to check the accounts. Old Gao's second son pointed at Zhang Yuning confidently. You might as well say directly who you suspect. Tang, it's because I don't know that I need to investigate, she replied. Trust this woman and falsely accuse Manager Zhou, who is loyal to the estate. Or suspect me. Big brother, you're too confused. Ever since Gao Mingtang wanted to replace old Gao, he had been worried that his scheme to embezzle money with Steward Zhou would be exposed. He made a sudden decision and pointed at old Gao, saying, Gao Mantang, since you suspect me, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, he quickly stepped back to the door, waving his hands, and ordered, tie them all up. The household servants outside rushed in loudly. Huh? Mingtang, what are you doing? What am I doing? The Gao family estate should have belonged to me long ago. You, a useless pig, greedy and lustful, have achieved nothing. I've been working hard for the Gao estate, using some silver, and now you want to investigate? Gao Mingtang, desperate and reckless, started talking nonsense. Old Gao was stunned and said, Mingtang, you are my brother. Just tell me if you need anything. Brother? Don't deceive yourself. Since we were young, you've looked down on me because I am an illegitimate child, Gao heir said angrily. Everyone, arrest them all, including that woman. Someone help. Protect me, old Gao shouted outside, but the servants only glared at him angrily. Bai Tianting stepped forward bravely in front of Zhang Yuning and said firmly, Madam Shui, I am here to protect you. At this moment, Zhang Yuning had just finished checking her body. Steward Zhou's palm had broken 4 of her ribs, but luckily no internal organs were hurt. She quietly took some medicine to heal her injuries. She looked at Bai Tianting's trembling arm and pushed him aside, saying, No need. Hey, woman. Bai Tianting wanted to say something macho, but Zhang Yuning shot him a cold look. Madame Gao looked at the scene in horror. 2 maids cried loudly and wailed. She suddenly found the strength to stand up from the ground and stepped in front of old Gao, saying, Old master, I will protect you. Gui Lan. Old Gao's heart felt like it was breaking into pieces. No matter what Gui Lan was feeling right now, she was still risking everything to protect him. Aren't you going to fight? Gao heir ordered sharply. The servants rushed forward. Zhang Yuning quietly took out a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. Sizzle sizzle. Thick smoke immediately filled the hall, making it hard for anyone to see. Zhang Yuning took the opportunity to pull Bai Tianting and old Gao into the inner room to escape. Cough cough, what is this thing? Where did such thick smoke come from? Inside the inner room, Zhang Yuning threw out a tear gas canister. It hissed loudly. Now, not only could they not see clearly, but the people in the hall also couldn't stop their tears from flowing. The household servants couldn't take it anymore and ran outside. Gao Lao Air looked at the room filled with white smoke and cursed. Gao Mantang, you have some skill. I wonder how long you can hide. The door to the inner room was closed. Jiang Yuning looked around, quickly closed the windows, and blocked them with a table. Seeing this, Bai Xianting helped by blocking the door with a cabinet. Now only 4 people remained: Jiang Yuning, Bai Xianting, Gao Mantang, and Wang Guilon. Old Master Gao, with mixed feelings, untied Wang Guilon's ropes and sighed, "Guilon, in this dangerous moment, it's good you're here." Wang Guilon sniffled and cried, "Old Master, I married you at 14. I will be loyal to you for my whole life." Lady Shui, what was that you threw out just now? Bai Xianting asked curiously. Jiang Yuning glanced at him, chuckling softly. Others use weapons for self-defense, but you pick something heavy like a toy? What's the point? A smoke bomb, Jiang Yuning said, crouching by the wall and gesturing to Gao Mantang. Stay hidden. If arrows come in from outside, we need to turn you into a hedgehog. Hearing this, Gao Mantang pulled Wang Guilon down to the ground. Bai Xianting lifted his robe and crouched by the door, mimicking Jiang Yuning's stance. Loud noises came from outside. Second Master, they're all inside. They can't escape. Archers, prepare. Hearing this, old Master Gao couldn't help but cry. He never expected that his brother, whom he trusted wholeheartedly, would really turn against him. Jiang Yuning hid her hand under her skirt, holding a small submachine gun. She had replaced all the bullets with tranquilizer darts. These darts are powerful and can knock down an adult man in 4 seconds. She didn't want to kill anyone. She wouldn't use guns unless absolutely necessary. As long as she could defend herself, that was enough. She instinctively touched the small whistle hanging at her waist. If Shui Wuliu were here, she would be much safer. But she didn't know if he could hear her from so far away. The atmosphere in the hall grew strange. Outside the Gao family estate, 3 people stood there: Ding Shanhu, Lin Shuisheng, and Shui Wuliu. How did these 3 people meet? It turns out Ding Shanhu had promised to visit in 3 days. By chance, he met the other 2 on the way and learned that Jiang Yuning was at Gao's village. He volunteered to come along. Ding Shanhu stood outside the door and bowed to the guards, saying, "Brothers, I am Ding Shanhu. I come to visit Lord Gao." Ding Shanhu? Do you still have the nerve to come here? The guards said sarcastically. You betrayed us in the street. Now no one will take you in and you want to come back to ask the Lord for help. Brother, it's not what you think. Please just pass the message. Ding Shanhu, I don't consider you a brother. Today, something big is happening at the village, and I don't have time for you. Hey, brother, brother. Ding Shanhu called out repeatedly, but no one responded. Suddenly, the sound of urgent horse hooves came from behind. Sparks and flashes of fire grew more numerous, and the hoofbeats got closer. The 3 exchanged glances. They heard whistles, and Shui Wuliu and Lin Shuisheng were alarmed. They recognized the whistles. They were signals from the bandits on Black Mountain. Just as they realized this, the horse team arrived nearby. The riders drew bows, knocked arrows, and shot. Arrows hit the guards on the wall. Then, arrows whistled toward the 3 men, breaking the air. Shui Wuliu pulled Ding Shanhu aside to dodge, while Ding Shanhu steadied himself and asked, "Who are you?" "Go ask the King of Hell." The rider sneered, and more arrows shot toward them. In a flash, Shui Wuliu pulled out a pair of hooked blades and threw them to Lin Shuisheng. He himself drew a long, black sword. The 3 easily deflected the arrows. The rider shouted fiercely, "Kill them! Break in, leave no one alive." Leave no one alive? Jiang Yuning was still inside. Hearing this, Shui Wuliu's eyes narrowed. He raised his sword and charged into the horsemen. Lin Shuisheng and Ding Shanhu followed closely. The 3 fought the bandits from Black Mountain outside Gao's village. Arrows shot through the windows and doors. Lord Gao and Wang Guilon hid in the corner. Bai Xianting stayed close to the wall, behind Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning looked helplessly. There was no time for a quick training, but for now they were safe. Gao Mantang, come and see. Your only son is in my hands. Lord Gao's second son laughed loudly outside the door. Child? Old Master Gao was stunned for a moment. His chubby body rolled like a ball to the door, and he looked outside through the crack. Jiang Yuning also looked out through the crack. It was truly shocking. Old Second Gao was holding the child of Madame Qi, his only heir. The child was so frightened by all the people that he cried loudly. Old Second Gao's hand was on the child's neck. "Gao Mantang, you think you can hide like a turtle? You don't even care about the child." Old Master Gao clenched his teeth and shouted, "Don't move the baby." He was about to push the door open when Wang Guilin crawled over, holding onto his leg and begging, "Sir, you can't go out to die. If the child is gone, we can have another one." Hearing this, Old Master Gao's anger flared. He kicked Wang Guilin and said, "Do you know how many children you've caused to die? Sir, you can't go out." Wang Guilin held on tightly and refused to let go. Jiang Yuning calmly said, "Old Master Gao, if you go out now, he won't let you go. If you don't go out, he might just keep the child alive to use as leverage." "She's right." Bai Xianting nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuning added, "But if he wants to kill everyone, it doesn't matter whether you go out or not." She thought for a moment and then asked, "Does he have some secret that he doesn't know you're aware of?" "Secret?" Old Master Gao suddenly remembered something. He reached into his waistband, lifted his robe, and revealed a belt with 2 brass keys attached. "These, probably," Old Master Gao said. "All the treasures of Gao village are hidden in the vault. Only these 2 keys can open it. If you don't give him the keys, he won't get the treasure." Jiang Yuning said softly, "Hide the keys well. We might still have some time." Old Master Gao lowered his robe and gave Jiang Yuning a thumbs up. "Madame Xue is truly a heroine, calm in the face of danger. Stop talking nonsense and think about how to save your life first." Jiang Yuning stared at the people outside, about 20 or so. The secret to fighting is careful planning and quick action. Her tranquilizer gun could launch a surprise attack. The anesthetic takes 4 seconds to work, but in those 4 seconds, many accidents could happen. Jiang Yuning hesitated. Using bullets directly was the most effective method. Those outside, flesh and blood, wouldn't be able to resist gunfire. But taking lives is a serious matter in her heart. "Gao Mantang, are you coming out or not?" Gao Mingting shouted outside. "If you don't come out, I will set fire. You want the key to the treasure room? Come and get it yourself," Gao Mantang shouted loudly. "So, you just don't want to come out? Don't blame me for being rude. Mingtang, how could you collude with housekeeper Zhou? What's going on with the Black Mountain head?" "What do you mean collude? Zhou Lu and I respect each other, and the big brother of Black Mountain head also appreciates me. Unlike you, who don't take me seriously at all." At this moment, a rocket shot in through the window, followed by a loud bang. The jar shattered against the window, and a smell of pine oil drifted in. Another rocket broke the window and set the window frame on fire. "They are trying to burn us alive. We can't just sit and wait," Jiang Yuning said calmly. "Let's count to 3 and rush out together." "Okay." Jiang Yuning and Bai Xianting pushed open the cabinet, counting 1, 2, 3. 4 people burst out of the inner room, rushing through the door. Gao Mingting shouted loudly, "Catch Gao Mantang alive. Big reward." The guards outside rushed forward like a swarm. Jiang Yuning dodged while pulling the trigger. The submachine gun fired a series of shots. The guards rushing in were hit by tranquilizer darts, some in the body, some in the arms or legs. Though not very painful, it stunned them. "What is this? Hidden weapons. I got hit by a hidden weapon. What's wrong with you all? Quickly kill that scoundrel." Gao Mingtang, holding the young master of the Gao family, hid behind a few guards and commanded fiercely. After firing a burst of bullets, Jiang Yuning gasped heavily. Her fractured ribs throbbed painfully with every movement, and the recoil from the submachine gun was hard to bear. But Jiang Yuning clenched her teeth. As long as she held on for a few more seconds before the people from Black Mountain had arrived, she could catch her breath and take out the other guards. She thought she would need to hold for 4 seconds or more, but to her surprise, some of these people were less physically fit than injured Qin Laosan. After being shot, they reacted within 1 or 2 seconds. They either collapsed to the ground or crouched or knelt, unable to hold their weapons. Gao Mingting shouted, "You can't even defeat a woman?" "Second Master, it seems they have been hit by some hidden weapon," someone replied. "Hidden weapon? Gao Mingtang just finished speaking when the dizzy housekeeper Zhou staggered and fell, his eyes cold and fierce as he said, "This scoundrel is carrying many weapons." "Everyone, be careful. Zhou Lu, you're finally awake." Gao Mingtang was happy and asked confused, "You mean this woman is carrying a lot of weapons?" "Yes," Zhou Lu gritted his teeth and said. He had only heard rumors that some Taoist warriors could cultivate storage magic tools, which might be a ring, a gourd, or a belt. Though small in appearance, they contained great power. One ring could hold enough to carry a cart of goods. These items are called magic tools because they are rare in the world. Some people don't believe in them, but others are convinced. Zhou Lu believed such things existed. His eyes looked at Jiang Yuning with hatred, as if he wanted to tear her apart. If he could get a storage magic tool, not just one Gao family village, but 10 or 100 villages wouldn't be enough to exchange for it. Someone handed Zhou Lu his twin blades. He was a tough man, and he cut his 10 fingers on the blades, causing pain that made him barely conscious. By then, the household guards who had been shot were fainting on the ground. Zhou Lu shouted, "Second master, go get the key. This woman is mine." After speaking, housekeeper Zhou, holding his twin blades, charged at Jiang Yuning. Jiang Yuning endured the pain, raised her submachine gun, but Zhou Lu was fully committed and moved faster than before. Just as Jiang Yuning pulled the trigger, Zhou Lu stepped forward and kicked the gun barrel, knocking the gun away and making her arm numb. He then swung his twin blades toward her throat. Jiang Yuning leaned back to dodge, and suddenly another small double-tap pistol appeared in her hand. This pistol was tiny, smaller than her palm, and not noticeable. It had a top and bottom barrel that could hold 2 bullets and used a double-action firing mechanism, so pressing the trigger twice would fire 2 shots. This micro-pistol had less recoil than a regular gun, and was the most practical weapon she could choose now. She dodged Zhou Lu's attack and fired 2 shots at him. After fighting Zhou Lu, she became more cautious. She blocked the bullets with her blade. Jiang Yuning fired 4 more shots, emptying her magazine. Even with the recoil of the small pistol, she found it hard to handle and let out a muffled groan, spitting out some blood. "You can't use your hidden weapon against me," Zhou Lu sneered proudly, pressing his cold blade against Jiang Yuning's neck. He said, "Hand over your magic tool peacefully and I will spare your life." He could end Jiang Yuning's life with 1 strike now, but he wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't seen her storage magic tool yet and wanted to understand what kind of object it was first. If he killed her and the item was destroyed, it would be a loss for him. "Are you looking for this?" Jiang Yuning looked at him calmly, with steady eyes.